I feel it deep, flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold and pursuit of the prize. I've been told, ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender. In change I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Grenadity. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Grenadity. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Turn it back.
Gear out the weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be soldier animal. Every time you try to push me down.
Look at me, I'll
Look lying down when I run around, and I make a sign, I will catch up. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy.
look at me, I'll be rising.
Carry the season, you got a damn, got a weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. So the drunk go find a way to the pad. It's how I'm waiting. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a river, tiny bag. Storm is coming, light up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire, blowing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime. Honor kings,
Guess we're gonna burn up.
honor kings.
On a careless spree, I turn to violence. All my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for only 6 seconds. We got honor.
You wanna get me juice, kind of the one who made the rules. You have night to choose, only one way, got night to lose.
I'm gonna show them, we got no crime. We barely fight this one, crashing pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay with the rain.
Say.
I've triggered my slow down.
Follow my pace.
We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. So the drunk go find a way to the pad. It's how I'm waiting. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a river, tiny bag. Storm is coming, light up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire, blow it up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime. Honor kings,
Guess we're gonna burn up.
honor kings.
On a careless spree, I turn to violence. All my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for only 6 seconds. We got honor.
Yug9 Fate is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape. Also, it's only Hostile alive. 2v2 here. Looks like they are going to finish it in. They do not want any.
就是你的捧杯奖杯，大声地说，我们是冠军！
各位小伙伴们，欢迎来到2018年王者荣耀冬季冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第一次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challenges from all over the world that come against a new glory, and we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage. 也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中配下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的主角。
习冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。他们代表了 K 级，杀进了 KPL 的丛林之中，一路向前，喋血剑。以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛8强的队伍诞生了。用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度，向 KPL 再次发起挑战。在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，以虎神的形式来展现青训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nektang, dili kinitali makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katawhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha, tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
side fade is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape, although it's only Arsenal alive. 2v2 here, it looks like they are going to finish it in. They do not want any.
属于你们，在一城的漫天烟火下，铭记属于挑战者的荣誉。最美的风景就是你的捧着奖杯，大声地说：“我们是冠军！”
各位小伙伴们，欢迎来到2018年王者荣耀冬季冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第一次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challenges from all over the world that come against a new glory. And we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage. 也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中退下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的自己。
一冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。他们代表了 K， 杀进了 KBL 的丛林之中，一路向前，喋血飞来。以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛8强的队伍诞生了。用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度向 KBL 再次发起挑战。在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，以虎神的形式来展现青训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nektang, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katawhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha, tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
Young Nine Fate is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape, although it's only Hostile alive. 2v2 here. Looks like they are going to finish it in. They do not want any.
就是你的捧着奖杯，大声地说：“我们是冠军！”
各位小伙伴们，欢迎来到2018年王者荣耀冬季冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第一次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challenges from all over the world that come against a new glory, and we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage. 也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中退下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的主角。
季冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。他们代表了 KCC， 杀进了 KBL 的丛林之中，一路向前，别选择。以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛8强的队伍诞生了。用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度向 KBL 再次发起挑战。在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，以5层的形式来展现青训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nektang, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katauhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha, tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
on to illusion. Young9 Fate is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape, although it's only Hostile alive. 2v2 here. Looks like they are going to finish it in. They do not want any.
是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第一次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challengers from all over the world that come against a new glory, and we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage. 也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中配下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的主力。
Hello everyone and welcome back to the 2025 Honor of Kings Challenger Cup here. We are on the English rebroadcast. My name is Sagi. Alongside of me is Mr. Kin Dofu, your favorite kind of tofu here. Mr. Kin, how was yesterday's series?
It was a great time. I think we had 4 very fantastic games, and of course we have another 4 best of 5 series prepared for you. And of course for our global HOK audience fans, we have our final challenger coming in the form of Alpha Gaming, APG. This one's going to be a tough one. I think they are on the same tier. No, there is a 1 tier difference. So they will get 1 challenger blessing. What is the challenger blessing? We will let you know in a bit.
Yeah, we will bring up the format later of the entire tournament and also the explanation of the challenger's blessing here. But of course, it's not going to be an easy one because yesterday we already witnessed the fact that Nova Esports lost 0-3 against WST and Homeboys Black Shoe Esports lost 1-3 against Sangjie team here. So not the greatest news so far for the global teams, but hey, it's the experience that matters.
Yes, and learning from the best or learning from a team that is much better than you is definitely something that they will find valuable, right? You have to play with the best to learn from the best. So with that being said, I think it's time for us to reintroduce to you what the format is going to be like. So here it is. Take a look at what the tournament format is.
Yeah, the tournament format features the knockout stage number 1 that also includes the challenger's blessing, which we will be introducing later on here. It is a single elimination featured from round 32 all the way to round 8 here. So BO5 into BO7, you lose 1, you're practically out of the tournament.
Yes, so this will be best of 5s, and this will be the last best of 5 series for today. Moving on from tomorrow onwards, it's going to be best of 7s, of which will include a ultimate battle. Once we have the final 8 teams, we'll have a group draw. Moving on to the knockout stage 2, there will be a double elimination stage, meaning there will be lower brackets. Of course, we're going to start the year afresh. 2nd of January, we're going to have the best of 9 with the ultimate battle as well.
If you think BO7 is already long, think about best of 9 on how many heroes you're banned here. So if you go to the 8th game, you're technically banned away 40 heroes each on both sides without including the pick and bans. If you include them, it's gonna be 45 heroes being banned at game 8. So that's just gonna be a crazy one coming in for a best of 9 setting.
Yep, super hard to play, but of course, Ultimate Battle, we love that. We'll see if that's going to happen. But in the meantime, let's take one step at a time. This is what our Challenger's Blessing means. So obviously, we have coined all the teams here into 3 different tiers. If you have a difference in tier, you'll be allowed to choose a Challenger Blessing. 1 tier difference, you get 1 blessing. 2 tier difference, you get 2 different blessings, of which are non-stackable. So let me introduce to you the Chosen Hero. 2 chosen heroes will not be banned or picked by your opponents, and this is also exempt from your team's own global ban pick restrictions. And of course, Following that, we have reset the hero pool, of which even if you've already used it before, you're able to open up that hero again, and this won't be affecting your own team's global ban pick hero pool.
So this gives a lot of incentive to lower tier teams to challenge the stronger ones hypothetically, because you get to use things like the Fatih Dunshan, you get to use things like the Lady Sun Dunshan, or even go for the famous Shisha that has been on a roll and tear so far in the tournament here. So for lower tier teams, it's a blessing or a curse in disguise.
Yeah, because if you get to use the blessing, I think the number one requirement is that you want to win the games, right? So obviously, we hope that the teams will be able to make full use of the challenger's blessing. And I think of all the BO5s today, 3 of them will include the challenger's blessing. Only the last one of the day, where the teams are of the same tier, no challenger's blessing, you have to fight honors 5v5, best of 5.
That's true here. So the first game will feature Alpha Gaming from global teams. The third seed coming in from KIC, going up against Xingxun Pojun, QXPJ if I'm not mistaken here. So a bit of a fun fact. If I'm not mistaken, QXPJ is AG's youth team, where Yulong originally came from.
Yes, so this one actually makes me super excited because he will be playing against maybe familiar faces, not sure about that, but it's definitely going to be a memory for him, right? Coming from that particular stage itself, this is the time for APG, specifically Yulong as well, to prove himself that he has grown from that stage.
But it will be a difficult one. So far, global teams not having the best of times here, because we talk about it. You come from the global server, playing, scrimming there for the full duration, and then having less than about 2 weeks to train for the Chinese KPL server. So the adaptation, not the quickest, but we've seen decent growth thus far. Hopefully we can see Alpha Gaming perform on par against QXPJ later on in this tournament.
I think them really make things clear. I think most of the players do have experience with the heroes, but to play them at a proficiency that is required for professional games such as this, I think that's a little bit of a challenge. In fact, I think little is an understatement. I think it's going to be a challenge for them. So it really is about how fast you can grow. But I think global teams have already said yesterday that they're coming here with the mindset that they're here to learn, experience what it's like to play against the best of the best in the Chinese server as well.
That's true here. So moving on towards the schedule, we have WYG, another team going into against Beijing JDG. So we have a lot of games lined up into the entire series. But of course, let's introduce our first team of the day. It will be coming in as Alpha Gaming, our third global teams qualified for this tournament.
Yeah, represented by Xiang, Yulong, Shishan, Sun, as well as Saber. We've seen them perform on the big stages in KIC 2025. Can they replicate that performance or even outdo themselves in today's matches?
If they can do it, definitely it's gonna be good news all around for global fans here. Of course, they do currently hold the final hopes here, coming in as the remaining global teams thus far for the KIC.
Yes, they came in 3rd place for KIC, and this will be their first ever experience in KCC. Let's take a look at their opponents coming in.
You have the opponents coming in from PJ.Y here, Wu Yan in the Clash lane, Ran Xiang in the jungle, Youzi, Yiyu, and Juexing coming in with the mid farm and roam here. This is another youth team that they will be coming up against Alpha Gaming from the KPL rookies.
So this is really interesting because they are a tier above our KIC representatives here. So I think it's going to be a really hard fight for the side of Alpha Gaming. But this is where they can kind of break through as well. Now, PJ.Y, I think I'm really excited to see what they have to offer as an academy team. And being super youthful as well, we have always asked, tenacity versus experience. I think they have both actually.
I do think they have both, considering how much and how competitive they are in the region of KPL. To look to replace some of the best players coming in from the known teams, I think they will be one of the few players that has been selected out of the maybe millions out of the HOK ecosystem.
Yes, and that's a super crazy stat because millions and you have 5. That is a very, very small percentage. And talking about percentages, I think we might want to try play around the chances. So make a guess. We can be right, we can be wrong. What do you think are the chances for Alpha Gaming today?
30%, 25%, 15%. It's going down. I don't know. I love my alpha gaming friends, but it's not looking good considering the statistics that we were shown coming in against the Nova series, the HBSC series. Yes, they are very good teams in globals here, but I don't think they are ready. And considering the fact that they have to play on a entirely different patch, things are not looking good for APG. For me, if they can get one game, I'm already very happy.
But this is where I feel is the most exciting, right? When people are still looking, okay, what is this quality of alpha gaming? Are they going to be able to shine today, right? Do they have enough proficiency with the different heroes that are available in the Chinese server? So many questions and so many question marks. So I'm curious to see if any of these opportunities can be grasped by the side of alpha gaming.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have to start strong, right? In the BO5 setting itself, we saw how HBSC yesterday, despite them winning game 1 and also LGD, they did tumble 3 games back-to-back against their opponents here. So at the very least, get that game 1 in and then consider to maintain your form going into that best of 5 series, because this is the only BO5 that you're allowed to lose, and after this, you're going home.
Exactly. Now, for those of you that are new here today, did not join us yesterday, it's okay. If anyone loses their best of 5 series today, there is no second chance. There is no second life. You will be eliminated from Challengers Cup. So this is very important for both teams to be able to net the win in this BO5. How they do it doesn't really matter. Whether it's scrappy, whether it's clean, regardless, it's a learning process. So at this point, I am going to bring you back to yesterday. We were talking about the Challengers blessing usage. I feel you should only use it at your last potential game.
But if you win the game 1 or game 1 was close and you bring in Challenger's Blessing at game 2, I feel like it makes a lot of sense, because if you use it at game 3 at a 0-2 downline, how do you choose between the Challenger's Blessing of reset heroes or the chosen heroes, right? If you're 2 tiers down.
I mean, you just, I think you try to exhaust as many options as possible. In that duration, hopefully you don't lose too much, and then you go and find out, okay, what is the best strategy, right? Only after you exhausted, 10 bans, 10 picks, then I feel like that would be the strength for APG to explore against PJ.Y. But at this point, let's see, they have the word break in their name. So for PJ.Y, if they're really too strong for APG, I think, yeah, it's granted that you should use the Challenger's Blessing early.
And in their name itself, right, PJ, it means Portrait. It also means Siege Breaker in the game itself here. So you know they're going to do a lot of damage coming in towards the series.
Oh yeah, for sure. And of course, with that being said, we have seen the highlight clips of Alpha Gaming in KIC, right? The coaches, I think he has been really clear about the direction that Alpha Gaming players should have, what are the timings for the rotations, when to take fights, how to take fights. I'm just curious whether APG can show up today, because PJ.Y, they are no slouch. They are a very strong team.
I like how you bring up the coaching staff as a question here, because Coach Quinn coming in from Alpha Gaming, I know he's one of the best coaches so far in the global scene that's really strict to his players and their craft.
I like it. I think as a coaching staff, it's very important to have a balance, right? You want to be able to allow freedom for your players to be creative in the game, but there are some foundations you still need to lay, like timings you cannot miss, items you must buy, and fights you must take.
And this is the also lower threat showing that they are within 1 tier difference here. So Alpha Gaming coming in as the global teams, they are at tier 3, and KPL rookies for the side of the QJPX, they are on the tier 2 here, the KPL rookies. So for APG, in this series alone, they can use 1 Challenger Blessing for 1 game.
I think, okay, maybe I'm just getting a little bit too far ahead of myself, but I think the chosen heroes will benefit APG a little bit more, because you get to restrict PJ.Y from picking and banning 2 specific heroes, which I think can be a very great strength.
I think that is the correct analogy towards it, because in a BO5 setting, and if you don't go to the full extent, the reset the hero pool chosen blessing is not as beneficial compared to the chosen heroes, because chosen heroes you can play in two ways. One, secure a very strong 1-2 combination like the Dunshan Fatih, like the Dunshan Lady Sun. That's number one. Number two, you pick one confirm pick and remove a confirm ban from the enemy team. So it works on both ways depending on how the coaching staff or the drafter wants to use this specific chosen blessing.
Okay, I like that you mentioned the Tunsan and Fatih combination because it was not working yesterday. I hope today either we get it and have a very strong result from either side, doesn't really matter, or let's just not use it today, right? Find another combination to really show your strength.
Yeah, I mean, that's the case study, right? So far in yesterday's showcases as well, none of the Dunshan Fatih actually played to a full fruition. But hey, maybe today is a different day. Starting off the draft itself, we have APG Quins picking on towards the blue side and on towards the red side. Coach Fang does take it for his team.
Okay, so they get the prio pick side for the side of Alpha Gaming. What does this mean? Do you want to go for like a Rome, like a Dolia, open up the potential Nerta with the Yang Jian? Both of these heroes found pretty good successes yesterday.
Oh yeah, you make a very good point. Especially when yesterday we saw, okay, there's two strats, right? One, you go for the mid lane first pick. Two, you go for the roamer first pick. Like the Haya, like the Cat Boom. The roamer side, you have the Kong Konger, Sulie, or even the Dolia. So it really comes down to what priority that Coach Quins wants to give over to the side of Alpha Gaming.
That's true. And talking about the roamers, I think we have seen yesterday that the roamers play a very critical part of the composition, right? We have seen the setup style where we have the Sulie, we have the Zhenren, they get those multi-man knockups or multi-man stuns, and the team really benefits from that particular opportunity or that chance that they've been given by their roamers. So I'm going to be curious how they're going to try and play this game today. And for those of you that don't understand Chinese, don't worry. This means APG have chosen not to use their Challenger's Blessing. This will be a full-on honest 5v5 in-game, number one.
That's correct here. So potentially saving that Challenger's Blessing into Game 3, Game 2, or even further into the series if they can make it that far. But starting off, the pick and bans here will be higher, removed from the pool here. So this does open stuff like the Yang Jian or the Guan Yu as a potential pickup coming in for Alpha Gaming.
I like this idea, right? We've already seen how the hire was a huge problem for some of the teams yesterday, specifically Clean as the opponent jungler, where he was locked away from those neutral objective takes, couldn't take the 50-50 smite battle, and APG are going to continue that disruption with the Kong Kong ban.
And that's the Cat Boom as well. So strong mids have been removed from the pool. Roamer wise, there is the Master Luban, there is the likes of the other picks that are available here, but APG, they do put priority on towards this pick here.
Alright, okay, they're gonna give the Master Luban a try. I like the idea of this, but there are very big counters. So fast-paced jungling, that's one of the answers, or a direct burst. So this could have opened up the potential thing, but PJ.Y are more confident with the Pei and the Yuan. I like this combination. You have good burst, you have good stun, and you have good sustain as well.
And to talk about the Yuan, right, when you get altered by the Master Luan, you immediately get the bailout with the ultimate here, and a very good pickup thus far coming from Alpha Gaming. A direct counter against the Pei is the Ukyo Tachibana, and also Chicha, one of the top performers in the tournament, has been locked in for the side of APG.
Okay, based on that, I feel like this Chicha needs to be in the farm lane, right? You need someone who's able to sustain in the clash lane, either someone who is able to give you magnificent setup or be very tanky. And I feel that would be a good solution against PJ.Y's draft at this moment.
It also comes down to what is actually left over from the side of the pick and bans, right? Because coming into the second phase, this Chicha still serves as a flex pick. So it really comes down to how PJ.Y and APG strategize their coming bans here.
I mean, I like the ban on the Byron. I think for even our global audiences, they know that the Byron and Pei combination is really scary. But I like this answer from PJ.Y as well, taking away the Meng Tian, who offers both setup control, but also super tankiness on the side of APG's roster. And PJ.Y respond with a very fast-paced mid laner. So I like this. They're already trading blows. Wait, what?
Gao and Fatih here being locked in for the side of Alpha Gaming here, bringing the global flavor. One of Shisan's pocket picks here in Game 1 against PJ.Y.
Okay, I like the idea of this. It's very creative. This will be the first time we see the lyricist in the side of Alpha Gaming. But PJ.Y, they pick up the 时空阵. This is going to be a big problem. When he uses his ultimate, he's going to have anti-CC and he deals damage. He's able to move along with the ultimate as well. So I'm wondering what is this answer that APG are looking for.
The 时空 is a very good pickup here because if you see the team composition coming from PJ.Y, it's really early to mid-game centric here. So adding on the 时空 makes it so that this comp has 3 carries here. The Direnjie, the Pei, and also the 时空, sustaining from early all the way to late game.
Okay, I like the idea, but right now the curiosity for me is how does this early game go? Because I think both teams have a early game centric picks. We have the Gao, we also have the Master Lupan. For PJ.Y, you have the Mai, as well as the Yuhuan and the Pei. So I feel like PJ.Y has the slight advantage, at least in the draft.
Yeah, at least in the draft, we see the mid-jungle synergy. It benefits the side of PJ.Y slightly more compared to the side of Alpha Gaming. But the jungle matchup still slightly favors directly for Yulong. So jungle pressure will be quite important coming in for both of these teams in this Game 1.
You know, to add on to that, I feel like the Sun and Saber combination can be quite scary as well, right? Because Sun can actually just dive like crazy, get his ultimate off, and Saber's able to kind of pull him back from danger.
Oh yeah, the catapult, the stretchy, right? Like the link. You go in and you pull him back almost immediately. But of course, this all is theory here. We want to see how these teams actually perform with the ready draft coming in from both Alpha Gaming on the blue side and also PJ.Y on towards the red side here. This is Game 1 of this best of 5 series here. Losing the series means to immediately go home. There is no second chance.
Yeah, there is no second chance for sure. Now, APG already experiencing the aggression of PJ.Y. You can see that Ranxiang is already putting a lot of pressure onto Saber. But this is very important because you want to be able to get that information check.
Yeah, checking on the jungle here, making sure that there won't be any sort of jungle resource theft here. But Yulong clearing out that wild boar and immediately going in for the mid lane share.
Okay, I like this movement by APG, specifically Yulong. Taking away the tusk boars allows the invade coming in from PJ.Y. But PJ.Y, understand this, straight away go for the spike tail piece.
Yeah, already a very early steal here coming in from the side of PJ.Y. Taking any resources are always favorite here, and Son going super aggressive against Yi in towards the bottom lane.
I'm now also curious about what this Sun gameplay is going to be like. We have seen Sun perform well coming into the later parts of KIC, where he didn't really get too much showtime in the early parts of the season, right? But he has shown that he is pretty consistent. Can he outplay Yi in the bottom side?
I think that's the scary part as well, right, Kin? For someone that hasn't gelled so long for the season, he's been consistently performing better compared to JD in some of these rosters here, but mid lane who immediately gets engaged on.
First blood goes into the hand of Ranxiang as well. Not the ideal situation for APG, but a beautiful start for the side of PJ.Y. Exactly who you need to funnel that kill into.
That execution was just so scary here, dressing with the Spell 2 Mournful Temple Flash. Immediately, Youzi goes in for the Root Engine follow-up here. Very well done coming in from PJ.Y's mid-roam.
And if you take a look at the composition on the side of PJ.Y, you will realize that they have 3 different stuns or 3 different setups, right? You have Youzi in the mid with the Ryu Engine knockup. You also have the Golden Token. For now, they will try. Xiang's gonna make an attempt here to get a little bit of pokes into the side of PJ.Y. And a 4-man ghost sharing movement seems pretty okay for now.
Look at Youzi here, just casually chewing Kashu Sense here, making sure that Xiang doesn't get back to lane that easily here. The damage is just very consistent coming in from PJ.Y's mid lane.
I like this, right? They're showing you how to really maximize your rotations around the map. You don't really have to get a kill. It's about slowing the tempo down on your opponent team. And this then allows PJ.Y to go for this second space right uncontested.
Yeah, uncontested, Goalie slowly but surely falling in the favor of the side of PJ.Y. Almost to a 1000 healthy at this early game mark.
Yeah, I like this a lot, and we'll take a look at how PJ.Y tries to force the advantage, right? It's not just about getting the advantage, it's keeping it and keeping your opponent kind of slowed down and behind at all times.
That's correct here. And so far, this early game has been much more in favor for the side of PJ.Y. Every single rotation, every single trade, even the first blood has fallen into their favors here. And let's check out the real-time predictions here. It's pretty 50-50 coming in from both sides.
Yep. Interesting that it's 50-50 at this point. Feels like APG, they're kind of being stuck on the back foot. They will go for the ultimate. Pool gets it as well. Can they finish the job? One more hit. No attempt finish from the side of APG, which means PJ.Y escape and they get to continue on this financial advantage.
It's a bit of an unfortunate situation coming in for the side of Alpha Gaming here. A bit of a CC miss-up coming in from Yulong. If not, that would have been a very good answer kill prior to that 4th minute mark.
I mean, this is where you start to see about the qualities of the team in the Chinese server, right? You need to be able to finish your combinations. You need to be able to finish your catches. If not, you're giving away free kills. And once again, right, that attempt onto Wu Yan is not going to be working out. So APG is still trying their best to figure out what to do against BYJ.
Well, we can see the focus coming in from both junglers is actually not to go for this Tyrant, but to really just pace themselves in those jungle camps here, make sure that they get sufficient resource here. And looking at the map, it seems much more of a side trade here.
Oh, Saber, he's gonna be taken down for sure. Will not make it out even with the usage of his ultimate to try and escape and pull them back here. And it's gonna be a secondary kill onto Sun. And all of that advantage is going to be added on for the side of PJ.Y. Shishan now attempting a 1v5. Not gonna be able to fight it. Nice knockup. And this is going to be a massacre happening on the side of PJ.Y. Xiang, the last one to stand, as PJ.Y open the T1 in the mid and potentially open up this game.
This game is wide open for PJ.Y's taking here. After that Tyrant buff, they immediately go for the engage on towards Saber, get the kill on towards Shisan and Yulong, and then the mid lane just kaboom, goes open. With that, it's a 3,000 goal lead after 5 minutes here, kid.
Yeah, this is so scary, right? Based off one play, they're able to double, triple the goal lead. This is something that all teams, our global teams, need to start learning as well. How do you maximize the farm in the attempt on team fights?
And the execution, I would say, coming in from PJ.Y is very crystal clean. Like every single move that they do hold.
Yeah, they will try, and with this, they should be able to get dressing here. Nice finish, but the punishment coming in from the side of PJ.Y. You have overextended, overexhausted your resources, and there is still an attempt on the side of PJ.Y to put more pressure. In the meantime, look, they're locking APG at the backs of their base, and PJ.Y has the entire map. Yi now has absolute freedom to explore his own side of the jungle.
And this is not over yet. This is just the start of the snowball that's being committed coming in from PJ.Y. Every single play that they have done so far has led to a landslide here. Every trade is systematically improving for every play that they're committing coming from PJ.Y.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing, right? I think the biggest difference maker here is the ability to make trades, and with the Radiance, they know exactly where Xiang is. They will push him away. And look, they're just making plays all across the map. So not only are they putting pressure, they're also taking neutral objectives. Yulong goes in, tries to get the finishing blow, and with the ultimate, it is going to be Saber getting punished here. First one to fall on the side of APG. They will make a trade. Wu Yan is the first to fall on the side of PJ.Y, but Sun manages to get down Yi. A lack of damage coming in as Yilong will be able to find a secondary and a third kill. It's going to be a nice trade here for the first time. APG get the better of the trade, but they've lost a lot in the map.
A big brawl coming in for this bottom Crimson Golem here. Let's check out the replay here, what exactly went down. Yulong coming in with the first few combos here, getting a damage in here. So we see Wu Yan already diving too deep into enemy territory here, gets focused down. Saber and also Son diving in deep and assassinating Yi Yu in that exchange. And as of this point, it's already much more of a favorable situation for the first time in this series for the side of APG.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing here is about, the timing that they choose to use their flash. In most situations, I think our global players, as they pick up this game, you're kind of overzealous, you're kind of over-anticipating and very scared, right? Anytime you feel a threat, you use that flash super early. But PJ.Y, they're planning their flashes as and when it is necessary. Only then do they find the maximum value of making sure that the flash is able to put APG in a very dire position.
You can really see the use of flash coming in from Dressing as well on this Yu Huan. It's always for those aggressive wrongful tempos to set up ults on the Mai Shunwei for those good rear engines here. So props to this roam player coming in from PJ.Y for being so proactive on this Yu Huan.
Yep, they're layering the stuns really beautifully, right? So even if Juexing gets misses his initial stuns, they still have the knockout from Yuzu. They also have the golden token from Yu to try and make things difficult for the side of APG.
And jumping in Saber though.
Yep, he will have made a mistake here. Gives his life, and the Gao Shishan, he comes in, but it's a little too late. And on the backline, Thunder's Might gonna be used by Wu Yan here. He's gonna try and make life difficult for the side of APG. Sun, he tries to run away. It's not enough. He will be taken down by the side of Juexing as well. And PJ.Y looking so powerful in his game number 1.
That's a bit of a disjointed engage coming in from the side of Alpha Gaming, which get immediately punished by PJ.Y's immediate response. With 3 members down, this might just be game number 1.
Yep, it's looking like the end of game number 1. They can't defend this, and PJ.Y open this game up. First one goes into their hands.
So a dominant performance coming in from the KPL rookies here. Very well played from start to finish. The early aggression, the skill usage, everything was crystal clear here coming in from the rookies.
Yeah, so I like this. This is a great learning lesson for the side of APG. Now, the question back for us then is, does APG start to consider the Challenger's Blessing? Because I think the draft makes a lot of sense, but execution-wise was super difficult against PJ.Y.
I think they do have to consider using the Challenger Blessing. At the very least, if it's not this game, maybe the next game will be your last chance, right? So for them, look into the potential combinations that benefit them. Like Fatih Dunshan is very strong, but execution is always something that we keep talking about. If you don't have the execution, it's really difficult for you to pull off those fancy combinations.
That's true. And I think this really starts with all the different small markers in the game, right? Most of the time when you don't get to take the task balls at the start, or you don't get to go for the buffs, and I feel like there's a lot of things where you kind of close your mind. It's like, oh, there's nothing else to take. But PJ.Y has shown us that actually there are many options available in the jungle, right? You just have to make sure that you know which one to go for that still keeps you safe in that attempt. And I think PJ.Y showed us that initial Spiketail B steal, that was one of the options you can explore as a global player as well.
That's true here. They steal away the initial Spiketail Bs, and then the very fast initiation on towards Shisan, in towards the mid lane. All these are the, I would say, experience in scrims that you translate them into the actual gameplay in the tournament realm itself. So props to PJ.Y. I really love their gameplay. Very crystal clear in terms of execution.
Yes, crystal clear in so many different formats. Number 1, it's also about you fully understand why the combination makes sense, right? The moment that Yu-Huan catches with a stun, you have to follow up by the Maishu Nui, and look at the synergy on the team. Yes, you may not have the best KDA, but the way they funnel every single success into the hands of Ranxiang as the Pei Tigress was so well done that nobody could contest on this Tiger.
And it wasn't really due to the draft difference that we saw from yesterday. It's more on the execution difference on the draft itself, where APG, they had moments of brilliance, but the execution just wasn't there. Like the one in the mid lane where they caught the Pei coming in from the side of PJ.Y, Ranxiang, but he still managed to limp away due to the comboing coming from APG wasn't that successful in their sense.
That's right. I mean, Saber, I think he did try to also make quite a few nice catches, but he didn't have the defensive items to be able to last long enough to make full use of his ultimately powerful storage. So this was a learning lesson for the side of APG. I think they have done pretty well with whatever options they have given themselves. Right now, for PJ.Y, it's, can they keep consistent? And I feel like the answer has to be yes, right?
To be yes, and look at the gold sharing here coming in for the side of PJ.Y. 987 gold per minute. That's almost 1,000 in the 8-minute game.
Yeah, super fast. And this is what's so scary on the side of PJ.Y. At the same time, the control timings. This is something that we always talk about in the global servers. The ability to control your opponents. That is free hits, free damage for you.
And just free rotations all around the gold share coming in from PJ.Y. Every single play that they've committed so far translated into these strong objective values here, straight in towards their pockets here. And a player to really prize about is dressing on this Yu-Huan here. But MVP has to be given over to Ranxiang for that thunderous pay game with a 7-0-2 KDA.
Yep, super clean, super deep cuts. Every movement is calculated. Every kill was guaranteed. That is the difference between a good player and a great player, right? The knowledge that you're going to be able to secure the kill for the team, make it out alive, and start making rotations around the map. He was so adept at making full use of the options given by the team. So when space is created, number one, this one, he gets the first blood, that's beautiful. Second part of the game, when the team is fighting, he's also looking at the neutral objectives. What else can he offer to the team that will give them the benefit as the game goes later?
And these are the fights that we talk about execution, right? Where the decision making coming in from the side of PJ.Y is unified. From Tyrant all the way to the chase in kills and rotation straight towards the mid lane to give 4 back-to-back kills in towards their pockets here. And as of this point, the lead is already humongous coming in from PJ.Y to allow themselves to easily win these team fights.
So I like this a lot because you really get to see about how you should execute your team fights and the positionings. If you take a look at the way that PJ.Y really positioned themselves around the team fights, it was pretty clean, right? There wasn't a full 5-man opportunity for Shishan to maximize his ultimate and his passive as well.
And these are the disjointed fights, right? Where Saber, yes, he goes in for the big engage, but then the other members were not really ready or well informed to go for the follow-up here. So maybe for game 2 for the side of APG is to work on these big team fight moments and the timing of everybody to be more unified.
Yeah, I agree. I think so far the draft that APG has given, I think it's pretty solid, but the execution needs a bit more work. But that's what they're here for, right? Coming into a stronger server, coming against stronger teams, this is your best chance to test your strategies, test your synergy, test your timings, last hits, rotation, camp securing, objective securing, so many different factors and options to look at. And I feel like APG has learned quite a lot in game number 1, but the question is, can they apply it?
Application is always hard, right? It's like studying for a test and going into the exact test already studied for like a week, but then you forget everything. So it's also an interesting one because these players, they don't usually get to play in a stage setting, so that might actually get into their nerves as well.
Fully agree. I mean, it's kind of like you have 100 chapters to learn from, and you don't know which chapters are going to be tested. You know the rough idea of it, like, okay, my jungle will be invaded, my camps will be contested, but how it's going to be contested, when is it going to be contested? These are the things that you don't know for sure, right? And this is where research comes in.
Wait, I didn't know that what kind of test you're taking, but man, 100 chapters for a test is actually a bit crazy here again.
It's okay. 100 heroes.
Okay, fine. That's true. That's true here. But for now, the test for Alpha Gaming is to really stabilize their early game, look to match the tempo here. For the first 4 minutes, aside from the first blood, it was looking pretty decent coming in from the global team. But the moment that 4th minute mark hit and it comes to the first team fight, everything just went haywire for the side of APG. So coming into game 2, they need to do better adjustments against the side of PJ.Y to have more of a chance in this BO5.
I think the first thing that they might want to consider is maybe taking a look at the information sourcing, right? Most of the times when a team fails, because they have given the first blood away, is because they didn't know that this invasion or this attempt was going to come through, right? For sure, Shishan, number 1, he knew that the Yuan was there, did not expect the flash stun. That was the first thing that caught him out.
Oh, that's true. I mean, in a normal setting, you will know that the Yuan is there, but you wouldn't know that Yuan can reach you with the spell 2 stun, and then immediately comes in the cavalry of the Maestro and pay for the follow-up damage. And also, it's good information reading as well, coming in for the side of PJ.Y, acknowledging the fact that, hey, this Gao went frenzy. There's no flash on him, so the moment he gets caught, there's no mobility coming in from this pick.
Yeah, I like this because we're kind of deep diving into the most minute details in HOK, right? And with that, I think that's going to be really interesting. But I'm curious about the mic check for the teams. Let's hear the PJ.Y players as they comms.
我压力给大一点，看我这里准备，我看了，我给个假视野，给个假视野，你看我吗？看不了，我要拉龙，接过来吗？我接到，晕了，一视野，哎，推中兄弟，注意，哎，可以找他，可以，来找他，一视野，死，好杀，中一，来这么中看我呗，哎，看中，慢点，晕了，别越他，他们进了，没事，先把塔推了，可以了，来了，可以了，就是，看橘子，能牛不？没闪。打好，别追，去拿红，下了区一个，别吵。谁没闪现在？吃叉没闪。OK， 吃叉都闪多久？8分半，闪开了。哎，可以了，先打战胜。能牛不？我来了，兄弟。可以打。晕了。看后面，左右线。来，兄弟，往前打。左右线，攻人一波。可以一波。拉回。晕到了。吃叉没闪，跟着追。新六人。
死了，
回来，走线，这橘子，
看橘子，
点了，点了。
I mean, the communication coming in for the side of PJ.Y is actually pretty comfy, I would say. Comfy in the sense where information is always flowing, saying that, hey, can you follow up on this? It's like, nah, I gotta finish this tire end. It's like, can you go now? I got him CC. It's like, okay, I'll come now. So it's like they keep passing information to check on each other whether they can follow on a specific way.
That's true. But at the same time, I think they were kind of anxious as well. Like you could feel the urgency in their voice whenever they were screaming the instructions. So I think they're locking in, right? And which is not the best of news for APG. APG now need to recover, come back into game number 2, and we'll see what kind of drafts they can come up in this second game of our best of 5.
I like how you bring up the point where they seem nervous, because you have to understand as well, they are coined as the KPL rookies. So for rookies, maybe this is one of those few times that they actually get to play on a stage with live audience here at the KPL Esports Center. So for them, it's also a very new experience for PJ.Y.
Yeah, and you only can steal your nerves by going through the actual experience, right? I think that's the main difference here for aspiring professionals and professionals that have not played on a live stage in front of audiences just yet. So this definitely is not just a learning journey for APG, but also for PJ.Y.
Yeah, it's a two-way thing, right? When Honor of Kings Challenger Cup, it's one of those tournaments that feature all teams from all divisions here. Women's tournament, you have the campus tournament, you have the global teams, streamer teams, rookies, KGL, KPL. So there's a lot of division in this team, in this tournament, to be involved in this grand prize of how much? About like what, 500 USD, 500,000?
It's quite a lot of money, right? And I think obviously that is a motivation point for a lot of the teams. But I think as a professional, one of the main things they want to be able to experience is, okay, what are the different styles of opponents I will get, right? How much pressure can my team or the opponents handle?
I think this is always the point of content, right? Where sometimes we talk about scrims. Hey, scrims are always good, but if you cannot convert scrims, Brazilian teams, into the tournament itself, so it's not the easiest ones for the teams itself, right? So every single tournament you play pushes you one step further, even though you lose. So for the side of Alpha Gaming or PJ.Y, it's a good step for them.
Oh, for sure. Both of them have definitely gotten valuable experience, right? At the same time, it's also about, there's this very fine line of testing out your strategies and you know, trying to make sure that you still have a very strong hold over the game. And you need to find this balance, right? Once again, APG, they are still trying to find this balance. They do not use the challenger's blessing.
I like it. They're trying to play fair and square against the side of PJ.Y in Game 2 itself. Not until the very end, they won't use that challenger's blessing here. They're going back to the basics, drafting and playing to their comfort.
Okay, I like this. This is actually, I feel, one of the best ways to learn, right? You want to get an advantage to win a game? Sure. But I think to be able to play against the best, you have to meet them at their standards. So PJ.Y now going to ban out the Haya as well as the Dunshan. And APG, they will take out the Kongkonger and the Master Lupan. So Kaboom is open for the taking. Does PJ.Y go for it? They do.
They indeed do. Like, we view how PJ.Y played in Game 1. Yuzi was a very monstrous of a Maestro and Nui here with those early game pokes and zoning here, so picking up the Kaboom makes a lot of sense. And for APG, they do respond with their own Ogren and also the Sulie here. Very aggressive of a 1-2 pickup here coming in from the side of Alpha Gaming.
I think this is where APG needs to kind of figure out, okay, where do we get the dive from, right? Because one of the ways to break the Kaboom combination is the dive. But PJ.Y, they understand this and they go for the counter, which is the Yang Jian Dolia combination. If you run out of position, the Yang Jian is able to catch you. So APG, I like this answer. Let's play the same kind of game and poke from range.
A very big team fight setup here coming in from both teams. For PJ.Y, you have the Kitty Bombs coming in from Youzi and the strong sustain coming in from Ranxiang. We saw the potential of the Yang Jian being one of these strong fighters with the full damage build here. On towards the flip side, Alpha Gaming, utilizing a lot of the team fight prowess coming in from Saber on the Sulie.
So if we take a look at the options left for both teams, right? There's no Byron, there's no Guan Yu. So the catch potential coming from the Clash laner is going to be diluted. At the same time, APG, they take out the Chicha, Fatih, as well as the Charlotte. So a lot of dive-heavy heroes are not available anymore. And APG, ooh, I like this. They are going to use the Ma Chao, but they have quite a bit of catch potential left on the side of PJ.Y. Who is going to be the one that helps this?
Our first one coming into the board will be the side of the Geya here. One of the top performers coming in from day 3 of KCC. And a common counter into the laning phase will be the Mayin being locked in by Wu Yan towards that Clash lane here. It's a lot of Clash lane priority being removed from the pool here. PJ.Y banning 3 Clash lane. APG banning 3 Clash lanes as well. So that's about 6 Clash laners plus the 2 for global ban pick removed from the pool.
I think Wu Yan here is going to play a very pivotal role for PJ.Y, right? Because if he's able to stop Xiang and able to catch Shishan as well as the mid laner, APG will have a very difficult time trying to go for fights because there's too much burst potential on the side of PJ.Y.
That's true here. So PJ.Y rounding out their draft with a very strong and consistent one in the team fights here. For PJ.Y and also APG, there is only one rule of thumb. It is to win in those big team fights at the large objectives. 4 minute, 8:30, 10 minutes. Those are the important timers here coming in for both teams.
Fully agree. And of course, let's give a shout out. We have a member of our broadcast actually watching live in person. Holler is there.
Oh, he's there? Oh, he's actually there in the screen. Oh, I didn't know he was in China though.
Well, he is. And so he is going to be our representative coming into the Chinese servers here, taking a look at the event live. And at the same time, now, this is where we will start to see the battlefield start to split. Because PJ.Y now, if they win this is series point for them.
Now, for me, Ken, I do favor the side of PJ.Y's draft more. I do think that it's easier to play, easier to execute in team fights, but what do you think about this?
I actually like the concept of APG's draft, but my concern is how's the execution? Because PJ.Y has already shown us that they can execute at a very high level. Can Alpha Gaming match it?
I think they certainly have to if they want to, in hopes of equalizing this BO5 series here. Currently is the scoreline, PJ.Y leading the charge with a 1-0 healthy against APG coming in from the global teams.
So we'll take a look at how they're going to try and play this around, right? Same issue, same question posted by PJ.Y, right? Can you handle the invasions coming in? If you can't, then it's going to be the same story, I believe.
Oh, a bit of a lane swap as well coming in from the laners here for side of PJ.Y. Already a bit of a poke here being sent down to Yulong's health bar here, ushering him back to his own jungle.
I like the idea of this, right? Number one, putting pressure onto Yulong as the Ogren. He's supposed to be this early game monster, but if you slow him down, keep him in check, then you kind of manage your own timings. But at the same time, this lane swap you're talking about, it's very beneficial for Yu at this point.
I think so as well, right? Because you want Yu to get a very comfortable laning phase here, but Son going down so low!
Oh, first blood, of course, will be going to the side of PJ.Y. We don't need to take the resources, we take the lives.
Yeah, Yozi is just a menace as of this point in the mid roll here, just casually bursting down Son, forcing down both the flashes coming in from both the Long and also the Su Lie here. Already a big win coming in from PJ.Y.
And this is a very painful win, because if you take a look at what's happening, even though they're trying to hold the lane, Saber that is, so that his farm laner can come across and get that EXP that he's missing, potentially missing out on, they've already taken the Firehawk at the bottom. So once again, PJ.Y, they get an advantage.
Yeah, through a lane swap at the maximum potential, right? You already allow Wu Yan to be on the receiving end, but due to the fact that Yozi provided such a good rotation, this just elevated the pressure on the shoulders coming in from the Clash lane of the side of PJ.Y.
Yeah, and PJ.Y timed this really well, right? So they also hold the lane in the mid lane so that the three members, Yozi, Ranxiang as well as Juexing, are able to gold share and EXP share in the mid lane with all the minions. They don't really miss out too much.
Yeah, it's very important, right? You need the Clash lane, you need the jungle, roamer, and mid lane to simultaneously clear the wave to enjoy the last hit here. But you can see more of the pressure here being generated coming in from both teams, really prioritizing the mid push here.
But this is also where I like the draft of APG. They can actually hold their own against PJ.Y. But the execution, as you can see, now is being made difficult because they have actually slowed down Sun in this farm lane from PJ.Y. So this is going to be a very hard game to recover for APG.
Yeah, not the greatest of the news here for Sun. If especially you're on alone, you need so many items to actually progress in this game, because Long in Chinese KPL server, he's severely nerfed. One Fire Palm combo doesn't really kill off the enemy.
Yeah, and this is also why it's very important for the farm. Now, they will get a catch. Can they finish this job? It's not looking too good for now, but the backup is coming. His ultimate has been reset. They jump in, and PJ.Y, they might be the first ones to get the first blood. Yulong trying to sustain, managing to hold off the aggression, only because they have 4 members rather than the 3 on the side of PJ.Y.
You can see the confidence coming in for the side of PJ.Y, doing a 3v4 and still forcing superior health bars against their opponents here. They are really in control of this game by themselves.
Yeah, so we really have to pay attention to this, right? And I like the fact that Yutsu is also holding the lane. Look, they consistently do this so they can share that gold and EXP with their jungler, which helps to really propel the growth of Ranxiang.
Yep, that is the gold sharing mechanic that we talk about in HOK, right? You want to be giving every single source of gold, and that's another kill going over to the Youzi Cat Boom here, already securing that venomous stuff. What an absolute menace on the Cat Boom.
Yeah, this guy, he has a instant delete button. That is the scary thing, and why he's one of the most meta heroes in KPL as well. Now Saber, he might have to give away his first life, uses his ultimate, does not catch anyone. The support does come through. No, will be stopped for the time being. But this means PJ.Y get this first Tyrant for free.
Yeah, free pokes on towards Saber, free Tyrant, and right now, access towards the enemy jungle will be invited by the side of PJ.Y directly against this, and they do not steal it away. They do not.
Yeah, that was a little bit close, right? At this point, Yulong, I can feel the nerves. I can feel the pressure mounting in from the side of PJ.Y, and this is a very strong start for the side of PJ.Y. They already have secured a 1,000 gold lead at this 4.5 minute mark. Is it going to be a 1k GPM? Not really, but still, pressure is high coming in from PJ.Y.
Now, to give a bit of good news to the side of Alpha Gaming, at the very least, this game wasn't like the last game where after the Tyrant, the game just completely went over. It's still a much more slower pacing coming in for the side of PJ.Y.
Yep, it's manageable, alright? I think that's the word we're looking for, but manageable does not mean there's a very high chance of a comeback. This one requires APG to make all the right moves all the time, at least for the next 5 minutes.
The next 5 minutes, it's on paper easy, but execution-wise, I think it's really difficult. Check out what is PJ.Y doing. Casually cutting the waves in between 2 turrets, forcing Xiang to back away towards safety here. That's a tier 2 that will be going in favor, and also Xiang, another kill.
Yeah, this one is just a recognition of how much power they have on their hands. Once again, Yulong gets caught out, forced to use his movements, and he will try to make his way out of the trouble. But the mid T1 now under pressure, T2 at the top as well, taken by the side of PJ.Y, even when there are no members there, making the minions work for them.
But then 6 seconds will be the respawn time coming in for this Crimson Golem here. What's the call here, APG? You don't really have sufficient spells to really deal for this.
Well, I like the idea of this, right? So APG is showing you what you need to do. When you are behind and you need to secure a buff, you need to bring everyone across. Numbers do matter, even if you're behind on farm.
Yeah, you need the numbers game, right, to play around these objectives. At the very least, secure the buff into the pockets of Yulong. And Yulong, going for a very aggressive Ogren build, that's a full damage Ogren.
Oh, they actually get the steal. Not ID Ranxiang here. They will start the fight. Saber's falling low. First life might have to be given here. Uses the flash to get out. Will take a fall. Meantime, the support from the side of PJ.Y is around. They choose to back off. Here comes the dive. Can they get the finishing blow? Sundo has been taken out solo by Youzi, and this is not ideal. Yulong, he cannot go in further. This has to be his life here. Being taken away. Flash just as a measure to show him how far ahead PJ.Y are at.
They are just outclassing Alpha Gaming in every single skirmish. They're 6-0 in score right now, almost a 3,000 goal lead. But let's check out the replay here. So Doc going in, getting that spine on towards the Azure Golem here. Saber gets caught into a very difficult situation, has to force out the passive here. But take a look at Son here. He wanted to go for the flash assassination on towards the Goya, but gets immediately stopped by Youzi on the Cat Boom bounce.
The idea was kind of wonky. I mean, the execution was a little bit more difficult because he got mini stunned by the jump on the Cat Boom as well. So struggling quite a bit, and you know what, at this point Yilong, he will be able to make it out safely, but the rest of the team might not. Saber takes another fall as PJ.Y, they don't even have to commit too much, they just use a refresh for Ranxiang's ultimate. At the same time, T3 at the top being put under pressure, T1 in the mid should be a guarantee for the side of PJ.Y.
Usually when we watch KPL games, it's a slow burn here. This is not a slow burn. This is a direct chokehold on the shorts coming in from APG. Every single play is pushing the game even to the hands of PJ.Y in closing out this game in the next few minutes.
Which is beautiful, right? So PJ.Y is actually showing you what the so-called quote-unquote correct moves are, especially when you have the advantage. Many a times we know how teams can get the advantage, but in the global servers for now, the teams are still unaware about how to keep that advantage and keep the growth going. So PJ.Y is just showing us exactly how you should do that.
Which is very masterful here. Every global team should really learn to play like this. But so far, stress is amounting for the APG side because every single outer tower is no longer present here coming in this game too.
Yeah, PJ.Y makes it look so easy, right? I mean, the concept's pretty clear. Just push them away, get the backdoor protection off, and then you're able to get those free hits on your T3s at this point. Exactly what they do, they burst down Yulong as well, and this is looking like the start of the end for the side of the APG. Saber might have to take a fall, first life gone, but they don't really care about that. They want the T3, and with that, PJ.Y with a 5,000 gold lead. Xiang, he's trying his best to dilute and delay the inevitable at this point. But APG, you have to be clear, they are struggling.
They are not just struggling here, they are actually in a very difficult situation right now. A lot of the resources has been removed from the pool, and in about 5 seconds, that Crimson Golem will be the next target here for the side of PJ.Y.
I mean, I like the answer that APG was trying to go for, right? Which was to take the Shadow Overlord and try to clear one wave of minions and really just make sure that the attacking prowess isn't as strong. But for now, PJ.Y, they're very far ahead. It's 5,000 gold ahead in their markers, and Ranxiang's already level of 13. So he has a level advantage, giving him more damage against the likes of APG.
And it's not even at a 10th minute mark right now. With the mid-tier 3 being down, that's going to be a lot of vision given over to the side of PJ.Y to really invade these jungles with ease and go for those big objectives like the Shadow, Tyrant, or Overlord that will be spawning in just 3 seconds.
Oh wait, that was not even a Shadow Overlord. Okay, so APG now, it's gonna get more difficult from this point on. They're going for the double objective take. PJ.Y, that is, working on both the Shadow Overlord as well as the Shadow Tyrant. They are gonna abandon the Shadow Tyrant for now. So APG looking for an opening.
Yeah, APG popping the Howl here. Not able to get any sort of value here. Yulong, once again, being poked so dangerously low by Yozon, the cap boom here, has to pack for passing towards safety.
Yeah, he's meant to be the tank, but when your tank is not able to do his job here, then, you know, PJ.Y is gonna have a field time.
Yeah, as of this point, right, I don't really see an angle where APG can really make it back towards this game only unless Saber finds a 5-man ultimate.
Easier said than done. And even if he does, even if he does, I don't think they have enough damage on the side of APG, right? Everyone is trailing in terms of levels, which is a handicap already, and then they don't really have the itemization to be able to fight. 5k gold difference is pretty significant here.
Yeah, that's the concerning part coming in from Alpha Gaming. And with PJ.Y taking both the Shadow objectives here right now, they are gearing up for the potential final push in the base of APG. 36.7k against 31.3, a 6,000 healthy gold lead from the KPL rookies, but the engage comes through.
Yep, they give it a try, but with that escape, it is going to be safe and sound for the side of Wu Yan here. Now, they will force out the Infinite Vassals from the side of Sun, and still, look, they committed so many things, did not find a single life on the side of PJ.Y, and this is not ideal because the next fight is coming really soon before the ultimates are going to come off cooldown.
Very fast reaction speed as well here coming in from Wu Yan. The way that he reacted towards the play was really clean in escaping and baiting out Sun to use the Infinite Vassal and flash.
Yeah, very nice catch. Pushing Saber away as well, and right now with the Shadow Overlord, PJ.Y can definitely end this game. All they have to do is to get rid of Shishan, who is so low, manages to just step away. Xiang looking for a backline entrance, but he's going to be stopped here. And with that, no more backdoor protection. PJ.Y are looking for the finish on the game. They will be able to get it, and APG suffer their second loss as PJ.Y are now at series point.
Very dominating finisher coming in from the side of PJ.Y. A perfect game, not dropping any single kill against their counterparts here, Alpha Gaming here. A very tough one to swallow if you're on the side of APG.
But valuable lesson nonetheless, right? That this is exactly what we want to see. Of course, with that being said, we'll take a look at APG as we take a look at their
好的，那我们
interview.
也是突击采访到了 Saber， 上一次跟你见面也在菲律宾哈，那这几天在中国怎么样？感觉还适应吗？
感觉还是不太适应吧，感觉。
可能在哪些方面觉得感觉不太好呢？可能。
可能就是体系方面的情况吧。
那今天的话，跟他们交手前2局下来的话，跟预期会有什么不一样的地方吗？
感觉就对面可能压力给的比较足，然后我们可能就还手的比较难嘛。
那有什么想跟队友们一起交流沟通一下的吗？
一起加油吧，然后尽量就是可以打得更好一点。
好的，那也期待你们的表现，加油加油！好，快去准备吧。
So that was a quick interview coming in from Linger and also the side of Saber from the side of Alpha Gaming here. So he did mention that they're not really used to the compositions and the meta coming in for the side of the Chinese patch. And also, they did mention that they will try their absolute best to deliver their best performance in the next game.
I think it's to be expected, right? APG coming in 3rd seed from the side of MKL, 3rd seed from the side of KIC. This is definitely a valuable learning lesson. And I mean, this is a very tough test. This is one that you did not have enough time to study for. And right away, you're being put in the final year exam here against PJ.Y.
It's one of those final year exams that you scratch your head and be like, oh, this is the given study material, ABC. But in the end, it came out as algebra and all the difficult calculus that you can't really actually solve, you know? So totally understand coming in from the global team's perspective. But man, what a performance so far coming in from the side of PJ.Y.
Yeah, this is childhood nostalgia, not the better kind for us. But with that, I think we take a look, because the way that PJ.Y played this game really shows you how to, number one, gain the advantage, but then after that, hold the advantage and assert your dominance across the map. The different plays they were making were not about looking for kills, it's about controlling the position of the gorge, of which then APG found themselves in a very tight corner.
And the person who really controlled the gorge in that early game was definitely Youzi on that Kaboom here. He was an absolute destruction of a tempo here, going everywhere and picking up kills, picking up resources for his team, chunking down members coming in on the side of APG.
Yep, and you know, one of the things that we talk about for the Ma Chao is about the control, right? But another option to explore is actually just absolute damage. And this was where both the mid lane Cat Boom as well as the Gerya pick really made the world's difference, especially when they had the gold lead and the itemization lead as well.
It's not definitely an easiest task here, especially if you see all the lane matchups. For the side of PJ.Y, they play it very masterfully, where even after the lane swap, it benefited PJ.Y even more.
Yes, very much so, right? The amount of invades coming in by the side of Ranxiang was so painful, not because he came to invade and put pressure, but because he got the successful invade 7 times over the singular time that was attempted by the side of Yulong here.
And check out Youzi's stats here, 5-0 and 5 on towards the Cat Boom here. Having so much pressure in that early game, just casually running across the gorge, making plays fall in favor for the side of PJ.Y. My personal MVP, it has to be this Cat Boom player.
Yes, securing the first blood against the likes of Sun, and then continually using the kit, the strength of this kit, which is long range poke, right? Consistent damage, you're always in a safe spot, and you choose when to dive with your second skill as well. Very apt and very clean gameplay. This is something that we definitely can learn from.
Yeah, and also, this gives expectation for the global audience here, waiting for Cat Boom and all these new heroes to be released into the global patch, because you saw the full extent of the Cat Boom. That's how aggressive the hero is.
Yes, and with that, we're going to take a look at our MVP. Like you said, it is your personal, but it's also our MVP, Youzi here, coming in with the Cat Boom. 90% of the teamfight participation was joined by this guy, netting himself 505. What a player.
He was just the man of the game itself. Every single early game tempo, he was bringing it for his team, which led to the mid game that you talk about here. Ranxiang going in for those aggressive jungle invasions here. You check out these plays here. Check out Yulong's health bar. Ranxiang goes in with the help of Youzi's damage and laying the foundation for that second kill.
Yeah, using the jump as well, very useful skill here. And I think just understanding the power spike levels, right? Ran Xiang knew exactly what is required to take the life of Xiang, did that really well. And even in this situation, I think there was a little bit of anxiousness coming from the side of APG, where Sun made a mistake here, gets caught out by Yuzi, and straight away they run out of damage.
And this is the, what do you call, experience gap between the KPL rookies and also the global teams. The way they team fight, the way they escalate the situation is just very different from our global teams.
Yeah, and this is a great learning lesson for us, right? Understanding about where these different lines are in terms of making sure aggression is going to be there, but safety is still guaranteed for your team.
But of course, these are learning experiences coming in for side Alpha Gaming here. Not the best performance that we will say so far, but yet another global team might be facing elimination here. Our final one going up against PJ.Y. This might just be the next upcoming game, the final one that the global teams will be playing here in the KCC.
You know what would be funny? If APG just completely ignores the Challenger Blessing, don't even use it for game number 3. They want to go like, okay, I want to experience the full force of PJ.Y. I'm going to learn and maximize my chance for learning.
Will you call it arrogant or will you call it playing fair or square?
I think I would see it as playing fair and square, right? If I were to learn from the best, I would not want to have a handicap. I want to experience the full force, the full strength. Then we really get to see, okay, what are the gaps we have as a team, as a player, and as a coach. And this is where you will get that insane growth. Of course, if you continually work on it, of course.
Oh, that's actually a very valid point here. So even if they bow out with respect coming in from the audiences, coming in from the Chinese or global region here. But of course, they're not considered out yet. We still want to see more of improvement here. It sort of reminds me of the Nova series in Day 2, where Game 1, absolute slaughter. Game 2, slightly delayed the game. So can they do even better in Game 3 is what I want to see here coming in from Alpha Gaming.
Okay, this probably is a dream, but the reverse sweep is still possible. We'll see. There's going to be something that is going to be explored by the side of Alpha Gaming. For now, it's looking pretty certain what the fates of APG will be, but there is still one more game to go. Anything can happen.
Yeah, anything can happen. It's the world of competitive esports. If you put your guard down, you might be caught in a bit of a sticky situation. Might be getting an uppercut through your chin.
I'm just curious how Yulong is feeling right now, right? Having come from this academy himself, what is this learning process for him? And what does that mean for the other players on the side of APG as well?
I do see smiles and also not so stressful faces on the side of their APG squad, where today's result might be more of an expected one. Because if you do check out the voice comms coming in from some of the teams, which is Nova Esports, they did mention always, when you win, it's a profit. When you lose, you're still here for the tournament, you know?
Yeah, at the same time, it's also kind of like, I think it's really good advice and really good knowledge. Now you really get to see, and the mistakes are staring in your face. This needs to be fixed. And once they fix that, going into next year of Honor of Kings for the global side, then I think we have just created 3 brand new, even stronger monsters.
And that's a very good news here coming in for the MKL region here, because all 3 teams does in fact come from the global teams from the direct MKL region. So for them, it will be a very good learning experience here. But of course, let's not count them out. Let's do a bit of a more hope here into Alpha Gaming coming into this Game 3.
For sure. I mean, there's so many people watching right now. We also have all the different coaches from the global scene watching. But first, let's hear the mic check on the side of PJ.Y. Are they more calm and confident in this particular second game, or is it the same?
这波蓝区可以打，那个苏迪 miss， 苏迪 miss， 苏迪 miss。
蓝心草，蓝心
跟我够，
心草，心草，
跟我够。哎，交拉了，欧影交拉了，来，继续，
打苏烈，打苏烈。
跟我往前，跟我往前，
注意啊，注意，别，拉回来，往前不了了，拉回来，
往前不了了，往前接了，把下线接了，
接我，还要打我，
接他，
熬赢，
哎，来，往前打，靠，
思密，有思密有人吗？
思密能来早说，我能够，晕了，来，给我，
接飞，死，一次越，好杀，
是，推动，扫下了，推动，漏人了，兄弟可以看越，来，我越，
可以看5秒大，有心章吗？
没有，跟我，有双大，哎。 跟我，有点没蓝了，兄弟。
没事，就是苏烈，打
够了，把炮开了，把中墙点开龙了，
收野，没闪了，苏烈，
上线还在，
上线
赢了，来跟我， 有收纳有收纳，
马上看一下，马上看一下，刷了刷了刷了，跟我跟我跟我。
All right, that was a much clearer difference this time, right? A lot more calm, a lot more composed, and I think PJ.Y have already found their strides, right? So right now it's about APG. What else can you force out of your mentor at this stage for the potential final game?
It's about the first game jitters, right? We saw people cracking their voice coming in for the side of PJ.Y, and coming to game 2 is more focused on in-game communications, where it's still the same thing. In game 1, they were just saying to each other like, hey, can we do this? Can we do that? Are we able to team fight? And in game 2, you saw the fact that I would like the play coming in from the Azure Golem invade. The first thing that they say is like, hey, there's no vision of Su yet, so be careful when you go in. So that's the information being passed over. So when you hear that as carry, you'll be like, oh, I gotta be more careful from the bushes here. So I don't want to face check instead of my team.
Yeah, I like it a lot because this also shows you the restraint that the teams have. And I think understanding what the restraint is going to be needed, especially in team fights, knowing not to over-aggress. That's a trait that the global teams can definitely learn from. We're going to get a sub in. Juesing is going to be taken out from the roam role. Let's see what else they have to offer on the side of PJ.Y, because APG, they need to learn from this ASAP.
Yeah, Lia FF will be the substitution here coming in for the roamer role, getting some of the on-stage experience here in this potential final game against the global team known as Alpha Gaming. So surprised to see what kind of other magic that they will be bringing for the side of PJ.Y.
Right, we'll see what this is like. I think this has been a great learning experience, a painful one still for the side of APG, and I think we have one more subs coming in.
So one more player sub, it will be Yu Yi coming in instead of the farm lane role. That will be changed up with Hai Lin here in the farm lane.
That is really curious. Now, if APG has a chance to win, I feel like this would be their chance because they're putting in their sub players. Maybe APG finds a better result.
That is something we could all hope for here coming into this game tree, because we need the side of Alpha Gaming to at least put on a decent performance to showcase their capability as the third seed coming in from the invited global teams.
Actually, regardless of what the result is going to be, I feel like I'm pretty proud of APG already, right? Coming from the global servers, the drafts have been pretty solid. The execution, of course, is where the growth needs to happen. But in terms of how things are running in the game, I think APG can be proud about the standards they have kept. They just need to get stronger. That's about it.
I think we always say the fact that, yes, patch is different, but the baseline of the gameplay is still very similar. How you move as a team, how you put on the team fights, those are still similar, even if you're playing global or Chinese patch here. But hey, Challenger's Blessing will be implemented here for this game number 3.
Alright, so they will. I'm curious about which one they will choose. Is it going to be, yes, the chosen heroes? So meaning that Dunshan and the Master Lupan cannot be picked or banned from the side of PJ.Y, which means APG should be able to secure this, right?
So I do think that they might be playing more towards the side of the Dunshan in... Wait, hold on a moment. Yeah, they will be playing more to the Master Luban number 7 in this case, right?
I mean, they've already used the Master Lupan, and it's not a reset, so I don't think they get to use it.
They get to use it because if you read the rule, you are exempted from the GPP rules here. So whichever that they use in game 1 with the Master Luban, if it's the chosen hero, you get to use it again when you choose it as the chosen one with Challenger's Blessing.
Yeah, but right now PJ.Y says no, you don't get to use it because they take out the Luban number 7. So we'll see what that is going to be like. PJ.Y, they pick up the Byron first. Great answer. They have already used the pay, but there's still so many early game heroes that is available. APG, they go for the slightly different style, but meta picks Guan Yu as well as the captain.
Yeah, much more aggressive setup here coming in from APG. They're done with playing the traditional Chinese KPL style. They want to bring in the global teamfight style against the PJ.Y rookie teams here. So APG, do they pick up the lady soon here on the third pick to complement the potential pickup of the Dunshan?
I mean, if you have a Xiao Qiao who is known as the one-hit wonder, then I think a Zhenren and Lady Sun combination would be great. But I feel like PJ.Y will definitely ban that out here.
Yeah, it will be one of the two ban lists here coming in for the second phase here. And APG starting off the ban with the Organ that they have expended in game number 2.
We'll see. We're heading into the second phase of bans here. The tank junglers will be taken out because that is exactly what both teams want. A front-facing shield to be able to open up the map. Now with that, APG, I think they might consider picking up the Kaiser here, or I don't think the Menki is going to be useful at this point.
Menki is a rare one, right? So I don't think Menki... Hey, actually, if all the tank junglers have been removed from the pool, you will slowly but surely go down to the list of the Dun Monkey that may be coming up for the spotlight here for APG.
But the Dun, I mean, we've seen it yesterday. Did it impress? Not really. But you know, PJ.Y saves us that argument. Not gonna have. And we have the Arta. Okay, APG. That is a one huge tank. How does Yulong do on this Arta? That's the big one here.
It's a very strong early setup here, especially paired up with the Cap Boom. You already have a strong mid jungle to go for those early game aggression here. But the PJ.Y, they answer back with a Fade and Zhangfei of their own to play for that mid to late game hardened Jade Seal marker. And in the Chinese server, the ultimate is not a guaranteed steal. You can still outsmite the Fade even if the Jade mark has been sealed.
Yeah, but the kills, that one is the most important, right? It's a direct counter on the Arta pick because Arta can play with really low health. But with the hardened Jade mark, you execute this Yulong Arta immediately once he goes below 1/8 of his health.
That depends on how well they actually fight later on here. But a very good point to showcase here is PJ.Y drafting a very, I would say, brawl-heavy composition to complement APG's similar style here. So if Game 1 and Game 2 was an absolute slaughter coming from PJ.Y, this is going to be a sloppy one coming from both teams.
Alright, I need to ask you this. Would you have preferred the Tunshan or would you prefer the Zhenren for APG?
I think for the added mobility against so many engage, Tunshan might be a pretty good pickup here coming from APG.
Okay, this is just for me, personal nature, I like to take more risks. I would rather have the Zhenren here. I feel like that would have been a potential turnaround composition. But Tunshan is a fantastic pick. I want to see how Saber does on this hero.
Well, for them, this might be their final game in the KCC here. They better bring their A game in towards this game number 3. With this lineup drafted in hand, it's gonna be a lot of fights happening across the Gorge, especially between the mid and jungle.
Okay, we'll see. I'm super curious about... This is a skill matchup, especially for the junglers, right? How do you play around with the life bars? How do you play around with the cooldowns on your ultimate, right? Cooldown for ultimate for Ranxiang, your life bars for the side of Yulong. Because if you get the successful kill on either side, you essentially secure big wins for your team.
Once you take out the jungle, it will be an added advantage here coming in for either teams. And so with that in mind, let's do invite game 3 coming in for PJ.Y against Alpha Gaming here.
Yeah, we say this a lot of times, right? Backs against the wall. APG, this one really is the epitome of backs against the wall. You lose this, you go home. PJ.Y, they want to end this with no blemishes.
But do you think that Highland and also Leah FF, once they join in at Game 3 itself, do you think the Game 1 jitter actually affects them? Because this is their first game on stage.
I definitely would think so, right? Because if the coach puts you in, he expects a performance. And even though this is the potential last game for the side of Alpha Gaming, you don't want to disappoint.
And Engage is coming as well, coming in for the side of APG. So a much better early game planning to put pressure on towards Ranxiang in the jungle department.
I like this a lot, right? The multi-man rotation, APG is working on making sure they get maximum value out of the rotations. Now Xiang here, I think he might want to try and reset the buff.
Ooh,
oh, okay, he does it. Nice.
Okay, very good pickup here coming in from APG. At the very least, this early game looks more comfortable for the side of APG's Clash laner here.
Yeah, and a lot of people will question why are they leaving that mid lane open, right? This is number 1 so that the junglers can take advantage of the waves. At the same time, if you miss the waves, you kind of cut down the growth of EXP here. I like this movement by Yulong as well as Shishan. They should be able to get this mid wave in advantage for themselves.
Yeah, plus fact for the side of PJ.Y, to leave open the entire wave for the side of the Fade, it accelerates the growth of such a strong jungle assassin here. Usually jungle assassins need to be paired up with a bit of a utility mage to give up some of the farm so you can accelerate that itemization.
Yeah, and I like this immediate transfer and TP from the side of the face. So Ranxiang doing well to put pressure, slows down the rotational speed of APG. Even if it's just for a little bit, it could be the difference maker.
But so far in towards the early game here, already a much more controlled one for APG. At least for now, they do in fact get the lead in towards their pocket.
Okay, Yulong, he will start. They might get the catcher. Very nice. The life bars are low though. No, this is going to be first blood going to the side of PJ.Y. As Saber and Yulong, both of them are taken out, and now there is no more tanking available for the side of APG. They have to deal with the consequences of their choices.
Yeah, beautiful roam coming in for the side of Wu Yan here. He arrived to fight early, found the Flash Storm Strike on towards 2, which allowed Ranxiang to get that burst damage in and executing 2 back-to-back kills in towards his pockets.
Right, so let's go back to your question. Do you think the nerves have played a part?
Don't think so here because it's still Wu Yan and Ranxiang here, but take a look at this replay here. Without the rotation coming in for the side of the Clash thing coming in from the Byron, this play wouldn't have been looking so good for the side of PJ.Y.
Exactly, the rotations coming in. I think this is the main difference, right? Understanding what is available for the team fights and maximizing all of the kits available. This was the difference maker for the side of PJ.Y so far in this first big exchange.
The exchange needs to be much more aggressive coming in for the side of Alpha Gaming here, because if they start to be on the aggressive end, the lead is just going to be slowly but surely funneled into the pockets of PJ.Y.
Yeah, and this was a situation that was already not as difficult for the side of APG because PJ.Y, I think LeFF did not even use his Unbridled Outburst. So that is going to be a huge issue later.
I think it was like level 3 at that point, so yeah, he couldn't really use the Unbridled Outburst. But that just shows you why Wu Yan's roam coming down for that play was just so darn important here. Without that, potentially that fight could have dragged longer into the favor of APG thanks to the Ata healing here on the side of UL.
Okay, I want to point out this difficult situation that APG might find themselves in, which is the initiation. How do you get the initiation here? You require Xiang to get the Razor Cavalry.
I think it's Yulo on the front and Xiang on towards the back, then Saber playing the peel role here. But you can see the advantage that PJ.Y has already generated really doesn't allow APG to play these team fights.
Yeah, they can't. They're just locking and pushing Saber back at this point. They don't even, like, this is one difference maker that I feel is so valuable to learn from the side of the Chinese region. They don't go for the kills unless it's a guarantee. End of the day, they're just slowing you down so they have more access to the rest of the map.
It's very mathematical, right? Like, hey, do I want to spend so much spells on a kill like the roam? It's like, nah, I don't want to because it doesn't damage their economy earning here. So they get the poke, they're done, and then they go back for their buffs, and then they revisit you on the next objective.
Okay, but this behavior, exactly what APG needs to do. Make sure you get as many steals on those neutral camps as well to make sure that you are able to sustain that gold rush. And for now, APG putting a lot of attention on the bot side. PJ.Y, you know, at this point, I don't think they're phased.
They're not phased as of this point. They're just like taking it chill, playing their own game here, finding the next big engage. But APG holding on strong, only a 1,000 deficit for the global team thus far.
At the moment, because if you take a look at the highest gold now, is Ranxiang, close to 4,500 flash coming in as well. Shishan forced to run away. They get the gold ship down. Can they finish the kill? They need more support. It's not gonna be enough, and looks like Saber will be the next victim. He gets away, and Yuzi is the first to fall in this exchange. APG, well done. What more can they find?
Yeah, a very big of an overplay here coming in for the side of Youzi here. Does get caught by the ghost ship and then executed within the walls. Look at the rotation here. Xiang might be catching out Hyland.
Oh, the flash!
Shicha.
Oh, they caught him, Xiang! Even if the flash, there will be room created in APG. This is the kind of performance we've been waiting for. But now, 1v3, Yulong playing the same kind of cards, just pulling the attention of the PJ.Y players so that Shishan can make that split push in the mid, and APG can secure this T1 at the bottom.
Yeah, much more easier game so far coming in for that APG. You can see the jitters coming in from Highland, also the FF here. Not the best performance compared to the original subs on the roster.
Okay, I think, you know, we have gotten different answers at different times. It feels like sometimes the subs are feeling it, sometimes they're not. In this particular case, PJ.Y was not feeling it.
I mean, it's still in the early game, right? We do see an engage coming in for the side of Yulong, forcing Youzi to bait out that ultimate here on the Xiao Xiao.
Right, so what needs to happen here? That's the biggest thing. APG, I think they've taken pretty good fights, but this rotations, what needs to happen?
For APG is to make sure that Son hits that 3-item power spike and then play the team fight accordingly here. But so far, it's still a very slow phase in the mid game. This is where the double clash thing coming in from PJ.Y starts to come online.
Yeah, and actually, if you take a look at Yulong has been finding those very nice catches. Nice! From the back as well. Unbridled Outburst, they make that initial cut onto Saber. He's going to be taken down. Not a lot of tankiness left on the side of APG. But still, they aggress. And APG, even though they lost their one roam, they will be able to survive the rest of the onslaught. Makes it out safely. They get to defend their T2, but they had to lose the T1 in the process.
That was a very good snipe of the Unbridled Outburst coming in from Lee FF on the hands of Saber here. CC chaining game, making sure that this Gunshan isn't able to press any single spell here. Has the redemption, has the flash, has the shield as well. So he was just locked down for no reactive play.
So at this point, like, does Yulong want to expand his ghost ship early? Or does he want to wait for a later part of the fight to do it?
For now, it's more of the value, right? If we can get the shield early though, but Xiang,
no way.
and execute it here. So back to your question here. Okay, my thinking of the redemption, you use it early so you don't get poked down. So you still have the actual HP bars.
That's true. And I feel like Yulong needs to place a maximum usage of the passive when his normal attack is enhanced, right? He needs to pull them towards the wall. The ghost ship timing, I feel it's good. Right now, they will be able to stop the wave from coming in, but still, backdoor protection is not available. They get the stun in as well. Yulong falling low, will not be able to survive this instant secure, and PJ.Y, they make a mistake, but they come back strong.
I start to understand the composition here coming in for the side of PJ.Y. Highland onto Chicha here, pseudo marksman build going with the ultimate to break the HP bar coming from the side of Yulong's Ata, and then Ranxiang comes in, swoops up the kill with a hardened Jade Seal, making sure that Yulong isn't able to get the healing in.
Which is why I was asking, right? Like, where is this initiation coming from APG? It feels like it's super required, like it's a prerequisite that Xiang needs to land the Razor Cavalry, or they don't get a good fight.
As of this point, even if they engage, right, it's looking to be a very difficult one because, yes, Yulong can engage, but the follow-up is locked very consistently coming in for Wu Yan against Xiang. So if Xiang wants to go for the flank, it's always looked down by Wu Yan to stop him with the good Razor Cavalries.
Yeah, it feels like they don't really have the appropriate stunts or control available. You do have the throwback from the side of Saber, but that's definitely not enough.
And if you go in as Saber, you lose out the utility base of the reward Gunshan here, but if you look at Xiang though, he might be the one to fall.
There's no way.
Smited again!
Yup, there's no way. This is where level difference is such a big factor, right? 2 level advantages, it increases the amount of damage you deal against the lower counterpart. And Ranxiang, he's able to chase. So what if you have a super mobile Guan Yu War Saint? It does not matter.
Yeah, it goes back to the mid-share farm as well, right? Given the entire way towards Ranxiang, accelerating the growth on towards this strong jungle assassin, making sure that he gets these item power spikes here. And 10 minutes on the mark here, immediately you see the team with the lead starting double objectives once again.
And they're showing you what to do, right? So with this particular position they're in for the side of PJ.Y, is it the biggest financial advantage? It's just at this point 3,000 plus. But because of the constant pressure of a potential Unbridled Outburst save and a knockup from the side of Wu Yan on the Storm Strike, you are in a position where if you get caught out, there is a soft guarantee of a kill, which opens up the space for the map for players like Highland as well as Ranxiang to go and take this neutral objectives. APG have no answers because they don't know that this is happening, and even if they do, they can't do anything about it.
Xiang was on death timers there, gives the free objective towards Ranxiang, and with double shadow objectives, once again, it's go time for PJ.Y. They are looking thirstily on those high ground turrets.
Yeah, and now they're gonna make the full secure, right? So a couple of win conditions you're looking for. For PJ.Y, they have both the neutral objectives, so you have the Shadow Overlord as well as the Shadow Tyrant buff. But then here comes the big ones. You have the Crimson buff in the hands of Highland and Ranxiang, your main damage dealers here.
That's the thing about Chucha, right? She applies the on-hit effects so well with the items and with the auto attacks, especially when she pops the ultimate. The attack speed just gets uncapped and goes at you if ham, right? So right now, they're aggressing towards this high ground.
Yep, they will give away the T3 at this point. They have not found an opening against the likes of PJ.Y. They might be losing another T3. For the moment, it still stands, but one more hit will do it. And with that, this could be the final fight. They come in with the lockdown, quite a bit of damage from the side of Highland, but APG, they survive.
For now, but Razor Cavalry does come through.
Yep, it's not gonna be enough though. Xiang is falling low. They need more backup. They don't have the damage. And APG, they have to turn their tails and run. Yulong immediately locked down with the Hardened Jade Mark as well. And APG, they can't find an opening. They will be taken down. Shusan attempts a pushback. Not gonna work.
Such a clean team fight here coming in from PJ.Y. The moment Razor Cavalry comes in from the side of Xiang, they disengage immediately and remove them from the map here. Son forced to flash away and sealed. Jaded, Shusan taken down.
Yep, it's not going to be a beautiful ending for the side of APG, but a wonderful one for the side of PJ.Y. An ace to finish for the clean sweep.
Yeah, 3-0 here, winning the best of 5 with style and domination here. The KPL rookies proved to be an unreachable one so far for the global teams here, especially Alpha Gaming.
Okay, but what a lesson, right? Showing you the difference of levels in the bantam picks, right? The draft, absolutely beautiful from the side of PJ.Y. Understanding about the, I would say, loose conditions on this Ata, right? He can tank, but he plays around with health bars, of which Fate loves to do as well.
Yeah, Chisha goes in, cuts Steel down with all the Doomsday and these on-hit items, and then the Hardened Jade Seal comes in from the Fate to remove the potential of your over-excess healing care. But there we have it. The KPL rookies, PJ.Y, they do deserve this well-fought victory here with a 3-0 clean sweep against Alpha Gaming.
Yep, definitely need to play this replay many times, right? We need to take a look at how they actually managed to get the gold advantage, how they managed to keep it, and then just play the macro game like a crazed man, because they had absolute control over the gods most of the time.
These are the future players here that might be getting over or getting into the KPL big teams here. So remember their faces. Maybe 2 to 3 years down the line, they will be bought over by some of these big names in the KPL league here. But of course, there we go, Alpha Gaming. It's goodbye time.
Yep, this one does hurt, but it is a lesson learned. Alpha Gaming, 3rd seed for the side of MKL, 3rd seed for the side of KIC as well. This has been a quick journey, but a very big learning one. So thank you, APG, for trying their best in this particular competition.
With APG being eliminated as well, that's the last of our global invited teams to the KCC 2025 here. All of them will be exiting the tournament at top 32 here, kid.
Yep, not the result they wanted, but a result that was necessary. This means they will get the chance to come back even stronger for next season of MKL and of course the global tournaments. Really excited to see how the growth is going to be like for all of our 3 KIC representatives after learning so many big lessons here in our Challenger Cup.
Now, interesting one, right? Does Son just naturally integrate himself to the roster after this season? Because he's had a very good showcase so far with the Alpha Gaming lineup.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, he didn't really have too much time with the team playing on stage. So to be able to have this synergy with the team for the side of Alpha Gaming, I think this is really a strong sign that he might be the main roster for the side of Alpha Gaming. But let's turn our attention to our potential MVP. Ranxiang here, 9-0-1. The way he controlled the goal gap between APG and PJ.Y, insane.
It was a scary one coming in for the side of Ranxiang on that fade, right? So in the early game, it was all steady here, but throughout the mid game, that's where you start to see Ranxiang getting those solo bolos onto a side lane, and then the team fight kills every single time onto Yulong. Yulong was tanking 85,000 damage in such a short amount of time.
Yeah, it's crazy. And at the same time, I really think there's so many small markers in the game that we need to learn, right? The gold sharing, the number of people doing the gold sharing, when they're doing it, where they're doing it. These little intricate details being showcased by PJ.Y in this particular best of 5 is something that all our global teams need to really study.
Details also comes in the form of the fundamentals, right? When you get your fundamentals down the line as a team, that's where these details gets maximized in team fights here. So props to the side of PJ.Y for playing such a good game of Honor of Kings here. And someone to really point out in that early game was Wu Yan's Byron here. Without his good roam, the faster one going into the mid lane, things would have been so easy coming in for the youth team, coming in from KPL rookies.
Yeah, they had quite a lot of control, and the position, I mean, we take a look at the roam later on the Zhang Fei. His unbridled outburst was really critical at the correct moments as well. Yeah, FF here really making sure that he caught majority of the members on the side of APG from the back.
Oh yeah, the one that he caught Saber in that mid lane, that was a crucial one. Because that one, it might really lead the game into a 50-50 market here. But you know what? Ranxiang sealed and jaded the fates here coming in from Alpha Gaming in this best of 5.
Okay, we were talking about the GPM. This guy had a GPM of 1005. So yes, he did achieve it. Oh my goodness, 1005 gold per minute. That's insane.
That is insane here because 1000 gold per minute means that at that point, if that's a 12-minute game, it's probably like 12,000 gold here. But let's check out the replay here. This is the key roam here coming in from Wu Yan's Byron here. This was such a crucial one to force it into a favorable number fight for the side of PJ.Y.
And this is where, you know, even with the so-called nerf on the ultimate Hardened Jane mark, you can find value elsewhere as the Fade, right? Which is making sure that the win condition for the side of Yilong, which was to tank through all the damage, and being able to survive during low health moments, was not applicable at all. The moment he got lower than 1/8 of his health, easy kills.
Here we have it. You look at Xiang here, running for his life here, but gets jaded and removed from the map here. Yes, in Chinese server, you can no longer consistently steal with your objectives, but who needs objectives? Just get the kills.
Exactly, manpower advantage, numbers advantage here. And they will leave you jaded. I mean, easy performance for the side of PJ.Y. I really like the growth that they've allowed APG, right? Because now you get to see the gaps. You get to see what you need to do in the moments of pressure and how you're supposed to do it.
They really make it look flawlessly easy, right? Like, it wasn't hard, but we know for a fact that if we were to play the game itself, it wouldn't be that easy at all here. So really proud to see that PJ.Y, as such a young and youthful team, be able to showcase such high level honor of kings to us and the viewers.
Yeah, I mean, they're the future, right? They're the next generation of what to expect in KPL as well. And we'll see. For now, we will be hoping for the growth of the global teams. In the meantime, while we're waiting for the information, I'm also curious about the comms for this last game itself, because we did get 2 new subs into the roster for the side of PJ.Y. I want to see if there's any change in the communication style and if there was a change in who was making the calls.
Oh yeah, because usually the roamers and jungle are the primary call makers here in the game. So with Lia FF replacing the side of the original roamer here, so maybe he has to take on the shot call role coming into this game tree. So it will be interesting to find out who was handling the shot calling for the side of PJ.Y.
Yeah, and whether that pre-game jitters or game 1 jitters was apparent from our 2 new subs coming into PJ.Y. I think that really is a huge difference maker, because there were a couple of moments where PJ.Y did look a little shaky, just a little. But of course, once they got into the groove of things, they had the gold advantage, they had the map advantage, then it really put APG in their place.
Yep, I think the moment that you're referring to was the one at the bottom lane where Xiang came in, swooped the kill on towards the side of the farm lane player, getting the kill on Chicha, and then allowing Son to get that first turret here. But after that, it was a fast recovery coming in for the side of PJ.Y to get the game entirely in their control, especially thanks to the fact that Ranxiang was an absolute beast on that Fade.
Yes, you know what? The fact that we get to see a Fade and a KPL-esque level Fade, this is what makes me really happy, because then we can really see, okay, if you go for an assassin jungle, we don't get too many Fades in a global server in professional tournaments. I think this is a great learning lesson for all the teams and all the players.
And if I'm not mistaken here, the esports global side for these teams, they might be having another tournament in China in the next few upcoming days here. So we do wish them the best of luck here for all these global teams here. But man, it's sad to see the global teams unable to perform their best conditions here, especially in such a big tournament like the KCC.
I don't feel sad. I'm actually very happy, right? I feel like this is a great situation for the global teams. And of course, we will take a look at the winner interview, PJ.Y. Let's see who is going to be interviewed for this one.
欢迎来到赛后采访，我是广宇，我们有请到了冉翔和玄教练，请二位跟大家打个招呼。
Hello， 大家好，我是来自青训破军的冉翔。
Hello， 大家好，我是来自青训破军的教练玄。
首先恭喜你们3-0获得了本场比赛的胜利。今天我们又看到了青训破军来自青训赛道的强大的实力。先来问一下冉翔吧，今天局内感觉打下来怎么样？
感觉打得没有想象中的那么紧张，比较放松吧。
这赛前有做什么哪些特别的方式来去调整自己的心态吗？
就给自己做了一些思想工作，然后学习了一下调呼吸。
就是这种外界和内界自身的双重调节。
是的，
感觉还是非常有效果的。因为今天第一局我们发现拿到7个零头，一次没有阵亡，重拳出击啊！你们对于今天这一支来自全球赛道队伍有一个什么样的调查和了解吗？
有过吧，就是他们也有在正式服训练嘛，你可以看见他们也掏了大师体系的。我们包括对面选用了马超。就我们对他们的兴趣是有了解的。
是，你们也是做了详尽的调查来应对这场比赛嘛？我们也知道，其实，在对手里面有一些选手也是你们私下里的一些好朋友。对于这些好朋友，在打这次比赛之前有过沟通吗？
有过，我们还一起吃了个饭的。
那还是不错的关系。
是的。
但是具体聊了哪些内容呢？跟比赛有关系吗？
没有吧。
还是着重于生活项一方面。
是的。
OK， 那其实场下是朋友，场上是对手，这也是一种特别的缘分嘛。这里想问一下玄教练，其实我们也知道，青训赛道自从去年挑杯开始，都进入到大家视野里面，都有一个非常棒的一些成绩，包括一些实力。这次挑杯我们的目标是什么呢？
这次挑杯的目标往远了不说嘛，肯定持平去年是最基本的吧。
是把去年的成绩持平，稳步的前进。其实有注意到今天在局内的时候，我们也有人员上的轮换嘛。现在这个7人大名单最终的一个首发情况，我们是完全固定下来了吗？还是说还是在调换当中？
根据赛况需要吧，我们会进行合理的轮换，因为尽量是让所有青训选手都有一个登场比赛展现自己的机会。
明白。其实这也是所有人来这个舞台去让大家看见的一次过程，一个方式那在后面的这个进程当中，大家感觉到自己包括青训整个队伍的一个重点会放在什么样的一个地方？
重点其实我们日常训练严谨抓的比较多嘛，抓那个赛场上的纪律性，严谨抓比较多。然后至于临近比赛的话，我们还是会希望能够通过我们的调节，让选手放松下来，去享受比赛。
明白。享受这个过程，当然也是突破自我的一个过程。接下来有一个问题是有点小刁难了啊，跟这个去年的青训凌云相比，这一届的青训破军有什么不同？两者之间？
名字不同啊。
这个回答我是没有想到的，不过确实对啊。那再具体一点呢？从选手出发呢？
从选手出发就是各有各长处嘛，因为凌云的选手已经有很大一部分在赛场上证明自己了，包括现在的句号，然后进入 S 组的小明，相信我们今年选手肯定也会有不亚于他们的表现，在明年赛场上能看到我们今年青训破军的选手。
是感谢两位的一个分享，确实除了名字之外，选手也都不同了。我们也期待更多新的选手能够踏上更大的舞台来去展现自己，进入大家所有人的视野。感谢二位，我们期待后面的比赛，后面见，谢谢。
So a very insightful interview here coming in for the side of Ranxiang and Coach Xuan. So they did mention a very important one where for the side of Coach Xuan, how do you really prepare a player for a competitive setup like the KCC? So he did mention okay, if the tournament is very far away, they will start to hammer down on their discipline in game where all the mistakes has to be reduced, but closing to the tournament like the 1 or 2 weeks, that's where they will start regulating their emotions, make sure that they are in a peace of mind and they can go into the tournament with not a lot of stress.
And moving on from that, I mean, they were also talking about the rookies coming in, right? So having the growth of the rookies, they're hoping for more players to show up in the professional side, KPL, Kings Pro League as well. So I think there's a lot of expectations about the power levels of the new generation of HOK players. And of course, they're hoping to be able to see more, and they are expecting to see more players come up into KPL.
And the last year of the youth team KPL rookies, they did successfully transfer into some of the big KPL teams. For the side of the KPL viewers, you will see KSG's Point or the side of X-Ming. All these are players coming in from the youth team here. And maybe this year, after this tournament is all over, some of these rookie teams, the players might be scouted into these big, strong teams coming into the 2026 season.
So that is for the audiences in the KPL region. For our own, in the global stage, I think this is also a very big point to take a look at, right? We want to focus on the growth and slowly we have to take things step by step. Our 3 representatives from the side of KIC obviously have been eliminated, not the story that they wanted, but this is a necessary step in growth. So of course we wish the best for the rest of our KIC representatives and our global teams as well. Now we're going to showcase even more high quality gameplay coming in this Challenger Cup because there's still 3 more BO5s to run through today.
That's correct here. So next up, we'll be featuring WYG going up against JDG here. So another one to be looking at to see whether the underdog notice the fact of WYG, can they really challenge some of the KPL strong teams here in KCC?
Yes, and I want to see how close they can get, right? Right now, I think if you're coming from a lower tier, the expectation is that, okay, this is going to be an extremely hard game. Do we find out what kind of mistakes do we unintentionally make? And what are the gaps? Where the strength of our teammates? Where's the strength of our synergy, right? Can we build upon that as well, right? So it's not just about looking for mistakes, but looking for successes in the game, in your performance, and growing from there as well.
I think that's the beauty of KCC as a tournament format, where you involve so many of these different tier of the teams. I think in some teams' lifetime, it's very difficult to actually meet AG or some of these KPL S-tier teams in an official match. So being able to meet them not only checks your skill level, but also is an honor for these teams.
Yep, I mean, we've seen this a couple of times, right? Even in KPL, like where new players coming into the scene, they say that they now get to play against their idols, of which KCC is one of the few places that can allow that to happen. So I'm really excited to see what's going to happen for the rest of the series, our 3 remaining best of 5s. And because it's a best of 5, while we do not get the ultimate battle, we do get the usage of the Challenger's blessing.
That's correct here. So for the next upcoming series, it will be featuring WYG, a KCC streamer team going up against JD Gaming here. So that's going to be a tier 3 team versus a tier 1 team. But hey, let's invite Alpha Gaming to the exit interview.
Hello， 大家好，我是 APG 的教练 Quince。
今天这场比赛其实打的过程当中相对来讲比较艰难一些，我特别想问一下 Quince 教练，在过程里面你在场下来看的时候是一个什么样的状态和感受呢？
其实选手的压力还是蛮大的嘛。然后我给大家讲的就是，大家在台上的话就是享受舞台，把自己最好的一面展现出来给观众朋友们看到。对，然后因为我们国际服跟正式服其实这个跨度还是蛮大的，对，因为他们也是一个巨大的一个挑战。因为我们英雄池的压力其实挺大的，对。
是看到了局内突击采访的时候，其实选手也在聊到，特别是 Saber 嘛，说也需要有适应赛场的这样一个过程那我也其实有发现说，在挑战者的祝福上面，我们选择的是2个游走位置，一个盾山，一个是刚才我们提到的鲁班大师。当时是怎么去思考来去这么选择的
呢？因为正式服我们的理解的话，就是跟着版本走嘛，然后盾山跟大师都是属于比较强势的那个体系嘛，然后我们其实熟练度不算特别高。对，你们大家也能看到，对，但是我们，一个是因为前面用了这个大师，我们相当于是一个鱼选代班的一个位置，然后盾山这个点的话，是我觉得我们可以拿出来一战的英雄，对，然后也在版本也是比较强势的一个点嘛，对。
是适应版本而行嘛，当然确实过程当中大家需要克服的困难也有挑战者祝福其实也是给大家这样的一种帮助嘛，能够更快的去适应赛场的一个强度其实我们也看到了很多，比如说高渐离这样英雄的一些上场，对选手自身来讲，你觉得是个人的战力和风格更重要，还是说适应版本的强度更重要呢？
其实我们更多的是想去做强对抗吧，就我们觉得如果单从运营的角度来说的话，我们其实是蛮吃亏的，对。然后我们想尽可能的就以战养战吧，就尽可能的多对抗。然后13他其实高渐离的熟练度很高的，那当然今天可能就是发挥的也不是特别理想，对。但是我们平时的话，就是高渐离是有在我们国际服的舞台登台的，而且效果是蛮好的，对。特别是针对到这种对面也是火舞这种就是强突脸的这种英雄，对。
效果还是不错的。
明白。其实选手个人风格也是更加适应这个赛场的一种方式嘛。那其实我们知道Chris教练之前也有执教过不同赛区、不同队伍的一些经验。在你看下来啊，这些不同的选手和不同赛区之间的这种执教的方式，包括选手之间有什么样的不同吗？
就我们全球赛道的话，就是因为是在一个萌芽期吧，然后就大家其实更多的是要把基础先打牢靠吧。对，我们现在就是在海外赛区的话，其实更多的是去训练他们的一些团队配合，还有包括个人能力方面，就是对抗方面的一些强度。对，就慢慢提高吧，因为我们其实现在要学的东西还很多。对。
是路漫漫，我们也期待全球赛道可以重新出现在大家视野里面，包括后面更多的一些可能性。也谢谢 Chris 教练，我们后面见，感谢。
我的战队就像一个家的战队，非常的温馨和温暖。
翔海也算是一个蛮大哥的感觉吧，就是他会叮嘱着我们。
因为第一次来上海打比赛，对于上海目前最大的感受就是特别冷，
蛮兴奋的，因为也是第一次参加挑战者杯和那么多的中国的队伍一起打。我们是作为挑战者，然后我们去冲刺的嘛。可能是中国队实力比我们强悍，但是我们也要想办法去突破自我，打败他们。
这次挑杯输掉的话，我的心情也不会怎么样，因为我们的粉丝给我们期待就是在赛场上把自己该有的风采打出来，然后不要留遗憾。
也在意料之中吧，只要我们尽力就好，我觉得出的有风采一点。明年的话，我觉得蛮有希望的吧，就是我们还是会想办法去冲刺冠军，然后希望这一次可以做到更好。
They really show you that even with losses, it can be quite a beautiful story. Coming in, of course, the expectation was that they will do their best. While it did not last too long for the side of Alpha Gaming, they are going to go home with higher hopes and to be able to build themselves to be a much stronger team, players and coaching included.
And something to really focus on in that interview with Coach Quint, he did mention that the difference between the global and Chinese teams is actually that global teams, they're still in a very early growth curve. They need to be hammering down their fundamentals and their discipline first. Then maybe sooner or later they could potentially challenge the Chinese team, but that's still a very long way to go here. We do wish the best of luck here to the global teams.
Oh, for sure. In fact, I feel like this tournament has given me quite a high hope, right, for the global teams. Number one, because I know every single professional team in the global server, they're watching this particular broadcast itself and they're trying to understand what are these different growth spots that need to be achieved, right, for all the different teams coming in, regardless of what region they're from. So this is a great learning lesson, not just for the 3 KIC representatives, but as a whole region for the global esports scene for Honor of Kings. So I feel like this is going to be a super big opportunity. I'm very excited for next year, actually.
Yeah, 2026 HOK Global Esports year is going to be an important one for the global teams, especially the 3 teams that have participated in the KCC. We do big goodbye to Nova, HBSC, and also APG at the top 32 here, but that is all the action here coming in for the global scenes. Next up, we will be featuring JDG going up against WYG after this very short of a 7-minute break.
放弃，举着你的捧杯奖杯，大声的说：我们是国际！
各位小伙伴们，欢迎来到2018年王者荣耀冬季冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第一次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challenges from all over the world to come again for new glory, and we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage. 也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中退下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的主角。
习冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。他们代表了 K， 杀进了 KBL 的丛林之中，一路向前，喋血 K。以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛8强的队伍诞生了。用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度，向 KBL 再次发起挑战。在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，以虎神的形式来展现青训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nektang, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katauhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha, tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
kill onto Illusion. Kyug9 Fate is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape, although it's only Hostile alive. 2v2 here. Looks like they are going to finish it in. They do not want any.
美的风景就是你的捧着奖杯，大声的说，我们是冠军！
各位小伙伴们，欢迎来到2018年王者荣耀冬季冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第一次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challenges from all over the world that come against a new glory, and we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage. 也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中配下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的组合。
季冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。他们代表了 K， 杀进了 KPL 的丛林之中，一路向前，别选 K。以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛8强的队伍诞生了。用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度向 KPL 再次发起挑战。在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，以虎神的形式来展现青训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
We're back again to the 2025 Honor of Kings Challenger Cup here. With me is my co-caster Kindofu, and my name is Sagi here. That was a really dominating series coming in from PJ.Y against our final global team featuring Alpha Gaming.
Yeah, but that was a beautiful game as well, showing you the cleanliness and the clinical nature of PYJ. Now, with that being said, we will take a look at the next series, WYG going up against JDG. This one is a KPL versus a streamer team. So the tier difference is going to be 2 levels of difference, which means you can get to use 2 challenges blessing in total.
And we have seen teams coming in from the tier 3 being able to take down KPL teams in the form of an example, E-Star Pro losing against SYG, an HOK National Championship winner here. So everything is possible under the influence of the Challenger's Blessing.
Yes, and I think that's going to be a huge strength that WYG will try to explore, right? You want to have your best chances. At the same time, similar to what our first best of 5 was like, this is a great learning opportunity against one of the strongest teams in KPL.
And yeah, this is like what we mentioned, right? It's like, sometimes it's not about winning or losing. Okay, winning feels pretty good, but if you can't win, it's about the experience, right?
Yeah. I mean, every time, no matter what you choose, you will have to have a difficult situation, right? Sometimes you will have to face difficulties, and it's about learning from them rather than feeling bad about it. So at this point, I think WYG, let's see what kind of lessons they'll be able to, number one, identify with the help of JDG, and how much they learn from here. I think it's a very clear expectation that it's not gonna be easy at all for WYG. But as a streamer team, I feel like they also have quite a bit of experience coming in. The only thing is, how clean do they have to be against JDG?
It all comes down to the early game execution, right? So far, the difference of the early game for me and for the KPL, I would say it's more tame because everyone has an expected result already on how the early game goes once the draft is locked in here. So could that be the same for the streamer teams? We don't know, but maybe the randomness coming in from a unknown team might bring into a different flavor against JD Gaming.
This is actually what I like about HOK. You can get to be creative. You might not find success every time, but you can try. And I like that function, right? We have seen a couple of very creative picks for the draft and picks and bans yesterday in a couple of best of 5s. I want to see if that is going to be a trend that continues today, because I would love to see heroes that aren't normally used come into play here.
Oh, maybe when we talk about streamer teams, right? Because in the HOK China ecosystem, streamers are known to be one-tricks. So maybe some of their one-trick heroes will be feature coming in towards today. That's something I really want to be seeing coming in for the streamer team. But talking about streamer team, let's introduce their team lineup here in the form of the KCC streamer team, YY, Renshen, Xiaoqian, Lingting, and Yu Xiaolong, featuring as the WYG Tier 3 streamer team.
Right, so Tier 3 is seemingly like a very far away destination in comparison to a Tier 1 team that is KPL. But we'll see, they have their chances. They also will bring a certain level of confidence here. Let's see what they can do, right? It's a best of 5, a total of 5 games if they can pull this one out. So WYG coming in, they have to give their best.
Yeah, this is one of the few times that they have attended to the KPL Challengers Cup, and also they also have an ex-pro player in their team here. So it will be interesting as they do take on against JD Gaming.
Yeah, JD Gaming, of course, represented by Whisper, Shuang, Rong, Yi, as well as No Fear. Familiar faces for all of us. I mean, even No Fear, we have just seen him recently in KIC. So JD Gaming, I think there's a lot of expectations for them to be able to take this comfortably and with dominance, with force as well.
He was very handsome, right, Rong? And also the side of No Fear. When we saw him at KIC, there were so many fangirls cheering on for him because of his looks and also his capability as a captain in the game as a roamer.
Yes, I mean, okay, so No Fear obviously used to be a jungler. Coming into this, they have been in the top 8 for the side of KPL for the season of 2025. So let's see what they're gonna be able to teach the streamer team here on the side of WYG.
Excited to see whether we actually get any form of the upsets here coming into the scheduling of today, because so far, every schedule looks to be a 3-1, 3-0 finish, but that's the uncertainty coming into a BO5 with the Challengers Blessing here. Maybe, just maybe, we might see some upsets in today's series.
Yes, I really hope that this goes the distance. As we have talked about the stats yesterday, coming in from the 6th of December, we have not had a full best of 5 just yet, right? Everyone is kind of waiting for that. We want to see more games, we want to see more heroes, and of course, crisp, clean gameplay from both sides. So will we get that with this particular best of 5? That is a question we will find out.
I want to see how streamer teams prioritize their draft. Last time we saw, it was more on the roamers, mid lane, Haya, and also Kaboom be prioritized. Is it any different for these streamer teams, or is it just the El Clasico for this actual 5v5?
Maybe we'll take a look, right? The journey for both of these teams obviously has not been easy, and with that being said, I do want to see like the Haya come out. We have not had a Haya pick today. We got one yesterday. It came with a huge amount of success as well. So I want to see if this is going to be allowed for this best of 5.
Oh, I always love the Haya, right? Because you can play it aggressively, you can play it passively, or in certain few moments, isolate the jungle and force it into a free smite for your own team here. So that's the flexibility that we talk about for the Haya pick.
Yeah, being able to lock down a potential win condition from your opponent team is going to be very important, right? It's one of the reasons why Haya is so feared in the ban pick phase. At the same time, you're also kind of pseudo-blocking other potential picks. If you leave the Haya out in the open, picks like the Guan Yu, picks like the Ma Chao, they don't really come off as strong anymore.
She's like a very strong bodyguard. It's like, hey, you want to come in towards me? I'm just going to lock you into the Moonscape Mirage, force out a 4v4 that will be in favor for my team here. So that's the playability coming in for the potential Haya that will be released in Global just anytime soon.
Actually, one of the other things that really makes me curious was the fact that in the previous iterations of exchanges between global teams as well as KPL teams, we got to see No Fear play the mortar, and he literally did not miss a single shot.
Yeah, that's the strong part about being such a strong roamer coming in, especially your No Fear, because you know for the fact that his Peacekeeper doesn't miss the mark and he keeps hitting those big targets here. So I'm excited to see what kind of different roamers. Is it still going to be his usual Diadea Yuhuan, or are we going to see more of the engaged ones coming in from No Fear?
It feels like we're all making a wish now. Like what kind of heroes we want to see. Obviously, they will not be able to hear us or see us in terms of our requests. But I think it's fair for us to put in that request to see what kind of hero choices we will want to see. Now, with that being said, WYG, because they are a tier 2 team, no, tier 3
Tier
team,
3, yes.
they will be able to use one of each of the challenges blessing.
And you can't stack them in the same game. It has to be used individually in any of the games in the series here. So they are open to use one time each of the reset hero pool for the global ban pick and also the chosen heroes here. The question is, when do they use it in the series?
That's right. I think you don't want to use it first game of the series, right? You test the opponent's strength, see how far you can get away with your attempt in game number 1. Only then do you come to a decision, right, let's decide which one of these 2 challenges blessing do we want to try against a KPL team.
I'm very interested to see as well, what do they actually draft, right? Do they go for their comfort? Do they go for the strong combos? What is in their playbook here? Because if you are going up against JDG, one of the premier KPL teams, you need to have a lot of things prepared for this coming series because it's a single elimination, 1 BO5 loss, and you are out of KCC.
Yep, very stressful. But at this point, I think for streamer teams, this is less stress in comparison to them, right? Because it is not unheard of that you will bow out. But for KPL teams, I feel like this is immense pressure. You don't want to lose against a tier 3 team.
You have this pressure on the fans cheering for you. You have the pressure of not being able to be underplayed in the underdog setup. And also, you are under the influence of the challenges blessing of your opponents here. So you do make a pretty good sense in this case, your kid.
Yeah, I want to see how this is going to turn out. Obviously, the advantage is very much in the corner of the KPL teams. But streamer teams, like you mentioned just now, you know, specialized pick, one-trick heroes. I'm super curious whether that could be a difference maker because sometimes, you know, miracles do happen.
And we love those miracles here, especially in the form of a cross-division challenge here. For the side of KCC streamer teams, this is their one shot to defeat and prove themselves they're at least or on par with the KPL teams.
Right, so knowing about the knowledge that we have of KPL teams and the streamer teams, I'm pretty sure the Cat Boom is going to be one hero that's going to be contested. The Haya probably going into the bans, and with that, the Dunshan, the Master Lupan, so many different options that have a lot of value in this ban pick phase.
I think the blue side, right, that has been selected usually makes one thing. The roamer that you select will usually draft or point into the direction of your draft. Let's say you pick the Master Luban, it's more on the save and utility coming in for the pick rather than hard engage. It's more on poke, prod, and the added mobility here. Sometimes we see in the form of the Yangjian yesterday, you go in, you go out with poke. Or in the form of the Luban number 7, you give him the extra mobility to be this long reach and very annoying strong marksman.
Yeah, and we'll see, right? How do you amplify your strength? How do you make life difficult for your opponents? I think these are the 2 different markers and the extremes on both ends. If you can successfully fulfill those requirements, then your opponent is not going to have an easy game at all. Now, with that being said, let's go into the ban and picks.
Yeah, first thing to fulfill on those requirements here, the checklist that has been shown for these coaches here, it will be to draft a good one for their teams here. And WYG, they don't use any of the challenges blessing in game 1.
And with that, we will get to see the actual power strength and power gap between the 2 teams. WYG, once again on the blue side, they will get the prior ban and pick.
For blue side here, usually we will see in the form of 2 things. Roamers being selected like Kong Konger, Su Lie, or even the likes of the Master Luban Dunshan, and those 2 are immediately banned away.
Okay, let's see. Let's charge it in. The Haya is open. Maybe it does come through. JDG. Oh, they leave it open.
Ooh, Haya already in game 1 here. Do they take it though? In fact, they don't. They go for the Fatih here in game number 1 on the hands of either YY or Renshen here. So this still remains as a potential flex here for the side of WYG.
Yes, and JDG really quick picks, quick response coming in. The Sulia as well as the Gerya going to be locked in on the side of JDG. So this is a great answer. Kiting as well as big setup stunts. This is one of the weaknesses on the side of the Fatih.
And Goya has been one of the best performers so far from the past few days, so it's a good one to be picked up here by the side of JDG. And WYG answer in a different way. They want to play towards the tempo of their farm lane. They will be locking in the Zenren plus channel combination here.
I like it. This is a stock standard combination coming in from the Chinese region, right? So with that, you actually have a 50-50 matchup on the channel versus Gerya. laning phase. At the same time, the Zhenren kind of dilutes the value of the Su Lian. So because you have that one strong hit with your ultimate, Unconquerable Army. Once it's done, it's done.
But yesterday, we also saw a different playstyle coming for the Su Lian, isolating the Zhenren, making sure that he doesn't get the full value of the 4 signs. So it really comes down to how these roamers position themselves in the game later on.
That's true. And with that, we will get the final bans locked in. Interesting, WYG actually lock out the Miyue. They're so scared of these 1v1.
I mean, have we ever seen a Miyue jungle coming in towards this tournament here? Because they have locked in the Nerza jungle here. So maybe that's something that they have learned to be one of the potential counters of the Nerza.
It's actually something we have seen as well, right? Even in KIC. In fact, it was APG that did it. They actually used the Miyue against the Nerza combination and won. So with that, I think it's justified. Now, WYG, they do get their hands on the Haya. Who do you want to lock up as this Haya?
Ooh, potentially the Su Lian, right? Imagine when he's charging his ultimate and then once you release it, he gets sent to the Musuke Mirage. That's definitely going to be a comedic and a good one if you are on WYG.
Fully agree. The other option, I think, would be to go on to Shuang, right? Make sure this Agudo does not get the steal or secure onto the neutral objectives.
That could be a case, right, if they have the direction to go for here. But so far, WYG drafting a very strong force of a lineup here. You have the good engage coming in from Renshen's Nerza and Xiao Qian on that Haya here. So that's a lot of force engage just being drafted by WYG.
That's true, but the early parts of the game, this jungling tempo, what do you think of it?
Jungling tempo for early game, Nerza's clear is absolutely slow. So that's already an added factor that will benefit JDG here. So Strong will be the first one to move across the gorge to find that first gank.
Yeah, probably going to be the first one to cross the river as well, right? And the question here is, okay, I don't think it's a question anymore. We have seen what teams will do after you clear their initial waves. The first destination as a jungler is to make that initial rotation into the space sprite, because that really makes your rotation so much faster.
Yep, and it's really down to whichever side that they want to attack, right? Is it a Fire Beak? Is it a Space Sprite? And who are they actually playing for here? Are there going to be any lane swaps? So these are the early game planning before the coaches actually take their final bow before they leave the stage.
Right,
oh, wow.
We'll see.
That's a deep bow.
Yeah, super respect as noticeable. And of course, this is a KPL standard behavior. You want to give as much respect as you can to your opponents, regardless of tiering.
Yeah, that's the mutual respect regardless of the tiering division between WYG, KCC streamer team against the JDG KPL team. It is about the in-game strats that matter here.
All right, we will take a look at this. Game number 1, right? We will take it. I'm curious, JDG, do you go like full-on pace, KPL style, or do you allow some wiggle room for the side of WYG?
To respect your opponent is to play your best style. That is to save no things in your pockets. Make sure that you go in with your full force here. JDG, they will definitely come in with the KPL style to dominate WYG if it's on their home turf.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we will get some fans cheering for the side of JDG. So let's hear the fans here as they take the stage.
At the start of the game, we already see a bit of a lane swap here being committed by WYG, putting some pressure on towards Whisper.
Yep, so far that is going to be useful, right? At this point, they even create space for the side of Yi to make sure he gets that Firehawk at the bottom. So beautiful movement from the side of JDG. WYG, this aggression that they're hoping for isn't really working out.
It's a slow and steady pace, right? You want the resource to fall into the channel's pocket here, but look at Ronker being so aggressive.
Yep, they're going to jump in. Oh, nice flash to be able to escape that. So Xiaolong will be making it out safely for the time being, but it's going to be a 4v4 coming in. JDG, they don't really have to over-aggress, right? It's really about the initial space sprite, but they're still going to try. WYG puts down that marker, gives the vision over to their team, but JDG, they walk out unscathed.
But roam for roam flash here, so decent trade-off there coming in from WYG, but it's about the map movement that is being delayed here. You can see the resources being heavily invested in towards top side, but JDG gets the first mover back towards mid.
Yes, and this is gold sharing, of course, now with this WYG putting 3 different members to make sure they maximize this gold sharing efforts. And JDG, even with all the efforts by WYG, look, they are a KPL team. I think this is to be expected, right?
Yep, it's the stock standard here. Every movement with every draft has already been envisioned and played out multiple times in their stream and minds.
Yep, nice catch coming in from the side of Xiaolong as well. They will see what else is there available for the taking. JDG doing well to be able to make sure that Shuang actually has quite a bit of space across the gorge right now.
Shuang is one of the few early game players that we need to keep our eyes focused on, because if you see the side of JDG setup, it's not as prominent here. If you're no fear, you can't really charge in to engage on Xiao Qian. You're just going to be pulled into the Moonscape Mirage. So Shuang, with the added range on the Gorge mobilization, he can get an extended reach and engage against some of the few members.
Actually, if I was on JDG, I think No Fear should go for Xiao Qian. I would rather, No Fear be caught out in the Moonscape Mirage. Because No Fear, passive-wise, he does have an extra health, right? You're wasting the time with Xiao Qian's ultimate, and that gives value for the side of JDG.
But where does your PU come from though? Once No Fear is out of the equation, there will be no frontline coming in for the side of JDG.
Well, you don't need a frontline. Whisper will be your guy. Whisper is going to dive the heck out of WYG. But of course, these are theories. We'll see what actually happens.
Yeah, we'll see what actually happens later on. Bit of much more of a gold sharing towards the mid lane here. Very fast extension of the JDG gold here just through the superior gold farm.
Yeah, and as you can see, all the talents are actually voting for the side of JDG. This is to be expected, but for now, WYG actually keeping close. Slight deficit, not close, not at 1,000 just yet. So I think this is a healthy start for the side of WYG.
It's pretty okay. At the very least, there's no kills being broken out in the first 4-minute mark. No snowball being generated by the team here. But look at the map here. They're pinging towards the bottom side here, wanting to put some pressure on towards Yi's Geya.
Oh, they will have to make a better decision at this point. JDG on the top side, Whisper has been pushed back, but WYG, they now have the later timing on the approach for this 4-minute tyrant because they had to clear the mid wave. Right now, they're looking for a stun on the side of Xiaolong. He will be able to get it. They force them back. Here comes the Skyfall as well. Can they finish the job? But here comes a return. Nice 4-man knocker from the side of No Fear. Exactly what you need to have. And you can see Yi finding success, putting them so low. Renchen and Xiao Qian are going to be taken down. And JDG strike first.
No Fear with the 4-man knockout, sending Oblivion into WYG's initial engager. The Moonscape Mirage not finding any value here, only blocking Whisper to get a delayed kill. And with that in mind, Towers going down, 2 kills into his pocket. And right now, with the advantage of getting the Crimson Golem, this is JDG getting so much resources.
Oh, the flash is low. Xiaolong wants to make it out, cannot make it out. And with that, JDG, they take everything away from the jungle of WYG. They take the kills as well. Let's take a look at the replay here.
So let's check out No Fear's position here, coming in as the roamer here. 4-man knockup onto multiple members here. This engaging Xiao Qian and also Lin Ting from the majority of the members here. This means Renchen is already isolated by the multiple members coming in by the JDG, an easy target to be picked up by the KPL squad.
Which is not what you expect, right? You expect the Nerza to be able to deal well against the likes of a Geya pick. But at this point now, once again, they open up. Raging Sandstorm going to be landed. A continual stun coming in from the side of No Fear as well. They want everything on the Xiao Qian. Not going to be finding too much value. Does push them back. And in the meantime, they have absolute control. Top side, JDG Whisper is playing around with the 2 members of WYG. They're pulling attention away. The support will not be able to come through in time. Maybe the Skyfall does. But for now, Shuang, he wants to put pressure on this T1. They will successfully save it. But in the meantime, No Fear, he's the one being caught out in the Moonscape Mirage, survives it, and they will be able to find an opening. Look, they exchange with them, and still, it is WYG that takes the shorter end of the stick here.
And as of this point, right, the priority still falls into the members coming from JDG. With the spells and cooldowns being expended, this Crimson Golem should go into JDG's hand with no contention from the side of WYG. So WYG in a very difficult situation right now.
Yep, super clean gameplay, right? Showing you how to restore and really assert dominance. So after you take the kills, or even if you don't once you have the prior positioning, get rid of the buffs, take it away from your opponents. And the JDG doing a very good job. They're already close to 3,000 gold ahead at this point.
And this is with the influence of a Zunren in your team here. So Zunren giving you additional 10 to 20% gold, and the goalie is still about 4,000 healthy for JDG. You know JDG is in absolute control of this game one.
Yeah, the biggest part, I feel like Shuang is definitely a big win condition. He has been landing those Gorge mobilizations on point so far.
Yeah, those Gorge mobilizations are hitting hard. You don't need to get the kill here, but Whisper here, being the main target here, does get landed on towards the spell.
The knockout, here we go. No fear, able to set up for the team, and they finish the job here. It's going to be Renshan taken down. No more jungler for the next few seconds. YY as well going to be taken out. First life on the side of No Fear going to be taken down. And JDG, there's one more player coming. Raging Sandstorm, they cut them out. Yi will be looking for the finish, but Xiao Qian actually gets the lockdown on the Moonscape Mirage onto Shuang. But Shuang, I don't think he's too bothered at this point. Will make it out, and Yi is waiting for him. So they clean house on the side of JDG.
No Fear, just like his name, finding yet another big engage to isolate Renshan here. A bit of a disjointed play coming in from WYG. They were going on the aggressive end, but the remaining members just wasn't on time with the follow-up.
Yep, I mean, this is to be expected, right? JDG showing off why they are a KPL team. Very clean outplay, pushing them all the way back as well. No Fear charging his ultimate just as a threat to the side of WYG. At the same time, well, they're pulling their attention on the side of WYG. The players of JD Gaming, they're actually funneling farm into Shuang. He has taken the Azure Golem, now going to take the Crimson Golem for himself.
I really love the Agudo pick up coming here for the side of the pro teams. It serves as a flex, not just between roles, but also the item build. You can go tank, you can go on hit, you can go marksman carry. He's very flexible as a jungle pick.
Yeah, he is, and very mobile as well. And what a dive coming in from the side of Whisper. Gets the kill on the Ling Ting, and this is going to be the end of that aggression. Yi though gets taken down, and he comes to turn around by the side of Shuang with the Gorge mobilization as well. First life gone, you may have a second life, but it might not be enough. Renshan taken down. They do cut down Whisper finally, and at this point, JDG, even though they lost 2, and it's a 2-for-2 trade, JDG still win out.
But still a very minor recovery that will be manifested here coming in for the side of WYG. Any single kill is welcome to aid themselves a bit an inch further into much more survival here, because if that was a clean 2 kills, you best believe those high ground turrets will be falling down.
Easy stuff from the side of JDG, right? Because they have the Agudo pick on the side of Shuang. They also have Yi on this Goya, both of which are very strong turret takers as well.
That's true here. So right now, pre-10 minutes, we see a bit of a downtime period from both teams here, just waiting for that shadow objectives to be spawned on towards the Gorge here. So for JDG, do they go for the double objective to cleanly end up the game, or will WYG put some form of contention at this 10-minute key objective timing?
Well, it is a 4,000 goal lead for the side of JDG. I think even as a professional, that is not a risk worth taking, right? If they really do it, I would feel that it's for entertainment value. In the meantime, JDG, they want to circulate themselves around the Shadow Tyrant. This is where they fulfill their main strength, which is they are able to win team fights. And if they get it, they can double down on inviting WYG for more team fights.
And also some very smart map movement as well coming from JDG, assigning both No Fear and Whisper to make sure that this Shadow Overlord is not directly traded by the side of WYG. And now, once you're done with the objective here, I do think that this will be an easy pickup here on the next Overlord, or potentially the remaining tier 2 on towards the top side.
I think this is dependent. Like, does WYG oblige if they want to go for a fight? Because right now, Renshan might be caught in the middle of the different JDG members, and for now, they will mount the defense. JDG knocking on the doors.
Yeah, tier 3's in the eyes of JDG here with the Agudo superior range and the Kratos here. This will be a very easy pickup here, but take a look at the top bot side though. They are coming in.
Yep, nice stun. Getting E out of the picture. Exactly what they need to do to start the fight. And right now, first life not going to be available for the side of No Fear anymore. But the damage dealers, Shuang and Whisper, can they actually do it? Shuang will be taken down. And WYG finds success in the lives of 2 different members on the side of JDG. But they need to start running because they don't really have any more resources to play around. Xiaolong already used his 4 Signs ultimate. And right now, Ling Ting, I don't think this is going to be a nice one to experience.
Yeah, no flash on towards both members here. They're just on the chopping block for the remainder of the side of JDG here. Whisper just chasing on Ling Ting. Ling Ting, no flash, no ultimate. nothing here. He will be the next to fall.
Yep, very straightforward kill. And even in the attempt, he did not even get the Azure Golem away from JDG. So pain upon pain, and now it is a 5,000 gold difference going into the side of JDG.
But still a proactive play here coming in from WYG. Yu Xiaolong used the Hall, sent in YY, and then got the first engage on towards Yi, which isolated the fight into a 4v4 in favor for the side of WYG. But in the end, the Whisper effect, he was unbothered for the entire team fight. He's just going in for every single play that he sees.
Shows you the level difference, right? In terms of the skill gap here, understanding what positions to take during the team fights. JDG showing you how clean they can be. And this is not even the cleanest version of them just yet. Now, JDG, they already have the Shadow Overlord taken, and they will have, they are going to summon it at the bottom side of the map. Number one, this is to make sure there's underlying pressure on the bottom side, which means they can go for the push at the top.
And number two, it makes sure that all the waves will be simultaneously crashing into the towers here. Right now, you can see the Agudo Critters putting a lot of work on this top tier tree. That's another one falling down. The final one will be at that bottom side.
Yes, and with this, Roshan has given his life for the cause. Finally gets a vision of the different members on the side of JDG. Fakes the Skyfall, but he's just buying and delaying the inevitable. He is going to be taken down here in the middle of 3, especially Whisper as well. With that, Shuang finishes the job, and this is going to be a 4v5 for the next 35 seconds.
And the Overlords are still marching in towards the base here. YY is nowhere near that tier 3 in towards the bottom side here. And also, Haya, not the greatest of the wave clear mages.
No, he's definitely not the biggest, but at this point, oh, look at that nice setup from the side of No Fear as well. Will get locked out by the side of Xiao Qian. Is it going to be enough though? That's the big question, because you have taken away one of the main tanks, but the damage dealers are still all around on the side of JDG. They go for the finisher, waiting for that backdoor protection to be taken down, and it will be taken down here. The Vanguard is in place. They will manage to stop it for the time being, but the lives are lost. Xiaolong will take a fall. Next one in line is going to be Xiao Qian as well. JDG just unstoppable at this point in time. Next wave of minions are here. They might not even need it, and JDG take game number 1.
You make a very good point, kid. Who cares if you don't need a tanker? You can take my Sulier into your Moonscape Mirage. Whisper is just gonna dive you deep with the Charlotte here. Exactly what you envision in that game. But of course, let's pass it into a short interview.
到了无双，想问一下无双来到本届挑杯的第一小局比赛啊，是紧张更多一些呢，还是兴奋更多一些呢？
兴奋更多一些吧。
因为今天现场来了很多你们的支持者嘛，但第一小局过程当中好像有一点点跌宕起伏，你觉得可能是什么原因呢？
可能是对面哪吒对我们格外的威胁有点大吧。
那我们还是在场上及时的去意识到这一点了。那对于今天，对于你来说也是来到京东第一小局比赛，觉得跟大家就是整体配合磨合的怎么样？
我觉得还都很不错。
都很不错。那有什么想跟兄弟们说的吗？
大家一起加油。
好的，无双也加油，京东加油，谢谢。好。
So yeah, that was a fast game coming in for the side of JDG here. Was it the cleanest? Nope. But was it dominant? Yes, that was pretty dominant.
That was a confidence crusher. I mean, yes, there is a 2-tier difference, but coming in against the likes of JDG, Whisper was just on another level. The Charlotte was a whisper in their ear, and it spelled certain death for many of the members on the side of WYG.
I think at one point he was like, what, 7-1 in terms of KDA before the last scoreboard check. So I do believe after the game end, he was probably like, what, 9-1 or 10-1 with that Charlotte.
Yeah, very scary. And another point to contest is the fact that No Fear is consistently in the face of Xiao Qian. And I felt like that was a really big win condition.
Yeah, he was just casually setting up multiple plays, and every single Haya ultimate has to be invested against No Fear Sulier here. So that's already a remove ultimate that's not against a carry player.
Ideally, actually, if you were to take a look at it, Xiao Qian, who would you have wanted to catch in that Moonscape Mirage? Because Shuang was able to survive. You have the kiting ability by Yi on the girl. Yeah, Whisper is just too far ahead as a Charlotte. Yeah, who else do you want? There is no one available.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? So being severely outranged is also a very annoying situation when you're playing a Haya here. So Haya, although being one of the top priorities in the pick and bans, but there is still ways to play around it.
That's true. I mean, Wrong also had a very fantastic game. 1-0-10. This guy did not fall a single time, along with No Fear, which is kind of crazy because No Fear did get caught out a couple of times. But the amount of setup that JDG had, my goodness.
It was a lot of these big plays, especially coming in from the side of No Fear. The early game wasn't that potent here, but I remember there was one 4-man knockup that really pushed the game from an equal state to a landslide coming in for the side of JDG.
Yeah, look at the damage that Wrong offered to the team as well. 110,000 worth of damage, and this game was pretty short. So the fact that he was able to deal so much damage was pretty much insane.
That's the ideal situation for a Cat Boom, right? Reaching for the back lines here, doing everything you can. But of course, the game itself does feature our side of this player, Whisper, on the Charlotte here. 8-1-4. Absolute dominance in the clash game.
Probable MVP, right? But the rest of the players on the side of JDG were fantastic as well, especially Shuang. Relying on the space created by the side of his teammates to be able to traverse the entire side of JDG's jungle, get the buffs, go in more for the invades. 8 invades in total from the side of JDG.
And so far, we haven't found much success, especially on towards the picks like the Nutsa. On paper, it's very strong in terms of the base stats, but so far in competitive, not the greatest showcase so far in KCC.
I think we can expect a lot more, right? This is just game number 1. So with that being said, I'm curious to see who the MVP is for the side of JDG.
It has to be Whisper on the Charlotte, right? Or No Fear. Either one of these two players, because they had a significant impact in game 1 itself. For No Fear as the big engagers, especially the 4th-minute one, in making sure that game goes in towards their pockets. Yeah, for Whisper, he's very consistent here. But of course, No Fear will be your game 1 MVP with that Sulier clutch initiation.
Crazy player, this guy. Not only is he super smart, he's super handsome as well. And with that being said, the 75% kill participation or teamfight participation really made the world's difference because he was willing to be caught. And because he didn't take the fall, he was also able to set the fight up. Number 1 with his ultimate, but number 2 with the frigid charge. This guy made all the right plays.
And this was the first one that we saw coming in from No Fear, right? Take a look at his position here. 4-man knockup, immediately changing the pace of the team fight here. As of this point, Renshin is already isolated here. Xiao Qian pulls in the Moonscape Mirage against a Charlotte. And that point, it's already over for the side of WYG.
And to make sure that he separated them and allowing or disallowing Xiaolong from actually finding value with his ultimate, I think that's the biggest difference maker here.
Yep, that's the thing about the matchup coming in from the Zhenren and also the Sulier. It's very skilled. It could go either way depending on the roamer's state.
And it's so crazy because there were a couple of times where, you know, YY and the rest of WYG, they were able to find some crucial positions to potentially change the fight, but still they couldn't do it.
I think Dre's position was one of the things to really nitpick if you are being strict on a KPL team like JDG, because he was getting caught a lot of these times by the members like YY and also Yu Xiaolong here. But this is the Whisper effect, right? He was just so consistent on the Charlotte. He was just finding kills after kills after kills in the map.
I would go as far as to say that there is a potential bait coming in from the side of Yi. Who knows, right? Because this is just game number 1. I think they're also here to be able to dish out some lessons, but have some fun in the process as well. So game number 1, fantastic. And now this makes me curious. Okay, so KPL level teams, what is the comms like in an off-season tournament where we are letting you have these exchanges with the next generation of pros, or even, you know, pros in their own right for the streamer team?
That's true here. You always have a mix of veterans and also new upcoming potential stars. So the communication will be an interesting one, especially you have veterans like Wrong, No Fear in towards the roster here. So they will be the facilitators to calm down these young monsters.
I think calm down is one, but it's also to give them like a initiation journey, right? Like, okay, you want to be a pro, here's what you need to deal with. This is a taste of what to expect if you're going to go higher in proficiency and play against better teams in the near future. Now, with that being said, nonetheless, impressive performance by the side of JDG. WYG actually did slightly better than I expected, right? Because the pressure coming in from the various JDG players were pretty insane.
I think the thing about cross-tier challenge is always about that 4th minute bug, right? It's as evident as PJ.Y just now against the side of APG. Once the 4-minute mark you falter, you immediately succumb into a very reactive state and you fall into your opponent's tempo here. So next game coming in for WYG, control the first 4 minutes and then look to pace yourself for those 10-minute big team fights.
Yeah, I think 10 minutes is definitely the one that really puts a nail in the coffin, right? So 4 minutes, even if you lose that particular one, there are still ways to come back. If you can take a good team fight or you can play the macro game a little bit better than your opponents, that would be some sort of a comeback factor. But the 10-minute one, this was where JDG really hit their stride, hit their point in terms of aggression, fighting prowess as well. Because with the Shadow variant of the Tyrant buff, this one is a bit hard to fight over.
That's why I love what Coach Quinn actually mentioned back in the interview. All these pro teams, since young, and also these pro players, yes, they are very charming and strong players in their own respective rights. But if you cannot forge them into a strong competitive team, it doesn't usually really work out here. So fundamentals are super duper important for all these teams coming into the KCC 2025. But of course, the mic check will be ready and we will pass it over to check out the JDG comms and how it actually sounds like.
想打，前一秒进，前一秒，准备打过去了，兄弟。想打，先打，准备打头，先打，往上打，往上打。踢了，飞我了，透点，打。能看吗，兄弟？反拆了。能看。别打住，低点上了，兄弟。慢慢打，慢慢打。回来打，还没拉，兄弟，还没拉。还一大残，能拉死吧？我金红了，推中，他可能想接这波。这波中路想接了没？飞了，套过来。哎，可以了，这波留了，击飞了，越了，往回拉一套先，别急。还推，这只套太阳。你那个小心点，还有漏了。哎呀，可接，别急。他也没闪，准备踩灯了，可以打这波。我来卖个灯，踩个灯。我看。能看还有他了，还有。没闪的还有，不过。打我的。没事，得他了。给他拉吧，你想自己杀我走。来杀这个人啊，等会儿。你们杀还包死。你们俩先做了。你想被断？还闪，一下。没闪，有了，7分15了。杀我，别杀我。你们打一波就行了。哎，就太闪，抓这波，先把招紧，就太阳闪。哎，冲掉来。点3个，你看到是吧？点他，看一波了，兄弟，瞅一下，点得了。杀人吧，点不了是吧？能踩个灯不？踩灯。然后再马上复活，兄弟，他也没点，他杀一，等线没线地线，往外拉一点，等没线，往外拉一点。没事，还行。那就上能上。没闪的钩子。
And really, is the combination coming in from Rong and also the side of No Fear, commanding some of the big team fight moments for the side of JDG in those big team fights.
I think the biggest thing here, if you don't understand Mandarin, that's fine. But the thing is, the JDG players, based on the comms, they knew exactly what the options were available on the side of WYG. That is the scariest part, right? They were so calm, so collected in their communication and telling each other what is left to expect. They even knew the exact second that the highest flash was going to come back up.
I think that's the baseline or something of the quality that these players are expected to have, right? Like, you need to memorize specific cooldown timers of the battle spells, important spells, to give you a competitive edge in those team fights that could change the tide of the game.
Yeah, and the fact that they didn't really feel too much pressure, this shows you the level that they're at, right? This is a norm to the professional players. Like you said, baseline, this is foundational requirements for a KPL team. So this is now then for WYG as we head into the second game. How do you learn from that? And do you even recognize what are these markers you need to achieve?
It's a step-by-step process, right? Because to improve within the span of potentially in the BO5, we've seen teams do it, but can everyone do it? I don't think so. So for WYG, take one step at a time, improve whatever you can, and show your best self.
Okay, we'll see. The journey of growth is going to be long. It's lifelong, to be honest. But for this particular moment itself, WYG, they also have a special chance here, right? They can really pull off a surprise here if they have really taken the notes of game number 1.
I think it's time for them to also pull out the Challenger's Blessing coming to game number 2 here. So they can fully utilize game 2 Challenger Blessing, then game 3 another Challenger Blessing.
I fully agree with you. I think now, based on this particular performance in game number 1, this is really the time, because it doesn't feel like they will have a chance to get that 4th game in if this continues. And there we have, that is going to be the first Challenger Blessing used for the side of WYG. Which one do they pick?
should be the chosen heroes, right? And interested to see what chosen heroes they actually pick. It will be the Ao Yin and also the Fatih here being locked in as their chosen heroes.
Interesting. Why the Long though?
Yeah, I'm also interested. Why the Long though?
Well, that remains to be seen, and we'll take a look at it. Fatih, obviously, we know that there is going to be a potential of the Dunshan pick available for the side of WYG, but they will take out the Master Lupan first, and JDG gonna take out the Kaboom.
Yeah, Kaboom, Master Luban, all the strong tier 1 heroes will be removed from the pool here. If you're JDG, do you remove the Dunshan here? Because it's looking like WYG wants to play the Dunshan Fatih, and they're looking to play the ban away the Long as a pick instead of picking it.
Right, so they ban out Dunshan, and WYG, they want to go for the Kong Kong Era. Okay, we see the benefits of the Kong Kong Era pick, right? You're able to rotate yourselves between the 3 puppets that are created and potentially get a nice stun ultimate setup for your team.
And the answer coming in from JDG will be the Arlie and also Byron Heroes. A very strong early game coming in from Whisper, but immediate answer here on the Lubu and also Xiao Xiao here being locked in for WYG.
I like it a lot. I mean, Xiao Xiao obviously is a very clear counter towards the Arlie. If you can land all your skills from the Xiao Xiao, it's an instant deletion for the Arlie. But why the Lubu though?
I mean, I think it's to really favor the Clash Day matchup into the Byron here. Because you can really go through the shielding from the Byron with true damage.
That's true. I mean, maybe this is also to try to complement the Kong Konger ultimate. Maybe if you get a nice setup, the Lupu Tremble models may have a higher chance of landing.
That could be a case here, right? With good setup, you do facilitate YY on the Lubu to have much more of these multi-man engages here. But coming into the second stage of the pick and bans here, some of these strong counters and partners for the Arlie will be removed from the pool.
Oh yeah, for sure. The fast-paced junglers are going to be taken out of the picture as well. So JDG understanding that if you actually give WYG the early game start, it's going to be really scary. And also, this is actually to help them with the Jing pick. We're going to see the Shuang Jing here.
Shuang does lock in the Jing here. This will be an Assassin Showcase. One of the few ones that we have today in the second series here. WYG though, that's a Garo being locked in along with Ambrosia for their final 4-5.
The piercing arrow. Let's see if this is going to be the win condition fulfilled for the side of WYG. At the same time, they pick up the Ambrosia, so this is going to be a jungle Ambrosia. I like the double life, Indomitable Spirit and Undying Spirit here, but JDG, they're gonna try and counter that with the extra life offered by the ultimate of No Fear.
Yeah, you get an extra life, you get an extra life, we all get an extra life here coming in from JDG's final pick here. So for WYG, I do believe that Kong Konger is not the best of the tank roamers. He's more of an initiation one. So does Renshin go for more of a pseudo bruiser build to add on to that tankiness for his team?
I'm not sure, because I feel like there's a very huge problem here for WYG, which is actually who's gonna protect the Garo? Yes, if she plays from range, she shreds Whisper to bits. That's a great answer, but you have No Fear, you have Whisper. Flash initiations, or even a third hand initiation from No Fear is going to be really scary for WYG.
And also, don't forget the fact that Shuang is on a Jing. We know how capable of Jing is when she gets those mirror clone swaps here. So there's a lot of access points coming from JDG to really go for that backline assassination.
Okay, very curious lineup. I like the idea. I mean, I asked for creativity today. WYG has definitely shown us that. Now it's about how do you make this composition synergize together, because it feels very disconnected to me at this point for the side of WYG.
Fully agreed. It's very all over the place here, but maybe if they bring chaos to this game alone, that's where they can find something for this game to care. But so far, if we were to evaluate on towards the side of JDG's draft, I would feel that it's much more well-rounded for the KP.
Alright, we'll see. I mean, well-rounded and chaotic. Two very different stories coming in from the KPL team and the streamer team. Who is going to find their success?
The WYG definitely has a lot of proof, right? It is to fully play their game, give enough challenge to JDG, put them in a discomfort here. But let's do hear the crowd one more time before we head into the game.
的血统。
All right, and with that, it's going to be a pretty even start, I would say. They did force out the flash from wrong. That was kind of a surprise for us. At the same time, there is a lane swap happening, right? So we'll see if he's going to find some success at the top side with the help of No Fear.
I think I start to understand the ideology of this Garo pick, right? It's to really play the laning phase. They're like, okay, we don't care about the team fights anymore because we can't survive until there. So we play the laning phase, we make sure that Yi doesn't have a good time.
Yeah, but if you take a look at what's happening, No Fear, the consistent pressure coming in, and every time wrong lands like those Scepters of Fate, it really hurts them.
Yeah, the HP bar doesn't really look good thus far, and Strong is already having the first move on towards the objective here, but it seems to me that WYG gets more of the control on this River Sprite, and they do get it.
Okay, Space Sprite secured for the side of WYG. That's a great start for them. A little bit of gold, but the team fight, that is where JDG consistently threatening. A very scary notion. And you can't use the teleportation portal. JDG is forcing them to play slow.
Yep, at the very least, the early objectives has been more or less secured by the side of WYG in a much more comfortable way. Already an improvement coming in from game 1.
Yeah, I like it a lot, right? This is where we want to see the growth. Now, 2v1 for the side of WYG, putting a little bit more pressure against Whisper. He was a menace in game number 1. They have to stop him from becoming a menace in game number 2.
Now, the game plan for WYG makes much more sense here. And also, Yu Xiaolong also steals away their own boards here from the hands of Strong here. So that's EXP denied from the enemy jungle.
Yes, nice secure, right? And they're keeping it close. Right now, I think with a difference of 100 gold, I would say there is no difference for the side of WYG and JDG. And this is a pretty healthy heart rate, right? On the side of Xiao Qian, he's doing well in the mid lane.
Yeah, they're just chilling here, and No Fear here caught in a peculiar position here. Might have to pause ultimate.
Alright, he does use it and will give his first life with that being said. So this is okay timing, right? Because for JDG, they still have, what, more than 60 seconds before the 4-minute mark. So JDG in still a pretty good place.
Well, you can see the confidence that has been boosted coming in from WYG. Definitely much more better pacing compared to game 1. So the next question is, how do they play the upcoming 4th minute mark? That's where they really exploded back in game 1.
Yeah, it is the question we want answered, right? This composition, where is the synergy? How do you set up so that your combinations can be done?
I think it really comes in the form of YY and also Ren Shen, with the assistance coming from Yu Xiaolong to find those big engages before your backline gets touched here. You can see the damage coming from Ren Shen.
Okay, that's a good start, right? And that'll be a great start for the side of WYG. In the meantime, it's all about the pokes. You can see Shuang, he's looking for an opening, right? Using the mirror images to see if this is a angle in which he wants to approach WYG's backline.
Xiao Qian also had to burn the flash just now to find for a surprising engage. Unfortunately, isn't able to get the best target here, so that will be a key spell being removed from the pool coming into this 4th minute mark.
Alright, let's see how this 4-minute mark is going to go. They do have a little bit of a prior position on the side of WYG, and it looks like they will not be able to approach too easily, but here on the backlines, they're using the ultimates to come in. First life gone for the side of Shuang, and here comes the side of YY. Actually gets Shuang out of the portal and out of the picture here. This means this is success for the side of WYG, trying to look for that final one onto Whisper. No Fear is taken down as well, and WYG finds success. What kind of damage can they do now? Do they enter the jungle? Do they take a turret?
They will be entering the jungle here. The Crimson Golem will be up for taking in Shuang's jungle here. That's the setup that we are looking for here. Nice Xiaolong here going for potential engage. And this was the replay here. As we can see, Yu Xiaolong doing such a good job locking down Strong. And Strong, after coming down from the first life, gets immediately executed here. And the value of the Garo and Lubu here starts coming into fruition. They do so much damage against shielded targets.
Yeah, there's one, and the silence arrow being used by LinkedIn was at the appropriate time. It actually stopped the members of JDG from attempting to help, right? The fact that Shuang tried to go for that solo take onto Xiao Qian, I think that was the biggest difference maker, because not only did Xiao Qian not fall, YY got his timing just a little bit shy. He got the Tremble Mortars right as Shuang was coming up.
And yesterday we saw when you give a Lubu sufficient resource, he will really cut the team into half here. And take a look at the steal!
Huge! And for that, they pay the price as well. Xiao Qian gets the first kill onto Shuang. Shuang is not having a good game at all. And finally, we see a JDG KPL team unable to find any success in this first 5 minutes of the game.
Well, BO5 definitely learning from their game 1 mistakes here, but a bit of a misplay here towards the mid lane. They do get their mid tower severely chunked out by the side of JDG.
I mean, this is what we are talking about, right? You can have the kills, you can have all the success and the gold advantage, but if you do not get the turrets, then that success eventually will start to wear out.
And this is the strong lane power as well here, kid. We were questioning like, hey, Lingting, what's the idea on the Garo here? But you can see, silence arrows just stealing away Byron, and right now already pacing themselves to take away more of these outer turrets.
Okay, beautiful gameplay from the side of WYG. So Chaos seems to be the answer, right? They have a close to 2,000 goal lead against JDG. One of the things that they have not been able to achieve just yet to make Shuang's life even more difficult is to take away the Azure buff. If they can take that away, then I feel like WYG have a very strong chance, at least in this first 10 minutes.
It reminds me of yesterday's script when they were against one of the Jings as well. The Jing had practically 0 bombs. I think it was LGD's Hui. He was like suffering because the enemy team kept invading his Azure Golem and he fell out of the contention of the game itself.
Yeah, for sure. And this is the kind of space you want to create against an enemy Jing, right? For now, WYG have not really found that opportunity just yet, but they have managed to... Oh, hang on. Nice attempt from the side. Flash from the side of No Fear. And this is where Yi is going to shine. They get down the first life on the side of Renshen. Can they finish the job? They should be able to. Nice catch by Yi. And this is the jungler Renshen on the side of WYG taken apart.
That's a very crucial kill here coming in for the side of JDG, because once Yi gets those items piling into that 10th minute mark, Garo is not particularly strong during the shadow objective. She needs more time than that. This tempo is starting to slow down and going back into the favor of JDG.
Yeah, JDG finding these gaps here. If Yi is able to find another kill, especially onto Garo, Lingting in the later parts of this game, then I feel like WYG will start to feel the pain.
The pain is already starting to succumb just a little here, dropping that mid tower. Not the greatest news so far for us at WYG, and it's not over yet. More pressure is being invested by the side of JDG, but take a look at mid lane though.
Yeah, they will give that first life on the side of No Fear. Where's the setup? The silence arrow is going to be enough, but it's No Fear. It's just a roam. JDG have already done a lot more structural damage, taking a T1 at the bottom side, allowing the minions to do their work on the bottom T2 as well. And here comes Shuang looking for that catch onto the Garo. Will not be able to finish the job, which means space created, but quite a bit of structural damage onto the bottom T2. Whisper is looking for the opening as well, and with the flash, gets a knock-up onto the Garo. Lingting is out of the photo, out of the picture at this point. They do get the shutdown onto Shuang, but what price do they have to pay? Yi as well has taken a fall, and this is not looking good for Whisper. Maybe they have found their way back. A double kill for WYG.
WYG wins the brawl here. Lingting gets taken down, but they do get JDG to overcommit into the tier 2 tower here, expending too much resources here. And once again, Shuang's jungle is a buffet coming in for Renshen's. This is just very good tempo so far for WYG. Everything is falling into their favor.
I like this. I like this a lot, right? So we are talking about, hey, they have not managed to find that kind of deficit into Shuang's jungle. Immediately after winning that team fight, they go and take it. And so this one is going to be a very uncomfortable situation for JDG. And this just proves one point. Everyone is human. You have a chance.
Yep, there will be mistakes, and this is their opportunity as they lead the goal chart just before that 10-minute mark.
Yeah, Renshen now actually has a 1.2 thousand goal lead against Shuang, which is great news for him.
Even if you take down Lingting in those team fights, you still have a secondary carry in the form of Xiao Qian, Renshen, and YY here. So the pressure will be surmounting on towards JDG if the game goes even later.
Oh, I want to see that happen, right? I want to see WYG push JDG to the absolute limit. But for now, 10-minute wise, they don't have the prior positioning. There is an option for Renshen to look and take a peek inside the Tyrant Pit. But the Shadow Tyrant Pit is going to be potentially the graveyard for WYG if they don't play this right.
WYG has very good tools so far, so there will be potentially good plays here on this objective here. But you can see JDG pulling away the Tyrant here and getting that mid prio. They are playing the map and pulling WYG out of the comfort zone.
Very smart. They're playing to their strengths, right? Every single time you drag the fight, for every Scepter of Fate that wrong lands, it's going to be a very painful experience. So they will continually reset in the backlines. They're going to try and set up the fight here. First life for the side of Renshin will be available, but here comes Wrong. He's going to be landing down those Scepters of Fates. Gets the cut in. Shuang looking for the finishing blow onto YY. Unable to find it, but the Fate Rewind going to be used by the side of Wrong as well. Pushes them back, and as you can see, the longer the fight goes, the stronger Wrong becomes.
The Scepters are hitting so hard here, but it's not over yet. Renshin still wants to look for a contention on this Shadow Tyrant here, but the health bars are not looking too healthy.
Yeah, this one I think is going to be, it has to be a miracle steal. That's the only way this works out in the hands of WYG, because JDG, they can afford to play this slow. They don't mind, they have the lifesteal potential.
It's looking like a 50-50 right now. We need to see who gets this Shadow Tyrant. How will the fight break out? Because the engage are starting to come through.
Yep, Shuang comes on the backline. A steal happening from the side of WYG. This could be a great fight for them, but at the same time, Wrong. He is making things go wrong for them. JDG, look at that kill. Holy! Linking, the first one to be taken down. You may have taken a Tyrant, but can you keep your lives? YY gonna be chased down as the two of them are gonna be staring him in the face. 3 members for the price of Whisper and the Tyrant.
Wrong, the savior of JDG. Those Scepters pierce through the hopes coming in from WYG. But let's check out the replay here. So the first initial ultimate coming in from the Lubu, zoning out Shuang on that smite, which allowed Renshin to get that crucial Shadow Tyrant. But look at the damage being generated by Wrong. That spear just pierced through Ling Ting and then forcing out Xiao Tian's Splendor, and eventually led to the demise of YY on the lone Lubu in the side lane.
Yeah, they were not expecting the flash. I think that was the biggest thing. They expected Wrong to use his second skill to reposition himself, but the flash came at a timing when nobody was expecting it. So they allowed him to get his Scepters of Fate off. That was a very painful one. Ling Ting got taken out instantly.
Yeah, those Scepter of Fate kept stacking on towards the multiple members here, and that's at one point, it starts taking like what, 30%, 40% of your health, which cannot be really tanked by WYG members here because they don't really have sufficient tanks in their lineups here.
Okay, there is a potential here, but Renshin has already been spawned out by Shuang here. Shuang wants to go for him. They want him to use his ultimate. They want to burn this first life. The chase does come in on the side of Wrong. Every time he hits those Scepters of Fates, it is getting more and more difficult. YY already on this side, getting poked down, getting chunked down. No Fear gets that third hand, gets a stun in as well. JDG, they see their target in sight, and that's going to be a T3. You can see Shuang. Oh, that's a nice ultimate from the side of Xiaolong as well. Can they finish the job? Yi is going to give his first life. Going to be taken down for good, but on the backlines. Nice jump in from the side of No Fear. He will give his life for the cause. Where's the damage coming in? Wrong is just making life so difficult, but too much damage from the side of WYG. No Fear, Yi, and Wrong. All 3 of them are taken down as Whisper keeps YY in his sights.
He's just like having a Mexican standout right now, just casually staring into YY and Whisper's eyes here. But still, WYG finding the perfect wombo combo here with Yu Xiaolong on the initiating front, with YY jumping into Decimate Yi here. There was no early in that fight, which make it easy for WYG to capitalize on that win.
He was playing childhood games there, right? Where your parent has the belt and you're running around the table trying to escape from the beating. And right now, Whisper will make it out. JDG, look, every time it feels like WYG have found themselves a lifeline, found themselves an advantage, JDG just make it seem like, no, that chance does not exist.
Wait, what kind of childhood are you actually having right now? I don't recall having a belt on me on a merry-go-round.
Okay, we might have very different childhoods at this point, but I think that was a very scary chase down nonetheless. Funny, but scary.
That is true here, but of course, within this game alone, we do see that it's much more different compared to game number 1, where WYG is actually proactively finding those big engages to counteract against JDG, and props to them. Every single one of them has proven to be very fruitful.
Yep, I really like this performance by both teams, right? This is as exciting as it can get. Noticing that there are 2-tier differences between the 2 teams here. But nonetheless, JDG, they will be able to recover, and that's how they're going to start, right? Shadow Tyrant Gonna try and start another team fight, and we'll see how does WYG respond to the engagements by JDG.
They need to be playing more of these wombo combos into their own favor here. If they can catch Yi once again in those early team fights, things could just go very well in favor for WYG. But a good news for WYG, their late game is extremely strong.
Yeah, I mean, with the help of linking on this Garo, the piercing arrow definitely going to be a huge win condition. But with that being said, if they time the silence arrow from Linking along with the knockout by Xiaoqian and the tremble models by YY, once again, I'm painting like the dream scenario, that potentially could wipe out JDG.
Now, usually I would disagree with you, but just now we saw multiple times in the Tyrant, in the bottom lane, that WYG is capable of making these fancy engages here. So, it's up to them really on their superior execution.
Okay, well, that dream was still looking quite a bit alive, but right now with JDG taking the Shadow Overlord at the expense of like the Primal Bond, I think this is not looking too good.
Yeah, it's gonna be a bit of a stressful one coming in for the side of WYG. The minion waves will start marching down in all 3 lanes, so for WYG, they need to repeat that bottom lane success that they have found so far.
Okay, look, I think the game changer here has to be Xiaolong on this Conqueror, but he does not have stun. That's the biggest difference maker here. If he has stun, I think he could really get a nice setup, as he already did earlier in this game.
And we can see a bit if we screen our eyes on the UI. On next to the Redemption, they do have the Frigid Charger, so that's still a bit of a double stun that will be coming up in just a short moment for both of these roamers.
I don't need to screen my eyes. My eyes are small enough. I can see.
Oh. It's okay. I'll pat you on the back for that next time. But hey, the small chance that we're talking about here might be WYG on this defense here, as all 3 lanes are starting to pile in against them. But you can see the late game potential of the Ling team. Oh, wow. Oh, that's painful.
It's crazy because you have like Wrong just throwing up the Scepters of Pain. This is not Fate, this is Scepters of Pain here. At the same time, Yi on this early, he's able to chunk down YY pretty quickly. So JDG, they are in a very strong position. So unless WYG makes the dream of their dreams come true here, they need a miracle player. Here comes a Fate Rewind just to get the marks set onto the different members of WYG.
But still, WYG doing a masterclass defense here to limit JDG's approach on the high ground turrets here. Even with double objectives being secured, they still got the better end of the defense.
Okay, so Xiaolong does have the stun now. Let's see if he can get the perfect setup. He's gonna try here, gets the setup onto the backlines. Whisper as well with the YY Tremble models, but it's still not enough. They can't get the kills. They do get the first level strong, but is it going to be enough? With that, they use the ultimate of No Fear as well. Yi is low, No Fear is low. Strong and No Fear have given their lives for the cause, but maybe it is not enough because they do manage to find that opening, but there is a Sage's Sanctuary for Yi here.
There we go, the late game coming into play here for WYG here. Xiaoqian didn't even have to fall in that fight, and this puts JDG in such a difficult situation. Their composition is not built for late game here, but Yi, what are you doing here?
Oh, he will give it a try. This is a beautiful setup from Wrong. They actually forced him to use the Fate Rewind as well. And even though they lost that T3 in the mid, look, I cannot tell you how much now I believe in WYG. This is a great setting to have.
This is a splendid one, kid, because after securing the Shadow Tyrant, their late game composition blooms into full effect here. The late game Xiao Qiao, Garo, and Lubu, and a full itemized Ren Shen on this Ambrosia, they are ready to take on JDG in this game too.
Okay, I mean, the chance is there. This is a streamer team. They are tier 3s. This is not supposed to happen, but it is happening.
And they didn't even fully utilize
Yu
Xiaolong!
Yeah, he's actually being chased out. Okay, so he is able to use the puppets to reposition himself. JDG unable to find that opening, but once again, you don't want to over-aggress and use all your resources onto a roam.
That's correct here. So right now, in the 20th minute mark of the game, we are seeing a streamer team push the KPL team into the Tempest Dragon moment here, and towards the bottom lane, a bit of a tussle for that push.
Yeah, look, now they've cut it down to less than 2,000 gold in terms of difference. And WYG, if there's any time to do it, this will be the best time and place. Tempest Dragon, everything is going to be even, but we have seen even with the Tempest Dragon, you have to play your cards right.
Yep, this is the make or break moment here coming in for both WYG and JDG. But on terms of the scaling, take a look at the Tremble Mortals.
Oh, they get the first life onto Wrong down. He will be out of the game. They do get him, but at the cost of what? It will be the first life of Ling Ting as well. Xiao Chen is very low. Ling Ting has been taken out. Xiao Chen falling super low. Can they find the backline? So they're trying to get onto E. They have managed to cut him down quite low, but they can't finish the job. Wrong as well as Whisper. This is 4 lives for the price of 2. Xiao Tian, no more options, no more Sage's Sanctuary as well. Oh, nice. Maple Blossom, get rid of the potential. And JDG, they were so close on the side of the streamer team, but JDG denies them the chance.
It was looking so close for the side of WYG. It was looking so great as well, taking down Wrong on the 4v5 attempt, but at the final few moments, it was just too darn close. Yi with the clutch on the early, just saving the game for the side of JDG.
Alright, so we'll get an interview coming out from the side of JDG. Let's see what's happening.
好的，我们也是突击采访到了小千。小千你好，那其实能感觉到队伍第2局相较于第1局来说多了很多精彩的碰撞，也一度可以拿到优势。你觉得队伍前2局状态上有什么区别吗？
第2局对于赛场可能比较成熟一点了吧，就没有像第1局那么打得那么仓促，感觉对节奏上也有多了一些掌握吧。
比如说像在4分钟那波，当时其实对面一直想要切你的小乔嘛，然后队友对你的保护做得很到位，可以讲一下那波你们是怎么沟通的吗？
我就是那波主要我有闪现，然后我想去当做一个诱饵，因为我们阵容空控2加吕布是一个非常强大的反手能力的，所以那波主要就是当做诱饵去充当一个勾引对面的一个关键角色。
我觉得你这个想法和策略是做得非常成功的哈。那其实今天对于你们来说，要交手到的是来自 KPL 赛道的队伍，这对于你们来说赛前会更加紧张一些吗？
是会有一些压力，但感觉跟他们交手也是一个非常好的机会吧。
那有什么想对对面放狠话的，或者是想对自己队伍加油的吗？
跟自己队伍说一把，下把我不送，等你们带飞，好吧？
好，等兄弟们带飞。好的，小千加油，期待你的表现，谢谢。
Wonderful interview by Linger for Xiao Chen as well. You know, Xiao Chen was saying that he was feeling nervous in the game. I'm pretty sure he was feeling super nervous during the interview as well. And we'll see. I mean, can they calm the nerves, right? Because they did really well in this game number 2. I was super excited. They really caught JDG off guard a few moments in this game.
Okay, before I go into your point here, I was one of the fortunate individuals to be able to play in the show with Linger. And I gotta say, she's a very nice person. But of course, it's understandable to be nervous around her because she is a very beautiful girl.
Okay, I was about to say something else, but I'm gonna change. Woo! Well, with that being said, we'll take a look at the post games here. And this one, I mean, the chaos we were asking for on this WYG lineup, we got it. But just a little bit less refined. If they had a more refined chaos, which is a oxymoron in itself, I felt like they could have won that fight against JDG.
I think it not only caused confusion coming in for JDG, it also caused confusion for us casters. But you can see, in this game, WYG, they were with 3,000 gold lead at the 13-minute mark here. They were finding success in the game itself.
Yeah, it's so crazy that they were able to find that, right? And the fact that, look, they actually found the moment to have synergy for YY's Tremble Mortal's Lupu Ultimate. Crazy.
Yeah, Yu Xiaolong on that Kong Kong is such a devastating player. He was really setting up YY, setting up the side of Shenren on these very good plays on this Kong Kong for example here. He really deserves a special place in my heart.
Okay, I think he will, right? Right now, the other player that deserves a special place, I think it has to be Wrong. Look at this Halo. Dude, this guy was crazy.
Yeah, he was really crazy on the Halo here, especially that bottom Shadow Tyrant fight. Those scepters were on fire.
Yeah, with the flash as well, like most of the time you don't expect the flash to come at that particular moment, right? You want to use it for escape. But number 1, to use it aggressively. Number 2, to use it to be able to catch Ling Ting at that critical moment. Very big plays. Wrong was actually one of the main reasons why JDG had such a big striking force in the later parts of this game.
And Rinchen was on the Umbrosa actually put a lot of pressure against Shuang in that Jing matchup here. I would say that Shuang didn't have a comfortable game at Jing at all.
At all, yeah, I fully agree. This game, actually, I think it was pretty sweaty for Shuang, right? He had his buff stolen. He had the knockups waiting for him the moment he tried to go for his mirror domain. Everything looking so difficult. They actually planned this against Shuang for sure.
Of course, I definitely have to fully agree with you, but all this wouldn't have happened without the Roman versus Roman matchup here. Key force signs coming in from the side of No Fear, and also key engages coming in from the side of Yu Xiaolong here. But the man to really set up for the side of the MVP will be No Fear once again on the turn red.
Okay, so this one I think is also definitely justified. That last few fights, the amount of time he bought for the team. Number one, with his ultimate. Number two, the AoE stuns that he offered in the last point of the fight, paired with the Sage's Sanctuaries, really made the world's difference for JDG.
And these were the early few fights that Ling Ting actually managed to deal with the objective, putting another death on for the side of Shuang here. You can see Shuang actually being really stressed out here, but Wrong and also No Fear, the big names in your team, really puts a bit of a comfort as a new players for the roster.
Yeah, just look at this Wrong play. This is my MVP play of the day. Crazy with the flash as well, the damage. Woo!
I love that side here. It's really like an ASMR. If you put it on a low volume and only hear the spears, that is a very well played one coming in from Wrong. If they didn't really get that, that could be devastating here. But this is the MVP play here coming in for the side of No Fear. This play really shut down the hopes coming in for the side of WYG. This was at the start a 4v5 in favor for the side of WYG, but due to the fact that No Fear actually peeled Yi so well, getting the kill on towards the farm lane coming in for us at WYG, this resulted into a comeback win for JDG.
Yeah, it's all about the control, right? I think that's the main thing that JDG had the entire time in this best of 5 series. So far, it is 2-0. That one, okay, was a little bit scary, but we'll take a look at the comms for that. I want to hear what kind of comms they were having, because I think this was a little closer than the JDG members expected.
Yeah, it was definitely one of the most competitive games so far that we have coming in from a streamer team against a KPL team. You can argue that, hey, we did have the issue with SYG 3-1ing against E-Star Pro, but this is a whole different level here. It's a tier 3 streamer team going up against a KPL top 8 in the KPL Grand Finals team, so not the easiest feat for them to push almost a point against them.
Actually, scrap that. I want to hear the JDG voice comms. I want to hear the streamer team voice comms as well. Like, how crazy was that game? Why? I want to hear that moment where he got that finishing blow onto Shuang. How did he respond? But of course, we will take a look at the winning team's mic check.
I think it will be very loud and also vocal coming in for the streamer team, because imagine you're playing with a bunch of friends and you scrim for like a month long and you almost got to beat against the KPL team. That's gonna be feeling good for you, man. You're gonna be like, hey, I almost beat JDG. That's gonna be a bragging right for you.
Yeah, and if they really do get that win one game, I think you will be proud, right? Guys, all over social media, I beat a KPL team once, and that's a feat that not many people can say.
No. Even before you go into saying that I beat KPL team once, you can also flex. Hey, I'm in the esports center. I played on stage against JDG. No Fear and Wrong. You know them? Yeah, you do know them. I played with them. It's already a flex, you know?
And I beat them. Oh, that would be quite
almost though.
That would be the feat, right? That would be the dream. But of course, that dream has not been realized just yet. JDG, obviously, KPL team, tier 1, right? They are the strongest of them all out of the available teams. Now, KPL is tier 1. So let's hear what their mic check was like in this much more stressful game than anticipated in game number 2.
Yep, let's pass it to the mic check real quick. Let's check out JDG.
到了，准备打了，兄弟，这动作半血。 摸了，哎，这打人，秒龙了，准备，看影，我能看着不？刚没大兄弟，
加龙没闪，接我，有复活没？有
点远，那边给不到，我都给自己了。
他这没打住不？全场，加龙没闪，加龙没闪的兄弟，
礼物没大，
加龙没闪，再
全闪全废，慢慢杀。这个没闪，小江没闪，上面还都一个杀。
我走了。
然后准备开大龙吧，兄弟。我先护你带，想开这边啊。
先上，
有眼，
哎，动作没了，哎，再中了。
来退吧你自己，老波。
走，全接前头。
我给你看你，往这走。
别到一脚，这不？没说下这不？
看防打兄弟，楼没大兄弟，我能舔加楼能看吗？
小楼一定，
加楼，
能看。
加楼没闪，没闪，赶紧再炸一下。
我死了，你们打回去，
慢杀，没闪加楼。 骂的可以打直播兄弟，
接我，
你换位，先换位，
他也没大的小心，
拆了
阿里，
也没打兄弟，一能杀，还能打兄弟，一波了，
中立波，有点难吃。
Now, you can really see the calmness coming in from the side of a KPL team. This is why, even in clutch situations, you need to be geared with composure. That's the essence coming in from such a long history team with players like Wrong and also No Fear.
Yes, and to sprinkle a little bit of focus inside, right? That one, they were locked in. That was
locked in.
A glimpse of the serious side of JDG for a moment. And when JDG goes serious, you know it's going to be a hard-fought battle.
Yeah, and to be able to push them into such a locked-in mode, not everyone can really do it, aside from some of the KPL teams. But of course, props to WYG here. Now, we're moving over to Game 3. They are down with the final Challenger's Blessing. It will be the reset hero pool here. I do expect them to use it coming into this final game.
Oh, for sure, you have to, right? I mean, okay, so the support coming in, they feel that JDG is going to be winning close to, wow, wait, hang on, it's dropping. Really?
I mean,
okay.
Everybody loves an underdog story here, and it's almost surpassing JDG, by the way. 48 to 52%, the live votes coming in from the viewers.
That's crazy. I want to see what this is going to be like. WYG, with the Challenger's Blessing, there is a chance, right? A probable chance they can do it.
And just now when they utilized the Challenger's Blessing, it didn't really go into these pool specifics here. And yes, that is a Photoshop photo of No Fear on towards a baby boss.
Yeah, boss baby, right? Well, so far he has been the boss. Not sure about the baby portion. Now, with that being said, this is where WYG needs to make it happen. They have the final call on that reset the hero pool. What kind of craziness can they bring to the Gorge?
I do think that there are a team that really favors the Fatih a lot. Maybe potentially look into the Fatih plus Dunshan for once, just once. But you know, JDG wouldn't allow it because they have been banning consistently so far.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what other cards can they play, right? We talked about the streamer teams being able to be very proficient at one or two heroes, specialized heroes. Maybe there's something they have hidden in their cards here.
Yeah, they definitely need to bring out whatever cards they have in store here, because if they lose this will be their final game that they will be playing here in HOK KCC here. You can see the smile on No Fear's face. Not a sign of worry or stress at all.
Yeah, look, they have been put in difficult positions so many times. I don't think they're going to be worried about it at all.
Yeah, the stressfulness comes in when you are down to the game 5 scenario here, but composure always really matters here. And you can see the fans here cheering on for JDG. Every step counts from here on out.
Where's Holler? I'm sure Holler is there.
Again, do we see him? We don't see a fellow Korean in the audience though.
Yeah, we'll see. And that'll be fun to see. If he actually goes on to camp, yeah, we'll definitely call it out. But in the meantime, it's just us and the audiences in person at Shanghai Esports Center as we go and explore this final blessing that will be used for WYG.
Yep, it will be to reset the hero pool here that will be initiated by WYG. They will be a tier 3 team in the division of the KCC streamer teams, so that does give them 2 of the Challenger's Blessing. They used 1 in Game 2, and right now in Game 3, all the global ban pick rules will be removed coming in for WYG.
Okay, let's see. Who are they going to use after this reset? So WYG going to get Prio pick, so they will ban out the Shikong Zhen first.
Yeah, Shikong is an interesting one to really limit the clash name pool here coming in from Whisper. And there is the Master Luban removed from the pool as well here. So the Roamer pool, there is still the likes of the Sulier that will be picked up by the side of WYG. But they go for the idea.
Okay, do they want to go for... I mean, okay, there's a lot of setup from the Diardia, right? A lot of healing as well. But JDG, they have saved specific heroes for this matchup. The Haya as well as the Organ going to be used on the side of JDG.
Ooh, very aggressive setup, right? You have Organ, a very strong raid boss in the early to mid game, and Haya consistently going and cutting out the bushes. Once you place check a bush, you be careful because sometimes Haya will be there and you will be pulled into the Moonscape Mirage. But for the side of WYG, they put more focus on towards Ling Ting and Yu Xiaolong here. an early Dynasty setup being drafted by the side of WYG.
I like this flex possibility for the side of WYG, right? Because the Fatih can go into the jungle. For now, let's put it in the clash lane first. It's not going to be locked in just yet. I feel like this could be a jungle Fatih.
The jungle Fatih, we saw it once during the game against AG, right? Back in KPL Grand Finals. And that jungle Fatih was just a nasty one. If I'm not mistaken, it was under the hands of DRG, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe it was Talent Gaming, KWC. Insane comeback game.
On Sunrise, right? On Sunrise.
Yeah.
That was an insane one. Yeah, that was literally the debut of the Fatih pick, and that really showed us a lot of what that hero could actually do here. For JDG, they do lock in the Umbrosa. And an interesting one coming in from WYG, the Princess Frost and Diadea combination for the mid role.
I like the idea of this, right? So you can kind of soft secure the Princess Frost Rigid Prison's second skill with the help of Diadea when Diadea uses her second skill. But JDG, the response, this one is quite hard. They have the Liang.
I mean, you only have a single frontline coming in for some WYG, and the immediate disengage isn't that prone for the side of their WYG roster here. You have the Dun, but who else is going to cancel the Liang?
Yeah, I mean, it takes a bit of time to cancel with your Princess Frost second skill. You need to be within range as the RD to be able to stop that. Maybe you get the passive and Bitter Farewell second skill to get rid of the Liang. It's all about the positioning though. You need to be really close.
Correct. So if that's the case, right, the game plan coming in from the jungle for the side WYG is to survive the ultimate. Take it with a grain of salt. Rinshen is the player that cannot go down. Once he goes down, the formation for the WYG, the KCC streamer team immediately dissolves.
And this is a very scary lineup, to be honest, on the side of JDG, because both Nofia and Wrong, they are your nets. If they catch you with the correct combinations, JDG just destroy you.
Fully agree here. So only time could tell how WYG pilots this strat that they have set up for themselves in this game tree here. Once again, they will be challenging JD Gaming here to try and get 1 point on towards the board and force it into a game 4. That is the dream scenario for WYG, but you know it, the fans, the crowd from JDG won't allow it.
Alright, you have already seen it, like there is a potential for Xiaolong to be able to get the Better Farewell, allowing Xiao Qian to really get the freezes going, but it's a very small and very short window.
Yep, for now though, we do see Xiao Qian starting out with Skull 2 and failing the combination with Yu Xiaolong. If they could get it on Shuang, that could be a very good marker in that early game.
I mean, they did get it on Wrong, but at this point, Wrong isn't the target you want, right? You want to slow down the jungler here.
Yeah, that's correct here. And you can see a bit of a 2v1 being set up here coming from the side of JDG. Looking to find Ling Ting here, but they find him though. The teleportation is coming down. He might be a bit of a trouble.
There was a bait, but here comes the response by Wrong as well. This is a bad mistake. They need to run now. The flash committed, and still they give away the first blood. The freeze does come through, but with that, Ling has been destroyed, and JDG, they get what they want.
The problem here is, okay, the positioning was great from Ling Ting, but he was level 1. He wasn't level 2. If that was level 2, that could have been such a good camp coming in from WYG. But due to that misplay right now, we have a 1,000 goal lead for the side of JDG.
Yeah, and they get a 4-man goal sharing movement in the mid lane as well. Very scary. Now, this is going to be mirrored by the side of WYG, but then this means, look, there is a 1,000 goal lead already. This is what happened.
Yeah, for the side of the WYG farm lane here, swapping the Paracel into a long position. So that means when you try to run away from Wrong, it's already too late.
Yeah, and at this point, timing is very essential. Winner here is going to be able to stop them. They try to get enough damage with a knockup. They do get it as well. Xiao Qian, well done to get Wrong, but it's Wrong. It's just the mid laner. They need to slow down the game for JDG on the side of Shuang.
Now, I figured out a very smart approach that's coming out from WYG. When Rinshen the Dun gets locked in by the ultimate, you gotta figure. It's like, hey, I got the pass and you can just out-sustain Wrong's damage.
Yeah, I think it's a scary notion to take a look at, right? Wrong's damage, he will have it in the later parts of this game. For now, at this stage, I think it's fair enough to say that WYG can outplay him.
Yep, that is the exact case right now. So for the next few minutes here, it will be very important for the side of WYG to find more success in those gameplay here. But you can see pressure being put on against the side of the roamer.
Okay, they will try to get the freeze. I think everything is on Xiaoxian in this game. I mean, I've played enough Princess Frost to feel like if you get that second skill with your ultimate, it should be an easier time to get the kills.
Yeah, it soft guarantees you a good kill on members like Shuang or Whisper if they do fall into that Frigid Prison trap here. So it really comes down to how Xiaoqian lays down those spell too.
Yeah, and this is trying... Oh, okay, nice freeze. With the lack of vision, that is where you really want to be as a position of the Princess Frost, right? If you can play like an assassin, play from the brushes, that will be to the benefit of WYG.
Yeah, WYG needs to hit more of these strong Princess Frost ultimates at the 4th minute mark here. Removing Strong or Whisper at the start of the team fight, that could really give them so much value. But you take a look at the mini-map here. Nofir consistently hiding away from vision, putting so much pressure against YY and also linking on the crossback.
He has the same kit, right? It's the same thing, but with this, maybe the next skill can come in the form of, okay, no, Whisper has a second life, but here comes the flash as well. They force it out. JDG looking to make the defense. They need to stop this wave that's coming on the top side. At the same time, protect himself. But here comes the catch. It's going to be the Dun taken down. No, Xiaoqian actually the first one to fall. And with that, Wrong has caught his other target. It's looking like that should be Rensen here. And with that, they will take down Lingting. Every single win option gone from the side of WYG. And Rensen saved the best for the last as they feast on the side of JDG.
I hope we get a replay here because Nofir outplayed the heck out of WYG here. They all tried to overcommit and cancel the Nofir ultimate on the Liang, but then he flashed and repositioned to put the WYG members into a disarray here. And right now, with the 4 kills in towards their pockets here, the jungle once again falls into the favor of JDG.
Crazy, right? And when I do it, I get wiped. When they do it, JDG survive and win the team fight. That is the difference of being a professional and trying your best in ranked games.
Nofir definitely on fire today. I gotta say, his performance is really shocking all the way from game 1 to game 3 because he's been finding those big plays on towards the gorge in every single moment.
Yeah, and this is what makes a professional that much better, right? I mean, KPL tier number 1 in the Chinese server here. JDG, once again, they're opening up, trying to push the members of WYG back because they want access into this T1.
Yeah, Rensen being poked down just slightly here, but that is another Wuski Mirage locking on another member.
Yep, I think that is Rensen. They will be locked down there, and the entirety of JDG is waiting for the return of this jungler. No, it is actually the support. Xiaolong has been caught. He will be gone out. Well, he did have to use his destined encounter, so he has given maximum value. At the same time, JDG opening up this T1 in the mid. At 6 minutes, this is not ideal for WYG.
This game is just going to be even faster coming on from this point right now because without the mid turret here, that is free jungle access coming in from the side of JDG into some of these big golems here. The Azure, the Crimson, those will be the point of contention here for the side of JDG.
Yeah, and they really want to make life difficult, right? Especially when you funnel the Crimson Golem into the appropriate hands like Lingting and Yi, they can change the fights for you. So stealing it away definitely makes a lot of sense for JDG.
Now, JDG needs to make sure that WYG isn't able to find any form of comeback here.
Okay, they're gonna try, they get the lockdown as well, but it is not going to be the case. Success for the side of JDG. They get the winters here, but Rensen is super low. Xiaolong, the first one to fall, and Whisper gives his first indomitable spirit. JDG looking very strong, putting pressure onto the T2 as well. Clearing this wave is going to be really critical. T2 should be guaranteed with the next wave.
The superior disengage coming in from Shuang and Whisper here, immediately pulling Yi and Nofir back towards safety and then causing chaos in towards that backline here. We saw how Yu Xiaolong, he went for the chase down on towards Yi immediately. Gets outed by Nofir, gets outed by Wrong here. Tons of love in a different way for the roamer.
I mean, he wanted to get a setup, right? I think we can all understand what Xiaolong is trying to do. He's trying to set up the lockdown onto the different members on the side of JDG so that life is a little bit easier for Lingting and Xiaoqian to hit those markers with their kits. But that is also a huge risk because as a Diadea, you're diving into the middle of 5 different JDG heroes.
Diadea. Yeah, I get what you mean, right? Yeah.
Not really what I was going for, but yeah, I guess that works too.
I hope the humor actually pulls up WYG back from the deficit because, man, it's not looking good here. Already 6,000 goldie at the 8-minute marker, but Hal has been popped.
Okay, they do get the lockdown wrong, catches Runson as well, and this is going to leave the rest of WYG exposed. Now, JDG, there is a chance to turn this around against them. Very nice stun coming in, and the wraparound coming in. Whisper gives all the damage in the world. Might survive this, but Ling Ting, no! The first one to fall in this exchange as E gets the kill on to YY as well. Everything falling apart for the side of JDG, and still Whisper stays alive as well. T3s are now open. Next minion wave is here, and for 20 seconds, no one else will be able to help the side of Runson. I feel like this game is looking like a JDG clean sweep.
To clear your mind, this will be a JDG clean sweep as they march towards the crystal. 8 minutes, 42 seconds as the crystal falls. JDG advance to the top 16.
Super clean game. This one, no contestant at all. The hope was there, but WYG fall to the strength of JD Gaming.
But of course, in the series itself, they have signs and rays of brilliance here. In Game 2, I bet that was one of the closest games that JDG ever expected in this run against a KCC streamer team.
Hey, nonetheless, it's a tier 3 against a tier 1. The fact that they managed to pull JDG to such a long duration in game number 2 and really force them to show a glimpse of their true strength. This they can be proud of on the side of WYG.
Imagine going back into your home and then just cutting through the stream clips like, hey, I did this clip against the JDG members here. So of course, bragging rights already secured coming in for WSG here. But JDG showing off their signature signs here for the crowd and the fans.
Yep, lovely gameplay coming in from the side of JDG. We'll break that down a little bit later for you. But yeah, what a post to hold, and JDG move deeper into the tournaments for the side of 2025 Honor of Kings Challenger Cup.
Yep, awaiting them will be their next challengers here. Will be from BO5 into a BO7, still a single elimination here, but hopefully they can go even further than top 16 here. But of course, with a winner in mind, there will be a losers bowing out of the tournament here. WYG, after 3 back-to-back games here and a very intense game number 2, they do deserve the crowd's respect here for bringing up such a good show at the Shanghai Esports Center.
Yes, very entertaining gameplay actually. Okay, they need a little bit more synergy here as they go for the bow. But hey, this is where, look, I think they definitely can be proud of themselves. They need to be happy with the performance. To do what they did in game number 2, very few teams can really pull that kind of performance, especially in a high stakes, you lose, you go home kind of series.
It just shows that even with streamers as a full team and some of the ex-pro players, if they receive formal training, one of these days they could also reach into that top tier level to challenge some of the best teams so far in KPL. Nothing is a dream. Everything is achievable here in Honor of Kings.
Yes, it is. And I hope that, watching their performance, it gives you a little bit of inspiration as well. Because almost anything can happen in HOK. All you need to do is to, number 1, believe in it, and then, okay, easier said than done, do it.
Yeah, do it until you make it. Let me say it. Practice until you perfect the craft, and once you perfect the craft, opportunities will wait for you. You have to reach for those opportunities.
Okay, now we have to take a look at the voice comms for this, because in game number 2, a little bit sweaty, right? A little bit scary for the side of JDG fans, but this one, complete domination coming out from JDG.
I would say so, because starting from the bottom play that has been countered from the side of Gnome here and also JDG, that really turned the tides into the favor of JDG, silencing the early coming in from WYG.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? This game was a lot of dominance because there was so much control coming in. No Fear with his power word control. You have Wrong with the Moonscape Mirage as well. And while all of this is happening, you have the 2 damage dealers, Yi as well as Whisper, coming in from different angles to make sure they get the cuts deep onto the side of WYG.
And you can see how deep that cut actually was, right? A 9,000 goldie at 8 minutes 42 seconds. So that's already over a 1,000 GP and for the lead.
Yeah, insane. And this, bear in mind, reminder, this is an 8-minute game. So for these members to deal close to 50 over 1,000 damage, that's a lot of damage over a span of 8 minutes.
I do believe that all the damage has been dealt on towards none other than our Mr. Dun here, on towards the side of the Renshen right? On the jungle. Yeah, I think he definitely had a lot of pressure playing the single tank lineup for his team.
Very hard because look, a number of invades coming in from the side of the Organ as well. 11. Shuang was practically living in the jungle of WYG.
He was not giving any single moments here for WYG because Game 2 was really close, so they have to re-establish dominance in Game 3 itself, coming in for JDG.
Yeah, and okay, let's give WYG a bit of props here because they actually, the idea behind the draft, it made sense to me. The idea, the lockdown, you get the freeze from the Princess Frost, and then this builds space for Ling Ting to really just go ham, right? But once again, this is JDG we're talking about.
And No Fear definitely was the anchor coming in for multiple of these plays, right? Because some of these big moments was really initiated by him. And once again, back to back MVP here, the man of the show here for this BO5.
2-0-10 with a 92% teamfight participation rate. I mean, this guy was everywhere and making sure that the value of his power of word as well as power of word control was put to maximum value, dealing damage, but also making sure that the control was in place to lock people down.
I think every single one of his power controls actually generated such a big lead here. As you can check towards the highlights here, this was the play coming in for the side of JDG here. WYG wanted to camp against the side of Yi here, but they get overly zealous and they get punished for their actions.
Look, the second skill on the side of the Liang is actually very powerful. A lot of damage, a lot of unexpected damage as well. And we're talking about, hey, maybe you want to stop the Liang ultimate when he uses it. This is also why he has taken the flash, right? So you not only do you go deeper into the lineup of JDG, you also get damage while you're trying to stop him.
And the wall is always really well placed, right? Either at the Moonscape Mirage or at the most peculiar moments to really stop the chase here coming from WYG. And these are the moments that you see the Nine Xiaolong coming in with the Diadema overextending into the enemy lines. So that's where Whisper and Shuang comes in with the disengage and making sure that the battlefield will always be in favor for some JDG.
Yeah, the way that Whisper joined in with the synergy that he had is insane, right? Because it was always difficult. It felt like Whisper was going to be able to give his life, and WYG were pulled in all directions trying to get that finishing blow onto the different members of JD Gaming. So well done to the side of WYG. They did their best. I really like this inspiration they gave us, especially in game number 2. But once again, JDG KPL team, 2-tier difference. They have made their way deeper into KCC.
Well, it's expected results nonetheless, but props to WYG for putting up such a good show, especially that game 2. The draft was all over the place, but the way that played every single team fight was really world class.
Yeah, I like it a lot, right? Chaotic drafts, creative drafts, exactly what we want to see on the main stage here, especially against a top tier team like JDG from the KPL sector of Honor of Kings. Now, with that being said, still, I want to satisfy my curiosity. I think you guys want to as well. I want to hear the voice comms. What was game number 3 like for the likes of JD Gaming?
I think they were really chill about it, right? Even if you were put into such a difficult situation in game number 2, you could see the composure that the veterans coming in from Wrong and also No Fear, they're just like, hey, do this, do that. Okay, next up, what do we do here? They don't really put personal emotion in towards the game. And that's what really surprises me as a non-pro player.
Okay. Just to be clear, you were kind of a pro player last time, right? Let's see whether we can fulfill that dream of yours. We want to put you on stage again.
I would want to be on stage again. That's definitely the dream scenario here for every single HOK fan here. But of course, let's do here some of the winner interview clips coming in for our JDG squad.
欢迎来到赛后采访，我是广宇，我们有请到了5位，请跟大家打个招呼。
Hello， 大家好，我是本届第5位。
首先恭喜你们3比0获得了本场比赛的胜利，3连 MVP 啊，怎么这么厉害呢？
我感觉主要是我们教练逼得好吧，然后拿的英雄都是比较熟练的，然后队友也很给力，然后刚好有点小机会被我蹭到了。对
啊，肯定了所有人啊，当然也要肯定一下自己的努力。今天在整个的场上，大家其实看到一个状态非常火热的你们，想问一问，这么短短的一些时间，大家是怎么把状态调整的这么好的？
感觉还行吧，还在
步步前行吧，就是一场的比赛不说明什么，然后后面还有很多场，就是一起去努力去为后面下一场的比赛做好准备。
是还是非常的谦逊啊，把这个目标一步一步来前行。其实我们也知道这是北京京东的第1届挑战者杯，大家对此有没有发表一些自己的看法？小目标有没有设一下？
下次你采访他们的时候问一下吧。
OK， 我们这个先保密一下。行，我挨个采访，终于有这个机会。其实，在局间的时候有发现，在第2局是大家关注的一个焦点，因为过程还是打得比较艰难的，最后也是个翻盘局嘛。大家在场上是种什么样的感受呢？
场上的话，就是因为他们拿的比较 counter 我们的体系嘛，就点对点的一些英雄 counter 啊，就玩的还不够得心应手吧，就是这方面我们还有点欠缺，就回去好好练。
非常的谦逊，每个路点都是要好好努力。那对于邢天教练来讲，他没有预判到说对面挑战者的祝福有这样的一个变化巧思，没有见过的这个情况。
那确实没想到，对面选了天命曹操和那个敖印吧，然后后面就选了个吕布，一开始我们确实没想到。
是，所以说局内打的比较困难，能够理解啊。其实我发现第2局结束之后啊，邢天教练其实在这个替补席坐了很久，大家都去备战间了，这是一个什么样的情况？
他要掌控全局，
沉思一下，为下局做准备。也有发现，其实无双加入这个团队以来啊，其实大家也是磨合的时间有小半个月的时间了，在局内的沟通还适应吗？还好吗？
挺好的，对。
我有发现他第2局非常的执着的去切这个伽罗对面的一个主核心嘛，这也是大家沟通的最后的一个结果嘛。
玩野核嘛，就是肯定要切 C 嘛。然后因为也是挑杯的第1场比赛嘛，就我们团队的第1场比赛，然后肯定是有点小紧张的。对，我希望他肯定后面肯定会越来越好的。
是因为你也是打野出身，非常理解也了解这种情况了。那我们下一场比赛将是济南2W 侠和 TCG 当中的胜者了，怎么看？怎么说？
感觉我没有发言权啊，下次你问一下他们最有发言权的吧。
那是2个问题留给下一个了。因为确实很多的队友也都是老2W 侠嘛，这也是和老队之间的一个有可能一次的一个碰撞，也要期待下一场他们的一个比赛了。那么也期待北京京东在后面的一个呈现。谢谢5位，我们后面见。
Welcome back. That was a pretty fun one. I think the one thing I want to point out in this interview is the fact that, JDG did not expect that game number 2 draft. That was the biggest surprise to me.
Correct. He also mentioned that, hey, the reason why Game 2 was actually so difficult for the side of JDG, because of the confusion that's coming in from the chosen heroes here. Because you're like, okay, you do the Master Luban and also the Lone here. So where the hell did the Lubu even come from?
Yeah, exactly. Like, it doesn't make any sense, right? And then knowing that, hey, Garo was supposed to be the core pick for the side of WYG, it was so surprising that they actually managed to make the Lubu work to a certain extent, right? While they did not win the game, I think that was peak entertainment for us.
It was really back and forth of the game, very nice team fights and big moments coming in for multiple members here. And also, a bit of the interview questions coming in for the interviewer against No Fear is to say like, hey, between the side of TCG and also RW, they will be your next opponents here. Who are you going to be expecting? It's like, hey, save the question for next time, man. I don't think I have any right to answer this.
Yes, I like that a lot, right? Taking a commanding lead in the interview as well. I think it's more apt that either one of these teams will answer that as the winner or the loser interview later on. Of course, with that being said, we also have another interview lined up for you. That's going to be the loser interview for the side of WYG. That one makes me super curious because I would like to understand what goes on in the mind of the coach. How do you come up with the Lubu pick? But also to the players, how do you actually make it work?
True, right? Because we saw the last day where Hero Esports Tanra, when he went for the Lubu, it actually had a lot of value in these team fights here. So being able to draft another Lubu on the third pick itself, it's actually a very daring move coming in from WYG, which gives a lot of flavor into the KCC.
Yeah, so dare to dream, and then maybe that dream comes to reality, right? I think the biggest takeaway for me is, as long as you can give it a try, you dare to give it a try, it can possibly work. For this instance, it did not, but it gave us a very fun, it was what, close to 20-minute game, right? It was, yeah.
It was, yeah.
It was a Tempest
game,
right?
20 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, that was fun. I want to see more of that.
Yeah, I want to see more of that too, man. And especially coming into the next few series, we still have 2 series down the line featuring more of these teams challenging each other here. So I really love the underdog story. So far, we only had 1 of them in the entire KCC 2025. So maybe before we end the group stage of the top 32 to 16, we might see 1 more. Maybe, that's just a maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it's all up in the air. We will definitely see what is in store for us in the future. In the meantime, I believe they should be preparing that losers interview. I think WYG have really impressed me today. This performance definitely unexpected, but this should also serve as one inspiration for you, right? If you dare to dream it, you should be able to do it if you put in enough hard work.
I mean, we already have such examples in the global teams, right? Where since KIC, we had open series team like Vasaka, just making it through all the way into top 8 of the side of KIC 2025. And then, who knows, the next season, they make it the top 3, they get to go to more of these events here. All these are amazing stories because everyone can dare to dream.
Yeah, and we're not that far away, right? We are reaching them, what date is it today? We are reaching the mid stages of December, which means January is coming soon. The new history of 2026 HOK will be available for exploration.
And a preview of the new patch coming in on 16 December is actually some of the global stats that we see on the itemization here. So those are interesting stuff that we want to see. But of course, let's check out the losers interview with WYG.
大家好，
感觉还沉浸在比赛里面，是不是？
对，我觉得还是比较可惜。
对，能理解，因为第2局大家能看到，其实胜利就在眼前了。那帮大家再聊一聊吧，哪个地方感觉有点意难平呢？
我们选出了一个3人后期阵容体系嘛，然后当时我觉得已经拖入风暴龙王了，因为我觉得我们已经是必赢了，但是最后一波团战，觉得还是没有相互沟通好，然后导致对后团输了，非常可惜。感觉第2局，当时我已经感觉我们是必赢的了。
理解，这种一点点的小失误，可能就是扰乱整个比赛的胜负嘛，就让大家比较难以平复这种情绪。那第2局也发现，其实大家在挑战者的祝福上面也有自己的小巧思，当时是怎么思考和构思的呢？
就是根据我们平常的阵容体系，所以想到我们的天命英雄，但是后面拿到我们更加熟悉的阵容，就没有使用我们的天命，因为空旷儿和小乔是我们其实用的最多一套体系，所以当时就没有使用天命。
是你们的空儿小乔确实能看出来场上的熟练度非常高，无论是拆火还是打控制做的都非常棒啊。那在这个整个过程里面，其实事先我也有了解到，你是非常喜欢青荣的。那今天在场上能够跟喜欢的选手去交手，是一种什么样的感受呢？
还是非常荣幸的吧，毕竟就是之前只能在台下看到青荣选手在场上，但现在已经可以跟他同台竞技了。其实还是挺荣幸的，
是能看出你这种喜悦啊，按捺不住。那跟你私底下就是设想的这种场上交手情况是一样的吗？
也是不太一样的，因为感觉自己可以多跟青荣选手多玩几把，但是只跟他玩了3把，还感觉8把被他压制了。
还是非常的谦虚啊，没事，有机会的话私底下再找比赛的场合，有机会再碰一碰，好不好？那也感谢你啊，来到这个舞台。那可能到此挑战者杯我们的这个路程就要结束，最后有什么话送给自己、整个团队和大家的吗？
不忘初心吧，下次努力。也祝青荣选手在这挑战者杯取得一个好成绩。
好的，谢谢你，因为青荣就在旁边看着这一段采访，相信他一定会收到你的祝福，也希望你们有更多机会可以在场上进行交手，打出更多精彩的比赛。再一次谢谢你，我们有机会再见，谢谢。
我觉得我们队是一支特别有手法、年龄比较小的队伍。我打主播选拔赛拿到了挑杯名额，非常的激动和开心，有点惊喜吧。我和我的队员为了这次挑杯，在线下每天一起训练。我想和 KPL 战队交手。我觉得挑战者就是去挑战一些比较困难的事情，然后克服困难。
我们知道这次抽签结果之后呢，反而更加兴奋了啊，干就完了，向 KPL 学习嘛。输的话代表着还得加油，还得练。
我觉得我们队伍和京东相比，缺了点经验吧。
我们队伍的话，一定要突破自我，超常发挥，然后保持自信，就不管谁干就完了吧。反正这次挑杯没白来，我觉得来过被看到过，也是一段很奇妙的过程吧。
So that was a very good interview coming from Xiao Qian and also their documentary signifying their exit towards the KCC 2025. You can hear from the Xiao Qian interview that we heard just now with the interviewer. He did mention that it's an honor to play at the KCC, especially against his idol, which is Wrong from JDG.
That's so cool, right? Like to be able to go into a competition, meet your idol, play against your idol, put him in a tough position. I guess that is definitely one of the benefits of being in this portion of HOK, especially in the Challengers Cup. So I really feel happy for them. I felt that they have really put across a strong performance. Well, a loss is a loss, but the learning experience, this one is so different.
And in the documentary, they also mentioned like, hey, it's really about being able to come to KCC, and it's known as the Challengers Cup. So it's for us to challenge ourselves, challenge the competitors to see how far we can actually go. And in the end, if it fails, the experience that we are actually here, we've been here, it's already a very good one for the memory book.
Oh, for sure. I think this is something that, you know, money can't buy because you have to fight your way through the different qualifiers of each specific structure before you can actually come into here. So they have the streamers qualifier, there's the campus qualifier and stuff like that. So to be able to qualify through the difficult matches going there, and to then be placed in this position where you go up against creme de la cremes, KPL. Regardless of whatever team that comes out of KPL, this is going to be hard fought. You get to experience the battle against them real time, live in a stage arena. Priceless.
Priceless. There were so many fans as well cheering for the side of WYG because of how well they were able to push the KPL team to the fullest extent back in Game 2 itself. Definitely worthy of applause coming in from us, from the viewers, and also the online viewers itself. But definitely a very good one coming in for WYG. Hoping for them to come in for the next season as well.
Yeah, now this gives me a lot of inspiration, so I want to try a lot of different heroes. I'm going to try the Lupu in the Clash lane. I'm going to try Ogren in the rope. Nah, I'm just kidding. We're going to try all the fun things, be creative, because we want to learn, especially in the global servers, as we head on into the future of HOK for 2026. In the meantime, do make sure to stay around. We have our remaining 2 different BO5s. And with that, Sagi and I, we will see you in a bit after this break.
Nektang, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katawhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha, tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
the kill onto illusion. Young9 Fate is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape. Also, it's only Hostile alive. 2v2 here. Looks like they are going to finish it in. They do not want any.
属于你们，在玉成的漫天烟火下，铭记属于挑战者的荣誉。最美的风景就是你的捧着奖杯，大声地说：“我们是国际。”
各位小伙伴们，欢迎来到2018年王者荣耀冬季冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第一次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challenges from all over the world that come again for new glory. And we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage. 也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中退下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的自己。
季冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。他们代表了 K， 杀进了 KBL 的丛林之中，一路向前，喋血飞。以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛8强的队伍诞生了。用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度向 KBL 再次发起挑战。在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，以虎神的形式来展现青训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nektang, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katauhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
the kill onto Illusion. Young9 Fate is down as well. Siri not looking like the best shape, although it's only Hospital alive. 2v2 here. Looks like they are going to finish it in. They do not want any.
属于你们，在玉成的漫天烟火下，铭记属于挑战者的荣耀。最美的风景就是你们捧着奖杯，大声地说：“我们是冠军！”
各位小伙伴们，欢迎来到2018年王者荣耀冬季冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第一次出现在我们的赛道。
We have challengers from all over the world that come again for new glory. And we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage. 也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中退下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的自己。
一冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。他们代表了 K， 杀进了 KBL 的丛林之中，一路向前，别选择。以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛8强的队伍诞生了。用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度向 KBL 再次发起挑战。在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，以虎神的形式来展现青训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nekta, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katauhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
gets the kill onto Illusion. KCC fate is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape. Also, it's only Hospital alive. 2v2 here. Looks like they are going to finish it, and they do not want any.
属于你们，在玉成的漫天烟火下，铭记属于挑战者的荣誉。最美的风景就是你的捧着奖杯，大声地说：“我们是冠军！”
各位小伙伴们，欢迎来到2018年王者荣耀冬季冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第一次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challengers from all over the world that come against the new glory. And we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage. 也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中配下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的自己。
季冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。他们代表了 K， 杀进了 KPL 的丛林之中，一路向前，喋血飞。以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛8强的队伍诞生了。用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度向 KPL 再次发起挑战。在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，以虎神的形式来展现新训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nektang, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katauhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
the kill onto Illusion. KCC fate is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape, although it's only Hospital alive. 2v2 here. Looks like they are going to finish it in. They do not want any.
属于你们，在一城的漫天烟火下，铭记属于挑战者的荣誉。最美的风景就是你们捧着奖杯，大声地说：“我们是国际。”
各位小伙伴们，欢迎来到2018年王者荣耀冬季冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第一次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challenges from all over the world that come against new glory. And we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage.
也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中退下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的自己。
一冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。他们代表了 K， 杀进了 KPL 的丛林之中，一路向前，喋血飞。以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛，8强的队伍诞生了。用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度，将 KPL 再次发起挑战。在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，以虎神的形式来展现新训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nektang, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katauhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
the kill onto Illusion. KCC fate is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape. Also, it's only Hospital alive. 2v2 here. Looks like they are going to finish it in. They do not want any.
属于你们，在一城的漫天烟火下，铭记属于挑战者的荣誉。最美的风景就是你的捧着奖杯，大声地说：“我们是冠军！”
各位小伙伴们，欢迎来到2018年王者荣耀冬季冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第一次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challenges from all over the world that come against a new glory. And we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage.
也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中配下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的自己。
冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。他们代表了 K， 杀进了 KPL 的丛林之中，一路向前，喋血见长。
以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛8强的队伍诞生了。
用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度，向 KPL 再次发起挑战。在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，以虎神的形式来展现青训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nektang, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katauhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
PJ.Y gets the kill onto Illusion. KCC Fate is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape. Also, it's only Hospital alive. 2v2 here. Looks like they are going to finish it here. They do not want any.
就是你的捧着奖杯，大声地说：“我们是冠军！”
各位小粉丝们，欢迎来到2018年王者荣耀冬季冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第一次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challenges from all over the world that come against a new glory, and we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage. 也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中退下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的自己。
冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。他们代表了 K， 杀进了 KBL 的丛林之中，一路向前，喋血飞。以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛8强的队伍诞生了。用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度，向 KBL 再次发起挑战。在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，以虎神的形式来展现青训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nekta, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katauhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
PJ.Y gets the kill onto Illusion. KCC Fate is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape. Also, it's only Hospital alive. 2v2 here. Looks like they are going to finish it in. They do not want any. 所有你们在一城的漫天烟火下，铭记所余挑战者的最美的风景，就是你的捧着奖杯，大声的说：“我们是冠军！”
各位小粉丝们，欢迎来到2018年王者荣耀冬季冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第一次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challenges from all over the world that come against a new glory. And we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage.
也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中退下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的自己。
一冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。他们代表了 K， 杀进了 KBL 的丛林之中，一路向前，喋血飞扬。以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛8强的队伍诞生了。用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度向 KBL 再次发起挑战。在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，以虎神的形式来展现青训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nektang, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katauhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
PJ.Y gets the kill onto Illusion. KCC Fate is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape. Also, it's only Hospital alive. 2v2 here. It looks like they are going to finish it in. They do not want any.
就是你的捧着奖杯，大声地说：“我们是冠军！”
各位小伙伴们，欢迎来到2018年王者荣耀冬季冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第一次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challenges from all over the world to become a Japanese glory, and we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage. 也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中退下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的自己。
季冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。他们代表了 K， 杀进了 KBL 的丛林之中，一路向前，别选 K。以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛8强的队伍诞生了。用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度向 KBL 再次发起挑战。在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，以虎神的形式来展现青训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nektam, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katauhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha, tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
PJ.Y gets the kill onto Illusion. KCC Fate is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape. Also, it's only Hospital alive. 2v2 here. Looks like they are going to finish it in. They do not want any.
属于你们，在一城的漫天烟火下，铭记属于挑战者的荣誉。最美的风景就是你的捧着奖杯，大声地说：“我们是冠军！”
各位小伙伴们，欢迎来到2018年王者荣耀冬季冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第一次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challenges from all over the world to come against a new glory. And we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage.
也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中配下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的主角。
习冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。他们代表了 K， 杀进了 KPL 的丛林之中，一路向前，喋血飞。以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛8强的队伍诞生了。用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度，向 KPL 再次发起挑战。在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，以虎神的形式来展现青训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nektang, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katauhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
the kill onto Illusion. KCC fate is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape, although it's only Hospital alive. 2v2 here. Looks like they are going to finish it in. They do not want any.
属于你们，在一城的漫天烟火下，铭记属于挑战者的荣誉。最美的风景就是你的捧着奖杯，大声地说：“我们是冠军！”
各位小伙伴们，欢迎来到2018年王者荣耀冬季冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第一次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challenges from all over the world to come against a new glory. And we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage.
也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中配下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的自己。
冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。他们代表了 K， 杀进了 KBL 的丛林之中，一路向前，喋血飞。以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛8强的队伍诞生了。用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度向 KBL 再次发起挑战。在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，以虎神的形式来展现青训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nektam, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katawhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha, tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihanad akong kalag.
PJ.Y gets the kill onto Illusion. Young9 Fate is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape. Also, it's only Hostile alive. 2v2 here. Looks like they are going to finish it, and they do not want any.
就是你的捧着奖杯，大声地说：“我们是国际。”
各位小伙伴们，欢迎来到2018年王者荣耀冬季冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第一次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challenges from all over the world to become a Japanese glory, and we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage. 也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中退下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的组织。
冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。他们代表了 K， 杀进了 KBL 的丛林之中，一路向前，喋血飞。以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛8强的队伍诞生了。用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度，向 KBL 再次发起挑战。在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，以虎神的形式来展现青训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nektam, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katauhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha, tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
the kill onto Illusion. KCC fate is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape. Also, it's only Hospital alive. 2v2 here. Looks like they are going to finish it in. They do not want any.
属于你们，在一城的漫天烟火下，铭记属于挑战者的荣誉。最美的风景就是你们捧着奖杯，大声地说：“我们是冠军！”
各位小伙伴们，欢迎来到2018年王者荣耀冬季冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第一次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challengers from all over the world that come again for new glory. And we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage. 也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中退下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的自己。
一冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。他们代表了 K， 杀进了 KBL 的丛林之中，一路向前，喋血剑。以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛8强的队伍诞生了。用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度，将 KBL 再次发起挑战。在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，以虎神的形式来展现新训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nektang, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katauhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
kill onto illusion. Young9 Fate is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape. Also, it's only Hospital alive. 2v2 here. Looks like they are going to finish it in. They do not want any.
属于你们，在一城的漫天烟火下，铭记属于挑战者的荣誉。最美的风景就是你的捧着奖杯，大声地说：“我们是冠军！”
各位小伙伴们，欢迎来到2018年王者荣耀冬季冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第一次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challenges from all over the world. They come again for new glory. And we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage. 也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中配下一城的旗，化为了现在最强的主
一冠军杯，现在叫挑战者杯了。凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。
他们代表了 K， 杀进了 KBL 的丛林之中，一路向前，喋血剑。
以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛8强的队伍诞生了。
用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度，将 KBL 再次发起挑战。在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，以虎神的形式来展现青训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nekta, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katawhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
kill onto Illusion. KCC fate is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape, although it's only Hospital alive. 2v2 here. Looks like they are going to finish it in. They do not want any.
属于你们，在一城的漫天烟火下，铭记属于挑战者的荣誉。最美的风景就是你的捧着奖杯，大声的说：“我们是国际。”
各位小伙伴们，欢迎来到2018年王者荣耀冬季冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第一次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challenges from all over the world to come again for new glory. And we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage. 也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中退下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的组织。
一冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。
他们代表了 K， 杀进了 KBL 的丛林之中，一路向前，喋血剑。
以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛8强的队伍诞生了。
用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度向 KBL 再次发起挑战。 在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，以虎神的形式来展现。新训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nektang, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayo ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katauhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
the kill onto Illusion. KCC Fate is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape. Also, it's only Hospital alive. 2v2 here. Looks like they are going to finish it in. They do not want any.
属于你们，在玉成的漫天烟火下，铭记属于挑战者的荣耀。最美的风景就是你们捧着奖杯，大声地说：“我们是冠军！”
各位小伙伴们，欢迎来到2018年王者荣耀冬季冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第一次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challenges from all over the world that come against a new glory. And we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage. 也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中退下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的自己。
季冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。
他们代表了 K， 杀进了 KBL 的丛林之中，一路向前，喋血剑。
以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛8强的队伍诞生了。用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度向 KBL 再次发起挑战。
在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，以虎神的形式来展现青训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nektam, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katauhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
onto illusion. Young9 Fate is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape, although it's only Hospital alive. 2v2 here. Looks like they are going to finish it in. They do not want any.
就是你的捧着奖杯，大声地说：“我们是冠军！”
各位小伙伴们，欢迎来到2018年王者荣耀冬季冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第一次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challenges from all over the world to come again for new glory, and we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage.
也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中退下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的自己。
冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。
他们代表了 K， 杀进了 KBL 的丛林之中，一路向前，喋血飞来。
以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛8强的队伍诞生了。
用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度，向 KBL 再次发起挑战。在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，以虎神的形式来展现青训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nektam, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katawhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha, tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihanad akong kalag.
losing Young Nine. Fate is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape. Also, it's only Hospital alive. 2v2 here. Looks like they are going to finish it here. They do not want any.
属于你们，在玉成的漫天烟火下，铭记属于挑战者的荣誉。最美的风景就是你的捧着奖杯，大声地说：“我们是国际。”
各位小伙伴们，欢迎来到2018年王者荣耀冬季冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第一次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challenges from all over the world that come against a new glory. And we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage. 也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中退下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的自己。
季冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。
他们代表了 K， 杀进了 KBL 的丛林之中，一路向前，别选谁。
以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛8强的队伍诞生了。
用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度向 KBL 再次发起挑战。 在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，以武神的形式来展现青训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nektang, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katawhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
onto illusion. KCC fate is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape. Also, it's only Hospital alive. 2v2 here. Looks like they are going to finish it in. They do not want any.
属于你们，在一城的漫天烟火下，铭记属于挑战者的荣誉。最美的风景就是你的捧着奖杯，大声地说：“我们是冠军！”
各位小伙伴们，欢迎来到2018年王者荣耀冬季冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第一次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challengers from all over the world that come again for new glory. And we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage. 也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中配下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的自己。
一冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。
他们代表了 K， 杀进了 KBL 的丛林之中，一路向前，喋血对抗。
以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛，8强的队伍诞生了。
用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度，向 KBL 再次发起挑战。在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，以虎城的形式来展现新训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nektam, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katauhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
PJ.Y fate is down as well. Siri not looking like the best shape, although it's only Hostile alive. 2v2 here. Looks like they are going to finish it here. They do not want any.
最美的风景就是你的捧着奖杯，大声地说：“我们是国际！”
各位小伙伴们，欢迎来到2018年王者荣耀冬季冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第一次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challenges from all over the world to come against a new glory, and we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage.
也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中退下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的主角。
季冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。
他们代表了 K， 杀进了 KPL 的丛林之中，一路向前，喋血飞。
以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛8强的队伍诞生了。
用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度，将 KPL 再次发起挑战。在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，以虎神的形式来展现青训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nekta, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katawhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
kill onto Illusion. KCC Fate is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape. Also, it's only Hospital alive. 2v2 here. It looks like they are going to finish it in. They do not want any.
就是你的捧着奖杯，大声地说：“我们是冠军！”
各位小伙伴们，欢迎来到2018年王者荣耀冬季冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第一次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challenges from all over the world. They come against a new glory, and we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage. 也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中配下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的主角。
习冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。
他们代表了 K， 杀进了 KPL 的丛林之中，一路向前，喋血前。
以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛8强的队伍诞生了。用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度向 KPL 再次发起挑战。在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，以虎神的形式来展现青训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nektang, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katauhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
PJ.Y Fate is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape. Also, it's only Hostile alive. 2v2 here. Looks like they are going to finish it in. They do not want any.
属于你们，在一城的漫天烟火下，铭记属于挑战者的荣誉。最美的风景就是你的捧着奖杯，大声地说：“我们是冠军！”
各位小伙伴们，欢迎来到2018年王者荣耀冬季冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第一次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challenges from all over the world that come against a new glory. And we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage.
也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中配下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的自己。
冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。
他们代表了 K， 杀进了 KBL 的丛林之中，一路向前，喋血飞。
以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛8强的队伍诞生了。
用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度，向 KBL 再次发起挑战。在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，以虎神的形式来展现青训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nektang, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katauhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
kill onto Illusion. KCC fate is down as well. Siri not looking like the best shape, although it's only Hospital alive. 2v2 here. Looks like they are going to finish it in. They do not want any.
属于你们，在一城的漫天烟火下，铭记属于挑战者的荣誉。最美的风景就是你的捧着奖杯，大声地说：“我们是国际。”
各位小伙伴们，欢迎来到2018年王者荣耀冬季冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第一次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challenges from all over the world that come against a new glory. And we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage. 也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中退下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的主体。
一冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。
他们代表了 K， 杀进了 KBL 的丛林之中，一路向前，喋血飞。
以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛8强的队伍诞生了。
用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度向 KBL 再次发起挑战。在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，以虎神的形式来展现青训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nektam, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katauhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
JINGLING fate is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape, although it's only Hostile alive. 2v2 here. Looks like they are going to finish it in. They do not want any.
属于你们，在一城的漫天烟火下，铭记属于挑战者的荣誉。最美的风景就是你的捧着奖杯，大声地说：“我们是冠军！”
各位小伙伴们，欢迎来到2018年王者荣耀冬季冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第一次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challenges from all over the world to come again for new glory. And we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage. 也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中退下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的自己。
一冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。
他们代表了 K， 杀进了 KPL 的丛林之中，一路向前，喋血飞。
以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛8强的队伍诞生了。
用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度，向 KPL 再次发起挑战。
在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，以虎神的形式来展现青训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nektang, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katauhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
kill onto illusion. KCC fate is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape. Also, it's only Hospital alive. 2v2 here. Looks like they are going to finish it here. They do not want it.属于你们，在玉成的漫天烟火下，铭记属于挑战者的荣誉。最美的风景就是你的捧着奖杯，大声地说：“我们是国际。”
各位小伙伴们，欢迎来到2018年王者荣耀冬季冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第一次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challenges from all over the world to come against the new glory. And we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage. 也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中配下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的组织。
一冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。他们代表了 K， 杀进了 KBL 的丛林之中，一路向前，喋血剑。以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛8强的队伍诞生了。用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度，向 KBL 再次发起挑战。在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，以虎神的形式来展现青训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nektam, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katauhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha, tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
Welcome back. It is time for the second half of today. Our last two best of fives once again is your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu, and with me it's Sagi. Our expectations will be high for this next two because we're gonna have number one, a KPL team going up against a campus team. What do you think about that one?
Definitely all in the challenge for the side of the campus team known as JINGLING Institute of Technology here to challenge none of the Weibo Gaming here. One of the top successors of this 2025 esports season.
Yes. Now, Weibo Gaming, you guys have already seen them multiple times across the KPL broadcast. They are a very strong, very structured, very disciplined team. So the biggest factor here is, what does JIT have to offer against a KPL squad?
Their absolute best performance here to really see how much they can dwindle down into the KPL line, right? Because we saw how some of the teams here, KCC streamer team, tried to challenge JDG. Didn't go to the fullest of the effects, but they did bring up a pretty good show. At the very least, for JINGLING Institute of Technology here, it is to put up a decent fight and prove that even in the campus world, there are pros in HOK.
Well, you coined it, right? Technology. So what kind of tech do they bring? Because if they can surprise everyone today, I mean, the rewards are well worth it. Number one, you get to take down potentially the KPL teams, but also you go deeper into KCC 2025.
And talking about KCC 2025, we will have to reintroduce the tournament format once again. So currently, we are in knockout stage number one, featuring the Challenger's Blessing, which we'll be covering shortly later on with the next slide here. But right now, we are at the single elimination stage round 1, 32 to 16. One BO5 will push you immediately to top 16, but losing this also drops you out of the tournament here. And playing this entirety of the knockout stage 1 and 2 leads you to the grand finals at next year on 2nd January for that BO9 Ultimate Battle.
That one's super exciting, but we also have something super exciting now, and that is the Challenger's Blessing. So obviously the teams are coined into 3 different tiers here. And of course, we have a difference of 2 tiers. So we have the HOK Campus League team, and we also have the KPL team. So you will have 2 different blessings available for them.
So for JINGLING Institute of Technology going up against Weibo Gaming, they are entitled to 2 division difference here. The HOK's Campus League winners will be Tier 3 and the KPL team will be Tier 1. So we will be featuring 2 of the Challenger's Blessing, the chosen heroes, 2 exclusive heroes that wouldn't be banned or taken away by the enemy team, exclusive for the lower tier team, and 1 chance to reset the hero pools here to unlock again those heroes that are banned away by the global ban pick.
So it would be super cool, right? Because we saw in the previous series, WYG go up against JD Gaming, and they actually kind of pulled out a strong effect from the Chosen Heroes Blessing, of which they almost won that game, pulled it all the way to the Tempest timings. Very surprising picks coming out of that one. So I'm curious to see what does JIT have now that they have access into both types of blessings. Of course, it's unstackable, non-stackable in the same game, but you get 2 chances. Let's see what kind of effect they can have.
I think it always goes into the planning stage, right? Do you go with the Challenger's Blessing at game 2, or you save it to game 3 knowing for the fact that this is gonna be maybe potentially a 0-3 going in favor for the side of Weibo Gaming, which will be the roster that we will be introducing right now.
Right, so these are familiar names as well. We have Zimo, Lingheng, Tingyue, Max, and Joy coming in. So Joy is the new addition, I believe, coming in from the side of TTG. So this is I won't say brand new roster. In fact, I would think that this is an even stronger roster from the side of Weibo Gaming. Looking to put the lessons over to the side of JIT.
It's a very well improved one, right? Coming in from their previous roster with more experience being led in the side of Lingheng and also Tingyue. This roster potentially might be going far in this tournament lineup itself, and this is their reputation so far in the entirety of the KPL year.
Yeah, I mean, they've been here 4 times already. So let's take a look at their opponents, and they will be represented by the side of JINGLING Institute of Technology.
With the clash name featuring Mao Mao, Muzi, Xiaoyuan, Xing'ai, and also Xiao Dai, this comprises of the winner coming in from the HOK Campus League route here. This is them representing that college students can also compete in esports.
All right, so the students full of vigor, full of creativity. I want to see what else they can bring to the stage because this is one of the strongest teams in KPL, Weibo Gaming. The challenge is real.
And these are their stack glory, right? They are at the 11th edition and 10th edition winners and second placers coming in for the HOK Campus League. So of course, they are pretty decked out in terms of their achievements in the collegiate world here. So they are amongst all the college students here, 5 of the best ones coming in towards this KCC 2025.
You know what? I think, okay, it's probably because I'm an adult, but it's time for them to step into the real world here and fight against one of the strongest teams in KPL, Weibo Gaming. So this is going to be really interesting. Of course, I want to see what's going to happen in the ban and pick phase and whether they will want to use their challenger blessings early, like in game 2, or are they going to stave off and hope for more?
I think if you are planning historically from what we've seen from the lower tier division teams, game 2 is where you pull out the chosen heroes blessing, and game 3 is where you pull out the reset hero pool blessing. So you get every single inch of the pick and ban structure into your own advantage, right? But for now, the chosen heroes hasn't been that well going for the lower tier teams. I'm excited to see what kind of strategy they have planned for themselves into challenging the side of Weibo Gaming.
I think this is dependent on the first game's result, right? So obviously, if you win the first game, I think you can hold off on the challenger blessing and make another attempt in game number 2. If they don't, then yes, I believe that would be the prime opportunity to really start using your challenger blessing, of which I think it would be best case scenario to use the 2 chosen heroes.
I think the chosen heroes one definitely puts in more value the earlier you use it, because if you use it early in game 1 or game 2, you can secure yourself a very strong combination or potentially ban away some of the heroes that you do not want to be seeing from the enemy team. Usually we see teams either get a combo like the Dunshan Fatih, Dunshan Lady Sun, or they put it in the form of Chicha and also Master Luba, making sure that they at least get something they want and default ban away their enemy opponents.
Well, I'm super excited because we've seen quite a few Chichas across the board, right, this second day as well. So I'm looking for a great performance on this. Obviously, for our global audiences, Chicha will be arriving soon on the 16th of December, to be exact. And you can take inspiration, you can learn the lessons from the Chinese region here to see what kind of flamboyant plays you can make when it comes.
It also comes into the continuation of the revamped items here. So in the Chinese server, items has already went through a first round of revamp. So to learn about the item builds, what better way of learning it than from the KPL players? You're the best amongst the best to show you what's the best conditional item builds for each specific hero.
I feel like I'm going to school right now. Like everything is a lesson. You're kind of like, okay, here are your notes. Make sure you pen them down, save it somewhere, and when the time calls for it, time to bring it out and score on those tests. And today, JIT will look to score as much as they can against Weibo Gaming.
They need to bring whatever college student brains that they have to come into this series, figure out a best form of gameplay to at least get maximum 1 game from the side of Weibo Gaming. It's not going to be an easy feat. We've seen teams from multiple divisions trying to challenge KPL teams, but so far, KPL teams haven't been stretched lately.
I mean, that's the whole reason why they are at the creme de la creme, the top of the leagues down here, with KPL also known as the Kings Pro League being the battleground for the best of the best.
Yeah, all the S-tier teams, A-tier teams, you know it's very competitive there to split up between the few rosters here. But of course, this will be featuring Weibo taking on the side of JIT in this featured 3rd series of the day.
Right, curious to see what the site selection is going to be, because that kind of points us in a couple of directions with regards to the initial bans and picks going in, as well as the options that teams might explore depending on which side of the map they're going to be on.
Blue side seems to be a advantageous side, especially when we have so many of these strong roamers, because we've been talking about this the entire day, right? There's 2 directions of teams drafting around the first pick. It's either the Haya or the Kaboom, or on the roamer side, it's the deciding factor on where you want to be going. Do you want to go for the hard engage with Sulier or play the specific team comp with the Dushan?
Well, we'll see what the direction is going to be. This first game, obviously, they have access to the Challenger's Blessing on the side of JIT, but I doubt they will want to use it now. I feel it would be a huge waste, right?
Yeah, it's a bit too early, right? Because right now, you still have so many options going into Game 1. So potentially, after observing Game 1, you decide whether you want to use it in Game 2 or Game 3 later on.
And this one is like an added level of difficulty. I'm very sure that playing in an arena such as this, the Shanghai Esports Center, is brand new to our young budding challengers here. So I'm wondering if that's going to be something that puts additional stress, or does it alleviate the pressure because they've already arrived at one of the biggest stage in HOK?
It's a two-way thing, right? It's like it puts added benefits to being able to experience playing pro at a big stage, and also with the live audience, it may cause you a bit of a pressure here if you are new to the stage itself, especially JIT. There are college students coming into a pro stage against one of the best KPL teams ever in history.
Yeah, that's the word, right? The best, one of the best that KPL has to offer, and you are going toe-to-toe with them in this best of 5. Best of 5 may seem very short, may seem very long, depends on your perception of this particular scenario they find themselves in for JIT.
And an interesting one, right? If they really decide the fact that, hey, this seems to be too much of a challenge here, maybe the challenge is not to win, but to get specific kills on towards your idol players here. I know if you're a jungle player, Lingheng is right over there. He's the FMVP user of the Jing skin.
Oh yes, for sure. We've already seen that in the previous set of best of 5, right? Where I think it was Xiao Qian, right? He idolized Qingrong, which is also known as Rong. So to be able to play against him on stage, that was a huge honor for him, and he really relished in that moment. Let's see if JIT are gonna feel the same, or will they buckle under this pressure?
At the very least, I see their faces right now. They seem to be quite stress-free and happy that they are playing on the stage here. So pretty excited to see what is the level of the campus winner coming into this first series.
Yeah, I think it's more excitement than anything. And right now, JIT, they will take up the blue side, which means Weibo, they will have to play from the counter-pick red side.
The red side is always an interesting side because you can always look to react accordingly to what your opponents have drafted on that first pick here. Usually when you draft the roamer in the first pick, you are really assigning a specific team lineup to the opposing team, like say, hey, this is what I want to play. What do you have to counter?
That's true. I mean, we've seen the likes of the Dolia being first pick, and that kind of leaves a couple of options open. So do you want to take away the Yangjian, or do you want to, have the Nerza stolen away as well? These are some of the combinations that we have seen. Curious to see what our young college students have to offer against Weibo. Let's see. They will be on the blue side. First ban comes from them.
And will the bans be fallen on towards the roamer or the mid laners here? Usually Haya, usually the likes of the Sulie, Kongkonger, all these will be available here. But JIT, like we mentioned here, first game, they do not choose to use the Challenger's Blessing.
Yeah, for sure. I think it will be a huge waste. I mean, you can use it to throw off your opponents, I guess. But knowing Weibo Gaming, there's no way. And they respect the FMVP Jing. Lingheng will not be allowed to use that.
Remove, denied, coming in for the side of JIT. For Weibo, they do in fact respond with a Yang Gen ban on their own here. So kicking off this pick and ban phase is already slightly different before compared to the other days of the KCC 2025.
I like it a lot. The Kongkonger is also going to be taken out as well as the Dunshan. So in terms of the roams, you are opening up the potential of a Sulie, the Master Lupan as well. And JIT, they will pick up the Master Lupan. But Weibo, what's the game plan here?
You have Haya, you have the likes of the Maestro Nui to counter out whatever they want to go for here. So usually we ban out the Jing. It means that you want to be playing the Luban number 7 combination here. That removes already one of the late game assassinations on towards your carry.
True, but Weibo, they also back it up with a Pei, very early pace jungler. We know about the prowess of this Tiger's pick, and it looks like Weibo very comfortable straight away. But the Chicha coming in, I like this.
After the introduction of Chicha in towards the draft, it always provides so much value in tri-flexing into the clash jungle and farm lane here. So in the blue side, at the first phase itself, you still don't know where this Chicha is going.
That's right, and depending on where you want to put, let's take for example if they put it in the farm lane, even the Master Lupan still has great synergy.
Yep, it goes in and then it pumps out all DPS and then you pull her out towards safety here. So these are the potential combinations that we might be seeing coming in from the side of JIT. As we head on into the second ban stage, more of these Clash laners will be banned away from the pool. Does this signify that the Chicha is going to the Clash lane?
I doubt so. I think for now you keep it open because if you take a look at the Weibo lineup, while they're very fast-paced long-range poke, they're pretty squishy as well, right? So I think a tank or a pseudo side engage for the side of the Clash lane will make sense as well.
That may be the case, right? For Weibo, I like how they bring out the point. Very fast tempo because you see the double cat combo here. Tingyue and Lin Heng with the cat boom and also Pei. It's already a very strong jungle mid synergy in going aggressively into the enemy side lane here.
And to add on, the Zhang is going to be this shield that helps the entire team, right? So it's already very hard to cut down. JIT go for the 50-50 counter matchup. And there we go. The Fatih is also considered for the side of JIT. Nice damage and shredding. But is it enough? Because the Zhang is going to be a huge problem.
Well, at least for now, right? JIT's game plan is very simple, right? There is multiple angles of late game damage and then you see the double assassination coming in from the side of Xing Ai and also Mao Mao in going for that Chicha and Fatih backline flank. So it's not going to be that comfortable coming in from Lin Heng on that Pei.
Oh, that's true. Late game as well, there is quite a bit of benefit for the side of JIT, right? Xiao Yuan on this Nuwa is definitely going to be a pain in their backs, as well as Xing Ai, because the two of them will be able to offer super impressive late game damage.
The only concern that I have, right, coming from JIT, their early game is not that strong here. You take a look at mid, farm, and Clash lane. I would say that the laning phase not as favorable for them, but the only good part that we can say about JIT's early game will be Muzi on that Ukyo Tachibana here. He plays a pivotal role in facing off Lin Heng in that jungle invasion.
Agreed, which means until they hit level 4, everyone on JIT is at risk. If they don't get taken down by Weibo, at least until level 4, I feel like JIT stand a pretty good chance here.
We'll have to see how JIT actually plays out the early game here because Weibo actually has a lot of early game aggression from mid, jungle, and farm lane here. So for JIT, the test is the first 4 minutes. If they can hold it strong, potentially we might see them gear up for the 10-minute fight.
That's right. And also, if you're new to KPL teams, Weibo here being one of the strongest KPL teams, Tingyue, his specialty hero is this cat boom. So I'm expecting a lot of aggression, a lot of long-range pokes.
Oh yeah, one of the best cat booms that we've seen. Back in KPL Grand Finals, back in KPL Summer, he was just using this pick and causing so much trouble in towards the other KPL teams. I'm so excited to see what he has in store to teach some of the HOK Campus League champions here in this Game 1.
Alright, take out your notes, take out your pens, take out your laptops, your iPads, or whatsoever. Lesson is going to be started at this point. And the coaches, they are big fans from the side of JIT for sure.
Well, Coach Lin, he's a legend in the coaching scene coming in from the KPL. Of course, for them, it will be a valuable learning lesson here. With the drafts being locked in for game number 1, who do you give the edge to here, kid?
I mean, come on, it has to be Weibo, right? They are like one of the strongest teams ever in KPL, and you have given them so many of their signature picks down here, or strong picks. So Weibo Gaming definitely, in my eyes, have the major advantage in this matchup.
Fully agree with you here. Their early game looks so strong here, but the very good leads coming in for the side of Jingling Institute of Technology. If they can survive the early game, their late game blossoms super well coming in, especially with that newer pick in that mid lane here. But of course, once again, we invite the crowd to cheer for the teams.
Lovely calls coming in from both sides of fans here. Weibo Gaming already doing much better in the early stages. A 3-man gold sharing attempt in the mid lane, which builds space for Lin Heng to get this Pei on to the next stage of farming in his own jungle.
The spicy part coming in for this matchup will be towards that bottom lane here. I want to see how Sing-Ai actually plays this Chicha into such a difficult laning phase here, but hang on a moment though, Max is going dangerously low against this matchup.
It's Max, right? So I think we give him a little bit of benefit at this point. Max, well known to be able to play through very, very tight situations. The other part that I'm also very curious is how does this Muzi do on the Ukyota Jibana, right? Because he is meant to be that early game monster for the side of JIT.
He carries a lot of weight here. If you can really neutralize Linko in that jungle and pull his game into more than a 6 to 8 minute game, then we'll talk about JIT's late game, because my oh my, I am loving JIT's game plan if they can survive into 8 to 10 minute mark.
And for now, it's looking good, right? No attempt by the side of Weibo Gaming. They're kind of testing the waters against JIT. So no initial engages, which means the game is pretty smooth for the side of JIT.
For now, it's looking pretty simple, right? But throughout the laning phase only here, you can see the 700 goalie being amassed by the side of Weibo Gaming already.
I mean, it's Weibo, and they have, while they haven't really gone to steal a lot of camps, this gold sharing technique that is showing you is really one of the reasons how, KPL teams are able to get gold in the advantage to their side.
You need the roamer, the jungle, and one additional laner to appear in one single lane. That's how you can benefit the maximum value of that gold sharing that you mentioned.
And I also like this movement by JIT, right? So making sure that the Nuwa Xiaoyuan actually helps out in the wave clear in the jungle, actually speeds up the rotational speed for Muzi. So this is something you can definitely pick up if you are a mid laner that doesn't really perform that well in the early game.
It's also a very base, I would say, high heart rate coming in from Lin Heng. It's like he's averaging 144, with the lowest being 145 into the highest being 150 here. So every game is an exciting game for him.
Yeah, I mean, it's game number one, right? You want to set the stage, you want to show that you are the best of the best. And right off the bat, this is the attempted catcher. Annihilation will not hit the mark from the side of JIT. So Weibo, they make it out unscathed, pretty much untouched at this point. Now the next call is coming in, the pushback on the side of Ling Heng. He comes in, and the save comes through from the side of Joy. Beautiful moves. Right now, it's about making this escape as well. Weibo Gaming still trying to poke them down in the process.
A bit of over-aggression here coming from Lin Heng. He pounced in, used his single source of mobility, and then the spell usage coming in from Joy was very crucial in pushing away some of the JIT members looking to get the kill on towards A.
But that's exactly what you want out of the beast, right? The save potential right now. Another attempt on the catch. This could be first blood, but what a nice play on the side of Max, actually making sure to stay calm and composed and getting the poke damage over to the side of JIT.
Very clean stuff coming in from Sing-Ai and also Xiao Tai in that 2v2 matchup here, putting a lot of pressure on towards Max. Now, this is the 4th minute mark here. Tyrant seems to be going freely in the hands of Weibo.
This is all about the rotation, and the stop by Joy as well pushes 2 people on the back. Lin Heng looking for that catch as well to jump from the side of Joy. They will get the first blood. Here comes that flank on the side of Zimo, and a beautiful start for the side of Weibo Gaming. 2 kills for the price of none.
The explosive 4th minute mark. We've seen this so many times. The quiet early game leads to an explosive one coming from Weibo. They take Tyrant, they clean house the bottom side jungle for the side of JIT's Muzi, and right now they're knocking on the mid tower. Next one will be a 0 goal.
And this is the most painful one, right? Having your T1 in the mid lost, which means there's a fog of war right smack in the middle of the map. You can be caught from any angle.
Let's check out a replay here. Check out the damage being dealt by King Yuan on this cap room here. And immediately, the Bridal Outburst does zone through the side of Xiaoyuan on the Nuwa. And as of this point, the formation is already being dusted for the side of JIT.
Yeah, just literally torn apart, right? And that's the strength of Weibo Gaming. Recognizing that this is a perfect angle. That Unbridled Outburst by Joy really set up the stage, as well as King Yuan's damage. Really so much value for them. All-round explosion could be used as well, putting quite a bit of damage onto the jungler Muzi. But the damage is not there. The damage is on the T1. They've taken that.
And the snowball is starting to show coming in from Weibo here. Only 2 kills, few towers here, but almost a 4,200 goalie for the side of the KPL squad here. The engine is getting going, and checking on the bottom side here, the Wallace most goal player here will be Ling Heng with a 4.1k goal on that day.
It's crazy. We are only close to 6 minutes. This guy is already at 4,000 gold at plus. So Weibo Gaming maintaining status quo as one of the strongest teams from the KPL side.
So what does JIT do in this case here? Who can they realistically hard engage on with that Master Nuwa?
I think right now it's really less about getting the catches. It's about staving off the aggression. And right here, Mama actually pops his ultimate, has to run the flash as well. All-round explosion, just a little bit shy. But the true damage is here under the T2 as well. And Bridal Outburst is available for Joy if he wants to use it. At this point, they do secure the T2. The last few hits coming in from Max. And it's just all-round structural advantage for Weibo Game.
Yeah, everything's just going in their way here. There's just no single source of fight back being possible coming for JIT. Every time Xiao Dai goes in, his only potential member is Tingyer on Ling Hong. But once he goes into the backline, there's no potential fallout that can be potential for the side of JIT.
And that's not even the biggest problem, but holy, that's a lot of damage onto Mao Mao. Mao Mao forced to use his ultimate to try to get the safety, but this should be a guaranteed kill. He does juke it out for a moment, but it is not enough. This is more we're talking about. And with that, Weibo Gaming assert their dominance, and the T2 and the top is under risk as well.
That's a 2-item, full physical damage horse that we talk about here. Zibo on that Guan Yu once again getting a solo kill on towards Mama, and right now at the 7th-minute mark, all tier 2 towers have been removed from the base of JIT.
Yeah, man, with a 6,000 gold advantage, they also open up the Gorge and Jungle on the side of Lin Heng. So he gets both buffs. They're looking for an opening. Right now, any stun coming in from the side of Weibo Gaming could spell disaster.
Yeah, and one stun leads to 1 kill, and that 1 kill might lead to a crystal being exploded in this game 1 here. So for JIT, they need to stall. They need to find some signs of life in this game 1.
I mean, it's so difficult, right? Normally we'll say, okay, try to hang on, that 10-minute mark, win the team fight. But right now, take a look at that. Level 12 for Lin Heng with their Bridal Outburst as well as the Radiance. It's everything looking to the benefit of Weibo Gaming. T3 now at the bottom, under pressure.
And the Unbridled Outburst puts a lot of value here, immediately forces out Seeing Eyes Chi Cha's Flasher, so that will be a long spell to begin with, right? 2 minutes on the clock, broken the next objective. So before that, Seeing Eye wouldn't be that much available on those aggressive legs.
Yeah, I mean, look at the heart rates on the side of JIT. They are feeling it. This is 120s to 130s range at this point. Weibo Gaming make another attempt on the T3 at the top. This is going to be a very quick one. Free damage coming from the side of Max as the next wave approaches. T3 at the top is going to be guaranteed. This one taken by Lin Heng as another wave crashes down. 8.5 minutes, Weibo will start to retreat and reset.
Oh, and that's almost the standard time, right? 8 and 29 minutes with the fastest high ground take being 6.5 minutes here coming in towards this current tournament here. But so far, JIT, they don't really have a leeway to come back in towards this game because the resource needed by Mao Mao, Xiao Yuan, and also Seeing Eye, too much for comfort here to really allow them to be able to fight these mid-game team fights.
Oh, for sure. And to make matters even more difficult, now Max has just secured the secondary neutral objective. And yes, we're not joking, they've taken 2 at the same time. Weibo looking to end this game quickly.
It's not even 10 minutes here. Those are just the original objectives here on towards the map, not to be upgraded here. So can Weibo end without shadow objectives? That's going to be really greedy coming in by them.
I think Weibo will see, right? They'll poke at Prod at this point, another T3 under risk. They will try to clear that last Ballista. Going to be successful on that attempt. Weibo Gaming, they are pushing it, and right now with the last wave touching before the 10-minute mark, they will take a T3 in the bottom, leaving just the one in the mid. Weibo Gaming super aggressive, and they will get it right before the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, all tier 3s removed from the base of JIT. They have no more towers to be playing with. Only 3 kills in favor for the side of Weibo here, but this is the beauty of objective gameplay. 3 kills, no problem. 10,000 gold in our banks.
So it looks like they're going to try a secondary one. This time it's going to be the Shadow Variants. Weibo Gaming going for the double objective take. But JIT know what's going on. They're going to send some troops down the sea and scout what is the solution that they're looking for. Unbridled Outburst by Joy with a double jump as well. The Master Lupan save does come through, but right now caught in the middle of everyone. Mao Mao, hang on, no, it is Weibo who have caught the remaining members on the side of JIT. Maybe they can take down Lin Heng, and they do. It's going to be the jungler taken down, but in exchange, Xiao Yuan as well as Mao Mao are going to be taken out.
But JIT, they successfully break the perfect game coming in from the side of Weibo here, and also stall the game to a further timing here. With Lin Heng being down 15 seconds here, Weibo isn't able to go for the game. Winning push have to go back to that Shadow Tyrant take.
Yep, they will secure this one, however. And with the Crimson buff being available for the take now, Weibo Gaming will use the numbers to push JIT out.
Yeah, JIT, not the greatest of the early game to mid-game. Potentially, after this game, they need to revisit their drafting here because I like the idea coming in of the Ukyo Tachibana into the Pei matchup, but the other few laners, too greedy for my own liking.
I mean, this one really then depends on the execution. I think the draft is perfectly fine as well, right? But JIT, you're going up against Weibo, one of the strongest teams in KPL.
Yeah, so they have to take some notes coming in from WSG, right? Try to disturb the norm. Try to be the unusual. So it really makes Weibo lose out on that rotational standard that they always go for in the KPL standings.
And right now, Weibo can be extremely greedy, right? They have a huge financial lead. This is 11,000 gold going in favor of Weibo Gaming. Annihilation used to try and clear the wave. Meanwhile, at the bot side, Unbridled Outburst set in by Joy. They want to go for the Master Lupan. What can Xiao Tai do? Not much. He makes it into the fountain, but the rest of the team might not be looking the same right now. 3 members down. Weibo looking for the ace. No, they don't even want it. They end it in game number 1.
At 12-minute marks here, Weibo with a kill score of 8-1, they take game 1 cleanly from the hands of the Campus League winners here. Definitely something to look about before we head into game 2. How does JIT make a proper game plan in game 2 itself?
I think for now, we take a breather, right? So we'll take a look at the interview in this first one. We're going to interview JIT first. Let's hear their thoughts.
很高兴啊，今天特意采访到了大 V 的木子啊，简单问一下，因为作为高校赛道的队伍来到这里啊，你的校友和同学们有什么嘱咐吗？
我们就是打出自己的风采吧，然后尽力而为吧。
尽力而为，其实今天要对位的压力蛮大的，是 FMVP 选手暖阳，打他的话，现在感觉怎么样？
不仅带有一丝压力，而且感觉很荣幸吧，因为毕竟可以对位自己的偶像，然后也可以学到很多，然后对自己的成长也有一丝帮助。
而且今天留下画面啊，今天成功击杀了他一回哈。而我们知道说，今天打下来跟这种职业战队交手，跟想象中有什么区别吗？
跟平常的压力还是完全不在一个层次的吧，感觉跟职业战队就是一种喘不过气来的那种压力吧。
哎呦，需要好好喘喘气了，希望能快速调整，一会儿给我们带来更多精彩的表现。好，快去休息吧，感谢。
So that was the interview coming in from the jungle player for JIT, Muzi here. So the interviewer did ask him like, hey, how does it feel playing against Lin Heng and Weibo here? He did mention that it's an honor and also pressure because it's rare for a usual normal player coming in from the campus league to be able to play with one of the best junglers in KPL's history.
For sure, but as this lesson goes, it's got to be quick, right? We've already seen Lin Heng. He's one of the best players, best junglers available in the KPL structure itself. So to be able to play against him, I'm very sure that Moods is very proud. But we'll take a look at the post-game stats here because this was really a super clean game from the side of Weibo Gaming.
I think they executed their draft very flawlessly, and the pressure being generated by Team Yue and Joy, the combination of Zhang Fei and Caproom, really played a lot of these big team fights, at least for the start of it, to chunk out how far is coming in for JIT.
Yep, the other thing that really put the success of Weibo Gaming ahead is the fact that Zimo on this one, he was just an absolute dominator here.
Yeah, 10,000 gold, you can see all the way a landslide here. Not a single chance given over to JIT, but hey, they got a 1 kill and broke the perfect game coming in for the side of Weibo.
And that was on to Lin Heng as well. So I think you give them credit for that. Mutsu doing well for himself. But in the mid lane, this is where I think both teams had their mid laners shine quite well. Ting Yue obviously putting a lot of pain across, but Xiao Yuan as well. Even with this deficit, dealing over 50,000 worth of hero damage.
That's the power of the mage role that we talk about, right? Very good reach with those spells here, but the pressure point just different. For Team Yue, he's on such an aggressive cap boom that has so much early game value, so it really mitigates the scaling that the Lua needs for that late game department.
Yes, showing you exactly how it's supposed to be done, right? So making sure you get the long range pokes come in first. So even when the fight truly breaks out, you're in a disadvantaged position on the side of JIT.
Yeah, very good learning so far coming from JIT. I want to see how they adapt to this playstyle coming into game number 2, because so far we've seen teams game 1, they suffer a major loss, but the ability to adapt as the game goes is what we prize these players for. But MVP is going to be Zimo on that Guan Yu with a lot of these very good flanks and solo kills in game 1.
Yeah, with a total of 75% teamfight participation itself. KDA, this is one of the cleanest you will see here, 4-0-2, making sure that there was no escape. There were a couple of moments where Mau did dive into the backlines of Weibo Gaming, and I thought that was a pretty good play, but unfortunately for them, the catch by Zimo was just too much to handle. First blood here being secured by the Wall Saint himself.
Yeah, stomping on towards Xiao Yuan's home and slicing the remaining members here. So this is a good fight that's being initiated, coming in by the side of Joy and also Ting Yue. And then Zimo comes in, swipes out all the remaining kills, does what he does best, being the collector in this team fight.
Yeah, crazy plays coming on from the side of Zimo here, putting a lot of pressure onto the different members in JIT. This 1v1, I mean, this is, I would say, an honor to engage in a 1v1 against Zimo here. Although Mau did take a fall, I think this was a great lesson learned.
And this is also one of the kills for the side of JIT to delay the game to get that one kill, the deny of the perfect game away from the side of Weibo.
Yeah, okay, beautiful job, right? Nonetheless, look, the standards are really high, of course, in KPL. So to be able to take down your idol jungler, I think this is a great honor in itself, a great achievement in itself. Taking the wins in the series, we will take it step by step. Win one game first, and we'll see where that goes.
Now, if you are on the side of JIT, you can go back to school and say like, hey, I solo killed, maybe not, on the side of Ling Heng, and you can bracket already. It's like, oh, damn, he solo killed the side of Ling Heng, man, and I don't even get to meet Ling Heng in my rank games.
Yeah, you just crop everyone out in the video. It's like, oh, yeah, that's
put
me,
yourself,
one-on-one.
Yeah, that's me. Yeah, it's like, that's on my portfolio now. So already a fantastic stuff here for JIT to gain those bragging rights. Yeah, but for now, this is a showcase of the gap from the best top 3 KPL teams going up against the campus winners here. So there is still a lot of work needed by JIT to recover themselves in Game 2 and Game 3.
Right, so we'll give you half the answer in game number 2, right? So this is the time for JIT. Use that challenger blessing, right? Get the chosen heroes down and see what more damage can you do. You've gotten 1 kill across on one of the top junglers in KPL. Maybe you can start and dare to dream for more.
Maybe the quest is not to win KCC. The quest is to get as much clips as possible as the underdog.
Yes, make sure you take everyone down once and then you can crop everyone else out. Oh, I solo killed this guy. I solo killed this guy.
As the dream here, but of course, never count any teams out. You cannot underestimate them. So for JIT, they need to reset themselves, find a better game plan coming into Game 2 and Game 3. The late game draft doesn't really work out for them, so potentially go for those heavy brawl early game sort of style and try to force the side of Weibo into much more of a difficult situation.
That's true. I agree with that, right? I think a lot of teams are hoping to be able to last longer against the KPL sides, but that's easier said than done. And I think so far on the coaching side for JIT, the draft makes sense to me, but the execution is of a extremely high level. And to do it against KPL, I think that's a little bit difficult. So make it easier for yourself. Try that early game centric draft.
Yep, lower down the standards a bit and then try to meet on a eye level against your opponents. It's easier said than done, but at the very least, that's what you need to be focusing on in this series here. But hey, getting to play a BO5 at the Shanghai Esports Center, already a very good stuff here coming for JIT.
Okay, so let's put ourselves in the shoes of JIT. We talk about this early game centric draft. Do you go for the pay? What kind of heroes are we looking for?
Ooh, okay, Pei, Maestro Nui, these are the potential ones, or even force out a big team fights with the Guan Yu, has been showcased by the side of Zimo here. So these are the team fight breakers that could really disturb the game pace.
I am going to go a little bit greedier. I want to say we go for the Allgren as a jungler with the Diadia and Arlie combination. In the mid lane, maybe you play the Cat Boom or the Mai, that's fine as well. We see how that goes. Clash lane, I don't know, pick whatever you want.
That's a very Nova coded draft here, looking for the KIC style. But of course, there are potential counters towards the lineup such as those, but definitely a rather good approach here coming into the Game 2. So do they use the Challenger's Blessing now? The chosen heroes here. If they do, what do they go for?
I think knowing what JIT can do, and they like to ball up in this game number 1, then let's try for the Dunshan with the Fatih combinations. But for now, let's hear the mic check for Weibo Gaming and see was there any stress.
可能虽然说是你们这一辈子第一次站上这个舞台，对，不要太胆怯，好好打。
对面这个 ID 竟然在我们对面，兄弟，
很开心嘛，看来大家氛围比较活跃。
包的包，不难过。
可以打不到红区吗？红区不打了，大师弟先没打着。
那回拿红吧。
OK。
别吵慢点。来，我看我位置。
橘子没上一。
牛二坦。哎，跟我。看牛。
兄弟，跟我这边。我
进。
跟。滴血，橘子滴血。
来上。
橘子滴血。
查。中医能爆，快点。
牛二没打超，没闪现，兄弟打超了。黄道大师。大师。
搞到。先拿一波了。
杀大师。杀人。橘子没上一。
摇票了，现在。救我！看刺兄弟，
杀人，
下步拼一波，哎有天 ，OK。
You see, we thought of the same thing, right? You can see the coaches are telling his, hey guys, might be your first and last time standing in such a grand stage playing, so give it your best. And one of the players also said that, in my lifetime, I have never expected to see the 5 IDs be in the same lobby as us.
Yeah, exactly, right? That's a crazy thing to experience in person. And I think they are really happy with whatever that has happened. Obviously, they want more. They want to be able to win. But being able to play against your idols and one of the strongest teams in the KPL region, I mean, what more can you ask for?
What more can you ask for? Turn the idol into a rival here. But still too soon to say. But that is the ultimate goal here for every single HOK esports player.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you have already gotten that chance, right? You have played with No Fear. You've played against Cat as well. So we'll see how that is going to be like in this game number 2. There's going to be a substitution here. So Mutu will be taking a leave. They're going to give another member a chance to go up against the Weibo Gaming lineup.
Yeah, it will be Ruo Yun substituting the jungle role coming in from Muzi here. So giving everyone ample game time on towards this stage is a very kind thing to do coming in from JIT.
I mean, when you have fortune, you want to be able to share it with your friends. I think it's good to be successful, but it's very lonely if you're going to be there on your own.
Yeah, that's true, right? That's true. So coming into this game number 2 here, I do want to see what Ruo Yun brings into the table here in the absence of Muzi. Will they go for a tank jungle? Will they go for an assassin style to match up against Ling Heng? That would be the interesting one.
You know what'd be funny? If he brings out the Jing
oh.
against Ling Heng. That would be quite funny.
Yeah. That's definitely something that he can be bringing out. And then after they handshake during the game 3 loss, then he asks like, hey, how's my Jing?
And then Ling Heng's gonna tell him, yeah, you still have a ways to go.
Yeah, watch more of my replays on my golden days.
Of course, jokes aside, I mean, once again, this is a happy place for the side of JIT, right? Once again, they get another lesson. The minimal amount of lessons you get from this KPL team is 3, because once you win 3 games, you will be able to move on to the next stage. So it's up to JIT. Can they request for more lessons from the KPL champions? I mean, one of the strongest teams from KPL.
They need to break apart game 2 if they really want to go for a extension of more than 3 games, but it will be a very difficult task. But if they do, it's definitely one for the history books.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I think we were talking about this, right? So this one has to be the game. JIT, they have to pull out the Challenger's Blessing right now.
Like we were talking about the potential pickups here on the Challenger's Blessing. Maybe look into the things like the Lady Sun Dunshan or the Dunshan Fatih, or even the Master Luban number 7. These are the available options coming in for these 2 teams.
Or you could try what the streamer team was thinking of, which is just go ham, right? Take out the Lupu, take out the Garo.
That's definitely something to be playing around as well, because based on what the streamer team WSG did, is more of a reactive draft towards the 1-2 pickup here coming in for the other KPL team. So for the side of JIT, we saw, okay, first 4 minutes is pretty okay. Losing a bit of gold due to gold sharing, acceptable. But the moment the 4th minute mark hit, the entire team fight just explodes here. So that's something they need to fix in-game if they want to push this even further.
That's true. So there's a couple of things you can kind of consider, right? Rotational speeds. Maybe you want to consider the Da Chao here to ramp up those movements across the maps. And of course, there are very big probabilities and options to choose from, like the Flowborn tank. And there we have it. Challenger's Blessing will be available for the side of JIT. Which one are they going to use?
The chosen heroes here, so they go with the same style, Dunshan and also Master Luban here. I think one of the teams coming in from the global teams actually do this. I think it was APG.
Yeah, and now the question is, you can kind of play super weird with this if you're from JIT, right? Now that it's banned from the side of Weibo Gaming, why not just try something else?
Ooh, maybe you can really go for that, right? So it was what WSG did as well. It's to cause confusion against your enemy, so they are preparing for a potential, Lady Sundun Shan. So they pick up a specific team comp, and then they get countered by the picks coming in on the red side.
That's true. We'll see how this is like, because potentially if we don't pick these two heroes on the side of JIT, you have 7 bans essentially.
That's true here. So a very good pickup here coming in for the side of Weibo here, immediately going for the Charlotte first pick. And for JIT, the Yingzhen, Garuda, and also the Augur will be the 1 and 2 here on their first rotation.
Right, so front-facing shield, very good sustain, and then you have the long-range poke from the Yingzhen, or as we know it in the global servers, the Garuda. Now, what do you want to pair this with? Who is going to be able to sustain against the dive potential of Weibo Gaming? Now, this is a double whammy here, because the dive potential of the Kongkonger as well as the Charlotte, this one is going to cut deep.
And so far in the last 2 days of the English broadcast of the KCC, I don't think the Goya has suffered any single loss, at the very least for us two casting.
Yeah, for sure. I'm super curious how this is going to be like, because Weibo Gaming, the strength of this draft is the fact that they're able to create a lot of space for Max here, and Max knows what to do with that space. JIT, they respond with the pickup onto the Direnjie. Is this the best answer though?
It's not the best answer, but it's a comfortable one to at least sustain yourself in the laning phase here. So JIT, their game plan here is to play strong mid jungle on the hands of Xiao Yuan and also Ruo Yun to try to supplement the gap of the tempo that will be generated by the side of Weibo.
And I like the respect that JIT has paid over, right? So no Agudo, no Jing once again for the side of Weibo Gaming. They want as muted game from Weibo Gaming as possible.
Well, there you have it. The Jing, the Agudo, all these removed from the pool here, and also the Mai Shiranui against Weibo here. So the aggressive mid jungles has been denied from this pool.
So isn't a Zhang Fei like great? Because then you get the, oh no, they want to play the Master Lupan. Master Lupan also great at tanking it up for the side of JIT. Like the idea, it removes the immobile state for Xing Ai here.
It's also like a pseudo Lupan number 7 where you put the Direnjie in the forefront and make sure that he pushes in a lot of the towers with his tokens here. And Weibo drafting yet another strong mid jungle here, Angela and also Ukyo Tachibana here. This is like what? Okay, you played a game 1. I'm gonna teach you how to play it in game 2.
Yeah, you can pick as many tanks as you want. The Angela, or also known as Scorchet, will burn through all your defenses, your life bars. So JIT, who is this final clash laner? It's going to be the Yangjian, okay.
Oh, the Yang Jian with the Master Luban combination here. We've seen it once before in one of the teams that they pulled this off. Yang Jian goes in with the Hound and then gets pulled out towards safety here, but they're still hovering, they're still thinking, what's the potential last pick here? It will be the Fuzi into the Charlotte matchup. This is a difficult one.
Yeah, I mean, okay, do they have the early game on the side of JIT? I think they have a pretty decent one. I mean, Augur is pretty good in the early parts of the jungle. You have the Yingzhen who is actually able to wave clear pretty fast as well. But Weibo Gaming, this Angela I feel is going to be a huge problem.
Considering the fact that JIT, Roy will be always consistently in the forefront, so once he gets hit by the Blazing Brilliance combo, he's going to be evaporated very quickly here. So this early game that you talk about, JIT's mid, jungle, and roam needs to do an excellent job to extend this game further.
For sure. I think, you know what? Tingye is going to be waiting for Xiao Tai. I think he's going to be waiting for that powerful storage, which is the ultimate on the side of the Master Lupan. The moment he tries to jump in, he's going to get Chaos Cindered in the face, Blazing Brilliance, done deal.
And usually there's also an interesting interaction, right? Because you want to go in and pull the enemy with the Master Luban. And Tingye, once you use the ultimate on the Angela, you get the CC immunity for a brief moment here, so it somewhat cancels out.
Yeah, that's right. I think that's pretty cool. And we'll see how they play this, how they play their cards, right? Because there is a hidden win condition in the form of Mao Mao. If Mao Mao actually stops Ling Heng when he's using his
Saber Slash, this ultimate, then perhaps JIT can out-sustain and out-damage the lineup of Weibo Gaming.
The Clash lane plays an important role, right? Because Mama is the single late game source coming in for the side of JIT to realistically be the late game anchor here. So if they don't want to go for the late game, they need to ride on Xing and Royun's early game prowess here.
Okay, we'll see. JIT, I think they're starting to feel the nerves already. You can see the deep breaths and the deep sigh coming in. They want to try and extend this lesson as long as possible. Weibo Gaming being the teachers of this one. Who learns in this game?
Who learns? It depends on who really loses the game, right? When you lose, you don't just lose the game. You learn from the process of itself. And also, check out the audiences. All eyes are looking on towards JIT. You don't need to learn from the game itself, not only the game. You need to learn from the pressure management with all the eyes looking at you.
Yeah, that's for sure. And I like the fact, well, let me remind you again, the Muzi was the previous jungler. He has now given the chance of a substitution to the side of Royun, which means he also gets to go up against Lin Heng in the jungle department. So I'm really ecstatic to see how does Royun do. This is his first game.
Yeah, first game jitters are always real in the competitive scene here because your hands are slightly cold, you're not warmed up like your main player did in game 1. So Royun, you're against one of the best junglers in KPL. How would you do this here, man?
Deep breaths, I guess.
Deep breaths. Deep breaths. Drop for push-ups.
Oh, really? Push-ups in the middle of the stage in front of like hundreds of people? I'm not sure whether that's more scary or playing against Lin Heng. Which one is more scary?
If I have to choose, maybe I'll do the push-ups, you know. At least there's a comedy effect that gives relief for your teammates.
True. Now, I mean, it's all fun and games here. JIT, of course, on a learning journey with the likes of Weibo Gaming, who have already taken the lead in the series. Game number 2, if JIT somehow makes it out, they extend the lesson to another 3 games.
They first have to extend the early game first because the 4th minute mark has been the devastating factor coming in from Weibo Gaming against JIT. So making sure that the early game doesn't go in the way of Weibo and try to extend it into a 60-40, 50-50 of his shadow objective fight. That's the ideal situation coming from JIT. Not the easiest, but expected ones for them.
Yeah, in fact, I would argue this is one of the most difficult things to do. 4 minutes doesn't seem like a long time, but it is when you're playing against Weibo Gaming. It will feel like an eternity here.
And talking about eternity here, we will be slowly but surely heading into the gorge here for this game 2 of the best of 5. Your stakes are high, very high here in this game. You lose this series, you drop out of KCC 2025, and you have to prepare yourselves for the 2026 HOK Esports year.
Alright, so a lot of different markers of success for the different roles, different lanes as well. We're looking for very sick initiations coming in from both Joy as well as Xiao Dai here, who I think would be would make game-changing plays here.
It has to come from Royun and also the mid lane here coming in for the side of JIT here. They play a pivotal role in controlling the axis of the gorge, which is the mid lane here. This is essentially important for the side of JIT.
So let's hear the fans cheer for both sides again. I actually like this movement from the side of JIT. They actually put aggression in the middle lane, but right now, as I praised him, Xiaoyan is going to be forced back here, as it looks like JIT now caught in a little bit of a scuffle at the bottom side of the map.
I would have surprised as well seeing I and also Xiao Dai. Every time they play towards the bottom side, the lane phase always looks pretty good in the early game, especially against Max and Joy.
Yeah, but here comes that initial puppet, and this is going to cause a lot of palpitations in the hearts for the side of JIT, because look at what is happening now. The invade happening from Lin Heng.
Now Linhong playing super aggressive here. Do they get the steal? They do in fact take the Azure Golem away.
Yeah, and now it's just about can they get away with it. And it looks like Max, although he will have a little bit of trouble here, they do make it out safely. Max does have a view underneath the tower of the T1. Will be able to restore his health and regain control in the farm lane.
Now Lane was very swift as well on this Yuko Tachibana, just casually taking so many of these resources across the gorge, especially away from such a resource-heavy jungle like the Alden.
Okay, we'll take a look at Tingyu as well, right? I think he's going to be one of the people we need to keep our eyes on as well. The Angela Scorchet, also known as the Tank Shredder. This is going to be a very important marker. If he lands a stun and his ultimate down onto members like Xiao Tai as well as Guoyun, it could very well be over.
Yeah, that was really close here. He was looking for a flash stun on towards Xiao Yuan, but fortunately for the side of Xiao Yuan, the stun didn't really land on towards him there. So good stuff so far coming from JIT, handling the pressure.
Yeah, in fact, you know what? I want to give a little bit more praise to Sing Ai. He's actually holding well on his own in a 1v1 against Max.
But on towards the flip side though, you see a bit of an aggression coming in for the side of Weibo in towards the enemy jungle here. So Tingyu and Joy controlling really well the mid to bottom river.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I mean, this is what we expect, right? Of the standards of one of the top KPL teams, Weibo Gaming. Now, with that being said, this silent exchange between the Clash laners seems to be bubbling under, right? We're waiting for that 1v1 attempt.
At the very least, the 1v1 attempt will be delayed until the mid stage of the game here, but to really prize on the side of JIT, laning phase is looking much comfortable compared to game 1.
Yeah, very much so. And timings have been fulfilled. So JIT, I think they will be able to make their way into the 4-minute time mark, but straight away, I think you're already stealing all those small neutral camps away from JIT.
One camp is one camp. You make the enemy lose 50, you earn 50. That's 100 gold advantage.
Yep, you can see, even though it's a very slight difference here, 300 gold in advantage to Linhong in terms of comparison, jungle for jungle.
This also goes into the favor of Linhong because of how well Ukyo Tachibana is with the mobility here. But take a look at the top side though, Engage does come through.
Yeah, they're trying, they will get the first blood, and Tingyu is going to be responsible for that one. Royun as well, not going to be surviving on the end of that. A double kill going to the side of Tingyu, and immediate movement to go into that TP for the bottom. They want more, and with that, this is going to be fantastic timing for the side of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, Joy is literally everywhere on that play, limiting the side of Malmao and actually getting that flash disengaged. But let's check out the replay here on what exactly happened here. So Joy links in, gets the Spiraling Despair here, and the stun connects on towards Tingyu here. After that point, the burst is just too sufficient coming in for the side of Weibo to take down Royun as well.
Yeah, crazy, right? The timing of which Weibo Gaming hit their strides is so scary. At the same time, now that they have this Tyrant buff in their hands for the next 70 seconds, they're going to be starting to work on the turrets. So structural damage is incoming for the side of JIT.
And it's also looking a bit like a repeat of game number 1 here. A quiet first 3 minutes and then an explosive 4 minutes onwards here. JIT needs to find a way to handle this snowball that's being started by the side of Weibo.
I mean, their current solution is to try and ball up, right? Which means there's a lot of room for Zumo to really make moves across the map. The split push going down as well. Both T2 at the bottom and T1 at the top have been pressured. Oh, a nice burst attempt from the side of Weibo Gaming. Almost gets taken down by Linhong here. Unfortunately, that will not happen for the side of Weibo, but JIT, they can heave a sigh of relief. But the cost comes at the T1 at the top.
Yeah, T1s don't respond here, buddy, so that's another tower being taken down from the side of Weibo Gaming here. Royun taking a bit too much damage for his own liking, has to force himself away from the jungle here. And so far, it's a bit stressful, I would say, but at the very least, tier 1 in the mid is still up and going for the side of JIT.
I mean, it's close to almost 3,000 gold lead once again for the side of Weibo Gaming going into the 6-minute mark. So this is a crazy stat to have. They also take this secondary neutral objective. This is going to be the Overlord going into the hands of Weibo Gaming.
A deep down analysis as well on why KPL teams are so good in punishing these small mistakes. Once you give them a lead, the timers of your spells, they will start invading your jungle, taking away your resources here. Hence the gold discrepancy gets widened in a very short time.
super classy moves coming from Weibo Gaming. Once again, they get a nice look at the different members on the JIT side, and this comes with a lot of damage as well. They want to make life difficult. They might have to give away this Crimson Golem. Oh, stolen away with the basic attacks by Max as well. This means the map is going to be very much open. They're going to clear the wave at the top side. T2 at the bottom, in trouble as well. JIT, there's too many problems to solve.
Yeah, and Joy also gave over the Star Spring over to Lin Hong. They are ready to go for this mid turret here. So this will be a difficult one for the side of JIT to actually defend.
Yeah, using the puppets and just being a nuisance altogether. They get the jump from Xiao Dai, but that ultimate's going to be wasted. Here comes the stun from the side of Joy as well. Can they finish his life for the attempt? They get Xiao Dai, and there's no price to pay because they shut Mao Mao down as well. Weibo Gaming just all across the jungle of JIT.
The micro mechanics here coming in from Joy is just so beautiful here. Going in for the 3-man stun, allowing Max to pick up the kill on towards Xiao Dai, and due to the fact that JIT didn't finish up the Azure Golem, that's another open one for the side of JIT's taking.
Oh, Royu, no! He will be taken down, and JIT suffer another loss. And that's not the only thing they're losing. T2 in the bottom, T2 in the mid as well, going to be put under pressure. JIT looking for some value here. Finally, they get a stun, they get down Joy, but it is just Joy.
It is just a roller here coming in for the side of Weibo's team here, and you can see Zimo going in super aggressively.
Oh, crazy. He gets 1 kill straight away, 2 kills for the price of none. At the same time, Lin Hong is already helping himself to the jungle on the side of the top for JIT. Minions will be crashing in for the T2 at the top, and all of a sudden, in the space of 2 minutes, JIT T3s are in trouble.
Yeah, Weibo is once again hitting on that first tier 3 in towards the mid lane here. They successfully get it, and right now, the map at 8 minutes mark, totally in control of the side of Weibo once again.
Crazy. Xiao Dai actually used his powerful storage to try and lock Zimo down, but Zimo used his power gradation to get out of trouble. Didn't even get pulled into the faces of JIT. This is calculation at its extremities.
And many of the moments as well, right? We see how the Xiao Dai wants to go in for the power storage on towards Max, but Max's reaction speed is so fast that he always manages to outjuke the range coming in from the Master Luban ultimate.
Yeah, man, look at the mirror images coming in. The puppets on the side of Joy are really able to tank so much damage against Mao Mao of all people, so this is not good news.
It's not good news. It also gives vision, steals items away from you, so the hard-fought, hard-earned items being stolen away and buffed on towards Weibo Gaming. That's going to be a stressful one for JIT, but right now, Weibo, they want to end this fast. They're knocking on yet another tier 3 tower.
Yeah, they're attempting to clear the waves here, not really putting damage onto the heroes. But even with that, the wave clear, they lose a chunk of the health on the tier 3 at the bottom. So JIT, I mean, this is just delaying the, inevitable at this point.
It's just a slow burn so far, and with the timer slowly but surely approaching that 10th minute mark, I do believe that Weibo Gaming will do a double objective and go for that game-winning push. But for now, JIT, there is still some time. Do you guys go for a Hail Mary play?
I don't think you want to, right? One more mistake, the crystal is open. Now with that, they will use the Wings of Judgment for the side of Xiao Yuan. They will try to push and clear the waves. Going to be successful in that one, which means Weibo Gaming, they're going to be left with one singular option here. To go for the neutral objectives, because in 10 seconds more, they will have the Shadow Variants.
Yep, that's correct here. So top Overlord, bottom Tyrant here, they get upgraded with more stats here. Overlord gives you the extra charge on that Vanguard March style, and for the Tyrant, more damage and more zap on towards the enemy.
Alright, we'll see Weibo Gaming already getting kickstarted on both the neutral objectives. Shadow Variants, by the way. Now, Mao Mao does have the potential to be able to steal this away, but he doesn't want to put himself at risk. Lin Hong will be able to secure that one, which means the secondary one is coming soon. Team Yu are responsible for the take on that Shadow Tyrant. So JIT now, very tight spot.
The next 1 minute is going to be the most crucial one coming in from JIT. If they can hold it, then yes, the game will be extended and this lesson still goes on. But judging from the goal lead, judging from the objective lead, it's not going to be an easy one for JIT.
I don't think it's going to get any easier. In fact, I think it's going to get even much more difficult.
Yeah, so for the side of JIT, let's look at their available options here. Flash is almost available from Mao Mao, so he could probably go for the ultimate flash on towards single target, and same goes for Xiao Dai as well. So at a very bare minimum, single out one target here. Does Weibo give you that chance?
I don't think so. Look, they're looking again. Joy, once he gets the ultimate down, I think it's game over for the side of JIT. He's one of the people that will have the stun coming in, gets the catch as well. They try their best. Mama caught in no man's land. Gonna be taken out. Here comes the ultimate from the side of Xiaotai. Manages to catch onto Lin Heng, but it's not gonna be enough. In the middle of them all, Royun's gonna be taken down. And even with no minions available, they're still looking so strong. Look at that burst potential. Sinai is gonna be taken down. The T3 final one at the bottom gonna be melted immediately as well. Just a sliver of health left. Here comes Joy looking for another ultimate. Nice catch and push back as well. They have the final target. It's an ace for the side of Weibo Gaming, and JIT. Lesson is over.
The lesson is over, and they have to go back to the player room here with a 2-0 lead coming in for the side of Weibo Gaming. This is looking even tougher here, but let's hear from the players of Weibo Gaming.
好，很高兴突击采访到了9000啊。其实，在今天的这个比赛里面，是跟新队员进行一个磨合，感觉怎么样呢？这把打下来？
还可以，
还可以啊。有没有什么跟这个训练赛里面不一样的地方？
都差不多，
差不多。其实打出了自己的正常发挥。想知道今天在开局的4分钟的时候，其实在上路有一波蹲伏嘛？聊聊你们的思路呗。
就是感觉那边给机会了，就过来，然后抓到机会了，
就是把握每一次的机会，是吧？也希望今天保持这样的良好的状态，好吧？继续准备吧，谢谢。
So a good interview so far coming in from the Weibo players here with the new addition of Joy to the roster here. They did mention that, hey, was it a difficult integration of such a new player into the side of Weibo? He did mention that no, it's actually very smooth and simple. We played like how we played in scrims, and we transitioned that success into the official match.
I like how, Weibo Gaming is still treating this kind of serious, right? They're giving the actual lessons about, hey, here are the counter picks for your draft, right? And I like this because this really gives value for the JIT students. Yes, this may have been a virgin experience for them coming onto the Shanghai Esports Center stage and playing against one of the best teams in KPL. But this experience, I think, will change their lives for sure.
It's definitely a memorable one, and one deserving to be researched back when they check out the tapes here, because to be able to play against an experience in a live audience, it's a very different experience here. So I am pretty happy for JIT, the players itself, to be able to experience this grand of experience.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Royan will thank Muzi for that experience, right? The substitution coming in, he gets to get the, I wouldn't say 1v1. There were very little 1v1s in this game. It was just Weibo Gaming just badgering them and making sure that we will take a 4v5, 3v5 fight. And so let's take a look at the post-game stats here. What really stood out for you in this game?
I think it was definitely Joy. He was the playmaker primarily, coming in for majorities of these early to mid-game fights.
I like that as well, right? The way that he played this Kong Konger shows you why this pick is very much banned in the professional scene as well, right? The ability to enter and source out information for the team. And only when you feel it's correct, then do you get the stuns in, get your ultimates down as well.
Yeah, the setup is so good. The mobility coming in for the Kong Kong is just so solid. And then the puppets, the clones, they give you vision as well. So it's a very complete roamer in the current meta of HOK Chinese server.
Yeah, and I like the fact that, Joy doubled down on the stun galore show here, taking the frigid charge as well. And with the Star Spring, able to heal up the majority of the teammates on the side of Weibo Gaming. Bear in mind, Star Spring is a single target heal, so he did well.
Yeah, with 2 charges as well. So when you finish up a team fight and you want to go for more objectives and more pushes here, swapping your Roma item into a Star Spring every 5 minutes gives you a lot of added benefit to make sure that your teammates are always healthy and available.
And one thing you need to notice about jungling, since we have the substitute in the jungling department for JIT, Lin Heng this time invaded the jungle 9 times. So as a jungler, I think it's very important that you find the timings, which is why the team on the side of Weibo Gaming is consistently looking and taking a peek in the jungle of JIT.
Timing is such an important essence in the best of the best game so far. In Global, we see teams are still picking on towards the specific timings, 4 minutes, 8:30, 9 minutes, these big timings here, but it's really down to standards here in the side of the Weibo Gaming lineup here. But of course, Team Yue does deserve that MVP coming in with that very consistent Angela performance here, a dominating one in this game number 2.
Yeah, showing you the full value of the blazing brilliance for squad chat, right? That's the ultimate for Angela here. Being able to melt through the tanks, the defenses, and the health bars on the side of JIT really proved to be very useful in this game.
And Scorchet Angela is one of those heroes that look easy on paper, but you take a look at the hero skill set. 3 skill shots on all the spells.
Yeah, it's actually not that easy to pilot if in a high-stakes game such as this. Even though it is college students, they are college champions. So, you know, the risk was still there. So to get that double kill at the start of the game, beautiful work from the side of Jingyue, and they really went off of the snowball potential here to make the game more difficult against Weibo Game.
So this goes into a problem for side of JIT that they need to briefly fix going into game number 3. If they want to extend the game, not to say win it, 4 minutes is still a very deadly timer for JIT.
I mean, at this point, you really want to get the tuition, right? You want to go for tuition, you need tuition teachers, you need revision papers, everything, whatever you can get your hands on.
Now, you want those, you gotta pay for them, and JIT, they pay with a lot of gold lead in towards the side of Raging Weibo Gaming.
Okay, they have to pay their time as well.
Yeah, right.
Time is running out, and JIT, I'm very sure they want to relish in this moment, right? And it's definitely a experience to play against one of the top teams in KPL. So let's see, what other kinds of time can they buy here? This has to come in the draft, right? Pick a super tanky lineup, maybe a Hano, Fate Rewind as many times as you can.
Oh yeah, just stall the game to a full extent, right? Then potentially we might look into a 10 to 12 minute with a less than 3,000 goalie game for the side of JIT, but yeah, it's very difficult here. It's like me trying to go up against the KIC teams who just got swept by the Chinese teams here. It's the same logic.
Okay, yes, the power levels are pretty different.
Yeah.
I want to see, I mean, look, as long as there's a chance, you give it a try, right? And
Correct,
I think JIT, obviously, they still have that last challenges blessing left, and that's going to be reset the hero pool. They've already expended 10 heroes in this first 2 games. With the reset, they'll be able to repick whatever that they want. And let's see if that's going to be the tipping point for JIT to find success against Weibo Gaming, or at least drag the game a little longer.
Yeah, it's time to brawl coming in for side of JIT here. No more playing the usual rotation against such a strong KPL team, because you know if you fight on equal terms on the usual macro games, you can't win. So bring it into a brawl, stoppy fest, then maybe, just maybe, JIT can find a bit of a leeway into this game number 3.
Okay, so the question I have now is actually in the farm lane. Sing Ai, the Tier, I think we both agree that might not have been the best pick, even with the Master Loop part. Is there any hero you would think would do better in this potential last game?
Oh, so they will reset the pool here. So we saw how Sing Ai was able to put so much pressure against Max in back-to-back games. So maybe consider putting him on a Lady Sudunshan and go for the aggressive plays, maybe?
Okay, I like the idea of that. You could also explore the Yu Huan and let's see, what do we want? The Lung, the Aowen pick, right? Big burst damage available. You have the escape mechanism and the infinite fastness as well. You know, get to play the game a little longer.
Or the maximum potential. Drop the whole Yi and see whichever burning side area you can actually hit. So all these are the surprise picks here that you can actually pull up here. Or in the final few moments, just draft your one-trick hero, right? Because to take your picture on the one-trick hero on the stage, that's also a bit of a glory, right?
Yeah, for sure. And of course, with that being said, let's hear the mic check in the previous game and hear what went on during game number 2.
上来了，我稍微跟个 C 一把，大声往下走了。
没事，我们也上了，感觉后续能打。
能来吗？我可以往。
别，老莫。
他这样，我拿过来。
看
这个老夫子有机会。
大师在下路，大师在
这个四老三。
来，
这个谁？我在按下这位。
可以动手了，可以动手。
草里，再草里，搞了，大师没一，大师没。老夫子，走，
大师上去了，大师上去了，兄弟。
多少？我踢啊，我直接踢。我走了。
先到了空可以看，空可以卖，
看我，直接上开。可以。欧子。没闪了。红回哪个？就看你这。等线吧，感觉。大师没大队，上。OK。 下路，连线下路，一跳远下路，接水了，哎，离，哎，我就
都没闪，两个都没闪，
我就不信我不能中个2闪，
看能不能，
我打也好了， 等到，然后可以叫了，可以叫了。
The professionalism coming in for the side of Weibo Gaming is really deserving of respect, right? Because even if you're against a significantly weaker opponent, you know they are not coming in with funny businesses. They come in with the full extent of Weibo, trying to show their best performance against a team that qualified through the Campus League.
And this is one that helps the growth, right? So even when you are top of the leagues here in KPL, I think being able to share your knowledge and okay, not the kind of lesson you want to go through being beaten up time and time again, but valuable experience nonetheless for JIT members here. And not just for them, but for everyone watching. So this is great. It's been fun. I want to take a look at what's going to happen in game number 3 here. Definitely, this is the game to go with the Challenger's Blessing. This is your last one if you're from the side of JIT. Reset the hero pool. Can we go even faster, earlier game in this last draft?
And you can see the local support here is actually a 60-40 here coming in from the audience here. But of course, it's not going to be easy for side of JIT, so they need every ounce of support coming in from the online or offline viewers.
I mean, actually, this is where we have seen the difference in support in schools. Look, your classmates, your schoolmates, they are very supportive of any endeavors that you do, especially with a game such as big as HOK. So I think they will be very happy to support right now is to turn that support into strength.
That is definitely something that they really desperately need right now. Not just mental strength, but also strength in the game of the Gorge here. But this strength disparity here, what can they realistically do in this game number 3 to pull it back to not an equal footing, but a potential game-winning team fight?
I think, I really like the fact that you keep mentioning the Lady Sun because I think she's a monster in the early game, and as she transitions later into the games, the frag grenades and the rolling raids will be super crazy to deal with. Now, there is going to be a switcher, so it's going to be Jingxiu in and Mao Mao out. So the class laners get another new experience here, going up against another monster from the side of KPL Weibo Gaming.
As to really maximize the on-stage time here for every single member coming in from the Jingling Institute of Technology here, the HOK Campus League winners of this season here. So everybody getting a bit of that stage time is really well deserving because they work their way all the way from the qualifiers to this grand stage.
You know, it'd be funny if they can continually sub players in even as the game goes, and the whole school shows up, substitute every 2 minutes to try and win against the players from Weibo Gaming.
I think you would suffocate the building more than the game itself. So definitely there is a rule for that, to not be able to substitute players halfway there. But I like the idea though. It brings a lot of joy for the KPL fans.
Yeah, it's kind of like how we used to do with our friends as well. Oh, you died? Okay, it's my turn now. And then you just continually sub in.
It's like you play any form of games where it's like, oh, you died? My turn now. And then I died? Your turn now. It's a rotational basis here. So maybe something interesting that we can do next time on our own games.
Yeah, that'll be quite funny, that'll be quite cool. But for now, we will deal with the cards we're dealt with, and this right now, potential last game for the side of JIT, a number 1 campus team going up against one of the premier teams in KPL Weibo Gaming.
They need to go out with a blast because, yes, I like the fact that we're optimistic, but we need to be realistic as well. Sometimes the gap in terms of strength is really too huge here. So KCC is a platform that introduces the lower tier teams such as the KIC teams, the global teams, right? And also the likes of the campus teams, streamer teams into the big leagues against the KPL, KGL top dogs.
I mean, it's difficult. That's why we have the different tierings here. And with tier 3, of course, represented by the side of the campus champions here, this has been a very difficult lesson to learn, for sure.
For sure, but it's a bragging right. You can tell, you go back to school, it's like, oh, guys, I played in the Shanghai KPL esports arena here. Like, hey, I was on TV, I was on the specific streaming platform, and the casters was glazing my solo kill.
I'm an international player now.
Yeah, on stage. Like, mom, capture me. I'm here on stage.
Alright, now with that particular dream, we will take a look at the last blessing available for the side of JIT. That is going to be reset the hero pool. Going to be used by the Campus Challenges number 1 team here, JIT.
And it seems that they will be on the red side here, coming in towards this potential final game number 3 here with Weibo Gaming taking on the blue side. What is the priority after that game 1 and game 2?
Okay, let's take a look at the options first. Weibo Gaming, they've taken out the Kapu. So the long range poke, at least one of them is not going to be available. This might be a potential mine, depending on what Weibo is comfortable with. Konger is going to be banned out. JIT, now they will ban out the Master Lupang. Do they take out the Dunshan though?
Oh, there's Dunshan that you talk about here. Is removed from the pool and not going to be available here coming in from Weibo here. They do put more priority on towards the hands of Zemo here. It will be the Byron being locked in for the Weibo Clash lane.
Okay, so they go for the Chisha once again. This time paired up with the Sulia. I like the idea of this, right? You have good AoE control in the form of Sulia. You also have a secondary life with the passive, right? The Colossus.
Yes, and also this has been one of the really good 1-2 pickups here coming in on towards the red side. So it really comes down to how JIT wants to play this Shisha into a very strong late game approach here coming in for the side of Weibo. We saw game 1 and game 2 is about fast jungle tempo coming in from Win Hung on the pay on the Ukyo Tachibana. Flip of a script here coming in for this game number 3. It will be the Fullborn Tank and also Nua being locked in for Weibo.
Okay, hear me out. I mean, if JIT's coach can hear me out as well. Why don't you pick the Lupu in this game? Good against Flowborn Tank, good against Byron. You get the stun set up from the side of the Sulia. You potentially get a double combo. Oh no, Weibo knows what's going on. They ban it out.
Wait, Kin, do you call the wrong number? That's Weibo coach's number here. They heard your idea.
Oh no, I made a mistake, guys.
Of course, it's a very smart banter because just like what Kin mentioned, right, there's so much shielding and tankiness coming in from both the Byron and also Floorboard Tank. So naturally, removing the Lubu from the pool is a really wise choice here coming in for the side of Weibo's coaching staff.
Oh wow, JIT don't even take out the Dachao. They're more scared of the Arlie, which I think is a valid concern. But if Weibo gets the Dachao combination with the Floorboard Tank, then don't they just essentially just go ham around the map? There's emergence from the Nua, there is the Eye of the Whirlpool from the Dachao as well.
It really comes down to whether Joy actually favors the Dachao, right? So far, I think in BO5, we haven't really seen much of Dachao Floorboard Tank for a while here, but man, Max is feeling with confidence here. That's a lot of crowd control to pick a Sun Quan into Kaiser and also Sulie.
I mean, I would understand why this pick comes out because there's a lot of focus that's going to be placed onto the Flowborn Tank as well as the Byron. But hey, this is the biggest surprise. If they really lock it in,
oh my god,
they have to pick. Oh come on, give us the Lee Sin.
Come on, give us the Lee Sin. That will be the interesting one. But it won't be the Alavian walk in here coming in from JIT's Jingqiu here. The substitution coming in from the side of JIT's Clash lane. This is what we talk about, right? Like, hey, this is the last game, potential last game. You know there's a big disparity in terms of strength, so why not pick your favorite heroes and go out with a bang?
Okay, Jingqiu, I like this. This is a very brawl-heavy lineup, right? JIT, they're always looking to fight. Hoping that Ruoyun will be that front-facing tank set up by the side of Xiao Dai as well as Xiao Yuan, and hopefully they get the winning formula just by the fact that they're able to out-brawl Weibo Gaming. It's a dream, but it may come true. Who knows?
And to your point as well, right? I definitely believe that this will happen because JIT's lineup is super duper scary in that early game. The Angela, Kaiser, and Sulie, these 3 players on the side of JIT needs to make things work because Weibo, if you look towards their side, early game, not their best suit.
True, and actually if you get the early shutdown onto Max and King Yue, then this game could very well be an advantage to JIT. But let's see how they do it.
Yep. For JIT, I respect whatever they're trying to do here on the stage here. But of course, for Weibo Gaming, this will just be another strong showcasing here coming in from them. But one interesting pick that we want to be seeing here is more of the Sun Quan action here on the hands of Max.
For sure. I think we've already seen it, right? Members like AG, especially Eno, has shown us the scary potential of the Sun Quan, especially when there's not a lot of CC involved. But JIT, they have more than enough CC to be able to deal with this. In fact, all 5 do have a potential to stop the Sun Quan in his tracks.
Like, I played the Sun Quan for quite a bit, right? But if I play it into a Kaiser, because you go into the ultimate here, you will get slapped heavily by the Kaiser's ultimate here. So it will be a very difficult game for Max because Max the Sun Quan is similar to Marco Polo. You do not want to play against heavy CC lineup like the Sulier, like the Ruoyun Kaiser.
I mean, if we take a look at what Weibo has showed us, the answer is it doesn't matter what you pick. Max will show you what's good.
Yeah, Max will show you what's good here. And in this game number 3 here, Weibo Gaming will be on the blue side, and Jingling Institute of Technology here with their heavy CC lineup will be going into the red side here. I'm excited to see how JIT pulls off this early aggressive draft.
I think, okay, early aggression definitely is very important, but I think they need to play safe in the starting portion of this fight, right? Don't go for the invade. Secure your own jungle first. But of course, we want to secure the support. Let's hear the fans cheer. Alright, so JIT, let's see if they can find some success here. For now, they are able to keep things status quo. Once again, it is going to be a very slight goalie going into the hands of Weibo Gaming, but there is more to be achieved. This is one of the first few Firehawks they have had their hands on.
Yep, and there's also a lane swap here coming in for the side of Weibo Gaming to secure Max, at the very least, a smooth and early, easy laning phase against the side of Jinqiu.
Yeah, I like this, right? Take a look at what Xiaoyan did for the side of Ruoyun, right? Helping him to melt down that Crimson Golem so that he gets a faster rotation. He's going to be able to match pace, in fact, outpace Ling Heng for a couple of seconds.
That's not a difficult thing to do for all the mid laners that in this live stream. So do pick that up to help your jungle, but don't take the EXP from him.
Yes, of course, that is a very important thing. Now let's see how this is. Potential first blood coming in. They want to try for the fight. We talked about the early game composition coming from the side of JIT, but they also have this huge matrix being formed by the side of Tingyue, and it looks like JIT haven't stopped in their tracks.
But I will say a much more aggressive early game coming in for the side of JIT, but take a look at the bottom side of Zimo getting the 1v1.
Okay, he will give it a try, but it is going to be the maximum of his extent at this point. Zimo, he should know that someone is coming to help out Singai here.
And that was also a very good mechanical prowess coming in for the Zimo here. So every time that Chisha goes for the range form, when he stacks into 5-6 stacks, she gets the spell 2, which is invulnerable to CC. He was holding Storm Strike, waiting for it to be over.
I mean, it's the little details that matter, right, at this point. And you know what? Qingqiu is actually doing not bad for a position. Oh no, right as I say that, he has been caught. Level 4, is he going to use his ultimate? Will be using a Dove at the Sunset, but it's a 3v1. There's no way he makes it out of it, right? Oh, they actually give him some space. He will make it out.
Whoa, that's a clip here coming in from Jinqiu. Being ganked by 3 members here and still being able to make it out alive here. He definitely knew his limits on the lane here.
Okay, and also, I mean, Weibo did give him a chance. They could have easily crashed them out. Nice block from the Nua. They will lock him in place. This is going to be the potential first life on the side of Xiao Tai. He will make it out safely. And you can see how much this means to the side of JIT. 151 BPM for his heart rate.
And Kin, I noticed something on towards Ruoyun here. His health bar is too tiny for a tank Kaiser. I think this is a full physical damage Kaiser.
Well, you know what? If it works, it works. I want to see them put this to fruition here. Let's see if Roy is going to be able to find that opening. Annihilation going to be dropped down in the mid lane by the side of Tingyue. Meanwhile, I think, look, Singai, I think he's doing pretty well so far.
That's a ton of damage being laid on towards Warrior here. Has to use the Invisible Warrior, but he's too squishy.
Yep, too squishy, will not make it out. Last hit will do it. And Joy is the one that gets the kill for the team on the side of Weibo Gaming. Maybe there is a finisher here. No, Blazing Brilliance is not enough. And with the help of Zumo, he will sacrifice himself for the likes of Weibo Gaming. They need to get one more, and no, Joy actually drops. JIT for the first time takes a big win for this one. The juke, not gonna happen, no way. Singai gets taken down. And even though JIT was looking good for a moment, Weibo say, hey, you have to respect your teachers here.
But that was a very beautiful setup here coming in from both Xiao Tai and Xiao Yuan in that CC change here. Being able to capitalize on Ling Kang, forcing him out of team fight, and then Joy and also the side of Zimo comes in, they were already too low. Let's check out the replay, right? So at the start of the fight, it was Kaiser being taken down to the first death, and then forces out the flash away from Joy. So that flash is already very important here going into the later stages here. So for Zimo to come in as of this point, it's already no more follow-up, no more consistent DPS because Ling Heng is no longer here.
I mean, there was really one small action that they did, which was Joy, right before he took a big fall, he used his Destined Encounter, which allowed Lin Heng to survive, so he didn't drop in terms of farm. Now, with that being said, there is a 1,000 gold lead going to the side of Weibo Gaming. Once again, they get the setup onto the Angela. Xiaoyuan, he needs to use the flash to get onto the safety. Oh, but there was a distraction. With that, Royin actually finds the opening to allow Xing'ai to get the kill onto Tingyue.
There's also execution here coming in for the tower here, so that is added value for the JIT members. I am loving their actions here, JIT. They're unleashing every single form of aggression against Weibo members.
Yeah, brawl as hard as you can, right? But then once again, Weibo Gaming, it's the same lesson again. They have taken the first tyrant of the game, no punishments coming from inside of JIT, and with this map advantage, they are looking to put a little bit more damage onto the T1 at the bottom.
But hey, at the very least, this time at the forbidden mark is looking much more even here coming in for both teams here. But Xiao Dai here might have to use the Iron Colossus.
Yeah, first life given, looking for the setup as well. The Nua comes in. Tingyue, what amount of damage is going to do? Enough to take down the lives of Xing'ai as well, Xiao Dai. Now one person caught in the middle of three. Royin, you may be a tank, but you're not tanky enough. And they want to finish the job here, looking for the juice coming from Xiaoyuan. Caught in the middle of 4 different members. He should be able to make it out here, unless they really want to chase in. Insane. He survives, but his heart might be having a troubled time here.
Oh, that Tingyue with the creation and matrix boxes, he was just gliding through the 2 boxes and dodging the blazing brilliance here coming in from Xiao Yuan here. But a bit of a mechanical misplay here coming in from Xiao Dai, overestimating the amount of HP he can actually take against the Weibo members.
Now they send numbers over here. Once again, Xiao Dai, he doesn't have his passive. This one will be given away. He will not make it out. One more hit will do it. Oh, just by the skin of his teeth, he will be able to survive for the time being. But Xiaoyuan is going to be taken down as well. Still, they find an opening. Weibo Gaming, you are doing them dirty at this point. The ultimate going to be used by the side of Jingxiu, but it's not going to be enough. The heals come through, and JIT starting to face the true difficulty of Weibo Gaming.
If you want to brawl, Weibo brings you a full-on brawl here. JIT being caught everywhere on towards the map. Just now, it was the bottom side. And right now, with the fast rotation here, they immediately do more damage into the red side jungle of the side of Weibo here. And with that, tier 1 into its mid lane removed from the side of JIT.
It's so difficult, man, on the side of JIT. It kind of like studying for exam. And here comes a pop quiz every 2 minutes. And with that, JIT, maybe this is a chance to get the kill. Everyone dropping everything on the Ling Heng. He makes it out for the time being. Jingxiu looking for an opening. The attempt from JIT, unable to find a result so far. Everyone on the side of Weibo falling low, but here comes the turnaround. They have dropped every single resource available on the side of JIT. Couldn't find the kill, and Weibo punished them by giving pressure on the T2 at the bottom and taking the Overlord at the top.
The kiting game coming in from Weibo is just so clean here. They know how much damage they can tank. They know the maximum potential of every single hero. You saw how Zimo, he was in front of like what, 3 or 4 members, and he still managed to get out alive.
It's crazy. This is really crazy. They're testing you on every single chapter, right? Chapter on towers, this is your first test. Oh, you're not done yet, right? Let me test your mechanical skills, chapter 2. And JIT, no answers. This one gonna be caught. Matrix dropped down. Jingxiu needs to run away. Gets the dash. And for now, the Moonlight Flash will be able to save him. But oh, nice juke. They have managed to sidestep the Annihilation. Good job by the Clash Laner on the side of JIT. But still, this is a unfavorable position that JIT find themselves as Max gets a turret for the team. T3s looking to be served on the top side of the map.
And on towards the off-screen though, Xing'ai here is in a bit of a weird situation here, all the way into Weibo's base here. I don't think he can actually survive this here with the creation blocks landing on towards his base. Another kill goes over to the side of Tingyue.
Yeah, it's definitely not enough. The Destined Encounter going to be dropped down for the side of Weibo Gaming. Now, Royin is hiding in the wings. Let's see, who can he catch? Ideally, the target has to be Max here, but if in the presence of the Weibo Gaming members, they're so tanky, they're so far, he tries. He's gonna get caught out. It's Max trying to get the catch, but he's the one getting caught out. All the damage in the world, and Royan will be taken down immediately on the side of JIT. Same thing for the side of Xiaotai. First life gone. Can they finish the job? They will. Max gives him the delivery. Sent to the grave right away. And Weibo Gaming open up the doors onto T3s on the top and the mid. The benefits is also the freebie onto the life of Xingai as well. JIT struggling to find an opening. Here comes the catch onto Xiaoyan. Uses his blazing brilliance to escape for the time being. Jingqiu as well. He's gonna try 1v5. Not gonna be enough. And with the crystal open, Weibo Gaming bid their goodbye to JIT.
In a fashion of below 10 minutes here, they sent the HOK Campus League winners here back to school. This will be a 3-0 strong finisher coming in from the top 3 team of KPL.
I mean, very strong performance from the side of Weibo Gaming. This one was more fun than it was serious. And you can see JIT, they're probably very satisfied with that performance as well. They really went all in.
Yeah, and they do shake their hands, gaining the respects of their eventual rivals and current idols here, because for Weibo Gaming, this is definitely a walk in the park. For the side of JIT, this is valuable experience for the boys.
Yeah, exactly, right? They tested every single marker available against Weibo Gaming. The mechanical skills, the macro gameplay, the objective takes. So a lot of lessons to be learned for the side of JIT. And of course, this shows you the prowess of one of the strongest teams in the KPL segment here, Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, very clean and decisive on their team fights here, and the way they just press in the pedal on the terms of the rotations, just very suffocating coming in for the side of JIT.
Yeah, I mean, I still think they're really happy with the outcome, right? They managed to put their best performance. I believe there were a couple of potential clutch moments, and this one is honor for them, I would give.
Yep, honor for the kings of JIT, right? As they do take their badge and forever cement themselves into the top 32 of KCC 2025 here. So we do thank them for coming in towards the stage to showcase their best performance against none other than Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, now of course, with that being said, we'll take a look at the stats of the game later on as they put their final mark and leave it as a memory on the side of Honor of Kings 2025 Honor of Kings Challenger Cup here for our college campus champions.
We might see them furthermore next time in the 2026 year, but of course, they did their best to showcase the best version of themselves in every single game. Game 1, Game 2, not the greatest showing, but Game 3, we saw signs of life being breathed into the members coming in from the side of Jingling Institute of Technology here. A Tier 3 division team coming in from the Honor of Kings Campus League.
Yeah, look, it's crazy. Like, you are a campus team to be able to go up against one of the top teams in the pro leagues. What an experience. Now, the numbers, of course, are not very friendly to JIT, but they played their hearts out. Only in HOK for this one.
Yeah, only for HOK in this one. Definitely a valuable experience for them. 3-12 in terms of the scoreline here, but hey, that's 3 more kills compared to Game 1.
Oh yes, they have improved. I like the standing.
I like it indeed here, but this is also one of the good showings coming in from Weibo Gaming. They're also adapting to the playstyle of JIT. Game 1, Game 2, it went over the 10-minute mark here, and Game 3 just barely below the 10-minute.
Okay, I think I would like to give even more praise for Xiaoyan. He has definitely learned a lot in these 3 games, dealing the most amount of damage on this Angela. Did try his best to catch out the movements on the side of Weibo Gaming, but once again, this is Weibo Gaming we're talking about. They did try for the lane swap, putting the Xingai against our Clash laner here for the side of Weibo Gaming. Did not really work out, but they did their best.
And to your point, right, on the Angela pick coming in for Xiaoyan, he learned it directly from Tingyue in Game 2 here, so he copied over it and played it to his full extent, even in this Game 3.
Yep, he copied the answers, but it's for the wrong test. So the results weren't ideal for the side of JIT. But plenty of fun for Xiaoyan, really impressive gameplay. And Max showing us that even when the odds are in against his favor, with the Sun Quan pick, he will make it shine.
Only a 7% damage taken here on his Sun Quan, so he was very active in finding those ultimate resets in those team fights.
Yes, and Joy also. I mean, the amount of times that his destined encounter changed the fight going into the side of Weibo Gaming. Beautiful, but of course, MVP with the number of creation blocks he dropped down, creating a matrix that was Probably graveyard for a lot of the players on the side of JIT. Tingyue here, your MVP with a 4-1-6 KDA.
Back-to-back as well, coming in from that game 2 performance here. I want to see in the replay whether they have that moment of him just dancing through the creation blocks, trying to dodge the Blazing Brilliance coming in for Xiao Yuan.
Oh yeah, that was a moment of beauty from them. And this juke, nice attempt once again, but still, this is Tingyue we're talking about, man.
Yeah, and you also weaved in auto attacks to make sure that the Chicha on the side of the Jingling Institute of Technology were to fall down here. And as of this point here, the early game that was pretty good for the side of JIT started to dwindle a bit due to the misdirection from the side of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, and I like this. I mean, the attempt by Xiao Yuan to try to get out of danger here was going to be successful.
This was one.
Yeah, but this one was so cool.
The fancy feat here, just dashing through the blocks here, just making the life hard for Xiao Yuan in this matchup.
Yep, lovely gameplay from the side of Weibo Gaming, and this Annihilation found a lot of value with the emergence as well, actually forcing the sidestep away from a couple of the players on the side of JIT. So nonetheless, beautiful, impressive performance by Weibo, and I would say the same of JIT.
Definitely challenging every game to their limits here. At the very least, improvements are very well welcomed here, and you can see Royin as well trying out the full damage Kaiser in this game 3.
Yeah, you know what? I'm pretty sure in his heart he was like, okay, I'm ready. I'm going to be able to get the kill. And then he went in, met the 3 players, and I'm like, I immediately regret my decision.
It's like, oh, so that's what he can do. And it's like, okay, I'll learn this next time here and apply it into my rank games. So for the side of Royin, not the best of the experience here coming in for the full damage Kaiser, but honest mistakes so far, honest mistakes.
I think he was super curious, right? Okay, let's see how much damage this damaged Kaiser can do. Wait, there is no damage. And then he got smacked the hell out of his life here. But that was a fun experience for the side of JIT, obviously the champion team of the Campus League for HOK. They will bow out of this competition with a 3-0 loss. We will head into the winners and losers interview. Very curious who they will be interviewing on the winner's side. I believe it should be Joy, right? Since he's a new addition coming into the side of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, that may be true here, to ask him more on how he feels joining into the side of Weibo Gaming, because his transition from Talent Gaming all the way to Weibo will be an interesting one to round up his 2025 HOK esports year in the KPL region. For the side of the JIT, yeah, who would they interview? Because everyone, this is their first time on the grand stage.
I don't know. I mean, they probably have a queue, right? Like, there's players subbing, many substitutes coming in. Who knows who they're going to pick in this entire roster available on the side of JIT. Maybe the whole school is there.
Oh, whole school. But maybe Muzi, because he was subbed out after game number 1. So he had more of a clear view from the audience or the waiting room to see how they can realistically improve as a collegiate team moving forward.
Yeah, you know what? Regardless whether it's a loss or not, I think they will now have the notes to really pinpoint, okay, where is the next step of growth for our JIT college team, right? And perhaps that will make them into an even bigger monster, and they may be able to finally take a game off of KPL in the next Challenger Cup.
Yeah, that will be the dream, right? The dream. Right now, you can get a kill. The next time, a tower. Then, in the end, you get a game against the KPL team. Woo! The future is bright coming in for the college teams.
Yeah, bright indeed. Now, talking about bright, let's see how much brighter the future will be for our last series of the day. Before we go to that segment, of course, we will take a look at the winners and losers interview. But before the interview segment, let's kind of try to understand what's happening. This last one is a KGL versus KPL team. No difference in tiers. And okay, I'm going to stop myself here. I think we will be going to the winner interview here. And let's see who they have. Is it going to be Joy?
到采访环节，我是一雪，我们邀请到是北京微博的听乐，先请和大家打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是北京微博听乐。
恭喜微博今天赢下了这场比赛的胜利。我们有看到今天微博打的是又冷静又主动。我们有关注到第一局的时候，当时有跳出来过，暖阳的心率高达了144啊。你可以跟大家聊一下，就是大家今天赛前的状态以及赛中打到后面的状态是什么样子的吗？
赛前的吧，赛前的话就想着全力以赴嘛，就是尊重每一个对手吧。
所以一上来大家的状态其实拉的是比较高的一个状态。我们也会发现今天大家局内有很多小巧思的配合，比如说第2局当时你的那个安琪拉，然后4分钟左右的时候，当时大家一起往上不约而同抓了一波嘛。可以跟大家聊一下当时大家的这个沟通和判断吗？
当时就看着那个上路有2个人在那漏了，然后当时没想到那个槽里面好像还有个大司命，然后就碰巧把那2个人收了。
就一起完成这样一件事情。
对。
那其实我们在这一次休赛的时候，大家关注可能有一个点就在于说，微博在游子位上面有变动嘛，9星的加入。你可以跟大家聊一聊，就是对于他这个风格的一个看法，然后以及他加入之后，微博有什么样的一些变化吗？
我觉得9星的风格的话，就是手法比较拉满吧。
那在大家整体的这个队伍的节奏上面，目前的磨合状态是什么样子的呢？
磨合的挺好的吧，因为我们之前就是吸取过很多那个失败的经验了吧，然后团队的磨合就做得越来越好了吧。
那包括下一场的话，你们也会打到 WST， 对于那个队伍的话，你们有什么样的一些了解和准备吗？
我觉得我们打完这场应该回去好好了解一下，准备一下吧。
其实这个我们有聊到一件事情，就是微博在整体的一个组别上面的话，你们其实是自己组别唯一的一个 KPL 赛道队伍嘛。但是呢，你们在资料暴露度上面其实会不一样。你觉得这一点对于你们在备战的时候会形成一些新的挑战吗？
我觉得会吧，因为刚开始我们都是比较担心那个挑战者杯那个祝福嘛。然后但是现在的话，那个挑战者祝福已经打完了，然后接下来的话我们就认真备战吧。
打好自己的。
对。
那其实来到挑杯这个舞台，我觉得这个舞台对于你来说也是有比较特殊和重大意义的嘛。像你在昨天的话也是完成了自己的 KPL 登场1周年，祝贺你。然后今天也是拿到了胜利。那如果说对于去年当时刚刚作为挑战者身份登上舞台，再到今年又登上过联赛的最高舞台的这样一个过程来说，你会对去年刚上挑战者杯的自己会说一句什么样的话呢？
我觉得你还做得不够好吧，因为我觉得我们去年可以拿更好的成绩吧。
那也是希望你们今年可以继续加油，也希望你们后续比赛可以继续加油。
好的，谢谢。
感谢听乐接受我的采访，让把时间交给评论系。
Thank you, Nora. That was a beautiful interview, and some information was exchanged. That was it's been 1 year since the debut for Tingye onto the professional stage. So this is a great part of his journey to be able to reach this stage in his career.
And he also was asked by Nora, like, if you have something to say to your 2024 self, what would it be in the Challengers Cup? He did mention that you didn't do well, Tingye 2024. So I will do better in 2025 to reach further in the Challengers Cup in those standings.
And the next step for this team on the side of Weibo Gaming is to be able to meet WST, which I believe, if I'm not wrong, is the streamer team, right? So this obviously they will still prepare. Like one of the things he said in the interview is that they as a team view all opponents as equals. They want to perform their best and give them the best fight and battle, regardless of the tierings, regardless of what the players are on the opponent's side. So I'm expecting a high quality gameplay from the side of Weibo Gaming as they meet WST in the next stage of the tournament after having qualified into the top 16 position here.
That is always the best of the showcase coming in for a professional team, because you never want to look down on your opponents and get upset by them in such a large tournament here, because winning the tournament also allows you to get that FMVP skin for the selected hero here. So that's one of the concerns here. And also, I remember in the interview, they did mention like, hey, how do you feel about Joy's transition in from TTG all the way to Weibo Gaming? He did mention that Joy as a player, he's more mechanical in the mechanics here. He does plays with his APM per se.
Yeah, he's able to maximize the efficiency of the heroes, right? I think that's a very strong suit that Joy brings into the roster on the side of Weibo Gaming. So if you thought Weibo Gaming was strong already, well, get prepared. They're going to get even stronger in the coming games that they will be displaying over to you. Now, with that being said, let's shift our attention a little bit to JIT. I feel like they did really well with whatever standards they brought here today. It was a huge experience, and I like the fact that they did so much together as a team. And I'm talking not about the gameplay, but the rotations, the substitutions, right? Most of the time you want to perform your best against and experience a full series against Weibo Gaming, but they actually allowed everyone to rotate in the different roles.
It's very well much appreciated, right? Because you come in as a HOK campus tour. Yes, you maybe play in a mall, you play in a college setup, but you don't get yourself so many times in your life as a college student or a pro player to play in such a large stage like the KPL Esports Center in Shanghai. So being able to sub in every single member in their roster list and give them the experience of this tournament, very good memory for this bunch.
That's right. Only in HOK for this one, right? You get to play against the professionals. You get to play against them in a full set. You get them at their full strength. You can use whatever heroes you want. I mean, we have the global ban pick format, so maybe not all the heroes, but we'll see.
It's the most competitive format, right? Because we talk about global ban picks to be given over to both teams, and you have also tools like the Challenger's Blessing given over to JIT to try and minimize the large gap in between them. Yes, in the end it didn't work, but it's also to cater towards to the challengers that look to topple the strong giants like the KPL teams.
It's kind of like a litmus test, right? For the aspiring professional wannabes, it's more of like, okay, we think we're strong. Let's give you a chance to taste the difficulty of playing against a top tier KPL team and see how far you are away. And if you do miraculously win against one of the top premier teams in KPL, then I would think that it's safe to assume offers will come flying down your table.
Yeah, offers from different colleges, offer from youth teams, KGL, KPL teams. Maybe that's something that you want to be working for when even if you're in college already. Maybe, different career paths, I'm open for it.
Me too. I'm waiting. My mailbox is ready. But of course, jokes aside, let's take a look at the losers' interviews as we find out who they are going to interview from JIT.
欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是依旭，我们邀请到是精灵科技学院的小袁，请你和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是精灵科技学院的小袁。
可以和大家分享一下来到挑杯的舞台上面打完这场比赛以后整体的感受吗？
首先非常感谢我们高校联赛，然后还有 KPL 的联盟，还有挑杯项目组能给我们这次机会来到这个舞台上，然后很激动，很开心能有这一次的经历嘛。
要知道你们可是首支高校战队的代表来到我们的挑杯的舞台上面，可以跟大家分享一下你们是怎么样认识自己一起打比赛这群伙伴，然后在高校这个赛当中的话又打出很好的成绩，这一路是怎么来到挑杯的舞台上的吗？
是这样的，我4年了，我从大1到大4我一直在电竞社打，然后因为我等了1年。我的队友们都比我小，还有一个是跟我一届的，然后我们打了3年的高校联赛，从分站赛、大区赛到最后的总决赛，第10届的话是拿到了季军嘛，然后当时就在想，我们今年会不会有机会说拿到一个全国冠军？因为就是我们毕竟只能打4年嘛，所以说我们就是努力拼好最后1年，就是面对去年的卫冕冠军，然后我们绝地翻盘。拿下了第11届的全国冠军嘛，然后就来到这个舞台了。
其实能够感觉到这个背后大家一起经历了非常丰富的一段故事，也成为大学非常美好的一段回忆。那可以跟大家聊一下说，当所有人得知说好，你们成功了，你们登上了挑杯的舞台，周围的老师们、同学们，我看到今天是老师带你们过来打这个比赛的吗？大家的反应是什么样子的呢？
可能就是很多人不太知道，也不太清楚我们学校到底什么样子嘛。因为就是我们学校其实分数还挺高的，就是也是一个2本，知道吗？大家可能对这个名字可能不太那个，其实也是还行啊。然后就是可能我们学校的知名度可能会比以前更高一点嘛，就是可以，还是希望大家多多关注我们高校联赛吧。其实都不容易嘛，就是说打比赛的5个人的话是得是一个学校的，所以说这挺难得的。
包括我知道，就是在我们高校赛道的话，还有一个独属于我们可能要去面对的一些挑战，就在于说，像你和打野今年是刚刚毕业，对吧？
对的。
然后还有很多人，他们现在正在面临考试周啊，大家共情了。可以跟大家聊一下，那这样的一种不同的生活状态，大家是怎么样去备战这个比赛的吗？
是这样的，我们首先的话会兼顾学业，就是说你至少不能挂科，是不是？所以说我们就。先把该完成的东西都完成了，然后我们再一起训练。但我们还好，我们学校就是学业不是很重嘛，就是大家就是可以报考我们学校嘛。
一直在做宣传。OK，
就是 其实我挺感谢这个电竞的嘛，因为我很喜欢电竞，然后我也是因为今年毕业了嘛，所以说是最后一次以高校学生的身份参加比赛了，所以说感谢电竞，因为我通过电竞的话，我找到现在工作，当时就是通过参加了一个电竞的比赛，然后当时5位老师在现场，我给他投简历，然后就是说成功找到现在工作，所以说我觉得就是高校学生的身份结束了可能未来会以另一种方式跟大家见面的，好吧？
那通过这次真的进入到了这个职业赛事的氛围当中，大家一起打完了这一段旅程之后的话，有什么比较深刻的感触可以和我们最后分享一下吗？
我觉得更多的是来学习的吧，因为我毕业了嘛，但是我们高校的话是一代接一代的，我还有替补，所以说他们还要征战更多的高校联赛。如果说今天的一些经历，因为很多人会好奇为什么我们经常换人，是不是？因为最后5个人的话是我们今年高校联赛总决赛夺冠的5个人，是我们最初的5个人，所以说，也是以一种这个方式来结束我们的一个比赛嘛。所以，但是我们还有新的一代，我们会学习到更多的一些职业赛场的一些经历，然后运用到我们自己高校的赛事当中去。希望下次挑杯还能再跟大家见面吧。
非常感谢你真诚的分享，我们现场也把掌声给到我们首支高校赛道的队伍金陵科技学院也希望你们可以把这个挑战者的精神从赛场上面带入到生活当中，祝大家学业顺利，也祝大家可以创造更加精彩丰富的人生。再一次感谢小袁接受我的采访，我们一会儿见，
拜拜。我们是今年的高校总冠军，那高校队的话肯定是非常有青春感的，每天都在期待登上舞台那一刻，幻想战胜对面 KPL 队伍，然后赢得一些掌声啥的。
当时戳到微博以后，第一时间还是有点害怕的。
我们其实压力很大，然后内心的话也是特别紧张，觉得可能有点困难了。打北京微博1轮游，这没有什么大不了的。输赢的话，我觉得不重要，我觉得就是给大家奉献一个好的一个对局才是最重要的。
对我未来的职业选择的话，也不一定会有影响，毕竟比赛是比赛嘛，学习是学习。
我觉得就是先坚持现在的一些职业的方向嘛。如果有机会，我还是很愿意去电竞的这个行业的，因为我真的很喜欢电竞行业。因为我现在已经毕业了嘛，明年的话，我的替补会接上我的位置，向着明年的挑杯发起冲刺。
Okay, so that was a heartwarming interview coming in with Xiao Yuan here. He did mention that he didn't immediately had to join the HOK Campus League. It was after a year of waiting that he waited for the entire lineup here coming in from JIT, and this will be his last year playing because he will be graduating from JIT soon. So he really cherishes the moment here coming in with the entire roster.
Yes, but not only that, of course, he will be taking a leave, but there are substitutions they have players prepared for the side of JIT, so they will be taking part in the next HOK college qualifiers with a new roster, but with vast amounts of experience because they will be sending all of these notes to the younger generation that's going to take over in this particular position as well.
Yeah, and that's true, right? And also, Jingyun did mention the fact that he will be putting himself into the work of esports after graduating here. So he won't be leaving the stage, just coming back in a different form, not as a player, but potentially as a backside worker.
Okay, so he's gonna wear a mask when he arrives. But with that being said, I think JIT, this was a fun experience for them, showing you that they have managed to find balance between their studies as well as the competitive side of HOK. So that dream is possible, right? How you find your balance, I leave it up to you. They said that, you know, their schoolwork isn't as heavy as the other schools, so I feel like he might have given his peers more homework in the future. But we'll see how it is as we thank JIT for their participation in this event of Challenger Cup.
Yeah, potentially jinxing themselves. So after this, they'll be like, oh, you have time to play games, huh? Let me add more assignments for you here. But jokes aside here, that is all the wrap up here coming in for the JIT versus Weibo Gaming here. So before that, we will be going into a short break before we go into the final series of our first phase of the knockout stage, featuring RW going up against TCG.
Kill onto Illusion. Kyug9 Fate is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape, although it's only Hospital alive. 2v2 here. Looks like they are going to finish it here. They do not want any.
冠军杯联赛体系当中的第一届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第一次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challengers from all over the world to come against a new glory, and we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage.
也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中退下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的主角。
一冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。
他们代表了 K， 杀进了 KBL 的丛林之中，一路向前，喋血飞。
以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛8强的队伍诞生了。
用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度向 KBL 再次发起挑战。在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，以虎神的形式来展现青训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nektam, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katauhan. Lapo-lapo, Ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
the kill onto Illusion. Kyug9 Fate is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape, although it's only Hospital alive. 2v2 here. Looks like they are going to finish it in. They do not want any
Welcome back to the 2025 Honor of Kings Challenger Cup here on the English broadcast. My name is Sangi here, and with me is Mr. Kin Tofu. Your favorite kind of tofu. So, Mr. Kin, we will be heading into our final series of the first quarter here in the BO5 eliminations here. It will be featured against RW, a KPL team going up against none other than a KGL TCG.
All right, so Rogue Warriors, I think you guys are familiar with that. If you have been with us on the KPL broadcast, they are also one of the premier teams in KPL. So I feel like this might be a tight series. This might be the closest one we have today because they're of the same tier, right? So let's see. Kings Growth League against the Kings Pro League. What is the difference that sets them apart?
So in terms of statistics and numbers, we definitely have to give the edge over to the Rogue Warriors Esports Club because it's KPL, right? They are the superior league coming in towards this. But the opponents here, we've seen how the Open National teams, we've seen how the KGL teams be performing, and they are looking really dominant and even more hungry than some of the KPL players.
Because they are next in line, right? Based on the trajectory of where they're supposed to be, KPL is the next step for KGL teams. So it will be curious to see, because they will be looking to topple these players from the side of Rogue Warriors. There is no doubt, because they want to take their positions in the Pro League.
And the full name coming in from TCG is none other than 2 champion group. There's no destination other than the champion itself here. So it's already a very scary name coming in for the TCG gang.
Yeah, now you can say it, but can you do it? That's the thing that we are curious about TCG, right? Because we need you to walk the talk, essentially. And this is going to be a best of 5. Is it very long? It's not very long. Is it very short? Also not too short as well. So of course, as you have already seen, first team to acquire 3 points, they will be on their way to continue their journey in this 2025 Honor of Kings Challenger Cup. Loser, of course, will have to be headed home. So the stakes are high.
Yeah, the stakes are extremely high here. It's just one BO5 and you decide whether or not you end the 2025 HOK Esports here as an entire organization here. So for both teams, they have a lot to prove. For the side of Rogue Warriors is to prove whether or not they are still the top level of the KPL side. For the side of TCG is to see whether they can break through the first barrier with KPL in front of them.
Yeah, it's about garnering attention and for the right reasons, right? Because for Rogue Warriors, it's about maintaining status quo, that they are in KPL. They are one of the strongest teams in the league and in the entire world. That's number one. But on the other side, TCG, they're here to turn heads for an entirely different reason. They want to turn and shift the attention to them as the next potential champions in KPL.
So both of these teams are tier 1 division teams here, both KPL and KGL. There won't be any challengers blessing to aid any of these teams. So it will be back to original basics here for both of the teams coming into the first series here. But let's invite RW and introduce their team lineup.
All right, so this is Rogue Warriors Esports Club, represented by Xiao Du, Jinyu, Wan Mo, Xiao Yu, as well as Meng Xi. So familiar names for you, familiar faces as well. They are creme de la creme in KPL. And of course, their challenges will be on the opposing side for TCG. But for now, let's talk a bit more about Rogue Warriors. Confidence for them, KPL. I think they are expecting to win this 3-0 nonetheless.
But that's the thing, right? Everybody expecting this to be a 3-0, but this is them after a big roster shift up coming in from the off-season here. But for TCG, usually KGL teams don't really suffer such a big roster shift ups compared to the off-season that we see for the side of Rogue Warriors.
Yep, I mean, we'll take a look at their opponents at this point who will be represented by these 5 members.
Yep, Da Hai, An Liang, Han, Bei Mi, and Shu Zi will be the premier lineup here coming in from 2 champion group. TCG, a very glamorous name, looking to reach for the stars.
Yeah, I will take a look at their history because if you take a look at Rogue Warriors just now, this is their 2nd time taking part in Challengers Cup. Let's see what experience TCG brings to the board as they meet the strong Rogue Warriors Esports Club.
First ever time that they will face off in an official tournament here, and of course in an elimination match. So that's just going to be a lot of the pressure being generated by TCG, and this is their 3rd time in the Challengers Cup here in all 3 different styles of qualification.
Yep. And in their own right, TCG have also been champions, so they know what it's like to win. They want to experience that again today. Whether that will become a reality for the side of TCG remains to be seen. We'll see, because Rogue Warriors, they are not to be trifled with. They are a force that is extremely strong, representing the side of KPL.
Yes, so for at the least KGL and KPL teams, we will be featuring more of the standard picks here. So pick and bans, I don't think we will go too deep into the non-standard picks, such as the weird ones like Levi or something here. It will maybe be same thing like the Kong Konger, Duishan, Fatih, something like this that will be heavily prioritized coming in for both squads.
Fully agree, right? This is where you need to see the premier plays coming out. The drafts, the bans and picks are going to be super important, right? You want to make sure every step is fully calculated. No risk involved, and the only risk is for your opponents.
That is true here. So this will be KPL's very own RW Rogue Warriors going up against TCG from the KGL here. Both will be tier 1 teams. There will be no challengers blessing coming in towards this best of 5.
Right, so we get an honors battle between these 10 members, 5 from each side. We'll take a look at what this is going to be like. We're going to start off with the side selection first, right? We want to see who's on the prior blue pick side. We're going to have the counter pick red side as well.
Yeah, counter pick red side is always a side where the coaches does their magic, right? You react to every single blue side pick coming in from the first pick, and then you think like, hey, that's a Dunshan hero. What do we want to take away? Do we want to do the Lady Sun? Do we want to take away the Fatih? What's the game plan for us? Something like the thinking of those in mind.
I think this first game, we take away the Haya, right? The Haya, Tunshan, I think these are the premier picks you don't want to allow. Maybe the Master Luban as well. And then we see what is left and what kind of style do both teams want to start the game with.
For the recent meta, at the very least in this tournament, I do think that the Master Luban and Luban number 7 has lost its spark compared to what we saw back in KPL Summer.
Agree, fully agree. And this is what's going to happen. TCG, they will be coming in on the blue side, prior pick side. Of course, Rogue Warriors, they'll be on the red side. Coaches Akai as well as Pang for respectively TCG and Rogue Warriors.
So based on this lower third here, this is the... They both worked for DRG back in the days, which was GK, and after 7 years, they are once again facing off each other in a form of a coach battle.
Ooh, this one is interesting then. Not just battle for the win, this is battle for pride here.
Yeah, exactly, right? So usually we see, the rivalry between players, but this time though, we see a long reunion, but this time on opposing ends from one of the two teams that were used to be coaching partners.
So this gives us a little bit of insight because having to work with someone, you get to see their tendencies, you get to learn their thought processes, and this is very much in the game as well, right? So this could very well be the edge that tips the scales over to your advantage.
That's true here. So coming into this game, what are the expectations that we will see in the draft here? We know they're gonna draft standard here, but maybe what's the priority? Is it the roamers, is it the mid lanes, is it the farm lanes, or the Chicha? What is it gonna be?
I think normally in the first game of the series, you want to try and blitz your opponent, right? You have the biggest hero pool available because that's where all the heroes are available for the picking besides the bans. So start off strong, start off quick, catch your opponents off guard. So I'm expecting like the big quick picks like the Pei and maybe even the Organ here.
I want to see something like the Tunshan Fatih at the very first time being played out into a masterful perfection. I remember back in KPL Grand Finals when the first time someone pulled that off, and that was such a eye-opener here. So much mobility given over to the Fatih just to access the backline here. So I'm eager to see who can pull it off in this tournament.
Yeah, super curious as well. And the Fatih is giving you a couple of options because that is one angle of attack. In your farm lane as well, that is a secondary angle. We have already seen the Chucha come out a couple of times since yesterday. We have also seen Sun Quan come out. I want to see if that's going to be something that both teams will consider. Chucha obviously more prior than Sun Quan, unless the draft, the bans and picks are a little bit more accessible against Sun Quan.
And this goes to show that every single release so far has been putting a lot of pressure into the players here. It urges them to learn more about the game with how the meta is starting to shift into more of these fancy new hero releases.
Yeah, and it really sets the mood, right? Once you get into the swing of things, this is where game one is so important, right? Whether you win, whether you lose, you start to realize that, hey, this is real. We are going in a best of 5. So I think both teams want to get the best possible start here. This will start with the first ban.
Okay, in your mind as a coach, right, if you're in RW, do you go for the blue side or the red side? What do you go for? Is it a priority or the counter pick?
I actually like to go on the counter pick side, as you already mentioned, right? You know, for KPL coaches, well, yes, I am not a KPL coach, but having watched a couple of KPL coaches already, I think the counter pick side is the best way to start learning about your opponents.
That's true, right? And there's no harm in actually trying to guess out which side here, because in the end, we're not the ones drafting, we're just the one talking about, yapping about the game.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, for now, Akai, the coach for the side of TCG, they will be on the blue side. So they get the prio pick, they get the prio ban as well. Curious to see how this is going to impact the choices, because this means there is an opportunity for the mana-dependent heroes to be first pick in the jungle for Rogue Warriors.
For the mana-dependent heroes, right, let's go down the list, right? We so far see the jungle priority usually is more in the tank for this meta, right? Not a lot of assassins.
Yep, definitely not. And I think, you know what, maybe take a look at the Jing. This is one of the main heroes that thrives with the Azure buff at the start of the game. As you hit level 4, those mirror domains will start to be a huge nuisance to deal with.
The thing about Jing, right, I like her as a hero where the access coming in with the Mirage swaps, it's really bad focus coming in from the carries and you will be destroyed immediately.
Well, that depends on how the growth of the game goes, right? If you're uncontested in the early parts, once you hit that mid game, this is where you really get access into the backlines. And specifically, if you get very immobile heroes such as the Direnjie, essentially it's a guaranteed kill if the setup is correct.
That's true as well here. So eager to see what kind of draft that they will be drafting for us in this game one as we slowly but surely pace ourselves into the pick and bans here. As we always talk about, game one is always the time where you want to be landing that big win. It sets the mood, it sets the tempo, and it gives you the ease of mind going into a shorter series in a best of 5.
Right, so let's explore a little bit about the pressures coming in for both teams, right? Who do you think faces more pressure in this game?
I think it has to be Rogue Warriors, right? Or, yeah, okay, Rogue Warriors, because you come in the name of KPL. You do not want to be toppled or upset by your KGL counterpart, because it means, yes, in this best of 5, you overpowered me, which you do not want it to happen.
Agree. I think the expectation is that KPL teams should be having the advantage. They should be able to take the win over a KGL team. But that is also something that could motivate the KGL representatives here in the form of TCG. We'll see. Game number 1, first ban is going to come in the form of the Konger.
Yeah, stock standards here so far coming with TCG. Rogue Warriors might be answering with a Master Luban or Dunshan of their own here, or even look into the potential bans of the Haya.
Alright, so Dunshan will be the first priority. Let's see if TCG takes out the Haya here. No, they don't. They actually go for the Pei. This opens up quite a few doors. Maybe the Ogren, maybe the Jing as well.
Oh yeah, when you bring up the things like the Pei, right, it signifies that you want to play a slower game. You don't want the tempo to be always in control of RW here, but trading the Cap Boom for the Master Luban here, that will be locked in for TCG, so it does open up RW to some of these strong picks here. They can go for the Direnjie and also Cap Boom to set up a potential counter.
Actually, I think I would be super greedy here. I would consider the Chicha, but for now, Rogue Warriors, they know the exact formula to deal with this. 50-50 lane, Direnjie versus the Luban number 7. Also, instant access Jing. So, does TCG play the cards of the Luban number 7 here?
Maybe they go for the Chicha, right? Because so far, when we see the Master Luban be the first pick, usually there is the option of still going to Chicha to go for the added flexibility here. This can still go the Clash, can still go with Farm Lane. It forces RW to put more ban slots on the Luban number 7 later on here. And added mobility as well here for the jungle Floorborn tech. You put the lash on towards him, he jumps in with the double jump, and then you pull him out again, and he just keeps repeating it for the added poke.
Yes, very versatile and a lot of options to explore. Rogue Warriors, they get to try and beef up the tankiness here, picking up the Zhang Fei as a protection for Xiaoyu. And we'll see if this is going to be enough to destabilize the playstyle on the side of TCG.
At the very least from this first 3 picks, right, I do think that both teams are actually neck and neck in terms of the first phase of the draft. The second one will be the important factor here. How do they round up their draft here? What are they aiming for?
I mean, for the side of TCG, what they're really scared of is that pull potential, right? We talked about the save potential for Shuzi on that Master Luban. And now they just want to make sure that nobody, number 1, is going to be able to shred the tanks. Number 2, reposition their players, especially the form of the tank for Anyang on this jungle, right? If they actually get to do that on the side of Rogue Warriors, then this is an easy access for Jingyu to finish the job with the Jing onto the backline.
And Jing is also one of those heroes that have excess damage from the smite here. The further away the Mirage is from each other, Jing and the Mirage, the smite value is much more compared to the closer range. So that's the smite execution here that will be in favor of RW's Jingyu.
And they reinforce this safety net, right? So Rogue Warriors, they actually go for the Chang'e. Chang'e is known as a close range, huge burst potential hero, very short cooldowns as well, and also the potential for lockdown with her first skill. So I'm curious to see how this is going to work.
I think RW might have to lock in the Meng Tian here because you have so much heroes that need gold on the side of RW. You have the Jing, the Chang'e, the Direnjie here. So essentially in the Clash lane, you might need to look into something less resource heavy.
Agreed. I think the gold requirement of the Chang'e is really expensive. So Rogue Warriors, they're going for the Charlotte here. I like the idea of that. You can go into the backlines to try and find Beimi on this Chicha. At the same time, if you can get rid of Han on this Xiao Qiao, it saves you a lot of trouble because Xiao Qiao, once again, easy wins and deletion of Jingyu if he gets his hands with a stun.
So from what we observed so far in the draft, right, both teams need a lot of time to actually scale into fruition here. So this game wouldn't be as bombastic in that early game, but the focus will be starting on the 6 to 10 minute mark for both sides.
Yeah, this is where the early part stability needs to happen for both teams, right? You can't allow the invades to be done from either side. You need to make sure you get that space right at the top and also have safe TP teleportation down into the respective lanes. So I think there's going to be a huge tussle at the space bite. That one is super important for both teams.
Yeah, both teams will definitely be putting so much resources around those early game objectives. Make sure that they get any bit of lead possible here and get that first rotation on the space sprite back towards mid lane to get that goal lead here. Because once you enable the mid wave to be cleared, you move around the map faster for all the members.
And I like the defensive mechanisms of both the Master Lupan as well as the Zhang Fei. They can both engage or help the team disengage as well. So I think this is also a battle of the roamers here. Suzhi against Mengxi, how do they try to outplay each other in the moments of chaos?
That's what I love about HOK, right? It's never about the carries only in the spotlight, but also the pave makers, the one that sets the path and tone for the team. And oftentimes, it's in the roamers, it's sometimes in the jungle tanks that we have seen so far in the drafts here. So with the coaches, both from GK, currently DRG shaking their hands, they will take the stage and observe how their players play out this game number 1.
Right, the heroes have been locked in, the players are ready, they better be, because this one is not just a battle of results, this is a battle of pride, battle of honor in this best of 5.
Okay, this is probably one of the first few changers that we actually saw so far after a long time. So do walk me towards it on what makes it such a priority pick here coming in for the side of RW.
So the movement abilities on the side of these changers are very important, right? Because the first skill, actually, once you shoot it out, it will be locked onto your hero as it comes back, meaning the angle in which you move could potentially lock different members on the side of TCG. Now, with that being said, it's going to be very important to try and get the support. So let's hear the fans cheer for the team.
Yeah, no leaves of shenanigans here coming in for both teams here. It's just straight out brawl 2v2 in towards the bottom side here. But for the side TCG, they get that early level 2 and big pokes coming in on towards the RW bot laners.
Alright, so Rogue Warriors, I think this is not the ideal start, but once again, this is where the rotations matter. And one more already coming in. This is that first skill we're talking about. If he gets a touch onto the members of TCG, that's going to be a very hard lockdown, and they will be stuck there, which means open for damage.
Ooh, nice sidestep here coming in from Shuzi here. Does sidestep away from the lockdown that you mentioned about here. So this early game will be quite a bit of a tussle between the early objectives here, as we see the jungle coming from RW does put his paws on towards the space sprite.
Yeah, so Jingying will get that first space part of the game. This is going to amplify the growth, and at least at this point, keep him on pace with An Liang.
And this is also an interesting one, where the Jing once again went for the tank jungle item, the Hunter's Grip.
Yeah, at this point, potential first blood going to be threatened by the side of TCG. Luckily for the Leaping Savior, Mengxi will survive for the time being. TP done for the side of one more as well. Let's see how this is going to impact the early parts of the game, because right now, the farm is neck and neck by both teams.
Oh, they're shaking into the jungle here. The Roamer might be in danger here, but he does Leaping Savior away towards safety here. That does allow TCG's An Liang to take away a Lizard from the side of RW.
Right, I mean, in this capacity of gameplay, this is where the slightest of differences will make a tipping point for either side. So TCG, that's a good start to have.
Yep, and the mid lane seems to be a bit of a priority here coming in for both teams. It's not just to pick up the additional farm, it's also to unlock their teammates, make sure that they can be roaming across the map. Take a look at top side though. Han and also one more is lurking over their Clash Lane here, giving them priority and stealing away another Horntail Beast.
Yeah, for everything that you lose on your side of the jungle, you need to find a way to recover that on the opponent's side. So, very nice idea coming out from the side of Rogue Warriors, able to achieve that effect as well. And quite a bit of poke coming in for the side of TCG.
This is what I like about the Chang'e, right? You're one of the mages in the mid lane that is more of like a battle mage. You don't fall down that easily, and you have so much sustain to pack up your stats on this hero.
Yeah, like your lock. And for now, it looks like TCG, they're holding on their own really well. Top of the gold charts here is going to be An Liang, leading by just about a couple hundred of gold in comparison to Jingyu on this Jing.
That's usually not what we see, right? It's usually like the jungle assassin having more gold here, but the superior lane share of the EXP here seems to be favoring RW much more in this game one.
I mean, that's why, you know, with KGL, they are supposed to be the future of the next in line for KPL Pro Play. So this is a healthy sign for the side of TCG, at least at this first few moments of the game. The true test starts at the 4-minute mark.
Yeah, 4 minutes, that's where the Tyrant Overlord starts kicking in. No more turret protection, and you take more damage from your enemy here. So right now, in the early game, still a 50-50, but once we go into the 4 minutes, 9 minutes, 10 minutes, that's where the true game starts.
Yeah, and this initial wave clear is going to be very important. They will sacrifice the wave in the mid for the time being. In the meantime, Rogue Warriors, they are keeping eyes and tabs on this first time of the game. Potential steal with the stop. Unbridled Outburst comes in, locks down 2. The steal comes in from the side of Jingyi. They need to finish the fight right now with the Mirror's Domain going to be landed down as well. Xiaotu pushes away the backline. Han will not be able to join the fight. It is currently a 4v5.
Can TCG look for more though? They do indeed have to back away to safety. RW take the Tyrant, secure the Azure Golem for their team. This is a big win for the KPL squad.
Yeah, so they had to give a little bit of the mid farm away on the side of TCG to try and make it on time against the timers on the side of Rogue Warriors, right? So was that the correct decision? Doesn't seem like it was right. And this really is the slightest of differences now.
This is the tiny details that we need to be focusing, because in top tier games, kills won't really bound to happen. You win through sacrificing waves, sacrificing objective here, and bottom side Jingyu here might be caught out here, but with the added mobility on towards this pick, he does get away safely here, but that does leave mid lane into a bit of a chunk damage here coming towards that TCG.
Not at you. They're giving away a lot of free damage to the side of Rogue Warriors, right? And the mid T1 is one of the most important T1s because it opens access into your jungles from multiple angles. So Rogue Warriors, they have done well to be able to put down quite a bit of respectable damage here.
They are not stopping here. The chip damage will keep consistently coming out from the side of Xiaoyu here. And you can see goal lead being exponentially wide between the two mid laners here. Han only at a 2.4k and one more already closely but surely going for the second item.
Yeah, at the same time, let's explore this win condition, right? An Liang with the double dive and the save coming out from the side of Su Zhi. So far, they haven't found too much value of that. And you can see Xiaoyu is already making full use of the passive, that final 4th shot coming in to get free damage on the T1 in the mid.
I think it's really down to the picks coming in for RW, right? Usually when we see like, oh, the floorborne tank able to chunk out these squishy mid laners here, but this time it's a battle mage, and on the marksman, once you jump in, you might get welcomed by a golden token to your face.
Oh yeah, that's going to be a difficult situation because Xiaoyu is able to lower the defenses with the golden token, right? So then it really comes down to combinations available. Does Rogue Warriors find the timing to be able to connect with the opportunities opened by Xiaoyu?
Yep, that will be a very interesting one because as long as the golden token doesn't miss, An Liang will be such a raid boss on that tanky department here. So that's something for us to look on later on. But of course, TCG, when they draft this specific lineup, they are meant to lose out on the earlier phase here. As long as it provides Beimi and Dahai into their comfortable 8 to 10 minute mark, that's where their comp starts to come online even so soon.
I mean, it's already working out so far, right? So they have been collectively filtering and funneling the Azure buff, Crimson buff into the hands of Beimi here. And it's working out successfully because he does have the goal lead against Xiaoyu, which means he's going to get those core items slightly earlier in comparison to Xiaoyu.
Yeah, waiting for Beimi to actually secure that Doomsday here, but the mid lane tower does go in favor for the side of Rogue Warriors here. Light work coming in from Xiaoyu. Good tokens here so far.
And the timing couldn't have been better as well. Rogue Warriors just going to hold them off and potential setup. Nice dive coming in, but it's the T1 at the bottom that's the true cost here with Rogue Warriors opening up. Mengshi probably will have to give his life at this point, but it's a good trade. Su Zhi already has been taken down. It's a 1-for-1 for the Roamers. Here comes the jungler. Jingyu able to find another kill onto Dahai as well. And beautiful work from the side of Rogue Warriors. They take and they win big.
The way that Rogue Warriors actually play the team fight is actually so beautiful here. the side of Xiaodu and also Jingyu, they were on the side lane, clearing the waves here. So, and to add on to that, Jingyu got a free turret as well, with no answers coming in from TCG. They were playing pull to the mid lane, and then they had to lose the team fight here 2-1. That's on kills, but towers, minions, those won't come back.
Yeah, they won't. And in fact, another one for the side of Xiaodu here. He's going to be able to take the T1 at the top. So Rogue Warriors, they win big. They take all the T1s down. And this was off of the decision of one moment.
Yeah, let's check out the replay here. So don't put your eyes on the mid side. Put your eyes on towards the side lanes here. So the Clash Banners came late, and the side lanes are suffering minion losses here. Shutsu goes in, gets taken down, and if you're Daha, you do get the trade up, but sacrificing yourself while the waves are piling to the opposite side, you're losing more than just a kill.
True, and one important play actually came from Xiaodu. He separated Beimi from the rest of TCG, so there was no follow-up damage, even though they caught the likes of Mengxi in the middle of 4 different members for TCG. So that really costed them quite a bit. Now, Rogue Warriors, they know they have the advantage here. This is a 4,000 gold lead, mind you, so that recovery by Jingyu to now take the lead against Anang in the jungle department, huge.
Yeah, very good detailing as well, right? To be able to zone out the remaining members so that Dahai actually gets isolated by his team on the cross map here. As you can see, in the early stages, it was a 50-50. But right now, in towards the mid game, it's looking to be very favorable for the side of RW.
Yeah, they're looking for an opening onto Beimi as well. This is just him alone, Jingyu that is, and they're going to be looking for a wave clear. This is the more important part. You don't have to get the kills, you just have to make sure they can't take the T1, but the chase down is happening. Nice pull. This could be Jingyu's fall here. He's so low, they have to finish the job, and they will. And once again, this is a double whammy. They take the T1 at the bottom, but as a team play, Xiaodu actually makes a trade here. T2 at the top going to be taken down as TCG needs to find more value. They can't find anything at this point.
A bit of a disrespect as well coming in from Jinyu. He was overestimating his ability to dodge away those situations here. But that's where you see Beimi's range form spell 1 actually locks it in place like a Futsu ultimate.
Yep, they will start to try and work on to Xiaoyu here as the 10-minute mark is here. Shadow variants of the Tyrant and the Overlord are available for the taking.
They need to stall much more time here, RW. They need to wait until Jingyu is back from the base here. But Dahai already going towards the backline here, chunking out a big help from side of Xiaoyu.
Yeah, but Xiaodu in the middle, nice unbridled Albus, pushes everyone away. An Liang is going to be the first to fall. The Mega Tech is not available for the fight for TCG, which means Rogue Warriors will be opening up this 10-minute Tyrant for themselves. Shadow Tyrant secure.
Yeah, a free objective after a good quick kill on towards the sole jungle player here from the side of TCG. Removing the smite here does mean that this objective falls in favor of RW, and then the jungle as well in pockets of Jingyu.
And look, you want to have the gold funnel into your mid laners to be able to get maximum value, right? The gold difference now between One More as well as Han is just a little bit too big. 2,000 in advantage to the side of One More. The burst damage potential is really, he already has the Void Staff and Venomous Staff. So anti-heal and Magic Pierce available for the side of Rogue Warriors.
4 core carries coming in from Rogue Warriors here, and Jingyu on the Jing is also a semi-tag one, but immediately engaged though, already going in.
They will give it a try. Xiaoyu is the one in danger, will be taken down, but on the backlines, they make the play as well. Xiaodu trying to separate the team fight. They do push Beimi away from the likes of Rogue Warriors, but this comes at a cost of Xiaoyu being taken down already. Right now, Rogue Warriors, they have to run for their life. They're trying to look for a freebie in the form of Suzu down here. He might have to give his life. It will be secured, but it's still advantage to the side of TCG in terms of pushing Rogue Warriors away. They slow the aggression down.
A very well played for the side of Shutsu here. He noticed the fact that Xiaoyu does not have flash already available, goes in for the play, gets the kill on towards the marksman. Once the DRNG is out of the equation, like you mentioned, there's no more tower pushing, and the objective of the Shadow Tyrant will be gone into waste here. Very good reaction coming in from TCG.
Yep, I would still coin it as a momentary win, right?
Correct.
End of the day, once the dust settles, Rogue Warriors are still in a very viable position here. They still hold on to that 4,000 gold lead. And bear in mind, this is now their time to take the Shadow Overlord as well. So the next challenge for TCG is how do they stave off the aggression? Can they protect the T3s from the likes of Rogue Warriors?
It will be a difficult one, especially when Rogue Warriors, we were talking about the itemization coming in from One More, Xiaodu, Jingyu, and Xiaoyu. All of them are starting to hit those big item power spikes prior to this potential high ground push.
Yep, Xiaoyu already has the Protector Cuirass, right? So this is going to be extra physical defense for him against the likes of TCG. I think the difference maker here has to be Suzu, right? Does he get that multi-man catch with the powerful storage? And is there enough damage from Baimi? Can he be in the correct position?
He needs to do it again, right? Just now we saw Suzu getting the pull on towards the side of Xiaoyu, and the chunk came in sufficiently low where Baimi came in with the range spell too to snipe off the side of the Diren Jacob. They need to mimic the same playstyle to make sure that this push doesn't go super in favor here. You can maximum drop one high ground, and that's about it to really stop the bleeding.
And as we know, right, for every turret that you take before the Shadow Overlord actually reaches the towers, that's a freebie. So Rogue Warriors now, they're trying to open it up with the Mirror Domain going to be dropped down as well. T3 at the bottom, secure by the side of Rogue Warriors. They got what they came for. They're going to be less greedy. They start backing off.
Yeah, immediately backing away towards safety here. Go and take all the jungle resources here. 14 seconds on the next Crimson towards the bottom side here. Next one after that will be the next spawn of the Shadow Tyrant. That's going to be an important timer coming in for both teams.
Alright, so Han, they noticed that TCG, they need a little bit more defensive measures. So Han has just bought the Ardent Dominator. So when he falls low, there is going to be a shield available for him. Hopefully that will change the tides of the battle, because that goal lead was 4,000 just now. It is now at 6,000 going in for the side of Rogue Warriors.
They have vision of actually happening here. So the Azure Golem wouldn't be contested coming in for the side of RW here. Take a look at Da's position for flank, but will be spotted up coming in.
Yep, no ideal for the side. Unbridled Albus pushes the value of the Jing, comes through. Jingyu gets the kill onto Arnang, onto Suzu as well. A double take for the side of Rogue Warriors, finding value on that. Baimi is also going to be taken down, and this situation, Jingyi doesn't even take the fall as well. They do have Xiaoyu taken down, but the base is under pressure. 4v1, I don't think you play yourself out of this one. Dahai will be the next to fall.
What a team fight that's been initiated on the side of Rogue Warriors here. Yes, you do take a Xiaoyu on the side of TCG, but the follow-up coming in from RW, every single member aside of Mengxi gets to do the DPS.
Alright, now this is going to be the rewards of that battle. T3 in the mid going to be opened up. The waves are crashing in. Rogue Warriors looking for the finish in this crystal. Game number 1 should go into their hands unless someone pulls a miracle. That is not going to happen. Rogue Warriors, game number 1.
Beautiful stuff here coming in from Rogue Warriors here. They played the game in a systematic approach, getting the key team fights and the objectives into their own favor here. But this is also a good showcasing coming in from TCG. But let's throw the interview towards Xiaoyu.
好，很高兴突击采访到了小鱼啊。其实，在现在呢，我们知道挑杯是你的主场啊，冠军射手。这次上场换了个新队伍，感觉怎么样呢？
感觉和预想中差不多，挺顺利的。
差不多还是打得挺顺利的。其实今天包括一上来我看到你这个很快就不要去发育路来了中路，这是一个什么样的战略呢？
因为对面前排比较多嘛，然后带个红，狄仁杰加张飞，中路消耗又比较厉害，所以来中打消耗。
但是我看好像你有个任务，就一直想要去磨这个中塔，而且铁杵磨成针，完成这个任务哈。
因为对面守中能力比较弱，所以磨中比较顺。
非常有一个战术上的一个考虑，但是同时我们今天看到有一波10分钟的龙团，你们的判断非常的精准。其实，在等金羽复活的时候，拉扯了很长时间，聊聊你们的思路呗。
因为他们没有稳定的 C 嘛，然后下龙血又比较慢，所以就在旁边一直看着他们。
听出来了，游刃有余。好了，还是希望你们能够保持这样的状态。感谢，快去准备吧。
Wonderful game coming in from the side of Rogue Warriors, and in that interview itself, it felt like they knew that there was a gap in the defense on that mid lane, which is why they put Pry on that mid T1 in the first place, but also the securing and to make sure there was a deterrence before the 10-minute Tyrant take. That was really what changed the game for the side of Rogue Warriors.
It also comes into the questioning where they know for the fact that, hey, you drafted a Xiao Qiao. It means that you don't have sufficient wave clear to deal with Diren on the aggressive push here. So from the get-go in the draft, they already understood that, hey, once we break the bottom tower, it's time to rotate the Diren towards the top side, pick up the rep buff, and then start slowly but surely chipping away that mid tower. Once the mid tower falls, that's where Rogue Warrior activates and gets free access into the jungle.
Yeah, it's a very tough game for Han because you only have that one burst potential unless people are standing together. And we're talking about Jingyu standing together with Xiaoyu, right? And that chance never opened up because they were never together in this particular game. Smart decision making from the side of Rogue Warriors.
It also comes down to the drafting as well, right? Because Xiao wants to be bursting the squishy targets here, but the only reachable one is the Direnjie, and the Direnjie has the legal immunity to build himself once he gets knocked up as well, so it's a very difficult one coming in from Xiaohan on the Xiao.
Yep, and the defense being put on, the saves by the side of Mengxi, insane. The Unbridled Albus, once again, we talked about the efficiency of roamers coming in. This one, Mengxi took the cake against the likes of TCG. So, still a ways from the end of the game, but beautiful game 1 from the side of Rogue Warriors.
Hey, winning game 1 always set the correct pacing here for the KPL squad here. They will be going in with less of a stress-free environment, and I would say that there were signs of error, especially on Jinyu on that Jing.
Yep, he did manage to find a couple of wins. I mean, at the start of the game, it wasn't looking that good, right? He was actually trailing behind An Liang in the jungle department.
That's true here, and he did redeem himself later on in the Tyrant fight where he stole away the first 4-minute Tyrant, which resulted into a smooth victory in teamfight for the side of Rogue Warriors, and ever since then, the game has been pretty dominant thus far for the side of RW.
Yeah, once again, 12 invasions coming in from the side of the jungle for Rogue Warriors. Xingyu really made life difficult for the side of TCG. Not only that, this one more in the mid also was a huge difference. The control, 23 seconds in total against the likes of TCG. Beautiful game.
Now that's the pick and ban beauty here when you do much homework, because on the side of the TCG lineup, not a lot of burst damage here. Yes, you have one-shot burst, but the consistent DPS not the greatest in making sure that this Chang'e actually falls in the team fights.
And to double that as well, we talk about the MVP. It's going to be Jingyu here, taking the Jing to a completely different level, 4, 1, and 3. With the team fight participation at 87.5%.
He's also acting as the pseudo tank coming in for the side of Rogue Warriors here, absorbing a lot of firepower from the side of TCG and also looking for those big steals in the objective plays here. On the replay here, we do see for a fact that the positioning coming from Xiaoyu is also very crucial here. This is a 3v5 initiated by the side of RW, waiting for the further assistance coming in from the side laners.
Yeah, I mean, Xiaotu as well, I have to give him props because this was really a good team play coming in. Xiaotu was always that knife, making sure that, and the shield, blocking Beimi from coming in the critical moments of the fight. And look, even though they got this kill, Xiaotu was also responsible for the immediate split push on the T2 on the top.
Yeah, give some love to Romans as well. Take a look at how Mengxi was playing around the team with a beautiful Unbridled Outpost, catching onto his tree, splitting the team fight, allowing Jingyu on this Jing to find those glorious moments in the later stages.
Yeah, beautiful, right? And once the mirror domain has been expanded, it was so hard for the rest of TCG to find that finishing blow here. Even with the lifesteal, he outplayed Dahai on that Byron. So beautiful way to end game number 1. Let's see what else is in store for game number 2.
We'll say it's a very expensive draft coming in for both of these teams, because for me, the Jing isn't really that prominent here. It's really based on the player's performance.
It definitely is. At the same time, they have already expanded the Master Lupan pick, right? So this is definitely going to hurt the hero pool available for the side of TCG. But you know what? This is just game number 1. There's many other roam heroes to consider. There's the Suliet. There is also the Tunshan still available for the pick. And we haven't really taken a deep dive into the big mid lane heroes yet, right? The Cat Boom is still available. The Mai is still available. So many ways to play around.
Even the Haya as well, right? So all these things are still available options here coming in for these two teams, and potentially they might even venture into the Dolia, Nutza, Dolia, Yangjie here, so much more combos to be going into. And of course, in a BO5 setting, it's not as testing on the hero pool for the players compared to BO7.
Yeah, look, there are over 100 heroes available for the picking. You can only ban out 10 at a time, right? With the combined efforts of both the teams. So definitely still quite a lot of wiggle room for both these teams. And we will take a look at this first game. What is the confidence level of TCG at this point? Do you think they will be able to recover?
I think they're in a very comfortable spot, right? Even though when they're losing back in game number 1, you saw signs of excellence of the Master Luban actually jumping in and playing those aggressive comeback plays here. So they definitely have that fire in them. And of course, you play for the KGL for such a long time, they definitely have the resilience in playing through a BO5, BO7 setting.
They have to have that, right? I like the fact that you mentioned Shuzi here. I feel like his Master Luban was pretty decent. He also recognizes the situation at hand, right? Knowing that, hey, it is inevitable that he will fall. He tried to buy as much time as possible, trying to get Jingyu to chase him throughout the lower portions of the map. Unfortunately, that was not enough time for the side of TCG to kind of recover. So game number 1 does go into the hands of Rogue Warriors. But with that being said, let's hear the mic check coming in for the side of Rogue Warriors. Curious to see how the composition was like in game number 1.
不见了。
大闪杀没大，哎，盯着大师没闪，
大师，我在靠，我在靠，
大师，别大了，别大了，
大师兄弟，
大师没大，我拿下刷了，我在干，
哎，我有夹位，可以卖，
来跟我，哎，快点收了，
过来，吃炸没闪，
杀光点，
你们杀，
够了，nice，他有电甲别急，没事，能扯，他下不了血去，扯他，吃他没闪的，
来跟我来，
等我马上火，过来，没事，我们下不了血，我来了，兄弟，我来了，别看我，没事，别让他绕了，你们打就行。 拿血了，没事，我来了。
我准备上了，等等。哎，狂点交闪，
等我，他秒不掉龙，我来了。接顶，要拍吗？来过来，留烟台，兄弟，留烟台。跌到了，能秒吗？帮拆了。秒一个，准备龙，兄弟，龙有了。顶他。
有盾吗？
对，
先把他。吃到在对面。
想打，来，跟我。
时间不在。
来看跟我。
吃到我找到了，吃到在我前面。
颠埋，来过来杀双剑埋，兄弟。
吃到没闪，吃到闪过去了。
能打，杀完了。
过来，跟我。杀四杀，兄弟。 救，我一失血，我扛不住了，没事，你走，你能走不？
没事，一波了，中路一波了，把狂点杀了。
我走了。
So the KPL style of actually communicating really revolves around a lot on the information passing here. So in the last fight that we saw in the replay of the voice comms, right? They were like saying like, hey, I don't see Chicha. And then once the moment that they saw, it's like, okay, I saw her already. She's in front of us. Just fight. So it's really down to the team because you can't see everything from a God's view. You can only see with your limited vision on the screen. So passing information around 5 members is really crucial in the top tier level HOK.
And to add on to that as well, it's about the players knowing exactly what to do when that information is given, right? Knowing that, okay, the Chusa is coming in, they were able to reinstill the confidence that, oh, you know what? We recognize that we can win this fight. Let's go for it. Most of the times when you meet an unexpected situation, your thoughts seem to run all over the place, right? You'll be, oh no, are we able to fight against a Chusa now that he or she is here? And the fact that Rogue Warriors, KPL team, they recognize that this is a fight we can win immediately the moment when that news was delivered to them. This shows you the difference between KPL players and the rest of KGL.
But that's only game 1, right? We do believe that with the fiery spirit coming in for the side of the TCG, they potentially come in stronger for this game 2 to potentially equalize the series into a 1-1 scoreline here as they are getting ready, geared up, to go into the game 2 pick and bans.
Right, so game number 2, this is now a tighter position to be in, regardless of which side you're on, because the first few considerations you're going to have as is going to be started from the coach, right? Now, do you try to switch sides? And once you have that decision on the side selection, what is the gameplay here? Do you try to focus on the roams? Do you try to go for the focus on the jungles? So many options to think of.
I think with Suzu's performance back in game 1, prioritize the blue side and give him more on the aggressive roamers, go into the Sulie, go into the things like the Kongkonger, then potentially you might see more of the opportunities being generated for the side of TCG.
I love this as well. The TCG fans, giving them the support, right? Regardless of the results, we will always support you. And definitely, this is something that they need, right? The Growth League is the next step to take before you are able to touch the grounds of the King's Pro League. Meanwhile, Rogue Warrior fans, they are looking for the clean sweep thrill.
Yeah, he did mention that, can you end fast because I have a 8 AM shift tomorrow here. So thank you, Warriors. That's what the exact thing said just now. So it's a very funny one coming in from the audience here. But I like how you mentioned like Growth League, right? Where, yes, you grow from a nobody to a somebody. And your fans do that as well. They start to pick on that, hey, this team is a pretty good team. Let me be a fan of you. Let me follow your journey from semi-pro to top tier HOK.
Right, so look, talking about the top tier ones, this will start off with the Battle of the Minds, right? The coaches now, for those of you that have just joined us here, you now know that they have been under the same roster in the coaching management. So this is not just a battle of rights, this is a battle of knowledge as well.
And this is a battle of like passing through generations, right? In the earlier stages, is the young coach stronger or is the old coach stronger here? The passing of the knowledge between two teams and two different lifestyles, I would say.
Yeah, so we're going to game number 2. You'll be able to see on the sides of your screens as well what was picked in game number 1. Those will not be available for picks starting in this series. This is a best of 5. We will not have an ultimate battle. So TCG, they keep at it. They're going to be on the blue side. So prior pick, prior ban.
Yeah, prior pick, prior ban here. Some of the mid laners weren't that focused in the previous game. So Haya and also the likes of the Cap Boom wouldn't be the target priority here. TCG starting out the pick and bans here by removing that Master Luban that they found decent success with in the early game from inside of RW.
All right, so you're talking about the potential setup, right? TCG feels like they don't want to allow that for Rogue Warriors. Instead, they take out the Sulia for themselves, and Rogue Warriors take out the Kong Konger as well as the Dunshan. This is Kapu going in for the side of TCG.
Yeah, 4 roamers being simultaneously locked away from both sides here. And Cap Boom, the priority here, putting more focus into the hands of Han to get those early game setups here. RW, what is the call here? Dolia, do we see the Yang Jian though?
I would think so, right? One of the ways to counter a long-range poke composition is to just dive into the heart of the middle of 5. So Rogue Warriors, they already have the game plan in hand. Yang Jian and Dolia combination. We know about the Tri-Light. And this is going to be an interesting one. What is the answer? TCG looking for the double revive.
So you want to be healing a lot with the refresh coming in from the Dolia Yang Jian. So TCG, they match up their tempo. They give Beimi and Shuzi the high DPS combo, generate more gold, generate more wealth. That's the point where they come in, they get deleted immediately by the burst damage.
Okay, but this is immediately put into a sticky matchup, I would say. Xiaoyu as well on this girl. Yeah, this is one of the best heroes to be able to kite around dangerous situations, and with the Raging Sandstorm, you get to slow down as well. So if the dive is successful from Jingyu, it opens up the space for Xiaoyu to really take advantage and lay those free hits in.
And it's also one of those picks coming in for the past few days that has been performing so well on. Goya definitely one of the premier marksmen that is in the KCC so far that has a fabulous stats in the win-loss situation.
Okay, now with these options dwindled out, no Ogren, no Musashi, no Jing, I think TCG needs to go for attack, right? Does the Kaiser make sense for you here?
Kaiser is pretty decent here. Or they could go for a Clash lane tank and a jungle assassin like the Pei here to match up the tempo that the early game Yang Jin doesn't really do well with.
Yeah, it has to be a Kaiser, right? So they're going to be taking a look at that, and they want to reinforce the attacking prowess. So they're going to be locking in the Fatih. I like the idea of this draft from the side of TCG. If they perform their jobs well, An Liang is supposed to soak up all the damage, opening up room for Beimi as well as Suzu to find the lockdowns. Meanwhile, Beimi will deal the damage, and Han will be able to throw those kitty bombs and hopefully win against the entirety of Rogue Warriors.
But Rogue Warriors, they answer back with an aggressive one as well. One more does lock in the Maestro Nui for his mid lane here, so the 1-to-1 matchup in the mid lane not going to be favorable for Han in that mid game here, because we know Cap Boom, he excels well in those long extended team fights, but the only flaw of Cap Boom is that he doesn't have solid disengage.
All right, what do you think about the lane swaps here going in for the Lady Sun? Or do you think it's going to be a favorable matchup in a 2v2 in the farm lane?
It's definitely favorable for the side of the Lady Sun here. Gerya actually doesn't do that well into the Lady Sun, so for RW, considered to be the one on the proactive lane swap.
All right, let's see if that's going to be the case, because Xiaoyu, they have already tasted success in game number 1. That was a beautiful game for the side of Rogue Warriors. They want to double down and make life a little bit tighter for the side of TCG. We can see the value of both drafts, but it's the execution that matters.
Oh, talking about execution though, there is potential for Beimi and Shuzi to rotate themselves and start through the mid lane and get the maximum value of the gold sharing.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense, right? Because Han as a Cap Boom does have insane wave clear ability. As long as you get the last hits to Beimi, everything should be stock standard for the side of TCG.
And I think I remember one of the games here, it was KSG if I'm not mistaken. They were as early of giving the first rep buff into the hands of the Lady Sun and Zenren combination here. I'm not too sure whether TCG actually wants to go to the extent, but making sure that this Beimi Lady Sun gets fed is their main core carry.
Let's see how this is going to work out. We have the rosters locked in for both sides. TCG here with a long-range poke composition with a front-facing tank. On the other hand, we have Rogue Warriors, a heavy dive comp and kiting ability as well. Which strategy wins big here?
For me, I do favor the side of the slow and steady wins the race coming in for the side of TCG here, but they need to really protect their only single consistent DPS coming in on the lady. So once she falls, it's going to look pretty difficult for TCG because they lack the consistent DPS.
Right, so once again, if you're new here, this is a KGL team growth league for TCG going up against one of the premier teams in KPL, the Kings Pro League, Rogue Warriors. And we will hear the fans cheer for both teams as they look to take game number 2.
Now starting off the mid lane here to assist Han on that wave here, and the Kitty is already starting to scale into that bottom lane for that disturbance of a 2v2. Flash already committed by Xiaoyu.
Alright, there's a lot of damage. The kitty bombs are landing here. Quite a lot of damage onto Xiaoyu. But here comes the response. The Mai coming with the flash. Knock up Ryu engine as well. Can they finish the job? Looking for the space onto Xiaoyu. This first blood is not going to happen here. But that was a great exchange at the bottom side of the map.
One more getting a very good flash revenging here, cutting the health bars from Beimi and also Shuzi, which led to this fire beat going in favor for the side of Rogue Warriors here. Very good execution, I would say.
But the composure, man, TCG, if I got hit by that flash Ryu engine, I would have flashed immediately. So Beimi keeping a calm presence of mind to understand that he doesn't need to waste that resource at this point of the game.
Yeah, we are on the lower end of the spectrum here. We're only ranked players and they are the pro players here for the side of TCG. So being able to have that composure, definitely a very well thought of a personality.
Yeah, for sure. This is something they want to place their hands on. I mean, the future is for them to secure. So learning at this point to be able to stay calm in moments of crisis, this is a good trait to have for the side of TCG. In the meantime here, it's really about how much more resources can you take away from Rogue Warriors, because there is a slight goal lead going to the side of RW.
It's a very difficult one, right? When you have the likes of the Zhenren, it's very hard to get the goalie away from TCG because he's the one generating extra 10 to 20% extra gold for his team.
Yep, and this will be to the success of Rogue Warriors, right? The ability to be able to keep the gold advantage at their hands. But here comes the immediate trade and steal coming out from An Liang with the touch balls going into the jungler for this Kaiser.
Outside though, getting engaged on by the Zhenren. Stun here, has to force out the flash here. A good 3v2 exchange in favor for the side of TCG.
Right, this is going to start muting the power spike on the side of Xiaotu for the 4-minute tyrant here. Beautiful work by the side of TCG, understanding where to really get the pressure in at this point. Yeah, but here comes the backup Jingyu as well, looking for that Hound catch, and it is going to be enough sufficient damage here. One more hit will do it. First life gone with the ultimate. 4 signs going to be used, and this is going to be able to save him. But this is one ultimate that is not going to... actually, it is going to be available for the 4-minute tyrant fight.
But this is a very smart way that Jingyu used the Hound. He was zoning the escape path coming in from the side of Dahai, making sure that he was waiting and waiting until the exploration coming in from the Hound.
Right, Invincible War is going to be used on this side for TCG. In the meantime here, Rogue Warriors, they will have to expend that Celestial Melody, and for good use, of course, at this point. Now, take a look at the gold lead. This is going to be Jingyu leading the gold charge for the side of Rogue Warriors.
What build is he gonna go though? Usually we see the Yang Jian, some go for the semi-tank, some go for the full damager. He did went for the red jungle item approach into the Axe of Torment, so he's gonna be doing a lot of damage in these team fights.
He needs the armor pierce, right? For now, he needs the armor shred as well. I think the biggest difference maker here will be the anti-hero item. So we need to see if one more is going to try and make the difference here with the Venomous Staff.
And look at the BO5, it does seem to me the fact that Han will be slowly but surely working into the Venomous Staff as well. Healing Reduction, the name of the game here, especially when you're into Dahai An Liang on the side of TCG, and on the side of RW, you have the heavy life stealers in the form of Xiaodu and also Jinyu.
Okay, one more knows that he doesn't have the same kind of wave clear ability, so he actually rushes the Venomous Staff first. Now, he's on the back foot, he's looking for an opening, he knows that someone is there. Han is actually waiting in the brushes, and with that, they will drop the Raging Sandstorm just to push them away. Meanwhile, on the top side, this is not looking good. Xiao Tu has to give his life here, no flash to speak of, and first blood goes into the hands of TCG. Credits to An Liang.
Yeah, good rotation coming in from An Liang, capitalizing Xiao Tu for not having the flash, but an aggressive dive here coming in from Jingyu.
Now we'll look at that. Su Zhi manages to catch the backlines on the side of Rogue Warriors, but he had to give his first life. Force Signs is going to be used, trying to escape. One more actually manages to get out scot-free. No punish coming in. And right now, An Liang does not have his ultimate, the Invincible Warrior. He needs to be really careful.
That was super close for the side of the Maestro Nui on the hands of one mode here. But oh my god, that was also really close for the Han.
Yeah. If they had gotten that engage, I think Rogue Warriors would have benefited massively at this point. Now, Rogue Warriors, they're still unable to hold on to the goal lead because of the passive on Su Zhi here on this Zhenren. So TCG playing well.
Yep, very well after recovery of game number 1 here. So as of this point, they do seem to be much more in control. You see towards the goal lead here, much of it comes from the mid lane between Han and also Wanmo.
Yeah, I really like the rotations coming from both teams, right? They're just not giving any breathing room. Every attempt by both teams to put pressure on the T1s has been equally managed and, mirrored.
Because when you take down the T1 on either side, that opens up the faster priority for either side lanes against your opponents here. You push faster, it means that one of the side laners, the jungler or clashing, can look for those big team fight moments even quicker compared to your opponents.
Yeah, it looks like Xiao Tu might not make it in time. The T1 at the top is dangerously low. He does not manage to protect it. That T1 is going down. Meanwhile, on the front lines of the T1 at the bottom here, this is going to be Rogue Warriors attempting, but not finding any success here.
Yeah, victim of the Raging Sandstorm here has to burn the flash and also ultimate here. Those will be big cooldowns, unable coming in from the side of Dahai in the next 2 minutes.
Okay, take a look at this. They might have a nice chance. Xiao Tu does have the Flash Storm Strike combination, and there is a little bit of the distance between the Roam and Baimi as well. For now, they will not pull the trigger. Rogue Warriors, they'll TP for the defense on the top T2.
Yeah, no one's gonna come into the aid of Xiao Tu here, so he does choose to play into a more safer route here. Invisible Warrior has been casted into the bottom river.
Big catch, Howling Wind as well. Multi-man stun coming in from the side of Su Zhi. This is a great start for the side of TCG, but can they find the finish? Right now, One More is just making life so difficult with the knockups as well. He does have the flash if he needs a flash Ryu engine knockup. For now, just putting the Kachosans as the poke damage. 7 minutes in, not enough time because there's still 60 seconds before the Tyrant shows up. Rogue Warriors, different kind of mindset. They want the T1 in the mid, and they're going in once again. First life burnt out, 4 signs. They need to make it out. Right now, there is no ultimate available for Jingyi. Where's the refresh coming from Mengxi? Not anywhere close. Mengxi's actually away from the fight. This is not looking good at all for Rogue Warriors.
Well, even though they lose out the kill here, the way that they escalated that rotation was the side of Wanmo using the Kachosans, forcing the rotation from TCG to take the long route here, which allowed Rogue Warriors to capitalize on that mid tower, which is a win coming in despite losing a kill.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, right? And here's the dangerous thing that's happening to the side of TCG. By the metrics that you have, TCG, you have the extra gold from the passive of Su Zhi. You're supposed to be able to lead the gold charge. But Rogue Warriors, they have a lot of magnificent rotations. They're actually keeping pace in terms of gold.
That is the beauty coming in for the gold sharing mechanic for the side of Rogue Warriors here. The way you assign waves, the way you collect waves before the resource, that's really important here. A freeze check here coming in from An Liang does force out the Invisible Warrior.
Yeah, but on the backline, Xingyu actually finds the farm lane of Baimi. Now, forced to use the flash, has to back off as well. The initial engagement by An Liang with the Invisible Warrior, trying to push away the remaining members on the side of Rogue Warriors, did not come to fruition. In fact, this gives Rogue Warriors the opening for the 8-minute Tyrant. This is going to be a power spike in terms of fighting prowess.
That was a single player mode coming in from Jingyu to just single-handedly dive Baimi, force out the 4 signs, and right now you can see the pressure that's being generated by this Yang Jian on towards the mid turret here, single-handedly being the raid boss that he needs to be. Will he over-battle in this fourth moment?
Yep, this one's going to be difficult. He might have to give his life here. Cannot make it out in time. The life steal comes in. Oh, it's so close. One more hit will do it. Unable to find the finish. punished, and Rogue Warriors unpunished at this point. As TCG, they're looking so lost, they need to find an opening. None available, and the lifesteal will be available for Jingyu, which means there is pressure to be had.
That is an unfortunate turn of events coming in from TCG because Rogue Warriors Jingyu actually went in too deep and he barely managed to escape there. One more hit coming from Lady Sun and he would be gone for the 10-minute objective.
Right, there is an opportunity here to be able to steal the Crimson Golem away. This will be a big benefit for the side of TCG here if they can get it. No smite available because Jingyu is not around. And who gets it? It's actually secured by the side of Xiaoyu. And here comes the pain point. Jingyu makes the call. He is stealing away the Crimson Golem away from TCG. And all of the effort that TCG wants to put from the pressure, gone.
It was also a 4v5 here. Without the presence of Jingyu, he gets to farm more on towards the side lane here, get more items here. Raging Sandstorm lands towards mid lane.
Right, they're gonna try and force out the ultimate by Su Zhi. Gonna be used here. Su Zhi actually gives his first life, but on the backlines, can they find that Xiao Du kill? They can't, and with the shield flash as well, Storm Strike that sets things up. He is not even gonna take a fall. Rogue Warriors, they find an opening, and they hit hard. This is 3 members down, just Han and Su Zhi left. Su Zhi has no more options. He has to back off. At the same time, Han, he is so squishy. He will not survive this. The kite comes in, Xiaoyu gets the kill for the team, and it's almost an ace here. I mean, Su Zhi can't do much here. They have to give away the T2, and Rogue Warriors win big. 10 minutes, they have the Shadow variants to kind of contest with.
That was probably one of the most daring Byron plays that I have seen in a while. He was 10% health and he still went for the flash Storm Strike on towards Bainey here. Bainey had flash, but he got surprised by the play coming in from Xiaodu's Byron.
And lovely response from the side of Rogue Warriors here. With 10 minutes and 46 seconds being the time that they take the first T3. You know, Sagi, walk me through this entire skirmish.
So Raging Sandstorm lands perfectly on towards Su Zhi here, immediately forcing out the 4 signs in this play here. Take a look at the Byron here. Look at the health bar here. Immediately still daring to look for Baby in that fight here. That was such a crucial one coming in for the side of Rogue Warriors in capitalizing on the biggest member for the side of TCG. Without the Lady Sun, you don't have enough DPS to deal with the mostly front lines.
They're looking for more here. They want to push them away from the Crimson Golem. They don't have to take the kills, but if they take this buff into the hands of their side, it's going to be very scary. Xiaoyu now has his hands on the Crimson buff. They can start working on the other objectives across the map. TCG, they're going to find that, hey, there is no safety on their side of the map anymore.
Every single buff, every single objective will be taken away here. The Heaven and Earth World will go in for a brawl here against Liang here, forcing him away from his own jungle. Top towers will be slowly but surely being taken down by the side of RW. And then, once the Tyrant buff is over, they revisit back into the Shadow Overlord for round 2.
Yep, 24 seconds and counting here. TCG unable to find an opening. This is where they want to push them away. They want the backdoor protection down. They have successfully done that. T2 is going to be secure for the side of Rogue Warriors, which means the doors are open for the T3s. They get the stun. Invincible Warrior going to be popped, but they might not be able to find anything much here. Dahai pops his ultimate, gets caught out immediately. Jingyi facing them all with Fearless.
But the defense is good so far coming in from TCG. At the very least, they force RW to back away to the Shadow Overlord here. But this is still going to be an uncontested one coming in from TCG. This next few waves will be a stressful one for the side of the KGL to handle.
It's so hard. Like, you can't fight without the buffs. It's really a difficult situation. You're trailing behind. Nice setup as well. Raging Sandstorm used to separate the team. Dahai wants to go into the backline. Xiao is falling so low, but he will be saved from the help of the teammates as well. They get Dahai down. That's 1 damage source gone. Right now, can they force out Su Zhi to use his ultimate? Does not manage to bait that out. So they will be in a situation where it's 4v5. Rogue Warriors still very much have the advantage here.
Yeah, 25 seconds without the clash lane here opens up a lot of room for the side of RW to force a game-winning team fight. If TCG looks to defend this, they might just have to give over the entire base.
Yep, Xiao Du once again acting as the sponge for the side of Rogue Warriors. They drop down the Raging Sandstorm to stop the wave cutting from the side of TCG. Shadow Overlord and Shadow Vanguards are here. One big engage will be the difference maker. Xiao Du gets a stun onto the side of Su Zhi. He's trying to separate them from the fight, but the multi-man stuns will not be available. Ultimate going to be used by the side of Su Zhi. Who is he going to save? Absolutely no one at this point. Rogue Warriors, damage has been done. They are done with it. They will back out. Play safe.
Yeah, play safe, take all the resources here. The way the KPL and KGL team fights, it's actually very well calculated here. If they don't confirm the kill, they will never go in. It's to really bait out the spells here, the 4 signs, the flashes here, and then look to put more pressure on towards the side lane. The Overlord timer is already over, so next upcoming objective will be on that Shadow Tyrant here. Rinse and repeat until your opponent is done with the game.
I mean, at this point, it's just about map control, right? Xiaodu acting as a sponge is so well done. Raging Sandstorm going to be dropped. Invincible Warrior helps to sustain, but how much can he sustain? Because right now, if Baimi gets caught out, they're not going to have enough damage. He needs to beat the shield, but they need the damage from the backline as well.
There's such a key cooldown being burned from the side of Anliang prior to the Shadow objective here. And without the ultimate here, it almost soft guarantees that TCG is unable to look for a 5v5 contention here. But fortunately, the game is slowly but surely pacing into a later stages here. If TCG can stall the game into a 18 to 20 minute mark, then maybe they have a shot in coming back into this game.
But this is more than 4,000 worth of goalie going into the hands. In fact, it's 5,000 at this point for the side of Rogue Warriors, right? And they can't really find any value because they can't melt Xiaodu down. And Jing is diving like crazy, which opens up room for Xiao Yu and one more to really get the knockups here. Once again, they get started. Jing tries to put them back. Baimi, he has been found out by the side of one more, manages to turn that situation around. But can they find more? They need to get the damage in. Baimi finds it from the side, gets the frag grenade, but he himself has been caught, stunned up, taken out. No more damage for the side of TCG. Rogue Warriors, they're pushing them against the walls of their crystal. And Rogue Warriors, this could be the moment that defines game number 2.
And that's the power of gold lead that you talk about here, kid. In the normal circumstances here, if one more was to fall on the first end, that could have been so ugly for our Rogue Warriors, but they fight through. They ride on the goal lead and collect game 2 in their pockets. This is Rogue Warriors in series point.
It was definitely not a comfortable win, but it was a very dominating win still, coming in from the side of Rogue Warriors. We'll take a look at the interview coming in for the side of the end of this game.
好，我们突击采访到了安良。其实，你们应该一直是一个有风格的队伍，但是这两局好像完全没有适应出来啊，感觉队伍出现了哪些困难呢？
感觉可能是太久没打比赛了吧，有点紧张。
太久没打比赛有点紧张，但是今天我看到你们比较这个窘迫的一点是，对面在中路好像突破的都比较快，你们有关注到这个点吗？
有关注了，就是可能是我们回防有点不及时吧。
这个可能是特别要去准备的了。包括今天其实对位到的金宇，他其实是一个很有压力的大一位选手，今天打下来的感觉怎么样呢？
压力太大了。
接下来会做哪些方面的调整？对于自己来讲？
感觉就放平心态吧。
希望你能够快速调整。好了，感谢，回去吧。
Yeah, for the interview itself, you know for a fact that TCG is not feeling good after those 2 games here. A lot to be done for them. They need to figure out the correct way of playing the team fights against RW.
I mean, every single angle of that game number 2, you start to see why it's so difficult to play against KPL teams, right? Just the positioning, the way they layer the damage and the stuns coming in, it's very hard to find an angle, especially when you don't have equal gold. There was already disadvantages for the side of TCG in terms of itemization, so it was a hard-fought battle.
Correct. And the way that KPL teams actually play the team fight, it really reminds me of yesterday's game of DYG going up against LGD and BW. When even they lose members, as long as they can make sure that the fight is saved by the farm lane, it's always okay.
Yeah, I mean, the way that they actually corner Baimi, that is so scary, right? If you just focus on the entire game of Baimi's experience as this Lady Sun, he was always consistently under pressure. If it was not for one more, it was Jingyu as well. If not, it was Xiaodu, the 3 members making life so difficult. And in the meantime, we have our farm lane in the form of the Gerya, free to just ride the motorcycle, land the hits, Raging Sandstorm, get the slows as well.
And you need to give props as well to the roamers here. They play an essential part in protecting their farm lanes from these sort of danger here. But of course, Baimi's Lady Sun, I'm not sure if he's playing Honor of Kings or a horror game here.
Very much a horror game at this point, right? So difficult to play your way out of that. He was trying to land the frag grenades, get the rolling race in the correct direction as well. But when Anliang can't tank, that is where the problems start to arise. And this is so difficult to play, but this is still playable. We'll take a look at the post-game stats here for game number 2 and try to figure out what is this winning condition that maybe TCG can find in game number 3.
I think to your point just now on Anliang's Kaiser, right? The way that Rogue Warriors bait out the Invisible Warrior is very smart. They go in with Xiao Yu on the Raging Sandstorm, bait out the Invisible Warrior, then that's where you know, okay, there's no longer going to be a beefy frontline coming in for the side of TCG to make those big engages or to soak up damage here. That really segregates the teamfight opportunities from the hands of TCG.
Agree. I think this is the point where we kind of explore. Look, from the eyes of BO5 here, it feels really unsafe. An Liang, when he pops that ultimate, he expects the entire team to go with him. But Rogue Warrior is too far ahead. Look at the damage. 158,000 worth from this Gerya.
Yeah, that was just an insane performance coming in from Xiao Yu here. One of the best performance so far on the Gerya on this day 3 and day 4. And in this game alone, we do have to give props to Jinyu. He was this solid front line, going in and out with the Yang Jian, making it look like this Yang Jian has so much mobility.
I mean, they made it so painful because number one, there were so many jungle invades, 11 jungle invades this time coming in from this side of Jingyu. Xiao Yu as well, he maximized the amount of damage, not just against heroes, but against turrets. 32,000 in total, that's crazy.
Oh yeah, that's the dream marksman scenario that we need in our ranked games here. Going for the objectives, not going only for the kills, and always staying alive here. But Jingyu, with the back-to-back MVP performance here, once again collecting another one into its pockets here, this time with the Yang Jian Twilight, 4-0 and 3 KDA with a 78% killing fight participation.
Yeah, I mean, he was a huge barrier, right? You couldn't get past him. You couldn't deal with him at the same point, and you couldn't ignore him. He was unignorable in this game. And because you had to put so much focus onto this Yang Jian being piloted by Jingyu, it allowed the rest of the team members to make very conscious, clean, and clear decisions about the stuns and timing of the skill sets.
But the early game looks pretty promising coming in for side of TCG. An Liang and also Da was capitalizing the fact that this Byron had no flash. But check out this play. This was really scary coming in from Jingyu.
Yeah, playing it to the absolute T, to the absolute limit, right? It felt like, oh, he was going to be taken down. But time and time again, the heals coming in, every little marker was so apt at helping him survive.
And this was a very important one as well. Being able to bait out the 4 signs in such an early on moment. At this point, you already lose out your incentive here, as Xiao Du finding a perfect knockup on towards BO5 here, really sealing the fate of this game number 2.
Yeah, they couldn't find any opportunities, right? Even if you get the multi-man catch like they did here on Su Zhi, where's the damage? Where is BO5? He's under pressure. One from Xiao Tu, the other from the side of Wan Bo. Everything against the farm laner. BO5 had a very tough time.
Yeah, just a lot of hungry wolves from the side of Rogue Warriors. Just looking at the very extent of the potential carries here coming in for the side of TCG. And this is not a cross-tier division matchup here. This is KPL versus KGL, so there won't be any challenges blessing to really aid the side of TCG.
But this is where, you know, the last step is the most difficult, because that is the one that crosses you over into an entirely new realm, right? For KGL members, this dream to be able to take over the slot that KPL has, that is what you want. But you have to pass that final test, which is to beat any one of these KPL teams first.
And the adaptation in the series is also very important here. You can see the visual distress here coming in from the TCG players. So I really hope that they come in with a proper mental state in game number 3 to see whatever they can do against Rogue Warriors, because this is series point on the hands of their opponents.
Not just series point, this is also tournament life. As
true,
for those
yes.
of you that are new here, you've just joined us, so let us fill you in. This is a best of 5 being played by the side of TCG, who are a Kings Growth League team. They're playing against one of the strongest teams on the side of KPL Kings Pro League, Rogue Warriors. Loser of this series goes straight back home. You're eliminated. There is no second chance.
That's the harsh truth and reality here coming in for the KGL teams. You do not want that to exactly happen, because you work your entire year in the KGL, the Growth League. But you do get your shot here at the Honor of Kings Challenger Cup here. But do you want to just exit the tournament at top 32? No, you want to make it further. And to make it further, you need to retaliate in this series by winning game 3.
Well, it is only through power that you get the choice to make your decisions. So right now, TCG needs to find out what this power is, because if they don't figure it out in this game number 3, the story ends here. It's going to be the start of a new year.
Correct. You will just straight on end your entire 2025 year in the HOK Chinese Global Esports, and then look to potentially rebrand, re-roster, practice again to go into the 2026 year. But of course, nothing is over until it's really over here. But we are interested in the mic check on what exactly went down for the side of Rogue Warriors in that deciding game 2.
啊，打口子，打口子。
听我说，拉扯，我10秒大，好吗？
我知道，我知道。
拉扯一下。
还能跟我吗？
来，跟我，太飞了，太野。
别急，打后续，能打。这波香香没闪，看我。
能看。
等我。
交跟我能踢。
没我。
跟我不。
没
我。等一下。
来打前排，兄弟。带杨撵。
双枪，起飞了，双枪。
哎，
我过中了。
中上。
上路线。
直接退。
能杀
一波了，中路强拆了，兄弟。我能扛。
来，跟我强推中，兄弟。
他死了。中路给我吃个苍穹，中路
看。
跟我说一下，等一下。看一下，我在后面。没我。跟我。没我。刘凯。跟我前排。
跟吗？
刘凯。
草刀我击飞了，草刀。
可以打。有刷大，能刷大吗？能刷大。
虾没闪，哎，追回去。快走。能打。
开。
虾没闪，
我没到。
太，快我过。
双阳我杀了。
拉回来。
看你们的了。
没事，一波。曹操没闪，刚交。
我知道，不厉害。
能打。
曹操没苍穹。
啊，5秒大。
狗到了。
曹操。兵甲了。把他杀了，nice。
That's why details is so important here. You can see the team fights, the communication. Every single detail is passed over. It's like usually like, yeah, I know that you don't have flash. I'm going to tell my teammates here. But to the detail of like, hey, he doesn't have pure sky. So you can play the final team fights here. Even like Xiaodu sacrificed himself in the final push. He was still giving information to his teammates to do better judgment for the final push.
Very important. And there's one line in that comms that I feel is the most important, right? So there was a moment in the game right before they actually went for the engage. Their team members were actually counting. They told them, hang on for about 10 seconds. My skills are on cooldown. Once we have the timing, we can go in, right? And it's things like this. Why do people ask you to slow down? Is because you want to have all of your resources and all of your artillery, or everything in your arsenal ready to be unleashed. And this is where teamwork matters, because you want everyone to be on their best day.
Yeah, teamwork makes the dream work, and communication is key to success here, not only in game but also at life as well.
Yeah, so this is going to be a beautiful start for the side of Rogue Warriors if they can make the clean sweep happen. But this is not on the cards of TCG, right? For this KGL representative, they are in the same tier. This is what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to be able to topple one of the teams from KPL.
And they're one of the 3 teams as well coming in for the KGL that really looks to challenge the prowess of these strong KPL teams here. So really, being given this opportunity, they need to do whatever it takes to put on their best show in this game 3.
Okay, and straight away, okay, no time wasted. We're going straight into the bans and picks here. We'll give you an idea of what it's going to be like in the past few games on the sides of the screens about the Game 1 and Game 2 picks here. So Rogue Warriors, they have switched sides. They will be Prio ban now. They ban out the Jing.
Yeah, removing some of the red side counter picture will be very interesting here thus far for the side of TCG. But once you see the Jing ban, you'll be like, oh, you want to go for the Master Luban number 7 combo? Nah, that's not gonna happen.
Yeah, that's definitely not gonna happen. Now, this final ban is the one that will tell us the tale. Do you pick out the Dunshan or not? Because Dunshan is available. It will be banned, and this is going to be a potential cat boom combination coming in for the side of Rogue Warriors, but Arlie, Prio first.
Yep, Arlie is an interesting one because Xiaoyu has been having a very consistent game for the past 2 rounds here. So putting yet another core carry on towards him makes a lot of sense for the side of RW.
Okay, so do you want to consider the Diadea here? So you go for the healing. Kong is definitely going to be able to find some way into the backlines though.
Ooh, but that's not what they want to go to here. We could have went to the route where you mentioned the Diadea into the likes of the Kaiser tank, right? But for them, they want to play more on the reactive draft. The Sulie is to counter out Bami on that channel here. And the Hango is to counter out against the multiple clones coming in from the Spirit Wolves, from the Kong clones. So those are really interesting counters that's been picked up by RW.
I like the idea of this Hano pick against the Kong because one of the benefits of the Scepters of Fate is that you potentially, at the right angles, you can hit the targets behind you when those Scepters of Fates are thrown. So this actually works against the idea of the Kong, meaning there will be additional members being poked down by the Scepters of Fate here.
And once you use the pack stance coming in from the channel as well, the ultimate with all the wolves. That's a lot of targets for you to throw your javelins as well here. So a very well thought out third pick here on the hands of one mode that I really want to prize the coaching staff.
Okay, but the reverse can be said as well. If TGC on the side of Suzu, he finds the initial opening with his Kong Kong dive and ultimate, then the whole thing could change if they have enough burst damage and if they have the goal lead as well.
Oh, and also a very interesting pickup as well. The Ziya being prioritized for TCG in towards that mid lane here, because we check towards the pool. These are a lot of the mid lanes being removed against the side of TCG and RW. This is a Yao being locked in the jungle.
Yep, insane. A lot of sustainability on the side of Rogue Warriors. And this one is not a singular damage source. This is coming from both the mid in the form of one more, the farm lane for Xiaoyu, and actually even Jingyi on this Yao is going to make a huge difference.
A lot of damage being committed from the side of Rogue Warriors here, but when you see a Meng Tian, such a tanky boy in the clash lane with percentage defense in for the damage reduction, for the side of TCG, they're like, okay, let's go with the Lubu here. I do true damage. I don't care about your damage reduction.
I like the answer here. And I also like the Tsuya pick on Han. This is going to give Baimi a little bit more survivability and break the level cap as well. At the same time, you could put it for Anyang, I guess.
Yeah, that's true, right? So it really comes down to whoever gets more gold on the side of TCG. Is it going to be Baimi? Is it going to be Anyang? Is it going to be Da Hai? It comes down to the individual performance. Who really piques the interest of Han in that game?
I'm so curious about how Han is going to be like in this game, because if Han gets shut down early, that sanctification you're looking for at level 15 is not going to come very soon, and that's going to hurt your growth on the side of TCG.
Definitely not what you want here. You want a comfortable early game. Play around the paid tempo here coming in from TCG jungler. Make sure that you make the game not as simple for Jinyu here. He's back-to-back MVP. You gotta bite back.
Oh yeah, I mean, if there's any game to bite back, this one has to be the one, because they are at series point for the side of Rogue Warriors. And if they don't control this Yao, then I think it's going to be quite the difficult situation, because he has a lot of sustenance.
A lot of sustenance here, and the availability of the Yao to go for the full damage build, that's also a bit of a interesting build path that for the side of Rogue Warriors, Jinyu can really go for.
Let's see how this is going to turn out. Backs against the wall, game number 3, series point for Rogue Warriors, as TCG want to make the final stand here to stop that from happening. Let's hear the fans cheer for their respective teams.
On bodyguard Dewey here, but right now we do see an invade coming in from Anyang already in that Azure Golem here. It has been spotted out here by Meng Xin, but what can he realistically do against this pick?
I mean, this is expected, right? So this is great job by the side of TCG. I think the next step for them is maybe find more value and steal more camps, but because of the presence of the side of Meng Xi as well as Xiaoyu on the top, this is not going to be available. TCG, nice job. Rogue Warriors, no response so far.
It's a very smart setup as well, right? This comes from the game plan where Baimi also Shuzi set up a very good lane swap to match against RW's dual lane, and which allowed for the side of TCG to get the fast push and get the first invade against RW's Jinyu.
Yeah, the pacing is just too fast. Baimi actually stole away the Spiketail Beast as well, so this is all benefits to the side of TCG. Add on to that, Anyang actually secures three different buffs. So both the Crimson and Azure are in.
Yeah, a very fantastic start for the side of the TCC jungler here. You can see already a 300 gold lead in between the junglers due to the early good start.
So this one is something that he needs to maintain, right? And this is going to be aided. Han also has spectacular wave clear, so he will be aiding with Anyang's wave and rotation management.
So at the very least, in this early game alone, we do see a bit more of a positive approach coming in for the side of TCG. You know they're still in it. They are still planning steps ahead to find moments of flaws in the members of Rogue Warriors.
Yeah, down here I think it's really, let's try and see how does Rogue Warriors come back from a deficit, because they have been maintaining well, right? They're keeping the gold in favor on their side as well, and a very nice attempt to push people away. Xiao Tu here actually maintaining his own position against both Anyang and Da Hai.
And the answer that you were looking for is that Rogue Warriors, they send one mode to assist Xiao Yu on the push, and they send Mengxi to be on bodyguard duty against An Liang on the potential continuous counter on their Azure Golem here. So I would say it's a very fast adaptation for the Rogue Warriors side to find the fix on this counter jungle.
Yep, I love the timing for this, right? So not only do they disallow that benefit coming for the side of An Liang, they also potentially could get a kill if they play the cards right here.
And look at this top side here. More of the members are being cycled and transferred into the Clash lane to make sure that these farm lanes get all the resources here. And with that mid lane, it's also really about the junglers just picking up extra resources.
Yeah, you start to see the value of the Hano pick, right? Oh, nice setup onto 3. Can they find that opening? First life on the side of Mengxi will be given away, but with the passive and the help of his teammates, they will get that initial dive. Now, for this movement here, TCG responds in kind, trying to force a little bit more time on the side of Xiao Tu here.
That's going to be a very big cooldown here being commanded by the side of RW's Mengxi here. No flash, no passive here. So it puts RW in a much more reactive state later on in the first 4 minutes.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Mengxi will get his ultimate back in time for the Tyrant take, but no flash? I think that one really hurts.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you. So right now, nearing to the 4-minute mark here, since both junglers are known to be the assassin ones, I do think the priority will fall into the buffs more than the Tyrant.
Yeah, we'll see what the rotation is like. An Liang at this point leading the pack, 3.2 thousand. He is top of the gold charge. Can he convert that into a guaranteed objective take, or can he even get kills from this point?
Well, he is doing a bit of a poke here on towards Mengxi here, forcing him to back away against this objective. And with the buff falling into the hands of Xiao Yu here, we see a bit of a rotation here coming in for Jinyu.
Alright, this is going to be a smite battle. Who gets it? It's going to be Jingyu. He makes it happen. And with that, they also get the survival of Mengxi. He's going to be able to back off everything once again, swinging back into the favor of Rogue Warriors.
He make it look easy with the smite steal here. The psychological play here, he was walking back and forth, baiting An Liang to smite first, and which he did, and that had to go over to the side of Jinyu for that first Tyrant.
Right, and also because now that the 4-minute mark has been achieved, the protection on the towers here will not be available. So if they make the right calls, either side of TCG or Rogue Warriors will be able to melt those T1s down really quickly.
And check out the gold. We were talking about like An Liang getting such a good lead, but he really got pulled back with the play itself. But Jinyu is going to the bot side.
Yeah, this first blood, easy pickings from the side of TCG here with Xiao Tu taking a fall. But with the help of Jingyi, he should be able to get the wave clear, get quite a bit of damage down. But hang on, here comes the backup as well. What a catch! Holy moly, 3 kills for the price of a Xiao Tu. I would take that trade any day.
That was a Mengxi triple knockout flash into the 3-man push here. That was absolutely nasty coming in from the Rogue Warriors roamer.
Yeah, and look at the value here. The Hano by 1 more. Making sure, number 1, he gets information for the side of Rogue Warriors. They also now have the ability to push this mid T1. Nice maple dance from the side of Xiao Yu as well. And this is a guaranteed T1. Everything was looking good.
Everything was looking so good for side TCG, getting the kill onto Xiao Tu here, giving Dahai all the priority in the world. But man, Mengxi coming out with a colossus play, pulling the game into a 3,000 goal lead here. Let's check out the replay here. So, take a look at Mengxi's position in the back bush here. Okay, initial poke coming in for the side here, but 3-man knockup into the cleanup for the side of Jinyu. Absolutely beautiful.
Crazy. And you know, this is pure tunnel vision, right? I was also looking at Jingyu. I was like, wait, hang on, something's happening here.
Something is definitely happening there, and they were really being pulled on the attention all onto Jinyu that they forgot that Mengxi was coming in for the Grand Slam here. But definitely props to the side of Mengxi for finding such a good play against the side of TCG. And right now, we were 3,600 goal lead. This is another Rogue Warriors tempo.
Yeah, I mean, caught off guard, that was the definition of being caught off guard for sure. TCG, they had everything in their favor. They had the early game lead, they had the gold, they had the steals, but somehow Mengxi really, well, he is defiant. He doesn't want this win to come from TCG.
He wants to just close it out and pack his bags home because this 3-0 will put him into a very good night's sleep here. We were talking about the jungle discrepancy of the goal lead by the side of An Liang, but take a look after the triple kill, already a 1.6k being generated by the jungle matchup in favor of Jingyu.
which means the swing is even bigger. They force out the big ultimate from Dahai, and on the backlines here, Dahai may have made a mistake even with the attempted save. This is looking not so good for the side of TCG, and during that confusion, that chaos, Rogue Warriors also, with the help of Jingyu, secure the Overlord and a T2 at the top. TCG, man, they're not getting anything here.
And so far in this best of 5, what have we learned? If you cannot commit fully to get full value, and the enemies doesn't take the full on fight, the other laners are just going to be benefiting from the towers, benefiting from all the minion waves here, which pulls the goalie to an even further extent. Jinyu is just being this monstrously fed Yao that is going full damage.
And the rest of the team, they're doing so well. They're pulling the attention of TCG here, which allowed the T2 at the bottom to be taken by the minions. So once again, every card that they pull out on the side of Rogue Warriors is hitting so hard against TCG.
What does TCG even come with for the potential comeback? Because right now, I don't see any rays of hope here. 8 minutes and already closing to a 6,000 goal lead. How do you manage the team fights here? Because Mengxi is just starting to get so darn tanky on this Sulian.
Yep, he's level 10, and the biggest difference here is Su's is level 9, so even if he makes a successful dive, he might be taken out even before he completes his full combination with the stun and the ultimate.
But good news at the very least here, Baimi did secure his own Daybreaker, so that at the very least adds a bit of spice here, but take a look at Shuzu here, getting engaged on, has to use the ultimate to bail himself away to safety.
Okay, the ultimate cooldown for the side of Suzu will come back soon enough. I think it's a much better decision not to have used the stun there. And at this point, TCG, they need to play every single thing to perfection, or the punish will come through from Rogue Warriors.
I think the damage has already been done, right? Because later on in the 10-minute mark, how does TCG even contest for the shadow objectives here? They have not enough gold, they don't have enough sufficient items here, so to contest for such a big fight at 10 minutes, it's really difficult, because so it has to be in the hands of Rogue Warriors once again.
Yeah, look, it's close to a 7,000 goal lead now for the side of Rogue Warriors. They are super tanky. You have the Meng Tian. We'll take a look at the current goal lead. It's Jingyi at the top, Xiao Yu at the second position. That is a scary number to see.
And another scary one is actually the Meng Tian on the hands of Xiao Du, overpowering Dahai in that gold tracker, because we know Xiao Du, he's just giving voluntary farm into the pockets of Jingyi and also Xiao Yu here, so he's on the receiving end of the team.
Yeah, while the gap isn't, say, that big, it's the level difference here that is making the world's difference. Xiao Du is able to tank quite a bit, right? So that is going to be a very difficult wall to go past. And TCG, they don't exactly have the ultimate dive. Suzu can get into the backlines, but what good does he do if there's no backup?
That's true, right? And with Dahai not being able to hit those item markers here, you don't really have sufficient damage to slice the carrots coming in from the side of RW. And RW already working their way on this second shadow objectives here. Xiao Yu going a bit dangerously low for the Overlord.
Yeah, he's going to use that Spike-tail Beast to be able to get the lifesteal in. And because of that, Rogue Warriors will be able to start working and chunking down. Even with the Primal Bond, this debuff is not working too much. Rogue Warriors win big.
They win big, and they are looking for the tier 3 towers here. Shadow Overlord being spawned in towards the bottom side here. They want these high grounds. They want the win. They want the 3-0.
Yep, they can't afford to wait, to be honest, because Han has hit level 15. Sanctification will be given. Not sure who he has given it to. Probably Baimi at this point. And Anyang is doing his best. He's trying to delay as much as he can. This is going to be the Shadow Overlord being taken apart by the side of Anyang.
Yeah, Jinyu is on hunting duty here, but a good vision play here coming in for the side of An Liang. He does make it out alive here, but how fast can he run? Because Wanbo is trailing before him.
Yep, he's going to try and run, but this is a Yao we're talking about. Everyone onto the lives of Anyang. How much time can he buy? Trying to go for the lifesteal as well. And with that, he makes the great escape. Hopefully, no. He has run out of options. Running under the T3. An unstoppable force here from the side of Rogue Warriors. And now this is a 4-man defense for 30 seconds.
But it's a very well done for the side of An Liang here. Drawing so much time, eliminating the big Overlord here, giving his team rays of hope to delay the game into a later stage. So this Overlord push wouldn't be as evident compared to just now.
Oh no, this is not looking good. They actually get the marks, and one more is going to be able to land all of the Scepters of Fate. The defense coming in from Dahai is not going to be enough. They have lost a T3 at the bottom. TCG, the hopes are dying out. And Rogue Warriors, there is more they can offer.
Yeah, no flash as well coming in from Baimi here, so that's going to be a key target for Mengxi to realistically pounce on later on for the game-winning K5 here.
Oh,
Minions already going in, Shu Zi going down, that's another 4v5.
Yep, but First Life has only been expanded by Mengxi. There's more to be had on the side of Rogue Warriors as well. And RW, they're looking so strong. Another couple of Scepters of Fate being laid down by one more. Nice catch. Now, that hope is going to be gone. They have found the third member on the side of TCG, waiting for the arrival of the minions as they look for this nice Fate rewind. They are going to get another few more marks coming down. And one more is just a huge nuisance. Jingyi as well has the Sage's Sanctuary.
The Crystal will be the next target here. No Dahai, no Baimi. Shu Zi spawning from base, but the minions are marching through. The Crystal falls to the side of Rogue Warriors. They take the series with Creed, and O, and they advance to the top 16.
Job complete. Slot 16, top 16 secured. What a game by the side of Rogue Warriors. This is a definition of a strong performance throughout the day.
And they didn't make any form of mistakes here in this game. We saw a few plays being committed by the side of TCG, but it wasn't really enough. The play, the big one coming in from Mengxi, that was just too beautiful coming in for the Roman, for the side of the Rogue Warriors.
Yep, it shut the whole game down, right? Because that initial play helped the jungler Jingyi to be able to recover the goal deficit he was facing against his opponent. And then one more came online, the Haino with the Fate Rewinds, with the Scepters of Fate as well, changing the destiny of Rogue Warriors because it was looking a little bit dire in the early parts of game number 3.
And that destiny also has been changed here coming in for their opponents here. With this loss, the KGL team TCG will be bidding goodbye to their journey here at the Honor of Kings Challenger Cup 2025.
But I mean, to fall at the hands of KPL, I don't think that's a very big deficit, right? There obviously are some gaps to be filled, but a proud performance can be said for TCG. They tried their best, did not make the cut this time. There is room to grow from here.
The mountain is very tall, especially in China HOK. There is levels of HOK that you need to consistently grow in, but today for TCG, it's just not that day. Maybe next year, maybe the following year, when they grow into a stronger team, that's where they can once again challenge the top dogs here in KPL.
Right, we will take a deep dive into the game stats later on, the difference maker, right? At the same time, also listening into the winner's interview about how this game and this series was like for the side of Rogue Warriors. After we're done with that, we're going to be listening into the loser's interview here for the KGL representatives, TCG.
And a bit of a fun one, I always like to see the documentary because it not only shows you the humanized sides of the players, it also shows you their expectations, their feelings going into the tournaments itself.
Yeah, I like this because it shows you the reality of the situation, right? Every journey is not always rainbows and butterflies. There will be thorns in the way. There will be trips, stumbles. It's how you deal with them, right? To be able to reach and rise to the top.
The top is never an easy climb, right? Because even if you refer to real-life mountains, you have to go through a lot of rocky paths. You have to go through a very high altitude. So all these are not the easiest paths here, but eventually they might find themselves into a longer longevity in going for those big mountain hikes.
Right, so let's take a look at this climb to the peak here for the side of Rogue Warriors. Jingyi, of course, with one of the most impressive scores in this game, 5-0-1, being set up by his Mengxi Rome. Crazy guy on this Sulia here. And of course, one more, helping to secure and make sure that there was no resistance coming in from the side of TCG.
Yeah, just like you mentioned, right? I don't see any form of resistance. They tried to capitalize onto a Xiaodu here, but Mengxi, with the ultimate flasher, shattered their expectations coming into this game tree.
Yeah, Baimi was nowhere near the gold he needed to be. He was behind by 2,000. And initially, the idea of the Dahai Lupu, it made a lot of sense until the goal was not in his favor.
Yup, he was doing a lot of these true damages and suppressing the side of his counterparts here, but it's a team collaborative effort here. And Jinyu, he played a really good game of Yao despite losing out that first buff.
This is where you want to return the favor, right? He stole 2 camps away from the side of Jingyi. Jingyi came back and stole 14 camps away from the side of TCG. God. That's an insane comeback.
That's a 7 times in terms of the number of difference of how much he paid back against his jungle opponent.
I mean, this is what you want to have as payback, right? And the amount of turret damage that was done by the side of Xiaoyu on this early as well. This was also the contribution to the success. But I feel like Mengxi, we really have to give this guy the props. That insane 3-man knockup to allow his jungler to recover. Holy.
My personal MVP will be Mengxi here. Please give this man his recognition here because that was such a beautiful knockup here. But you know what? He formulated such a comfortable environment coming in from Jinyu, getting the back-to-back MVP today.
Yeah, this is the cleanest synergy you will ever see from the side of Rogue Warriors in their performance in this best of 5 because they had every single member step up at the appropriate times. Take a look at the replay here.
Oh, this is just a beautiful one. So Jinyu goes in for the bait here and immediately Grand Slam coming in from the side of Mengxi here, getting his jungle 3 back-to-back kills and we even get his POV as well. Beautiful one.
Yeah, it's very insane because now you're kind of wondering, hey, why are you not paying attention to the roamer here? But he's so low. Jinyu is so low. You cannot ignore the fact that he would have been a great target to have.
Exactly right. Getting the opponent jungle and killing him before certain objectives always a very good sign here. But tunnel visioning and refusing to understand that Mengxi was on your tail, that's a very big blunder here coming in from the side of TCG.
Yep, really like this gameplay here, showing you that a multitude of options are available in the draft, and it then comes down to the execution. You may not have had the best start. In fact, I thought, hey, this might be a 3-1 game, 2-1 game because they got the initial Azure Golem steal from the side of the Pei pick. But, you know, I like to be proven wrong, especially in moments like this. So beautiful gameplay from the side of Rogue Warriors.
And the way that they recover after the first Azure Golem was really smart here. Not to talk about the Mengxi play on towards the bottom lane, but the way they assign members to guard the buffs, to rotate Xiaoyu, to make sure that they always get the vision on against the side of the enemy Anliang's Pei was really smart coming in from Rogue Warriors here. They were adapting as the game was to go by to really protect their MVP player Jinyu.
And it shows you the composure they have, because if it was to me, I would have freaked out. We need to make a response right now. Can we go for the invade? And probably will have given more kills over to the side of TCG. But Rogue Warriors kept it really calm and they played the farming game instead. And once the numbers made sense, they had the financial lead. That's when they really held them back and TCG could never recover.
Yeah, that's the experience and also the strategic gap here coming in for both of these squads here. But definitely props to Rogue Warriors here, proving the fact that KPL team still reigns supreme over KGL here. The hierarchy still stands.
Right, so with that, this is going to be the last team making it into the top 16. Now, starting from here on out, the games will be best of 7s as we head on to the next set of games to see who else in this pool of 16 will make it to top 8. And of course, you know, we have the group draw. We'll be going into continuing the best of 7s. But the highlight for me, personally, is the best of 9s, right? Grand finals, second gen, come on.
Okay, if we were to calculate the time needed for a best of 9 series, right? So let's say one series takes about 45 minutes. So 9 games, that's potentially almost 5 to 6 hours. That's absolutely insane here. But of course, let's put our focus back into the winners interview featuring Rogue Warriors.
环节，我是一轩，我们邀请到是济南 RP 的小鱼和金宇，先请二位和大家打招呼吧。
大家好，我是济南 RP 小鱼。
大家好，我是济南 RP 金宇。
恭喜 RP 今天是一场大胜，而且大家的状态是非常火热的。我们先让金宇来分享一下吧，3连 MVP 啊，今天打完之后感受如何呢？
感觉很爽吧，就是队友给我创造的环境让我很舒服。
说到队友，像今天小鱼，我印象特别深的是这个你狄仁杰一直在磨中医，然后包括戈亚的中右找机会。哎，你会觉得说大家现在的队伍风格是这种比较主动的这种战斗风格吗？
喜欢在中路干架，挺舒服的。
今天确实在中轴频频的可以找到节奏啊。但其实我们会发现，RW 的话呢，在这个赛季可以说是一个完全重建的状态，对吧？大家5位选手的话是来自4家不同的俱乐部。那这么短的时间内，大家主要是什么样的方式在进行磨合呢？有什么好的效果？
就平常我们多打大乱斗磨合一下，练练配合。
是这样吗，小鱼？
是的，我们会经常组织一些娱乐模式。
娱乐模式增进一下这个感情。那我们也比较好奇啊，就是你们在这个加入到这个俱乐部，大家认识之前的话，包括真的成为了这个队友之后，谁让你们觉得反差是比较大的一位呢？从小鱼先开始吧。
金宇吧。
你认识他之前和他成为队友之前，你觉得他是什么样的？
感觉比较高冷。
哦，然后成为队友之后呢？
比较反差吧。
比较反差，发现没有那么高冷。那金宇呢？谁让你觉得反差比较大吗？
旁边这个吧。
互相 OK。
就接触之后发现他还蛮闷骚的。
那之前你觉得他是什么样的一位选手呢？
之前因为都不认识嘛，也没什么感觉，感觉看着乖乖的那种。
就接触下来，发现这个也是有自己的一些这个想法的，是吧？好啊，那其实我们会发现，就是在来到这一次比赛之后的话呢，队伍的风格是磨合得非常快的。那大家现在在局内整体的一个沟通啊，然后包括指挥啊，什么样的方式进行会比较多一些呢？就还在磨合期。
不方便透露。
OK， 不方便透露，没问题啊。那其实我们还有比较好奇的一件事情，就是因为来到挑杯的舞台以后，对于小鱼来说比较特殊的一个舞台嘛，对吧？也是恭喜你又成为了这个 KPL 登场1周年啊，非常祝贺你这件事情。然后包括回到挑杯的赛场之后的话呢，你觉得和去年登上的时候自己的变化会有什么呢？
变得更稳了吗？
更加稳重了啊！你赞同这一点吗？金宇，你觉得他是个稳重的选手吗？现在？
挺稳重的。
表达肯定。OK， 好，最后一个问题就是这场比赛获胜之后，下场比赛你将会对阵到是北京 JDG， 对手同样现在也是状态火热的一个情况。对于下场比赛，二位有什么样的一个期待吗？
希望他们下手轻点。
加油呢？
感觉可以打满。
感觉可以打满。OK， 我们也是非常期待的一场比赛了。感谢二位接受我的采访，让我们把时间交给评论席。
So a very fun interview here coming in from Jinyu and also Xiaoyu here. This is their first time playing in a team here, and they were shocked to find out the personality difference before they actually met each other in the same team.
I like that they have finally discovered this because they didn't really have expectations of each other because they have never played together before. But they found out that, hey, there is quite a bit of fun to be had between the two of them. Good synergy as well. So it's great to have them find that success. Also for Xiaoyu, this is his one-year debut, right? So that's, once again, congratulations for him, as I feel like they have hit a beautiful stride at this point of the competition.
Yeah, a very young player here, only 1 year in, but you can see the potential prowess on how he can actually go further in towards the KPL scene here. So we wish him best of luck here. But back to the topic on how they reacted to each other's personality. For the side of Jinyu, Xiaoyu commented like, hey, I thought he was a bit more cold because of his looks, but he's actually a very friendly guy. And on the same page for the side of Jinyu on towards Xiaoyu, he was saying that I thought he was more of a very cute little boy, but he's more of a troll that we talk about.
I like the fact that they're being so open with us. The banter is real, and this is the definition of having a good team, right? And they really need to be a good team because their next opponents that's going to be facing them in this next stage of the competition for the knockout stages is going to be JD Gaming. So when asked about that potential matchup, Xiaoyu was actually hoping that they will not be dealt as heavy of a hand from the side of JD Gaming. But on the other hand, for Jingyu, he feels that they can really play the full best of 7 series against JD Gaming.
Oh, that's going to be a dream scenario, right? Because we will finally get to see more KPL versus KPL action. We saw yesterday, DYG systematically removing LGD and BW from the top 32 slot here. So when we move into the top 16 matchup here, it's going down to a BO7, still a single elimination here. So everything works slowly but surely into more of these big games.
Yeah, and the pressure will start to rise, right? And of course, with that being said, our loser team here from the KGL region, TCG, they will have to bow out. This is their final goodbye. We will have a losers interview for them as well as we look upon their journey, having come here across many different months, many different attempts, many different team members as well. So I'm curious to see what their thoughts are about their progress, their performance in the current 2025 Honor of Kings Challenger Cup.
It's always a sad thing to say goodbye when we talk about these teams, right? Where they work through the entire year, but that is just how HOK Esports is. It's very cruel and it's only survival of the fittest here. You need every single resource to make sure that you make it to the top.
But that's also what makes success so sweet, right? Having to go through all the difficult situations, being at the low, that is where you really see the difference of coming in at a high. And I think teams will experienced this many a times throughout the year of competing professionally, and that is where success really comes the best form, because you have worked really hard for it, you have trained really hard for that particular situation to happen, and when you finally make that a reality for not just yourself but your brotherhood that helps you form in this team, I think it's well worth the heartbreaks and the setbacks.
Yeah, very well agreed here, because it's not always about winning. That is the ultimate goal here, but the progress, the journey going into this top of the mountain here, those are the interesting things. But let's hear it from TCG on their exit interview.
无锡 TCG 的教练阿改先请和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是无锡 TCG 阿改。
好久不见，阿改以全新的身份回到我们的这个赛场之上。其实今天这场比赛对于队伍来说的话，还是会稍微有一些可惜的。我们会觉得说队伍可能好像有一些慢热，你们会有自己这样的一个感觉吗？
应该有一点吧，有可能是选手有点紧张，或者是第一次来到那么多人的舞台上面吧，可能心理压力比较大。
那其实今天可能本来整体说大家想打出来这种状态是什么样子的，但在哪些点上可能会和想象的会有些出入吗？
主要体现在那个技能的 combo 上吧，还有就是节奏的每个人各自要落位的位置，感觉都很慢。
那其实这一点我们看到在局内的一个大节奏上面的话，会发现好像队伍整体的这个中医塔掉的速率会稍微偏快一些。那从你的视角看来，你觉得这个原因可能会是什么样子的呢？
中医塔掉得快，感觉可能是中单，就是特别想跟其他位置的节奏吧，然后他就没有注意自己的兵线快进塔了，就感觉就有点低级失误，说实话。
这些其实都是后续会快速去进行复盘和调整的点。那其实我们在突击采访的时候也有看到，就是像选手所说到的，就大家可能有一段时间没有打到这个线下赛了。那在这一段 K 甲决赛打完之后，夺完冠之后的话呢，这一段的休赛期，大家可能调整的方向会在哪些方面去做呢？
因为我们队伍也是换人了嘛，然后主要是在人员的磨合上，然后还有是版本的阵容上面去做练习啊。
那其实我们聊了很多关于队伍的这个问题了，我们也非常想聊聊关于阿改因为我们很久没有见到你了。但是你看到来到挑杯了以后 ，TCG 是以第三种身份回到挑杯舞台，你也是以全新的教练的身份回到了赛场之上，你会有一些不同的感受吗？
比较的感慨吧，因为又是一次踏上了这个又熟悉又陌生的舞台上吧。但是这次是以教练的身份上台的，然后在台下看的时候也是感慨万千。
包括今天其实我们看到这个清风他也加入了阿尔普侠的赛训嘛，你们赛前有过一些这个交流吗？
因为他是我的对手嘛，那个交流不太好，感觉。
好，这赛后可以聚一聚啊。那其实我们想说的呢，就是说对于你们来说，也是开启了新的身份，开启了新的挑战。其实明年对于 TCG 来说非常重要，你们要去打 KPL 春季赛了。可以聊聊对于队伍明年和队伍自己的一个展望吗？
明年的话就是定个小目标吧，先进个季后赛，因为我们这个也是很多新选手，然后要提升和进步的地方都比较多。
好，那对于自己有什么展望吗？明年？
先进个季后赛吧。
好的，和队伍一起以更强的姿态归来。那我们也是非常期待再一次见到 TCG 和阿盖时候的样子了。感谢你接受我们的采访，感谢。
我们就是一支即将要征战 KPL 的一支冉冉升起的新星。我觉得今年的挑杯对我们来说算是一次预习吧，看看我们准备好了没。
我觉得我们面对最大的困难是碰到这些经验丰富的一些战队，可能赛场经验有所欠缺吧。
如果输掉的话，对我们来说也是一种经历吧，我们还得努力。
按照以往可能还是有点劣势吧，但是我们就当做备战明年春季赛了。
2025年呢，挺跌宕起伏的吧，因为春季赛我们还是倒数，到了夏季赛居然拿了冠军，还挺进了 KPL。
输的话就是调整状态，然后找寻这个场输的原因吧，然后解决这个原因。
希望我们能适应激烈的竞争，让我们能有一席之地。
And that was a documentary here coming in for the exit interview for the side of TCG here, a team that made last place in the KGL offspring season here, and in summer season they push all and defy all odds, push it to a grand finals victory here. That is definitely a very good showcase them. We do wish them the best of luck going into the 2026 season where they prepare for their KPL journey.
Yes, some comments made by the coach, of course, was that, hey, there are a lot of new players coming into this team itself. So there's a lot of work to be done. So we expected a lot of hard work to be put in by all the different players on the side of TCG. This is inclusive of the coach himself, Akai. I think he has come here with a new position, right? Being the coach of the team. So he also wishes to be able to step up into that position as a true hopeful in the next year of 2026 for HOK.
It's really about growth, right? When you're so young and you're so ambitious coming into the tournament itself, you know this won't be your last time here, but you cannot ride on the fact that you're young. You need to make sure that every time that you play in a tournament, play it like your last.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. And I like the mindset that the players have, right? Even in that last portion of the interview in the documentary itself, the players were able to kind of take the loss as something that is a journey of growth, which it truly is, right? You can't expect to win everything on your first try. So understanding what mistakes were made and how to grow from that is definitely a mindset that I appreciate that these players have.
Even BA or even AG had their downfall, but when they rose up really strong here. So that's the storyline that all these teams want to be going for coming into their professional career here. But we do wish TCG the best of luck here for whatever that comes through next for them here. But that is the full BO5s of all 4 series here being played out today and yesterday.
Right, so we'll get to see the second stages of the knockouts here. It's still a single elimination before we find our top 8 teams. So if you're new here, we already have our top 16. Starting from tomorrow, we'll be cutting those numbers down by half. It's going to be top 8 only as we head into the bracket draw. And from here on out, it's only going to be best of 7s.
The best of 7 is going to be the scary ones, because when we saw best of 7 back in KPL Summer and KPL Grand Finals, you immediately see the difference in quality here. Less on the emphasis on the strong first game drafts, but more on the emphasis of playing it long, making sure that it's a slow and steady race.
And because it's Challengers Cup, I feel like there is a high potential for the comeback games, right? We have seen where teams are trailing by 3-0s, a potential of 4-3 comeback, 4 games, 4 wins in a row. That is something that I feel has a higher statistic, higher potential in this 2025 Honor of Kings Challenger Cup.
We've seen it once before, and it was on the hands of Wolves with the KSG, with the reverse sweep happening in the lower bracket finals here. So without Wolves, this will be a sad journey into the KCC. But of course, teams do come by stronger and stronger as season passes by. So I'm interested to see who amongst these 16 remaining teams will go for that grand finals, will go for that championship spot.
Yeah, you definitely want to end the year on a bang, right? Because at this point, if you're able to make that final qualification, grand finals will be held on the 2nd of Jan. And this is going to be at the Sanya Arena here. And with that being said, it's a best of 9. Imagine playing a best of 9 in one of the biggest arenas available in the world.
Yeah, and that is the dream, right? And for AG, this is their final tournament to end the year with a Grand Slam Golden Road here. Winning every single tournament of the year will be an achievement that they want to be having here. But it's been a fantastic 2 days here coming in for both Misagi and also Kindofu here. Thank you all for coming to watch the English rebroadcast of the 2025 Honor of Kings Challenger Cup. We do bid you good night and see you again.
Sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we try to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high. it's alright. I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, so high. Light up the skyline, let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside, inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. In time. Can't love bad, but can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high and light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Everything must have holds you. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high and light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. It's our time to shine high and light. We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, putting nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, stars tonight. We don't gotta fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.